This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Eve Continent, Dragon Forest Surrounding Area, Manor Forest. Boom! Accompanied by an intense heat that seemed to scorch everything, a massive fire tornado, blotting out the sky, swept towards the dragon ahead amidst the magical chants of the girl and several attendants. Upon contact with the dragon, it exploded with the force of a thunderbolt. Buzz! The explosion brought a terrifying shockwave and intense heat. The shockwave formed a visible circular energy ring that spread outwards. The flames quickly burned the dragon's black scales to a dark red, igniting the surrounding dry grass. Instantly, thick smoke billowed. The scorching smell of burning dead leaves and fallen branches quickly filled the air. However, it was useless. The girl's fire tornado not only failed to repel the tens of meters long dragon, but instead seemed to be enchanted, igniting its body in a raging inferno, making it appear even more majestic. How is this possible? Seeing her magic fail, the girl holding the staff widened her eyes, muttering, "This is already our strongest. Is this a dragon?" The male attendants following the girl, also holding magic staffs, were equally incredulous, unable to comprehend why the dragon before them possessed such exaggerated magical resistance. "Are you even capable, heir to Pista?" At the same time, behind the girl, several men dressed as merchants impatiently leaned out of the carriage. "We spent so much gold, not for you to set off fireworks here. Rumor has it that the Pista family has been in decline since the Battle of 2000, and now it seems that's true. The Pista are truly finished. None of their descendants sent to Manor Academy are said to be any good. Even their best performing sister only ranked 518th in her grade. You get what you pay for. We shouldn't have been so greedy as to invite the Pista heir. Now look what's happened. We angered the dragon, and soon we might not even be able to save our lives. Everyone, let's get ready to run." What these people didn't realize was that while they were discussing this, the dragon before them had already used dragon soul sensing to send a signal deep into the Manor forest. It sent only one sentence: "Hey, big brother, there's an adventure team here that seems to be composed of Pista descendants. Should we report it?" This dragon wasn't actually a dragon. It was just an ordinary pseudo-dragon on the edge of the Manor forest. Simply put, a pseudo-dragon is a larger lizard. They resemble dragons in appearance, but have almost no dragon blood. Even if it wasn't a dragon, it was more than capable of withstanding the clumsy magical attacks of the adventure team before them. The Manor forest is a primeval forest enveloping a dragon kingdom, inhabited by various ferocious beasts and magical creatures, with virtually no trace of human activity in the surrounding area. Scenes similar to this adventure team's, accidentally entering the Manor forest, discovering a dragon, believing it to be guarding dragon treasure, and secretly returning to a human town to hire mercenaries to slay the dragon and steal the treasure, play out almost every year in the Manor forest. The pseudo-dragons in the vicinity were used to being attacked as if they were dragons. When faced with adventuring parties that bothered them, they would either cripple them and send them back if in a good mood, or simply devour them if in a bad one. After all, in most cases, attempting to slay a dragon with the weapons of ordinary human warriors, or the clumsy magic of mages was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. However, today the pseudo-dragon encountered the bloodline of the Pista family. The ancestors of the Pista family had forged an alliance with the dragon race 2,000 years ago, signing numerous contracts. Therefore, a rule in the dragon forest was, if you encounter a member of the Pista family, do not kill them, immediately report to the dragon race's higher-ups. So this pseudo-dragon could only endure the beating, while using its weak dragon soul sense to report the situation to the sub-dragons deep within the Manor forest. What? The Pista family? Where are they? A moment later, a flame wyvern deep within the Manor forest, soundly asleep, was awakened by this dragon soul. After reading the aura said by the pseudo-dragon, it trembled. "Is this true?" "Absolutely true, brother. You better report it quickly. They're using fire tornadoes and blizzards on me. Although I can withstand it, if this forest gets on fire, in the end, we have to put it out, won't we?" "Hold on a little longer. I report it immediately." Since the order to report immediately upon encountering the Pista family was given by a true dragon, a higher ranking being than a wyvern, this wyvern dared not delay, and immediately used its dragon soul to send a message to the dragon forest. "Boss, one of my underlings outside says he's discovered the bloodline of the Pista family. What do you think?" Deep within the dragon forest, in an ice cave, a giant dragon nearly 100 meters long, its entire body shrouded in extreme ice aura, suddenly opened its eyes. Her blizzard-like, vertical pupils seemed to devour everything in the cold air, radiating a powerful aura like that of an abyss. Pirista's bloodline? Received after replying to the dragon, the ice dragon narrowed its eyes, and immediately forwarded the same message to the master of this dragon forest, Black Dragon King Nasod. Master, it is said that the bloodline of Pirista has been observed in the manor forest. What do you think? To this, a being deep within the dragon forest simply gave the ice dragon a cold reply. Pass down the order. Do not attack. Await my instructions. Yes, the ice dragon dared not ask any further questions, and relayed the Black Dragon King's words back through the dragon's soul. What the ice dragon did not know was that at the same time as it answered its dragon soul, the true master of the dragon forest, and also the most powerful and terrifying Black Dragon King Nasod on the Eve continent, was sitting in human form beside the frozen throne in the center of the dragon forest with his wife Fafnir, gazing at the small princess bed behind the throne, his face full of worry. Sleeping until now again today? A stunningly beautiful girl with long white hair nodded slightly in front of Nasod. This is the 99th year. Ever since she learned to transform, she's slept like this every day, from dusk till dawn, and then from dawn till dusk again. She's almost 100 years old. At this moment, a little girl lay on the ornate princess bed that the two were gazing at. The little girl hugged a soft blanket, wearing a cute little dragon cartoon nightgown, sleeping soundly on the princess bed. She looked about 12 or 13 years old in human years. She was petite, with snow-white skin, and her soft, chubby face was so adorable that anyone who saw her wanted to kiss her. She looked like an adorable little loli from an anime world. The little girl's hair was incredibly long, spreading out like flowers on her small bed. Most remarkably, her hair was both black and white, black on the left and white on the right, neatly separated along the middle, making her look like a masterpiece of nature. Perhaps due to her terrible sleeping posture last night, a conspicuous white ahogue, cowlick, stood up on the little girl's head, swaying slightly with her breathing under the soft light of the room. My subordinates just reported discovering the bloodline of Pirista on the edge of the forest. I used the Eye of Truth. After a brief investigation, it seems that the magical talent of Pirista's descendants has declined drastically over the past 2,000 years. Several of the younger generations sent to Manor Academy failed to achieve any significant rankings. Having said this, the Black Dragon King Nasod remained silent by the princess's bedside for a moment before slowly rising. My dear, I have an idea. The white-haired girl turned around. It's like this, you see. Our precious daughter has already learned all the dragon magic she should know. With her current physical strength, nothing in the outside world can harm her. Sleeping like this isn't a solution. Why don't we take this opportunity to repay those old mages from Pirista back then? It's a matter of affection, and also to let our daughter go out and gain some experience. You mean? As a holy dragon who had lived with the Dragon King Nasod for hundreds of thousands of years, Fafnir immediately understood her husband's unspoken meaning. She looked at the adorable little girl in the crib, let her be temporarily adopted by the Pirista family, to experience life in a declining noble family? Yes, I suspect the reason Eline loves to sleep so much is because we spoil her too much. A change of environment might cure this problem. The Black Dragon King Nasod said with a slightly worried tone, I hope my dear daughter can endure this hardship in the human world. Chapter 2. Eline. Eline, it's dawn? Half asleep, Eline thought she heard her mother's voice. Opening her eyes, the first thing she saw was a gentle room lamp adorned with clear blue crystals, beneath which lay her familiar little bed. Her holy dragon mother, Fafnir, now in human form, was already sitting by the bed, her beautiful face full of tenderness. You slept until the afternoon again. Speaking in a doting tone, Fafnir gently patted the blanket covering Eline. It's sudden, but Mommy has something she wants to discuss with you. Confirming that the girl with the cascading silver white hair was indeed her mother, Eline sat up, rubbing her sleepy eyes, her ahogue, cowlick, swaying involuntarily from side to side. What is it? The soft, childlike voice that came from the little girl's mouth brought back some memories of her past life. In her previous life, she was just an ordinary person on Earth. Orphaned at a young age, she grew up in an orphanage, barely managing to complete her university studies through student loans and part-time jobs. After graduating from university, lacking connections, she could only start from the bottom. Cleaner, waitress, barbecue apprentice, milk tea shop employee, delivery driver. Her last memory on Earth was delivering 400 yuan worth of takeout orders the day before her birthday, then reluctantly spending 200 yuan on a birthday cake, and celebrating her 27th birthday on a small electric scooter she bought with a loan. Then, a sharp pain shot through her chest, and the world plunged into endless darkness. When she regained consciousness, Eline's body was enveloped in a large amount of sticky liquid. She had transmigrated into a dragon egg, becoming the daughter of Nasod, the world's most powerful black dragon king. Nasod named this unexpectedly born child Eline, meaning the brightest star in the sky. Nasod was a black dragon, wielding extremely powerful dark magic, and the leader of all dragons on the continent of Eve. Nasod's wife was a holy dragon from another dragon island, capable of using all magic except dark magic, and her combat power was comparable to the current Black Dragon King. Thousands of years ago, they were formally married under the witness of the dragons, through a series of coincidences. A black dragon and a holy dragon, one black and one white, one righteous and one evil, theoretically had no reason to become lovers. Even if they did, their completely opposite magical auras would prevent them from having offspring. However, Eline was born. This little dragon princess possesses terrifying all-elemental magical talent and elemental manipulation ability. She can learn any dragon language magic with a single glance and master it after a few practices. Even the legendary forbidden dragon spells, said to be learned only by ancient dragons with the purest dragon blood, are instantly mastered and used with a mere flick of her wrist. Originally, the dragon egg born from the union of Nasod and Fafnir was not supposed to hatch into a dragon, because black dragons and holy dragons cannot create the dragon soul needed for dragon offspring. However, at the moment Fafnir laid the egg, influenced by a spatial turbulence, a soul from Earth was drawn into the egg, and by sheer coincidence, the egg gained a soul. However, perhaps because Eline's soul was somewhat unique and still adjusting to her new body, her mental strength was insufficient. Therefore, after transmigrating into this world as a dragon princess, as a price to pay, she was awake for very short periods each day. Even when awake, she was always drowsy and looked like she might fall asleep at any moment. Initially, Eline's mother, Fafnir, believed it was some kind of juvenile dragon disease caused by their forced conception, something that would resolve as she grew older. Later, as time passed, they realized that while the disease did indeed improve with age, the recovery period was extremely long. Long enough to potentially accompany her for most of her life. Even now, nearly 100 years old, Eline still needs to sleep until the afternoon every day. Then, in a daze, she practices dragon magic for about an hour as her parents require, eats something, daydreams, and then falls into a deep sleep before nightfall. Well, looking at her daughter's disheveled hair, her little spaghetti-strap nightgown having slipped down most of the way down her left shoulder, and her white stockings having slipped down to her calves on the left and knees on the right, Fafnir couldn't help but reach out and tidy up the little girl's appearance. Your father and I have taught you all the dragon magic we could over the years. The only thing left is human magic, but we're not very familiar with it, so we decided to send you to live with an old friend for a few years to experience human life. Fafnir said, just treat it as your own home. You might have an older sister or brother, and they might send you to a human magic school. You can make many friends there. Fafnir readjusted the straps of the little girl's suspenders, pulled the smooth white stockings covering her tiny feet up to mid-thigh with a snap, making the ends of the stockings dig into her soft thighs. She glanced at her husband, who stood outside the cabin with his back to them, gazing at the scenery, and sighed softly. The backup has arrived. I'm sorry, it happened so suddenly, so see if there's anything else you need to take and pack quickly. Huh? Her mother's words instantly cleared Eline's head. She shook her little feet, still encased in white stockings, and hesitated. How old am I this year? You be 100 in a month. Fafnir smiled. We prepare a big surprise for your 100th birthday. So I'm already this old? Eline felt a little dazed. It seems like I haven't left the house in the past 100 years. Actually, saying 100 years old wasn't entirely accurate. For the first few years after transmigrating to this other world, Eline basically slept inside the dragon egg, with virtually no waking time. This period can be ignored. The first 10 years after hatching were the worst years of her sleeping sickness. She couldn't transform into human form, and was awake for less than an hour a day, just enough time to eat something simple, drink some dragon milk, and then fall asleep again. Although this symptom has improved in recent years, Eline's waking time is still only from afternoon to nightfall, averaging about 3 hours a day. Compared to an ordinary person, who rests for 8 hours, and is awake for 16 hours a day, Eline's 100 years in this other world is actually somewhat shortened. An ordinary person's day is equivalent to 6 of hers. Not to mention, during her waking hours, she was forced by the Black Dragon King to learn dragon language magic and combat skills, leaving her with even less free time. If it weren't for Eline's extraordinary talent, she could learn most magic and fighting techniques after just one glance. she would probably have lost 80 or 90% of her 3 waking hours, turning her into a relentless learning machine. Of course, Eline's current situation wasn't much better than being a magic learning machine. In the 100 years she had lived in Dragon Forest, she basically did nothing but eat, sleep, and practice magic and fighting skills in the Crystal Palace, rarely venturing out. Even after becoming a dragon princess in her previous life, she, who was male in her previous life, still hadn't fully grasped the fact that she was now a girl, and her gender-related mindset hadn't completely changed. Anyway, she worked so hard back then, only to end up dying suddenly on the back of an electric scooter. She hadn't even finished the cake she bought after a long day's work. She couldn't repeat that lifestyle in this life. Who would want to struggle outside, when they could sleep comfortably in their little nest, with loving parents taking care of them? That was Eline's inner thought. As for becoming a girl, there were no outsiders near the Crystal Palace. She could worry about that later. She felt that right now, she was simply getting all the sleep she didn't get in her past life. 100 years is but a fleeting moment for dragons. Seeing that Eline still looked confused, Fafnir sighed and grabbed the little girl by the armpits, pulling her out of bed and placing her on the crystal floor beside her crib. "So, my dear daughter, is there anything else you need to pack?" Eline put on a pitiful expression. "Can I not go?" "No. I want to stay here, help Mom and Dad sweep the floor, do chores." "No," Fafnir said sternly. "You've been in the Dragon Forest for too long. I called you out to play several times before, but you didn't budge. You have to go this time." "What?" Eline lowered her head in grievance, knowing she couldn't escape this time, and pointed to the 2 large pillows, one black and one white, on her crib. "Then, just take it." Chapter 3. 10 minutes later, accompanied by the rustling sound of some small animal moving around, the Black Dragon King Nasod, standing outside the Crystal Palace gates, saw his daughter, Eline, emerge accompanied by his wife. "Already?" Nasod, a stern-looking man with long black hair, looked at the sleepy-eyed little girl, unsure whether to scold or comfort her. As the supreme ruler of the dragon race on the Eve continent, and also the most powerful Black Dragon King, Nasod had extremely high expectations of both his subordinates and relatives. Once Eline learned to transform into human form, the Dragon King began his devilish training of the little princess, or at least, Nasod considered it that way. At first, Nasod demonstrated over 10 low-level dragon spells in one go, demanding that Eline not rest until she had learned all of them. However, to his surprise, his precious daughter mastered all the low-level dragon spells in less than half an hour, using them with the skill of a seasoned grand mage. "Is that enough? I'm going to sleep." Eline, recently weaned and still burping, repeated Nasod's demonstration of the dragon spells a few times before diving back into her crib and falling asleep instantly. A few days later, a somewhat disillusioned Nasod brought out a few more crucial spells. This is the intermediate ice attribute dragon spell, Ice Blade. This is the intermediate fire attribute dragon spell, Flame Burst. Today you must learn these 2 completely opposite spells simultaneously. Ding ding ding. Boom. This time, Eline quickly mastered the technique of using both ice and fire magic simultaneously, and went back to her bed to sleep. A few days later. This is advanced dark magic. This is advanced light magic. Boom. This is the largest forbidden spell the dragon race has ever used. My dear daughter, do you know what a forbidden spell is? It's a spell that is absolutely forbidden to use, because once it's used, it will cause terrifying consequences. Boom. What? Dad, I used it. Can I go to sleep now? Eline seemed to have an innate longing for sleep. Her magical talent was like a bottomless pit, seemingly limitless, as if she were a perfect work of art created by the creator specifically to accommodate all magic in the world. At the same time, this little princess's talent in human martial arts was equally terrifying. Whether it was swordsmanship, spearmanship, knife skills, or fist techniques, kicking techniques, jujitsu. Basically, she could learn anything Nasod taught her without any learning curve. What made Nasod both amused and exasperated was that after spending 50 or 60 years learning a great deal of dragon language magic and human combat techniques, his daughter, Eline, could still integrate these elements according to her own understanding. During their practical training, she would simply grab a pillow and charge at him, using magic to transform it into swords, spears, and halberds. Every swing of her was filled with murderous intent. She would either unleash a fireball with her sword or thrust out a frost blade with her spear. Even the well-informed Nasod had never seen such a fighting style before, and he was always left flustered by these chaotic yet incredibly cute moves. Can you imagine? A little girl, barely 1.5 meters tall, wearing adorable pajamas, hugging a soft pillow, her tuft of hair sticking up, her eyes half closed with sleep, casually swinging the pillow like a hammer, causing a magnitude 7 earthquake with a loud boom? Nasod sees similar scenes almost every day. This is also Eline's virtually unchanging image in the Crystal Palace for the past 100 years. A light pink, pleated, long-sleeved halter-neck nightgown, adorable and charming. A pair of almost opaque white stockings with elasticated hems to prevent them from slipping down during movement. A cartoon nightcap themed around a baby dragon, matching the nightgown, with 2 vertical dragon eyes and a W-shaped mouth. And a soft, rectangular pillow split vertically in the middle, one side white and the other black. Everything's packed. Under the bright sunlight, after hearing Nasod's question, Eline, dressed in pajamas and hugging a pillow, yawned widely and muttered, "There wasn't much to pack anyway." Eline indeed didn't have much property in Dragon Forest. After all, she was just a young dragon. Yes, even when going out, Eline was dressed in pajamas and a nightcap. And she wasn't wearing shoes. Eline had maintained this habit of not wearing shoes for over 80 years, simply so she could get back to bed faster after training. However, this didn't mean the little girl would get her socks dirty from walking. Because whether walking or standing on the lawn in front of the Crystal Palace like now, Eline's little feet were at least 10 centimeters off the ground, making her look as if she were floating on the lawn. This is a nearly lost form of dragon magic called Dragon Dance Steps. Dragon Dance Steps was originally used by young dragons, who couldn't fly to assist with walking. The principle is to use wind element to compress air into a semi-solid state, then fix it under the feet. Essentially, the user is stepping on this air mass, which then presses down onto the grass. Just as a mage condenses fire element in their palm, when creating a fireball, Dragon Dance Steps condenses wind element under the feet. This magic is extremely mana-intensive. For most people, even if they learn it, it's mostly just for show. Continuous use will quickly deplete their mana, rendering it useless in actual combat. But Eline is different, she doesn't lack mana. If an average mage's mana is around 5,000, and Dragon Dance Steps costs 500 mana per second, then Eline, still a young dragon, has at least 9.99 million mana, plus a passive ability that restores 1% of her maximum mana per second. She simply doesn't care about this mana consumption. Over the years, Eline had become accustomed to the feeling of walking on air, and the thought of her wearing shoes again felt strange. Most importantly, this little girl's hair had never been cut, it was incredibly long. Using Dragon Dance Steps, the wind element below would subtly soften the hair, causing the ends to sway slightly at her calves, dancing gracefully even without wind. It was exceptionally beautiful. You told her everything, haven't you? In front of the Crystal Palace, Nasod, knowing his daughter's habits, didn't intend to say anything more about the luggage. He turned to Fafnir beside him. This trip might be quite long, and without us by her side. Is she mentally prepared? In truth, Nasod wasn't worried about what humans outside could do to his daughter. Firstly, over the past century, Eline had mastered all dragon magic, and her various fighting techniques, swordsmanship, and pillow-throwing skills were unparalleled. Ordinary people simply couldn't get close. Her clothes and equipment alone were enough to crush any human. The young dragon's nightcap possessed a degree of self-awareness, able to sense hostility in its surroundings and issue early warnings. The little camisole nightgown possessed extremely strong magic immunity. Even sensing the approach of forbidden spells, it could instantly generate a magical shield to ensure its young master's safety. The stockings on her feet were a treasure combining dragon breath and dragon soul. Once it sensed its master experiencing extreme emotions, like severe fear or terrification, this treasure would activate, instantly notifying dragons tens of thousands of miles away and activating the ancient dragon soul sealed within, granting its master unparalleled power. Nasod's only worry was that his daughter wouldn't be able to adapt to human society after leaving him and his wife, and it would be embarrassing if she came running back crying. She said it's okay. Fafnir ruffled Eline's hair and squatted down, giving the little girl a big kiss on her chubby cheek. We also made a deal. If Pista sends her to school, no matter which school, we make sure she gets first place in every single class within a year. Chapter 4. On the edge of the manor forest, an adventure party was facing off against a dragon. This dragon seemed strange. Seeing that the dragon was only passively defending itself under the relentless bombardment of their mages, showing no intention of attacking, one of the men in the merchant caravan pondered for a moment, then waved his hand, signaling the others to prepare for retreat. Usually, in this situation, either the dragon is temporarily intimidated and dares not act rashly, or it's brewing some kind of contingency plan that could wipe us all out. Whatever the possibility, we must leave. But, after hearing the man's words, Another man in the party was somewhat unwilling. Brothers, we paid money, are we just going to go back empty-handed? This adventure party was temporarily formed by a nearby merchant caravan, and one of the heirs of the Pista family and her attendants. The story is quite simple. An ordinary merchant caravan passed through the manor forest and discovered a sleeping dragon. Everyone agreed that this dragon must be guarding some treasure, and that slaying it or driving it out of the forest would grant them this dragon's riches. After all, most humans might never encounter a dragon in their lifetime, and few could distinguish between a pseudo-dragon, a sub-dragon, and a true dragon. Upon returning home, the caravan learned through various inquiries that the Pista family, over 2,000 years old, was once renowned for its dragon-slaying prowess. They then sought out the now-declining Pista family and, as mercenaries, hired one of its current heirs, Pista, to return to the dragon forest in search of the dragon's secret treasure. The story then unfolds as the targeted pseudo-dragon detects the Pista family's aura on Carrick and sends the information deep into the dragon forest. The Pista family's karmic entanglement with dragons dates back over 2,000 years. While 2,000 years is but a fleeting moment for dragons, for humans, it represents at least 50 generations. Not only have the memories and abilities of their ancestors been largely lost, but human society has also undergone a complete transformation, with various changes in power and dynasties. It's understandable that the story of the Pista family having a good relationship with dragons 2,000 years ago would be misinterpreted as the Pista family being dragon slayers. Who knew the successor of Pista would be so unreliable? If we don't get out of there before the dragon realizes what's happening, we'd be dead. Listen to me. Let's get out of here. Let's just consider this a stupid thing we did today. We got nothing. Ugh, bad luck. The merchant caravan, gradually reaching a consensus, was preparing to flee when, with a hum, a spatial fluctuation occurred, and the pseudo-dragon in the sea of fire felt as if the space around it had been torn open. The next second, its massive body uncontrollably collapsed to its knees with a thud. This was a kneeling from the depths of its soul, symbolizing complete submission to a supreme being. Could it be? The pseudo-dragon remained kneeling, cautiously glancing at the wasteland around it, blasted into chaos by magic. There, a man with long black hair, dressed in classical human clothing, was slowly emerging from the spatial rift, with a cute little girl clutching a pillow. The man's physique was incomparable to the pseudo-dragon's, and he possessed none of the aura of a powerful being. Yet, this seemingly ordinary man instilled in the pseudo-dragon a profound and utter subservience, his very soul displaying complete and utter submission. The Black Dragon King Nasod. The strongest being on the continent of Eve, the king of the dragons. The moment the pseudo-dragon saw Nasod, it felt its life had been worthwhile. Countless magical beasts in the manor forest never even had the chance to meet this supreme king, yet today, it could kneel so close to the Dragon King, gazing upon his majesty. What unparalleled glory! As for the little girl beside Nasod, lacking much information about her in its memories, the pseudo-dragon assumed she was merely the daughter of a noble with some connection to the dragon race. You did well. After emerging from the spatial rift with a Rin, Nasod glanced at the pet-like pseudo-dragon beside him, then turned his gaze to the caravan ahead. After observing for a moment, he sighed softly indeed. The human race is still too weak. 2,000 years is enough to erase everything they have. Immediately afterward, Nasod teleported with the Rin to the middle of the path ahead, blocking the caravan's path. Who? Upon seeing Nasod, the Pista heir, Carrick, who was acting as the mercenary at the forefront, leaped out of the carriage with several attendants, staffs in hand, and went on alert. When Carrick saw that the person blocking their way was a long-haired man holding a little girl's hand, he froze. There are people in this place? Carrick narrowed her eyes, staring intently at the long-haired, black-haired man exuding a strange and sinister aura. Wait, how did they get here? Teleportation? Isn't that a skill only archmages can use? Carrick Pista, the 77th successor of Pista. Nasod simply walked gracefully towards Carrick, speaking slowly and deliberately. Fallen nobles. Your mission here today is to protect those merchants behind you, to cover their search for the so-called dragon treasure. Is that right? You? Upon hearing Nasod's words, the wariness on Carrick's face deepened. Summoning her courage, she countered, Do you know where the dragon clan's secret treasure is? Here. As he spoke, Nasod casually pulled out a crystal shimmering with an amber light from behind him. However, I have a condition. A 6-tier ice crystal? Almost the instant she saw the crystal in Nasod's hand, Carrick's slender body trembled violently, nearly dropping her magic staff, the lifeblood of any mage. Her two attendants also stared wide-eyed, their expressions incredulous. A 6th-tier ice crystal, a magic stone that can greatly increase the chanting speed of ice attribute mages. It's generally used to forge magical artifacts or inlaid in staffs to enhance magical power. Even if simply placed in a room as decoration, a 6th-tier crystal can increase the meditation speed of nearby mages by at least 30%, making it an absolutely priceless treasure. If this thing were described using the gem system of an earthly online game, it would be something like Tier 6 Ice Crystal Stone, Magic Power plus 50%, Magic Casting Speed plus 80%, Armor Penetration plus 20%, Final Damage plus 20%. You see, currently, human society only has treasures ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 10. Even a very ordinary Tier 1 treasure can fetch an average family's annual expenses on average. Some rarer Tier 2 treasures have already exceeded most people's lifetime income. Tier 3 treasures, once they appear, attract fierce competition from various forces. The influence of Tier 4 treasures is so exaggerated that they can make most of today's mages or warriors risk their lives for you. Then, what about Tier 6 treasures? Karakia swallowed hard, cautiously glancing at the merchant's carriage behind her, only slightly relaxing after confirming that their attention was focused on the dragon not far away. Karachi wasn't a fool. She knew perfectly well that if the merchant guild learned that a treasure of this caliber had fallen into the hands of a fallen noblewoman like herself, her life would be forfeit. Even if the guild didn't act now, they would definitely send assassins to wipe out the Pista family and seize the gem once they returned. Giving the gem to the guild now wouldn't work either. She already knew the whereabouts of the 6th-tier ice crystal, and the Pista family wasn't familiar with the guild. The guild was also afraid of being silenced, so the best course of action was to eliminate all those in the know first, to prevent future trouble. Unless Karacha kills everyone behind them here. These paving stones are quite popular outside. Seeing Karachu, one of the heirs of Pista, stare wide-eyed at the ice crystals, Eline, standing beside Nasod, yawned slightly. Hugging a small pillow, summoning an aura beneath it to support herself, the little girl cradled the floating pillow, resting her head on it, her cute face filled with a lazy expression. These 6th-tier ice crystals were just ordinary pebbles, commonplace like cobblestones, used simply for decoration, found everywhere near her crystal palace where she had lived for 100 years. Eline couldn't even remember how many such ice crystals were around her palace. She only remembered that before coming out with Nasod, her father had casually picked up 2 ice crystals from the ground, muttering to himself, "They'd probably be suspicious if I just mentioned my adopted daughter, so I used these broken stones as a cover. This is not a place for humans." Nasod remained non-committal in the face of Karika's question. He slowly approached the young woman, who appeared to be in her early 20s, and placed the ice crystal in her palm. "This is a gift from the dragons. Take this and leave them in our forest. Your attack on my subordinates will be forgiven." He then produced another ice crystal. "This one is our deal. This little one was once a human who, like you, strayed into the manor forest. Take her back, and let your mother raise her." As he spoke, Nasod lifted Eline like a kitten, like an old father selling his kittens at the market, because he couldn't afford to raise them all. "If you agree, please take this child back now. Then tell those merchants not to appear in the manor forest again. This is the dragon's final warning." Chapter 5. This child is so cute. After Nasod's actions, Karik noticed a soft, adorable little girl in a nightgown, a nightcap, and stockings without shoes. This child has such fair, soft skin, her face is chubby, and her figure is so petite, like a kitten. I really want to hold her in my arms. The way Nasod held Eline by the armpits, like hugging a pet, instantly melted Karika's heart. She felt that Nasod's action was like saying, "Going hunting is too easy? Take this with you." As a magician who had just barely graduated from the Magic Academy, Karik was the eldest daughter of one branch of the Pista family, just turned 24 this year. She had 2 younger sisters, who were currently studying magic at Manor Academy. She roughly understood the man's meaning. He wanted one of the ice crystals in exchange for their departure, to stop targeting the dragons of the Manor forest. The other ice crystal was a deal. He wanted her to take the little girl, who looked to be only about 12 years old, back to her mother's home so her mother could raise her as her own daughter. The ice crystal was considered child support. As for the man's identity, Karakia guessed he was probably a high-ranking, shape-shifting dragon from the forest. Although the Manor forest was sparsely populated, it wasn't entirely deserted. Children often got separated from their parents by various accidents, wandered into the forest, and were adopted by the forest's magical beasts. Karakia felt that this incredibly cute little girl was probably one of those who had gotten lost from her parents, stumbled into the dragon forest, and a kind-hearted dragon, unable to bear killing her, took her in. After a few years, the dragon got tired of her, and didn't want to raise her anymore. Since they were causing trouble here, the dragon conveniently made a deal, handing the child over to her. Although much of the information about the Pista family and dragons has been lost over the past 2,000 years, Karachow at least believes that not all dragons are evil. Even the most ruthless and vicious human outlaws might, out of a moment's kindness, raise a fledgling chick or a kitten with its blue membrane still intact in the forest. How much more so dragons, whose lifespans can easily reach hundreds of thousands of years. As for why the dragon sought her out, Karachow believes it's most likely related to her family, the Pista. Hey! What's going on up ahead? Just as Karak hesitated whether to believe the long-haired man, the caravan's carriages pulled up behind them, and a man leaned out of the window. Hurry up! What are you standing there for? Are you waiting for that dragon to react and send us all flying? So your choice is? Seeing the caravan approaching, Nasod held up a 6-tier ice crystal in one hand and Eline in the other. Agree or refuse? I have a question. Karak mustered her courage and gestured with her eyes to a little girl who was puffing out her cheeks and looking dissatisfied. What's her name? Eline. Nasod smiled slightly. I don't want her to suffer any mistreatment after joining your family, so you must bestow upon her the surname Pista. You should know what to do. Eline Pista, right? Karak took the other ice crystal with trembling hands, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. When she opened her eyes again, she said in a resolute tone, From now on, she will be my youngest sister, Eline Pista. Very well, human, I admire your courage. With that, Nasod turned to the sleepy little girl. Darling, is there anything else you want to say? Yes. Erin held out her hand to the man. Give me your hand. Despite some confusion, Nasod extended his right hand to his daughter. Why? To Nasod's surprise, Erin, seeing his hand outstretched, opened her mouth with lightning speed and bit his arm. Ouch. Nasod, wincing in pain, quickly pulled his hand back, looking at the cute teeth mark. You. Humph. Slightly annoyed, Erin pushed her biological father away and climbed into Karak's carriage. Nasod usually had very high expectations of Erin, being exceptionally strict, sometimes even harsh, in both magic training and martial arts practice. But at the same time, Erin could also sense that this father truly loved her. The little girl knew in her heart that without her strict father, she couldn't have learned so much magic and fighting skills in just 100 years. In the first few years, Eline often slept for long periods without waking up. Her father, Nasod, was the most anxious during those times. He flew all over the continent of Eve, searching for all sorts of rare treasures and elixirs that could enhance soul power. When feeding her medicine, he wouldn't go anywhere else. He had to watch Eline take the medicine with his own eyes, then stay by her bedside for hours to confirm that the medicine had taken effect before leaving. Sometimes, Eline would injure herself because she wasn't proficient in using advanced dragon language magic. Nasod would frantically seek help everywhere, summoning hundreds of holy dragons from Dragon Island to help heal her. The enchanted nightgown that Eline wore was hand-knitted by Nasod and his wife. The stockings imbued with dragon's breath were a level 10 artifact he had spent over 80 years crafting, collecting countless dragon souls from each of his dragon brethren. Hearing that his daughter wanted a more comfortable pillow, Nasod flew tens of thousands of kilometers to find several reclusive winged people, collecting the softest parts of their wings to create a weapon perfectly compatible with Eline's magic. Eline knew of all Nasod's efforts. She also knew that her narcolepsy had always been a thorn in her parents' side. From childhood, Nasod and Fafnir had tried their best to treat it, and suggestions like letting our daughter experience the human world had been made several years ago. Dragons have a different concept of time than humans. Humans typically live for around 100 years. Even highly respected archmages only reach 200 or 300. Dragons, however, generally live for at least 100,000 years. 100 years to them is roughly equivalent to a week or two for humans. Sending Eline to the Pista family as the youngest sister for a period, even if it's 5, 10, or even 20 years, is, in the dragon's eyes, simply sending their daughter to her grandmother's house for a week to relax. That's why Nasod was so calm when handing Eline to Karachow. But our little princess was unhappy. Having just transmigrated from Earth, and not yet fully adapted to a girl's body, she couldn't understand her father sending his daughter away without a second-thought attitude. So she bid Nasod to express her displeasure. Well then, please accept the deal. Watching Erin casually climb into the carriage, NSD gave a wry smile, glanced at the teeth marks on his arm, and vanished in a flash. At the same time, he used Dragon Soul Sensing to send a message to the pseudo-dragon not far away. It's up to you now. Received halt. The pseudo-dragon dared not delay, immediately roaring in fury, deliberately speaking in human language to the caravan. Well done, foolish humans, daring to play me. I originally thought you came here so confidently to fight me because you had some expert guidance, but now it seems it was just bluffing? In that case, you will all die here today. Holy crap. We've been discovered. The dragon's roar instantly terrified the people in the caravan's carriages behind. Several men whipped their horses, forcing the carriages to whiz past Karachu in just a few minutes. You Pista people can play by yourselves. We're not going to join in. What bad luck. What a pathetic family, dragon-slaying masters, huh? Bah! Chapter 6. At the exit of the manor forest, accompanied by the rumbling of carriages, an adventure party of 4 carriages sped along a desolate road, kicking up thick smoke. The horses in this other world are basically the same species as those on Earth, but because this is a world where magic exists, the horses here have a more distinct hierarchy. The horses of Karaka's party, belonging to a fallen noble family, are called fan horses. These horses can use a certain amount of wind elemental power, and their top speed rivals that of sports cars on Earth, making them among the finest horses. However, because they need to provide cover for their employer, Karaka's 2 carriage teams are currently running at the rear of the caravan. Mississippi inside the swaying carriage, a servant glanced at the forest behind them and said that dragon shouldn't have caught up. Karaja nodded, then hesitated for a moment. Parker, about what happened earlier. What do you think? This 40-year-old man, called Parker, was a servant who had been with Karaja since childhood. At home, he was responsible for her daily needs, and when out, he served as her guard or bodyguard, utterly loyal to the Pista family. I think. Faced with Karaja's question, Parker paused for a moment. The whole thing is very strange. Many things don't seem right. Indeed. Having heard the answer she wanted, Karaja turned her gaze to a little girl curled up on a small bed in the corner of the carriage not far away. Karaka's magical talent was not high. After graduating from the Magic Academy, he only obtained the Intermediate Magician certificate. In recent years, the Pista family has been ostracized and targeted by other nobles, and is surrounded by enemies. Many of the family's businesses have been divided up by extremely insidious means. Some local forces took the opportunity to kick him while he was down, and they seem to be trying to wipe out the Pista family. Seeing her parents' hair turn white with worry, and her 2 younger sisters still studying at Magic Academy, requiring money everywhere, the always sensible Karaku had no choice but to register as a mercenary with the Adventurers Guild, supplementing the family income by taking on small jobs. Although her magical talent wasn't high, during the battle with the dragon in the forest, she keenly sensed that the dragon's attitude towards her was more concession than restrained. Or to put it more bluntly, the dragon seemed afraid of something. Karaku knew her own limitations. Her magical strength was limited, and her attendants weren't exactly hidden powerhouses. Therefore, there was only one thing that could make the dragon afraid: the Pista bloodline. The Pista family had some connection with dragons over 2,000 years ago, something Karaku had heard from some of her family elders when she was very young. If this connection was some kind of friendly agreement rather than the dragon-slaying master rumored now, then the dragon's attitude towards her could be explained. Following this line of thought, the identity of the suddenly appearing black-haired man became obvious, a high-ranking dragon who knew of the Pista bloodline. As for the little girl the black-haired man was carrying, in the bumpy carriage, Karaku shifted closer to Eline, stealing a glance at the little princess on the bed. So adorable. Why are there such cute children in the world? On the small bed, Eline's long black and white hair spread out like flower petals. Her small body was curled up like a kitten, her nightgown slightly loose, revealing her delicate and alluring snow-white collarbone near the straps. Under Karachu's gaze, the little girl's chubby face rested comfortably on the black and white pillow she had brought. Her nightcap slightly covered her eyelashes, and her little mouth was slightly open, revealing glimpses of her adorable little tiger teeth. I can't look anymore. A few seconds later, Karachu snapped out of her daze, and quickly looked away. Even just looking at the little girl's peaceful sleeping face, the young lady of Pista felt as if she had been bathed in a powerful holy light, her mind and body completely purified. This little bed was originally Karachu's exclusive property. Even Parker wasn't allowed near it. Yet now, she couldn't even muster the slightest thought of waking the little girl sleeping on it. Let alone a bed. If this little one asked for anything, even the carriage, Karachu felt she would agree without hesitation. She just now. Karak, struggling to avoid looking at Eline, took a while to recover in her chair. She wasn't wearing shoes when she got in the carriage, was she? Karak also sensed the strangeness Parker had mentioned. This strangeness wasn't just brought by the long-haired man, it also stemmed from a certain little girl who was now fast asleep in the carriage. Putting everything else aside, Carrick had never seen Eline's hair with its distinct black and white coloring before. There were many different races on the continent of Eve, and everyone's hair was different. The Pista family, to which Carrick belonged, generally had blonde hair. Carrick had seen people with black and white hair before, but black on the left and white on the right. Such a unique hair color was unheard of. Yes. Seeing that the young lady felt the same way, Parker nodded beside her chair. She seems to be a magician as well, and she seems very trusting of us. Indeed? Carrick pondered for a moment. If she really is a child from the surrounding villages, who was lost from her parents and happened to be raised by dragons, it's understandable that she would use some kind of magic we don't yet understand instead of walking, but at this point, Carrick recalled the night her parents took her to the imperial ball when she was a child. Even though she had been told beforehand, tonight's ball is attended by all of Mom's good friends, don't feel guilty. When she actually arrived at the banquet hall and was surrounded by a large group of Mom's good friends greeting her warmly, the 10-year-old Carrick was still so frightened that she hid in a corner until everyone around her stopped paying attention to her before daring to reach for a small cake on the table. This little girl, raised by dragons, upon learning she had been given away, simply jumped onto the carriage with her pillow, without asking any questions, found a bed, and fell asleep immediately, completely undisturbed by the jolting of the dragon horse. Wasn't she at all worried that we were bad people? Perhaps this child is just very brave, or perhaps she's lived with dragons for so long that she has no concept of the dangers of human society. After a few seconds of silence, Carrick sighed softly. Hopefully, her magical talent will reach the admission standards of the Manor Magic Academy. Carrick thought to herself. The levitation spell that Eline had just used, no serious mage would practice it as their primary spell, so she believed Eline's magical talent wasn't very high. Why do humans cultivate magic? For combat, to overwhelm opponents and demonstrate their strength. So what type of magic truly showcases a mage's power? The answer is naturally magic with high destructive power. Even most magic tests in magic academies require apprentices to destroy a target. For example, the classic fireball for fire mages, or the ice blade for ice mages. Mastering these spells often yields high scores in mage ranking exams. A truly excellent magic apprentice will inevitably dedicate most of their energy to cultivating offensive magic, rather than unorthodox techniques like wind riding or levitation. To put it bluntly, a person's lifespan is only a few hundred years, and skill points are limited. What's the point of maxing out skills like blink, sprint, and levitation instead of focusing on damage skills when farming dungeons? In most cases, these kinds of support spells don't need to be mastered by most mages. A general understanding and some basic learning are enough for emergencies. So, who are the people who mainly study spells like wind riding and levitation? They're mostly magic apprentices with little magical talent. They can't learn offensive spells like Wind Blade or Blade Storm, so they can only learn wind riding to show off. Judging from how skillfully Eline used wind magic to lift herself up without touching the ground, Carrick believes she's probably one of those mages with limited magical talent who has to settle for life magic as a secondary choice. The logic is simple. With dragons protecting and feeding her every day, she has no worries about food. If I were this little one, I'd learn levitation too, so I could fly to the dragons as fast as I could and wait for my meal. This little one looks to be only 10 or so years old. Surely she can't possibly be practicing other magic while already having maxed out levitation. If this little one truly had great magical talent, that man wouldn't have wanted to give her to the Pista family as a stepdaughter. He would have kept her to train as a Grand Magister long ago. Based on all of this, Carrick believes that Eline's magical talent might not be very good. Of course, even if my sister doesn't have much talent, I still spoil her like a real sister when we get back. She's just so adorable. The biggest problem now is how to convince the family to raise her when we get back. The Pista family has been struggling lately, barely able to take care of themselves. Many families within the empire are eyeing this declining noble family, hoping to grab a share. Few of their children sent to the Magic Academy have achieved enough to build sufficient prestige for the family. And now, they have to adopt a daughter with little magical talent. Boom! Just as Carrick was thinking about how to explain all this to her mother, a sudden explosion came from the direction of the caravan, several hundred meters ahead, accompanied by the screech of brakes. What's going on? A sense of foreboding rose in Carrick's mind. She grabbed her staff and rushed out of the carriage. Young miss. A servant rushed back from the front. Something's happened. It seems the news of the caravan's discovery of the dragon in the forest has leaked out. Someone hired bandits to ambush us on our way back, intending to kill and rob us. Without another word, the servant grabbed Karaki's hand, trying to pull her back. We cover you, let's go! Chapter 7. An ambush? The servant's words sent Karaka's heart leaping into her throat. Her worst fears had come true. She had come to the manor forest as a mercenary for a merchant caravan. These caravans were wealthy and had brought some bodyguards, but their combat strength was weak, and they weren't familiar with the Pista family. The caravan hired Karak because they had heard that the Pista family had once been dragon slayers. This was enough to show. Before finding the Pista family, they had intentionally or unintentionally revealed their intention to hire someone into the forest. At the same time, these people ultimately chose members of the Pista family as mercenaries, because the Pista family had once been dragon slayers. What did this mean? Anyone with a little discernment could guess the trickery involved. These caravans were looking for someone who could deal with dragons. Why would a group of merchants hire someone to fight a dragon? It must be for the dragon's treasure. Once this connection is understood, some unscrupulous individuals will naturally take the risk, sending men to follow Karak and his group, discover their escape route, and then ambush them, waiting to kill and rob the dragon's treasure. The area surrounding the manor forest is a no-man's land of the various empires. Whoever kills here will not be tried. Haha, trying to leave? In the middle of the forest path, before Karak and his two attendants could even exchange glances, several masked men in black descended from the sky on massive gargoyles, blocking their escape route. This gargoyle had crimson eyes and wings that blotted out the sky, its imposing presence no less than that of the dragon from the manor forest. None of you will leave here today. Jumping down from the giant gargoyle's back, the leader of the men in black slowly approached Karak. Little girl, Pista, tell me, how much dragon treasure did you manage to acquire this time? Humph, Karak merely sneered. Dragon treasure? Do you really think a magic apprentice like me can slay a dragon? Of course not. The power of dragons is beyond our comprehension. Few here have ever seen a real dragon. The man in black, his face hidden behind a veil, had an exaggerated expression. He let out a strange cry and kicked a roadside stone. But? That doesn't matter. All we know are those damn profiteers. They paid a fortune to hire you dragon-slaying experts. Perhaps they just want you to attract the dragon's attention, or perhaps they want to use you as cannon fodder, so they can seize the treasure while you're being devoured. Whether you're dealing with dragons, insects, giant lizards, or pythons today, it's none of our business. I only want everything. Everything you taken from this forest, understand? Everything. Whether it's the dragon's treasure or the gold brought by those merchants, if you obediently hand it over and cut off your own hands, I might consider sparing your lives. You bastard. The man in black's words instantly enraged the merchants in front. One of them couldn't help but jump out of the carriage. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. Where is the treasure in this damn forest? These merchants were already furious, having spent a fortune hiring someone to slay the dragon only to gain nothing and waste so much time. Now, encountering such unreasonable bandits, many were enraged. If it weren't for the gargoyle monster watching them menacingly, they probably would have already charged at the men in black. Looks like someone's tired of living. Hearing the merchant dare to insult him, the leader of the men in black raised his right hand and made a strange gesture. The men behind him understood, pulled a strange flute from their pocket, and began to play. Toot! As the melodious flute music began, the gargoyle, over 10 meters long, behind the men in black, emitted a terrifying red beam from its eyes, and with a whoosh, pierced the neck of the merchant who jumped out of the carriage. The next second, the merchant's head fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Look closely, this is a 4th-tier magical beast, a dragon-winged gargoyle. Seemingly pleased with the fearful expressions on the faces of the surrounding crowd, the leader of the men in black surveyed the scene. I said it before, I don't care what treasure you found. From this moment on, you, including everything in these vehicles, are our private property. If any of you are sensible enough to step forward and briefly describe what you encountered and found in the forest these past few days, I might consider sparing that person's life. The sudden outburst from the man in black made Karachu, who was tightly protected behind her by 2 attendants, feel a jolt of fear. A 4th-tier magical beast? She knew very well what a 4th-tier magical beast meant. The renowned Manor Magic Academy had been able to operate for thousands of years and maintain an extremely high reputation among the major empires, not only because it was filled with powerful figures, but primarily because its mascot and apparent guardian was a 6th-tier magical beast. While a 4th-tier magical beast wasn't as powerful as a 6th-tier one, it was more than enough to deal with everyone present, not to mention the black-clad men who all seemed incredibly agile, clearly either high-level mages or high-level fighters. Karaku, a mid-level mage, couldn't possibly protect those merchants. She herself might not even be able to escape such a force. She hadn't expected these people to go to such lengths, even borrowing a magical beast of this caliber. Under the overwhelming pressure and the dense aura of death, Karaku's small body trembled uncontrollably. I don't care if I die here, but my sister Eline. I promised that man, I absolutely can't let her die here at least. At least I can save that child. For some reason, in this critical moment, the young lady's mind was filled with the image of a little girl sleeping soundly in the carriage. Looks like none of you are planning to talk, are you? After about 10 seconds, seeing that neither the merchant nor Karachu spoke, the leader of the men in black seemed to lose patience. He turned to the gargoyle behind him. Make your move. Yes. The man in black raised his flute again and began to play. The other man in black took out a black orb from his pocket and infused it with his magic. A torrent of dark energy erupted from the orb, enveloping the surrounding men in black. Simultaneously, influenced by the flute, the enormous gargoyle opened its gaping maw, emitting a visible black sonic wave. Buzz! Ugh! This eerie sonic wave spread rapidly, like some terrifying weapon of mass destruction, hurtling in all directions. Several merchants who had just come into contact with it spat out blood, their bodies stiffening as they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Woo! Immediately afterward, the horses pulling the carriage also let out a long, mournful neigh in the sonic attack, dying instantly. Oh no! It's the death sound! The moment she saw the black sonic wave appear, Karakia ran almost instinctively to the back of the carriage where she remembered her small bed, raising her magic wand. Fire! Before she could utter the word shield, the whistling sonic wave seeped into her body. Ugh! Even as a mid-level mage, Karak couldn't withstand the sonic waves for more than a second. She felt as if her head had been struck by a heavy hammer, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. After a while, the black sonic waves slowly dissipated, and several black-clad figures beneath the gargoyle's feet emerged from the protective dark barrier. Wow, truly worthy of a 4th-tier magical beast, this money was well spent. Seeing a large number of people lying on the caravan and Karaka's side, the leader of the black-clad men revealed a satisfied look. He pointed to the merchant caravan not far away and said to two of the men in black, "You two, come with me to search that carriage. These merchants are very wealthy. Don't miss any corner." Then, he gestured to the carriage that Karak had desperately tried to protect before collapsing. "There's probably something in this carriage. Second brother, go in and take a look." The man in black holding the flute nodded, yes. Unbeknownst to anyone, inside the carriage, a little girl, who had been fast asleep slowly opened her sleepy eyes. The little girl sat up, hugging her pillow, rubbed her eyes, yawned, and uttered a soft, sweet voice, "I'm hungry." Chapter 8. Because she was so tired, when she left the Crystal Palace in the center of Dragon Forest, Eline forgot the most important thing. That was eating. Back in Dragon Forest, because her father was the Dragon King, Eline never had to worry about food. As a child, she drank dragon milk and ate cheese. As an adult, she ate all sorts of rare and precious delicacies. Her parents always provided for her perfectly. She only needed to complete her cultivation tasks before she could eat. Now, having left Dragon Forest, Eline's first thought upon waking up, after a good night's sleep, was, although she no longer needed to cultivate magic, it seemed no one was preparing food for her. Our little princess wasn't worried about cooking. Back on Earth, she had worked her way up from childhood. As a child, she helped the cook at an orphanage. After graduating from university, she learned to cook for several years to save money. Braised pork, braised tofu, braised fish, sweet and sour pork ribs with beef and snow peas, spicy chicken, pickled fish, and braised chicken with potatoes. Basically, as long as she had the ingredients, she could cook anything. But even the best chef needs to find the ingredients first, right? As for the wide area AoE skill death sound used by the 4th-tier magical beast outside, it had absolutely no effect on the sleeping Eline. Forget about triggering the nightgown's automatic defense function. This level of attack had less impact on Eline than a bumpy carriage. At least a speeding carriage hitting a rock would make the little girl sway slightly, but a sonic attack couldn't even penetrate Eline's delicate skin. Almost the instant Eline opened her eyes, the massive body of the dragon-winged gargoyle, which had been standing outside, with a kingly aura, suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably. This aura is... It cast a terrified look towards the carriage where Eline was, its mind going completely blank. Like a lost lamb encountering a pack of wolves, a sliding human running into a tiger, a lone mouse spotting the black cat sheriff, an overwhelming, tidal wave of fear filled the gargoyle in less than a second, causing it to slowly kneel down in Eline's direction. Was I, just now, using dead voice? This way, am I going to die? No, it might not just be me, my wife and children, my people. Are they going to be wiped out? Because she had learned magic to conceal her aura, Eline was practically invisible when asleep, only radiating a tiny bit of dragon breath when awake. Generally, only some giant dragons, pseudo-dragons, or magical beasts even remotely related to dragons could detect such a faint dragon aura. The dragon-winged gargoyle happened to possess a tiny bit of dragon genes within its body. As a fourth-tier magical beast, it knew perfectly well what this aura meant. This wasn't the aura of a pseudo-dragon or a sub-dragon, but pure, unadulterated dragon breath. Judging by the purity of the aura, this true dragon held a high position within the dragon race. The gargoyle couldn't deduce Eline's true identity solely from this aura, but the mere fact that it had provoked a dragon was enough to plunge it into an abyss of endless terror. On the continent of Eve, the most powerful creatures were dragons. Although the dragons have almost all disappeared in this era and basically do not participate in the power struggles of the outside world, this gargoyle knows very well that the dragons are just too old to care about anything, not completely desireless. Just now, it used the magic death sound to attack a real dragon. If the dragons were to take this seriously, it would be an easy matter to make the dragon-winged gargoyle race disappear from history. This was no longer a question of its own life or death. A single misstep could lead to the annihilation of its entire race due to its recklessness today. I don't want to become the eternal sinner of the gargoyle family. The gargoyle was utterly terrified. Its brain, barely recovering, was racing, desperately trying to figure out how to salvage the situation. I was just out working with these humans to earn a living, who knew we encounter a dragon, and then, unknowingly, I roared at it. How am I supposed to fix this? This carriage doesn't look anything special. The gargoyle was still kneeling on the ground, trembling violently, when two men in black approached the carriage where Eline was. As they spoke, one of the men in black kicked open the carriage door with a bang. Pista, a fallen nobleman, I don't think they bring anything valuable out as mercenaries. Before he could finish speaking, the man in black encountered Eline, who was stepping out of the carriage. Thank you. A polite bow was given to the men in black. Wearing a nightgown and white stockings, her small feet encased in long white silk stockings, and clutching a cushion, Eline jumped down from the carriage. She glanced around at the people lying on the ground, her little head seeming to understand something. What are you doing? Eline turned to the men in black, who were unloading chests of gold and jewels from the caravan nearby, tilting her head. Are you robbing them? Huh? Why are you? Eline's appearance caused the two men in black, who opened the door, to completely freeze. They couldn't understand why this little girl hadn't been affected by the dead voice. That was the most terrifying skill of the fourth-tier magical beast, the dragon-winged gargoyle. Even high-level mages couldn't withstand it. Once used, it wiped out the entire area. Even the men in black needed the protective power of their third-tier treasures to barely withstand it. This little girl, who had just emerged from the carriage, didn't look like a mage. Why hadn't she fainted? Besides, the men in black were also very curious about why Eline's hair was such a mysterious black and white color, and why her small body could float about 10 centimeters above the ground without falling. They racked their brains, but couldn't figure out why someone would dye their hair such a yin-yang color, and even go to the trouble of mastering the most impractical wind magic, levitation. Ah! As she spoke, Eline noticed Carrick and her two attendants lying beside the carriage. Without thinking, her little feet splatter, as she ran over using wind element. She slowly crouched down next to Carrick, using her dragon senses to check on the girl on the ground. Although seriously injured, she wasn't in mortal danger. Eline then turned to the area where the two servants lay. Their condition was slightly more dangerous. Not only had their hearts stopped beating, but their pupils were also dilating. Eline stretched out her small hand, and with a thought, cast the dragon language magic creation mantra Holy Dragon Healing on Carrick and her two servants. This magic was considered a relatively advanced healing spell among the holy dragons. It could generally revive creatures that had been dead for no more than 10 hours. The side effect was that they would lose some memories after being revived. The longer they had been dead, the more memories would be lost. In a situation like Carrick and the two servants, Carrick isn't dead, so there's no need to worry. This magic will heal all her injuries instantly. The two servants will suffer some brain damage. They'd likely lose most of their memories from the half hour before they fell unconscious. Holy crap! Seeing Eline use a dragon's healing magic, the gargoyle trembled even more violently. Resurrecting the dead. This is definitely a dragon, a genuine dragon, and a dragon that doesn't need to chant to use advanced magic. The gargoyle didn't know exactly what Eline's creation mantra holy dragon healing skill was, but at this moment, it could tell from the strong dragon magic that this little girl's identity was far from simple. Putting everything else aside, a dragon of this level could absolutely wipe out the gargoyle race. No, I can't just sit here and wait to die. Thinking this, the gargoyle forced itself to stand up despite the dragon's pressure, and fixed its gaze on the several men in black not far away. Although I don't know if this will win back the dragon princess's favor, at least I need to make her understand that I really didn't mean it. I decided, I kill a few men in black first to show my determination. Healing spell? Although I don't know exactly what magic Eline used, when he saw the little girl's hands glow white, and Karika's face instantly turned rosier, the man in black holding the flute quickly reacted and shouted, "She's the healer in the group. Third brother, fourth brother, take her down immediately." Chapter 9. Eline's adorable appearance was almost universally appealing to both men and women. However, even though he was 1,000 times unwilling to attack the cute little girl before him, the black-clad man known as Third Brother, upon hearing the order, still drew his magic wand from his waist, channeled all his magic power, quickly chanted an incantation, and conjured a fireball, which he then hurled at the little girl. Whoosh! Facing the scorching fireball hurtling towards her, Eline merely tilted her head slightly, and the fireball flew past her ear by a hair's breadth. Boom! The fireball struck a large tree behind her, causing a violent explosion. The shockwave gently lifted Eline's beautiful long hair, which danced and fluttered in the heat like petals falling from a branch. What? This scene stunned almost everyone present. Especially Third Brother, who used the fireball spell. He was less than 10 meters away from the little girl, and knew very well whether he had held back when using magic. At a distance of about 10 meters, facing a sudden attack from a mid-level mage, even with prior preparation, it would be impossible to dodge so easily. Third Brother, what are you doing? Seeing this, the other man in black also raised his wand, locking onto Eline in front of him, chanting incantations, and finally swung his wand violently. Ice Sword Storm. Clang, clang, clang. The terrifying chill emanating from the man in black instantly sealed off all of Eline's escape routes. The next second, this chill condensed in midair into countless ice crystal swords, their blades pointing directly at the little girl in the center. Ugh! Facing the menacing ice crystal swords surrounding her, Eline simply yawned lazily, stood up, and waved her small hand lightly in the air, as if swatting away mosquitoes. Clang! 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 Under the astonished gazes of all the men in black, the dozens of ice crystal swords created by the fourth brother, a high-level mage, shattered into ice blocks in midair, clattering and clanging as they fell to the ground. The previously terrifying chill quickly dissipated in that instant. Perhaps because the melting ice caused some water vapor to appear in the air, the sunlight slanting from the western horizon pierced through the gaps in the branches and fell around Eline, soon refracting into a beautiful rainbow, instantly making this adorable little girl seem like a little angel who had mistakenly wandered into the mortal world. This is impossible. The bizarre scene caused the fourth man in black to stumble back several steps. He turned to the man in black beside the gargoyle. You said she was a healer? Reminded by the fourth man, the man in black holding the flute suddenly realized, how could a healer who could withstand the strongest sonic attack from a fourth-tier magical beast be an ordinary person? You can't even handle a lone little girl? At the same time, the leader of the men in black, who had just unloaded 2 chests of treasure from a merchant's cart, also noticed the commotion. Although he couldn't understand why his men couldn't handle a little girl, Eline's deceptively charming appearance, and the sense of security provided by the gargoyle nearby made him draw his great sword without hesitation and rush over. Then I personally take care of you. Sizzle. Just as the leader of the men in black was about 10 meters away from Eline, a crimson beam pierced his heart. What? The leader of the men in black looked incredulously at his chest, now riddled with a bloody hole, then glanced at the dragon-winged gargoyle with glowing red eyes not far away. He seemed to want to say something, but the blood gushing from his throat, and his rapidly fading consciousness, left him only able to utter a few indistinct syllables before collapsing powerlessly. What happened? The familiar beam attack caused all the men in black to almost simultaneously cast questioning glances at the gargoyle. Are you insane? You actually betrayed us, Shadow Soul? The man in black holding the flute turned around immediately, raised his head, and roared at the gargoyle in an incredulous tone. Do you know who you just killed? I only know that you offended someone you absolutely cannot afford to offend. Under the gaze of the men in black, the gargoyle, who was usually silent in their memories, suddenly opened his mouth and let out a hoarse voice on the verge of collapse. It raised its enormous claw and slammed it down on the black-clad man holding the flute. Boom! The earth trembled violently. Although the black-clad man barely dodged the giant claw, his flute still fell to the side in the chaos. Crack! Without hesitation, the gargoyle stomped on the flute, then turned to the black-clad man, its eyes glowing red. Not good. Sizzle. Realizing the gargoyle was truly intent on killing, the black-clad man swiftly summoned a magical shield. However, the beam of light shooting from the gargoyle's eyes easily shattered the shield and pierced through his head. They rebelled? This beast has rebelled? Quick, run. Go back and tell the Shadow Soul higher-ups that the magical beast that's been with us for hundreds of years has rebelled. Run! Run! Seeing this, the black-clad men from the caravan nearby abandoned their gold and jewels and prepared to flee. However, the gargoyle reacted even faster. Crimson light flashed repeatedly, precisely killing them one by one from dozens of meters away. After killing the black-clad men from the caravan, the gargoyle returned to Karika's carriage. At this point, only the third brother and fourth brother, who had used Fireball and Ice Storm on Eline, remained alive among the black-clad men. Can't you at least let us die knowing why? Convinced they were doomed, the two knelt on the ground, their voices trembling as they asked, why? They couldn't believe this beast, which had followed the Lehman Empire's largest assassination organization, Shadow Soul, for over a century, would suddenly betray them. Logically, this was absolutely impossible. Was it manipulated by something? Or was it a defection by a hostile force? You bunch of idiots. Faced with their accusations, the gargoyle also broke down. While enduring the oppressive dragon breath of Eline, it growled, you provoked someone you absolutely shouldn't have provoked. Thump. The blood-soaked gargoyle fell back to the ground, kneeling humbly beside the carriage near Erin, who was rummaging through food. Her voice was filled with terror. I killed everyone who offended you today. Please, please, my lord, don't kill my entire clan. Please, please. If you must kill, then kill me. Erin, who had finally managed to find a few biscuits in the carriage, was happily crunching them like a hamster eating pine nuts, when the gargoyle's words made her instinctively turn around. I didn't say I was going to kill you. Yes, because she was so powerful, the awakened Erin hadn't even considered the surrounding men in black, including the gargoyle, a threat. While the gargoyle was tearing apart the men in black to prove his path by killing his friend, she had been rummaging for food at the front of the carriage the entire time. This cookie is awful. It has absolutely no sweetness. Is there no cheese or anything? Eline's answer startled the gargoyle. It then tentatively asked, and the dragon aura around you? Oh, so you're afraid of that. With a thought from Eline, the dragon breath surrounding her vanished instantly, and the gargoyle, which had been trembling under the oppressive pressure, collapsed. Thank you. Thank you for sparing my life, sir. After catching his breath several times, the gargoyle slowly crawled towards Eline, mustering his courage to say, the one who attacked you, sir, was an assassination organization from the Lehman Empire called Shadow Soul. If you have no other requests. When we return, I will describe the events of today as these dead people plotting to betray Shadow Soul, and I cleaned their ranks. As he spoke, seemingly remembering something, the gargoyle quickly raised a paw and swore a solemn oath. I will absolutely not tell a second person what happened here today on the honor of Dragon Wing. More important than that. To the gargoyle's surprise, Eline seemed completely unconcerned about the Lehman Empire, the Shadow Soul Assassination Organization, or Dragonwing's honor. She waved her small hand at the gargoyle, saying with some distress, you should know more about the human world, right? Help me find out what good food is in these carriages, preferably something sweet. I'm so hungry. Chapter 10. This is camel milk, a specialty of the nomadic peoples around the Moon Orchid Mountains. Although it's not in the same league as dragon milk, it's the best nutritious drink available to the locals, and it stores very well. This is a very famous crunchy flatbread from a village in the southern part of the Arcana Empire. Making this flatbread requires at least 6 steps: stir-frying the ingredients, kneading the dough, baking, frying, adding toppings, and finally dipping sauce. It's called crunchy flatbread because it makes a crunchy sound when it's baking. The sound of starch popping filled the air. I noticed many caravans that enjoy long journeys carry these kinds of flatbreads. They're slightly sweet, and adults should like them. Should crunch. After using all his life's knowledge to find the most popular foods from the caravans and provide corresponding descriptions, watching the little girl happily eating flatbread and drinking camel milk like a hamster in front of the cart. Even a cold-blooded creature like the pterosaur gargoyle couldn't resist the stunning beauty before him. Oh! By the holy dragon, how can she be so cute? I can't take it anymore. If I keep looking, I think even this evil creature will be purified. Well, that? The gargoyle turned its head away, forcing itself not to look at the little girl in front of it. It seems you're not very familiar with the Pista people, sir. Perhaps I could introduce you to the Roman Empire and the Pista family? MHM. The little girl, munching on a special baked flatbread, merely nodded perfunctorily in response. This flatbread is indeed quite delicious. If I have the chance, I might visit that Arcana Empire and see if I can learn how to make it. Eline thought happily to herself. The Pista family is a lineage of magicians. Over 200 years ago, they helped the then king establish the current Roman Empire. The Roman Empire also regards the Pista as founding fathers, granting them some land and privileges. However, over 100 years later, with the changing power dynamics within the empire, the related forces became increasingly chaotic. Some short-sighted nobles, in alliance with the royal authority, were dissatisfied with the status quo and hoped to exploit the interests of the empire's commoners to extract more wealth. The Pista was one of the few families that voted against those decisions, and some nobles considered them a thorn in their side. The dragon-winged gargoyle's current thought was to take advantage of the fact that this dragon lord hadn't yet realized its earlier disrespect and quickly tried to curry favor in every way possible. Regardless of whether it would be useful or not, it just wanted to spill all the information it knew, the more the better. Only by talking a lot will this person realize its remorse, and only then will it and its race have a chance to survive. At least for now, with Eline's attention completely focused on food. The gargoyle can't guarantee she won't suddenly realize what's happening after she's eaten, and kill it with a flick of her wrist. So even without a topic, it has to create one to show loyalty. Shadow Souls is an organization in Lehman that mainly takes on dirty work. They basically take on all the dirty jobs that prominent families wouldn't dare to do because of their reputation. I was a guardian beast there for over 80 years, and I know almost all the dirty tricks they done, like deliberately setting traps for the Pista people to force them to transfer Moonshadow Winery to the Lawrence family, or sabotaging their most talented eldest son, Edward, so that the person who was supposed to compete against Edward Pista in Magic at the tournament that day would win. Oh, by the way, I have another top-secret intelligence here, also concerning the Pista family. A week later, the Lawrence family of Lehman plans to join forces with another noble family, Osborne, to extend a banquet invitation to the Pista family, targeting the youngest daughter, Alice. They plan to humiliate Alice Pista at the banquet through magical contests and staged accidents, then submit the secretly recorded footage to the royal family, thus causing Pista to lose face. Then Shadow Soul. They send people to cause trouble at the banquet, like putting something in Alice's drink. This ambush at the exit of the manor forest was also commissioned by the Osborne family. One of their informants in the Adventurers Guild learned that the caravan had hired the heir of the Pista family, and went back that very day to devise this plan to kill and rob. Although the gargoyle didn't know Eline's identity, he could roughly deduce from the fact that Eline had asked for food as soon as she got out of the carriage that this dragon lady rarely interacted with the human world, wasn't very familiar with the Pista people, and was on the Pista family's side. Therefore, the gargoyle began to talk to Eline about the Pista family and human society. If you wish, sir, I will prepare the relevant materials immediately upon my return and send them to you secretly. I am referring to the illegal collusion undertaken by the nobles of the Lehman Empire to suppress the Pista family, the evidence of the Osborne family's secret assassination of Karaju Pista, and the plans and schedule of Lawrence and the Osborne family for next week. Then, to ensure its survival, the gargoyle unreservedly revealed the dark side of the Lehman Empire to Eline, detailing the current state of Pista's two greatest adversaries, the Lawrence and Osborne families. Of course, it also spilled the beans about the Shadow Soul organization, including the rank, abilities, and background of each member. If it weren't for the possibility that the adult before it might not be interested, the gargoyle would have even wanted to share its own name, age, date of birth, its ranking within the gargoyle family, how its home was destroyed as a child, and how it infiltrated human society under oppression. Thank you for telling me all this. To the gargoyle's amusement and exasperation, the little girl beside the carriage, after finishing her flatbread and camel milk, simply stretched lazily, yawned, and seemed completely unconcerned about these matters. She picked up the large pillow beside her, her small feet, encased in white stockings, stepping on wind elementals, and prepared to return to the carriage. Master? The gargoyle was dumbfounded. He looked at the corpses scattered on the ground, then at the gold and silver jewels strewn everywhere, and mustered his courage to ask, "What do you plan to do with all this?" "You decide." Eline, back at her small bed, placed her pillow at the head of the bed, found a comfortable spot, and lay down. "I'm going to sleep." "Huh?" The gargoyle shuddered. "Sleep? Does master mean? Whether or not to exterminate the Dragonwing Gargoyle clan depends entirely on my performance later?" Thinking this, the gargoyle replied, "Understood," and immediately sprang into action. He immediately cleaned up the adults' eating traces, sorting and putting away all the food and drinks. He then deftly grabbed all the gold and jewels the men in black had unloaded from the caravan, and loaded them onto the wagons on Piarista's side. Next, he hoisted the dead men in black upside down into the air, shaking them several times by their feet until the gold, silver, and various treasures jingled off their bodies. Only then did he carefully pack all the treasures together, and load them onto the wagon along with the caravan's riches. Then, the gargoyle skillfully piled the bodies of the men in black, the merchants, and their wagons together, spewing a fireball from its mouth and setting it ablaze. The Shadow Souls of the Lehman Empire were an organization specializing in illicit activities. Having spent so much time with these humans, the gargoyle naturally knew how to clean up the scene after a job and how to plunder the maximum amount of wealth. Normally, humans do all the dirty work, but today it was its turn, the ace monster, to do it personally. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After waiting a while in front of the fire made of corpses and carriages, making sure the fire was almost extinguished, the gargoyle flapped its wings and flew into the sky, plunging into the nearest stream to wash away the bloodstains. Finally, the gargoyle returned to the scene, carefully holding Karachu and the two servants lying on the ground in its hands. Then, with one foot on each side, it firmly gripped the two carriages along with the fallen steed, and with a flap of its wings, it soared into the sky. "My lord, the journey may be a little bumpy, please forgive my inconvenience." The gargoyle, soaring thousands of meters into the sky, quickly determined the direction of the Piarista family, and flapped its wings at top speed towards the setting sun. Faced with the dragon, it truly couldn't even conceive of escape. The gargoyle knew the dragon's strength. It knew that even if it escaped here today, to the ends of the earth, this dragon lord would still have countless ways to find it. Therefore, the best course of action was to express its loyalty to the dragon to the best of its ability. Forget betraying the human organization Shadow Soul, which it had served for 100 years. Even if Eline ordered it to blow up Shadow Soul, it wouldn't hesitate. Of course, Eline had no interest in blowing up Shadow Soul. Our sleepy lowly had simply woken up to find something to eat while sleeping, and happened to notice Carrick and her servants being injured by villains, so she casually used a healing spell. She didn't even care how many people had died, what level the Dragonwing Gargoyle was, or how much treasure the caravan possessed. Anyway, with the physical strength of a dragon, even an 8th level magical beast couldn't harm her. And no matter how much treasure the caravan possessed, no matter how wealthy they were, it couldn't compare to a small, ordinary stone in Erin's backyard. Why should she care about such things? Compared to the childish killing spree of the men in black, food held a much greater allure for Erin. As long as the little bed in the carriage was still there, as long as her nominal sister Carrick was still alive, she couldn't care less how many people had died outside. With her childhood pillow in hand, it didn't matter where she slept. If all else failed, she could always transform into her dragon form and carry Carrick and the others back. The Dragonwing Gargoyle flying high in the sky was naturally unaware of Erin's thoughts. By this time, it had done its best to get things done according to its own understanding. Not only had all the gold, silver, jewels, and food from the merchant caravan been moved to Carrick's wagons, but all the treasures and valuables on the bodies of the Shadow Soul men in black had also been transferred. The people and signs of the struggle in the forest had been burned away, leaving no evidence. A bodiless unsolved case like this would be a 10-episode production by Earth's approaching science program. "My lord, I will escort you to the edge of the forest closest to the Piarista family's territory, and then send someone to inform the Piarista people as quickly as possible." In the fading glow of the setting sun, the gargoyle maintained a respectful attitude towards the carriage with Eline sleeping on its paws throughout. Afterwards, if you need anything, you could always go to the Angel Bar on 23rd Street in the Lehman Empire and ask the bartender there. Just say you're looking for Shadow. Chapter 11. Karachu felt as if she were having a very, very long dream. In the dream, she and her newly adopted, adorable younger sister encountered a terrifying dragon in the forest. The dragon opened its blood-red maw and let out a piercing roar. To protect her frail sister, Karachu was forced to fight the dragon, but ultimately she was no match for it. The dragon's tail struck her on the head with a loud boom, and the world spun around her. Karachu's consciousness also plunged into an endless abyss at that moment. Just a second before she was about to be swallowed by the abyss, a warm light appeared from nowhere. This light enveloped Karachu's body, and quickly healed her wounds. Then, Karachu felt as if she saw the winged people from ancient mythology. The winged people spread their snow-white wings, and carried Karachu into the sky. "My lord, I will escort you to the edge of the forest closest to the Pista family's territory. And then, send someone to inform the Pista people as quickly as possible." Amidst the whistling wind, Karachu seemed to hear a hoarse voice. When Karachu reopened her eyes, the first thing she saw was a meadow bathed in the red glow of the setting sun. "Ugh!" The girl on the lawn let out a barely audible moan, struggling to sit up, her body weak. "What happened to me?" She looked around at the scenery, her face contorted in pain, one hand clutching her temple. Her head felt as if it had been struck by a hammer, every muscle in her chest ached from overexertion, and her limbs were completely powerless. Strangely, despite her extreme weakness, the magic within her body seemed overflowing. "I remember. A few days ago I took on a job with a merchant guild, and then went to the manor forest." At that moment, as Kara gradually regained consciousness, the image of a sleepy little girl suddenly flashed through her mind. A flood of fragmented memories flashed before her eyes, like a revolving lantern. Dragons, merchant guilds, men in black, gargoyles, death sounds. "Little Elle," she called out instinctively, turning towards the carriages not far away. On the soft grass, two carriages belonging to the Pista family were now steadily parked under a large tree. The horses at the front of the carriages appeared to be dead, lying in an extremely eerie position. Over there, Karaka's two servants lay side by side under the wheels, their fate unknown. "Where am I?" Picking up her magic wand and propping herself up, Kara curiously looked around. "This looks like the path leading to the firefly forest near our house." With a puzzled expression, Karak stumbled to the carriage where Eline had slept, and pushed open the door. "Heir!" As the girl opened the carriage door, the setting sun, already half hidden below the horizon, cast its gentle, fiery glow into the carriage. At the far end of the carriage, Eline, with her long black and white hair, was still curled up in her small bed, fast asleep. Unlike before, this time the little girl's hands were slightly clenched into fists and held above her chest, her expression serene, as if she were having a sweet dream, and her cute little fangs were not showing. Just one glance at the little one on the bed made Karachu feel cleansed, her mind and body cleansed once more, even giving meaning to this theoretically fruitless trip. Thank goodness. Under the soft glow of the setting sun, seeing that Eline was alright, the weight on Karachu's heart finally lifted. Even she herself didn't understand why the sister she had only recently met on the bed possessed such magic. Even though they hadn't exchanged a single word, just looking at the little one's sleeping face gave Karachu the urge to pluck the stars from the sky to make her happy. "When did we get back?" After confirming Eline was alright, Karachu jumped down from the carriage and walked towards another cargo wagon. "Puck?" Kneeling beside the wheel, Karachu tentatively reached out to check the breaths of the two servants. Alive. This news brought Karachu a complete sigh of relief. It's important to understand that the fourth-tier magical beast, the Dragonwing Gargoyle's clearing skill Deadly Sound, is an extremely terrifying spell. If one were to take it head-on without any preparation, even a high-level mage might not be able to withstand it. Clearly neither Karachu, Puck, nor the other attendant were high-level mages or high-level fighters. However, Karachu's information about the Dragonwing Gargoyle's deadly sound was limited to what he read in some magical beast-related books at the magic school. He knew the spell was incredibly powerful, but he wasn't sure if it could truly kill an ordinary mage or fighter so easily. In the continent of Eve, mages are divided into 5 major levels: Associate Mage, Mage, Arcanist, Grand Mage, and Grand Mage. Each major level is further divided into 3 minor levels: Beginner, Intermediate, and Advanced, such as Beginner Associate Mage and Advanced Mage. In addition, mages can be further subdivided into Associate Fire Mage and Ice Mage, with the minor level preceding the attribute and the major level following. A more detailed naming convention would be Beginner Lightning Mage and Advanced Wind Grand Mage, and so on. A mage refers to a profession that primarily cultivates magic, while those who primarily cultivate physical strength and rely on close-range combat are generally referred to as warriors or fighters. Like mages, warriors also have 5 main categories: Aspirant Fighter, Fighter, Battle Warrior, Fighting Master, and Grand Fighting Master. Karachu was a mid-level fire mage, and her 2 attendants were a novice lightning mage and a novice swordsman. According to the magic school library, if they had been hit head-on by the dragon-winged gargoyles, death sound, attack, they would most likely not have survived. However, Karachu could sense life coming from the noses of the two lying on the ground. Moreover, their breathing was very stable, not like they were on the verge of death. They would probably wake up soon. What was going on? After surveying her surroundings again in the afterglow of the setting sun, confirming that she was indeed at the entrance to the Firefly Forest, less than 5 kilometers from the Pista family's territory, Karachu was filled with questions. Where are those fierce merchants? Where are those menacing men in black? Where is that terrifying gargoyle? How did they get back? If I remember correctly, the Pista family's territory and the Lehman Empire are not far ahead. The manor forest is at least 1,500 kilometers away. Judging from the angle of the setting sun, less than 3 hours should have passed since Karachu fell unconscious. 3 hours? How did they manage to get back from the manor forest with all their horses dead? Or had they been unconscious for several days? Clatter, clatter, clatter. In her confusion, Karachu heard the sound of galloping hooves approaching, and instinctively raised her magic wand. Everyone spread out. Search this area. I see who it is. A familiar voice rang out, and a woman appeared in Karachu's sight. Sister? The moment Karachu saw the woman on horseback in the distance, she stopped chanting her incantation and raised her wand high. I'm here. The person riding over was Karachu's older sister, Juliana Pista, a 32-year-old novice lightning mage. Or rather, her cousin. Although the Pista family had declined, it was still a large and prosperous family. The family was divided into 4 branches according to different elements: ice, fire, lightning, and wind. Karachu was the eldest daughter of the fire element branch, while Juliana was the second eldest sister of the lightning element branch. Soon in the setting sun, Juliana rode up to Karachu. She first glanced around at the 2 servants lying motionless on the ground and the dead horse, then slowly jumped down from her horse and tightly embraced Karachu. Sister? Juliana's hug was tight, as if she wanted to mash Karachu into her body, clearly carrying a hint of punishment. I've been looking for you for so long. As the heir to the fire chamber of Pista, you actually went to be a mercenary behind everyone's back. Juliana looked at her battered sister, biting her lower lip. Do you know what the manor forest is like? Do you know how treacherous and cunning those merchants are? You did it all for that little bit of commission. It wasn't a little bit of commission. Karachu mustered her courage and said, a full 50 Riemann gold coins, at least that would slightly alleviate the families. Well, financial pressure. If something happens to you, even if you get 500 gold coins, 5,000 gold coins, what good are they? Can those gold coins bring back my dearest sister? Juliana looked at her with exasperation. Right now, tell me everything that happened these past few days, in detail, immediately. Chapter 12. The sun set, casting its last rays on the horse's hooves. You mean? Bathed in the gentle breeze blowing from the forest of fireflies, Juliana crossed her arms, her expression one of disbelief, after hearing Karachu's explanation. You spent 2 days wandering the manor forest and actually found a dragon, and it didn't retaliate at all when you attacked it. The merchant caravan didn't find any treasure nearby either. Yes. Then you decided to return the way you came, and suddenly a man and a little girl ran out of the forest. The man gave you 2 6-tier ice crystals, saying one was a gift from the dragon to our Pista family, and the other, in exchange, required us to raise the little girl? Yes. Do you know? Juliana's lips twitched. How many gold coins is a 6-tier gem worth? Karachu thought for a moment. 50,000? 50,000 gold coins? Oh, my silly sister. Last month I and Uncle Linton, Uncle, and I attended the Imperial auction together. The prized possession of the auction was a tier 5 thunder crystal. Guess how much it sold for? How much? 100,000 gold coins. Juliana took off her gloves and made a 10 gesture to Karachu. A full 100,000 gold coins. Tier 6 gems are worth at least as much as tier 5 gems, and they've long been in high demand but short supply in the empire. 100,000 gold coins could buy a tenth of the Pista family. The dragons would give up 2 tier 6 gems just to ask us to help raise their child? That doesn't make any sense. You know, those things are terrifying enough to trigger an imperial war. Either the dragons are as wealthy as legend says, or there's something wrong with this deal between them and you. But, Karachu said, sounding a little aggrieved. She pointed to the carriage behind her. Those are indeed 2 tier 6 ice crystals. I hid them in a hidden compartment under the bed inside the carriage, or else. I go check on them later, but I still suspect you've been tricked, silly little sister. Juliana glanced at the carriage. Besides, you said yourself earlier that a man who looked like a dragon in human form brought a little girl and asked you to have our Pista family help raise her. Think about the logic behind this. Why did he choose us? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Karachow voiced her earlier speculation. We see cute kittens and get the urge to take them home. Some dragons might be like humans too, seeing babies separated from their families on the roadside. She cried so hard, and we couldn't bear it, so we took her home and raised her. After she grew up, we wanted to reintegrate her into human society, so we came to us. Since she was raised, the dragons will inevitably have some affection for her. Juliana held up a finger and waved it from side to side. How can the dragons be so sure we're good people, and won't just sell the child? Maybe it's because our Pista family knew the dragons 2,000 years ago. Karachow asked uncertainly. Didn't Uncle Linton and the others say that? The Pista ancestors had dealings with the dragons. 2,000 years. Do you know what 2,000 years means? It means at least 10 dynasties have changed hands. Karachow, how many generations of the Pista fire elementalist family are you? Tell me. 7. 77th generation. Do you remember the names of the 10th and 20th generation successors? I don't remember. Carrick scratched her face, embarrassed. But I think the dragons would have methods beyond our comprehension to judge good and bad people. Perhaps your reasoning is correct, but bestowing the name Pista is a very serious matter. Sometimes this surname is an honor, and sometimes it can become a shackle. Juliana slapped Carrick's shoulders with both hands. My silly sister, you know what the situation is like in the family right now. We've been dealing with this for the past few decades. None of my younger siblings get any rankings at the Magic Academy. Because of this, we've been ridiculed by those selfish nobles for years. If we adopt another child of unknown origin, give her the surname, and send her to the Magic Academy, such a wild child likely won't have much magical talent. She'd probably be laughed at by those nobles again, and might even suffer a tragedy like Edward's. We might be used to this kind of mockery, but what about that child? Will she resent the Pista name at the academy? Will she regret coming into our Pista family? Hearing this, Karachow fell silent. She knew her sister was right, and her concerns were not unfounded. This was a world where strength spoke volumes. The Pista was a very ancient magician family. Their ancestors participated in the founding of Riemann 200 years ago, owning territory in Riemann, a portion of the Adventurers Guild, and their main profit-making ventures were the Riemann Grand Library and some wineries in the outskirts of the empire. They had the right to intervene in the modification of the imperial system. Pista's ostracization by other nobles began a century ago with his opposition to amending the Riemann Act. At that conference, many nobles attended, and the discussions, seemingly dignified, took place in the opulent palace, debating how to cut wages for ordinary people and increase taxes, with the surplus to be distributed monthly to the nobles present. Faced with such a blatant disregard for the people and their welfare, Pista immediately voiced his opposition. In the decades that followed, Pista also opposed Riemann's proposals, such as increasing the daily working hours for ordinary people in the empire to 10 hours, and inciting war between the Arcana Empire and the Aspera Empire to secretly sell the magical artifacts. He quickly became the target of hatred among some nobles within the empire. These nobles resorted to arson, some secretly hiring assassins to set fire to Pista's library, others targeting his wineries with underhanded tactics, such as manufacturing counterfeit wine and labeling it with the Pista family name, or simply hiring people to harass customers and threaten them against buying Pista's wines. Of course, the place where these nobles engaged in the most underhanded tactics was the Manor Magic Academy. Although called a Magic Academy, it also housed many fighters in addition to magicians. It was an absolutely neutral academy. Those with exceptional talent received tuition subsidies, while those with less talent had to pay to attend. Manor Academy had existed on the Eve continent for nearly 5,000 years, and rumors circulated that it housed ancient beings who had lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. True dragons, nine-tailed foxes, cat demons, vampires. The academy's student and faculty numbers and land area met national standards, but the principal announced on the day of its founding that it would remain permanently neutral, focusing solely on academic research and refusing to form factions. To put it bluntly, Manor Academy possessed the strongest fighting force on the Eve continent. Its publicly known guardians alone reached the level of 6-tier magical beasts, and the hidden powerhouses were countless. No human nation dared to militarily provoke this school. It was the absolute top-tier institution on the Eve continent. Studying and conducting research at the academy was fine, but if you dared to cause trouble, sorry, the academy's guardians would intervene. For all these reasons, any royal or noble family would send their children to Manor Academy when they reach school age. If these descendants could achieve good grades, attain some expertise in a particular field, or make connections with influential figures, it would greatly enhance their family's prestige. After all, the magical world is all about magic and martial arts. Whoever has the strongest fist carries the most weight. However, unfortunately, in the last 20 years, the Pista family's descendants have shown mediocre talent and haven't stood out among their peers at Manor Magic Academy. Some nobles have seized this opportunity to spread rumors of the decline of the Pista family, thereby weakening the Pista's influence in Riemann. For example, Karika's two younger sisters, Alice Pista and Victoria Pista, consistently failed to rank highly in their class at Manor Academy, and were frequently mocked and bullied by the children of nobles. They couldn't even protect their own sisters, let alone their adopted ones. If Eline enters Manor Academy and, after completing the elemental affinity tests, doesn't find any particularly outstanding talents, then the surname Pista will indeed only bring her trouble. Anyway, seeing that Carrick didn't speak again, Juliana sighed softly. Let's just have that child adopted into our family. But with our family's capabilities, finding a good family willing to adopt a daughter shouldn't be a problem. By the way, did you bring her back? Yes. Carrick pointed to the carriage. That child always seems very sleepy for some reason. She's been sleeping the whole time. Let me see. Juliana went to the carriage and pushed open the slightly ajar door. The next second, she froze, stunned, upon seeing Eline curled up asleep like a kitten inside. In the gentle breeze, Juliana gazed at the little girl on the bed, speechless for a long, long time. The sun completely dipped below the horizon, the evening breeze like a song. Caracho, my little sister. After a long silence of half a minute, Juliana came to her senses. She pointed to the little girl in the carriage. This is the one you said? That dragon man wanted to adopt as our little sister. Yes. Carrick nodded. Her name is Eline. I agree. Huh? I said I agree. No, I really want a little sister like that. Chapter 13. In the Crystal Palace at the center of Dragon Forest, Nasod descended in the afterglow of the setting sun. How did it go? Fafnir, who was quietly packing up her daughter's favorite cheese and snacks, asked casually, did she throw a tantrum outside? Although Eline's trip was practically a week-long stay at her grandmother's house for dragons with lifespans of hundreds of thousands of years, Fafnir was still somewhat worried because it was her daughter's first long trip. Of course, Fafnir wasn't worried about her child's safety, but rather whether the human world could withstand Eline's torture. Immune to all elemental magic, maxed out affinity for all elemental magic, mastery of all dragon language magic, including forbidden spells, physical strength comparable to an adult dragon. Fafnir worried that Eline, who had hardly ever left Dragon Forest in her 100+ years of life, would throw a tantrum because of the various grievances she might experience in the outside world. If this little devil goes too far, it won't just be one person suffering, it will be a question of what kind of country humanity should rebuild on the ruins of an empire razed to the ground. My dear, do you really think our child is the type to throw tantrums? NSD sat down in the crystal chair opposite Fafnir. Overall, there aren't any major problems. That gargoyle is quite clever, and handled things efficiently. The two heirs from different branches of the family in Pista have also met, and neither of them could resist our daughter's charm. I told them, then, that we just need to send our good daughter away. There's no question of her being rejected. As for Eline, she's pretty much the same as she is at home. Her emotions are quite stable. She only cares about eating and sleeping. Nasod sighed softly. Perhaps once she goes to Manor Academy and meets more people her age, her illness should improve somewhat. Nasod wasn't surprised that his daughter, Eline, remained unmoved and unaffected as she watched a group of people die before her eyes. Dragons and humans were never on the same level. Just like a human child seeing a praying mantis sever a cricket's head in the grass, most children would only be curious about such insect killings. Eline, however, had just woken up and was busy finding food. Naturally, she wouldn't be interested in the battle between the gargoyles and the men in black outside. Should we talk to Manor Academy? 2 of my daughters are training at the Fire Elemental Room in Pista. Next month seems to be the Academy's enrollment season, and little Heir should be enrolling too. Hearing Nasod's words, Fatha was still a little worried. I remember the Academy's principal was your subordinate back then, wasn't she? Aisha? Yes, Aisha, the Desert Emperor Dragon. Nasod picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. She was injured back then, almost killed by a group of demons in a desert kingdom. I happened to be passing by and helped her. Go talk to her? Talk to her? Ask Aisha to make an exception. and show her some consideration? Nasod asked, puzzled. Oh dear, you know your daughter's talent. Which human magic can't she learn? For 100 years, Eline had learned all dragon magic, but she hadn't touched human magic yet. Relatively speaking, human magic was a lower-tier substitute for dragon magic, and Nasod hadn't bothered teaching it. No, what I mean is... Fafnir paused for a few seconds, organizing her thoughts slightly. If Aisha and little Eline were to fight, who do you think would have a better chance of winning? That's completely incomparable. Nasod blurted out, Eline perfectly inherited our superior genes, possessing dragon immunity and dragon breath suppression. Even elemental magic, including dark magic, is basically ineffective against her. First, Aisha lost the dragon civil war. Secondly, the forbidden spells our daughter has learned are no joke. If a real fight broke out, let alone Aisha, even you and I combined might not be able to withstand it. That's why I told you to go and tell her beforehand. You're so stupid. Fafnir picked up a sachet from the table and threw it at Nasod, glaring at her husband. Don't let things backfire and cause some misunderstanding that will shake the whole continent. Little Heir is going to experience human life, not to become famous. I don't want our child to be known worldwide. Aisha isn't the impulsive type, and our daughter is even less likely to cause trouble. Never mind. Saying this, seemingly realizing the necessity of the trip, Nasod stood up from his crystal chair. I go to Manor Academy. It's been almost 1,000 years since I last saw Aisha. Near the Firefly Forest, the western sun had completely sunk below the horizon. The clouds, covering most of the sky, looked as if scorched by fire, creating a crimson landscape. Miss Juliana and Karachu, barely managing to resist looking at the sleeping Eline in the carriage, were about to lift the two unconscious servants from the ground when several attendants, who had ridden with Juliana, trotted over, gesturing to another carriage. We think you should go check on it. What is it? Karachu removed her magic hat, letting her golden hair fall naturally. There's only some food and a few clothes inside. For this trip, Karachu and her attendants had prepared 2 carriages. One was a passenger carriage, the one Eline slept in, with 3 beds, primarily for rest. The other carriage was more like a freight carriage, containing water, food, some clothes, and a very small amount of Riemann silver coins. Come and take a look. The attendant, seemingly unsure how to begin, said, There's too much stuff in the carriage. Too much? How could that be? Carrick quickly set her magic hat aside, strode over, and flung open the carriage door. How much stuff could a carriage for just 3 people possibly have? Before she could finish the word stuff, Carrick was stunned by what she saw inside. Gold, silver, jewels, weapons. A vast amount of glittering treasure was neatly packed into chest after chest. There was so much stuff that the chests were overflowing, their lids unable to be closed, gleaming alluringly in the setting sun. Besides gold and silver jewelry, the carriage was also filled with various weapons and treasures. A magic wand inlaid with gemstones, a dagger that looked incredibly valuable, a handsome sword forged from fine steel, a luminous pearl that shimmered with beautiful light. Among these treasures, Karachu immediately recognized the pearl that the man in black had pulled from his clothes when the gargoyle used its death sound, attack, and she was so shocked that she covered her mouth in shock. What's wrong? Juliana also came over. Are there corpses inside? The next second, Juliana was also stunned by the scene in the carriage. What are all these? Karachu, did you rob a caravan? I don't know. Carrick looked aggrieved. These things aren't mine. When I came back from the forest, there was only food and clothes in the carriage. Why? They look like weapons used by some assassination organizations. Juliana quickly calmed down and turned to her attendant behind her. Were these things already in the carriage when you opened the door? Yes, the door wasn't locked. That's how it was when we opened it. The attendant looked like he was sweating profusely. The value of these things is probably no less than 50,000 gold coins. 50,000 gold coins, that's an astronomical sum. Usually only medium-sized caravans would carry so much treasure in their carriages. Carrick. Juliana thought for a few seconds. When you woke up, was there anyone around? No. Carrick shook her head. I was alone. Are you familiar with the things in here? Maybe. Carrick said uncertainly. Some of it belongs to the caravan that hired us, and some might belong to those men in black. I think I know what happened. Juliana quickly walked to the back of the carriage, bent down to examine the wheel tracks. Sure enough. Carrick followed. What's wrong? There are no wheel tracks. Juliana gestured to the front and back of the wheels. Look, there are no obvious wheel tracks, neither in front nor behind. Logically, A carriage loaded with such a heavy load should leave tracks on the grass if it were moving, but there isn't a single track. The manor forest is over 1,000 kilometers away. The only explanation for how you could return so quickly from that distance with both horses dead is that you can fly. Fly? Carrick was still confused. Flying magic? No, it's dragons. Dragons? Didn't you say you were robbed by a group of men in black on the way? The dragon-winged gargoyle is a 4th-tier magical beast. Its death sound. It can instantly kill any creature below the level of an intermediate mage. Those 2 horses have been dead for a while, but Parker and the others survived the death sound. I think the shape-shifting dragon was probably nearby when you were attacked by the men in black, and it intervened when things got bad. Juliana stood up. After you passed out, the dragon dealt with the gargoyle and all the men in black, loaded their valuables into the carriage, rescued Parker, and then transformed into its dragon form and flew back with you. That's the only explanation for your current situation. Oh, right. Juliana's words made Carrichow suddenly realize that long-haired man was very likely following us secretly because he was worried. If he were a dragon, flying over 1,000 kilometers while holding onto a carriage wouldn't be difficult. He probably used some kind of healing spell after Parker and I passed out. Yes, it seems the dragon is indeed very powerful and very concerned about the child. Juliana was about to say something when suddenly, a rustling sound coming from another carriage nearby instantly drew her attention. Under everyone's gaze, the carriage door was gently pushed open by a delicate little hand. A little girl in a nightgown cautiously peeked out from the carriage, looked around, then stretched out her small feet encased in white stockings, and with a light jump, landed on the lawn with a plop. Sisters, Clutching a large pillow, Erin, looking noticeably more energetic, approached Juliana and Karachu. Rubbing her big, watery eyes, she yawned and asked in a soft, sweet voice, "Are we home?" Chapter 14. The appearance of Erin left almost everyone present stunned. Kalatow, who had previously had close contact with the little one in the carriage, was slightly better off, but Juliana and her entourage were completely dumbfounded. They had never seen such an adorable girl. Her large eyes, like golden jewels, her long, delicate eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, her porcelain doll-like white skin, and her long, smooth hair that even the finest silk would envy. At this moment, Erin, slightly floating in midair, looked like a little fairy who had mistakenly descended to Earth in the gentle afterglow of the setting sun. No one could look away. Undoubtedly, Erin, still in her dragon larval stage, looked like a little lowly. Her cute face was just beginning to develop. Only a small curve could be vaguely seen around her chest through her nightgown. Her waist was slender, and her small body subtly outlined the curves of a woman's equilateral triangle. However, despite her slender figure, Erin's legs were exceptionally long. Both her thighs and calves possessed a perfect balance of neither overly thin nor overly plump, and the white stockings she wore subtly added an anime-like touch to this beauty. The hems of the stockings slightly digging into her skin made anyone who saw them marvel at the wonders of creation. Finally, because she mostly slept in bed and rarely walked, even when she did, it was only to practice dragon magic and battle aura using the dragon dance steps. Since the dragon dance steps possessed a certain levitation ability, Erin's small feet rarely bore any weight and were essentially undeveloped. This gave her feet a delicate, soft, and almost fragile appearance. At this moment, Erin also used the hovering function of dragon dance steps, focusing her weight on her body. Her legs hung naturally, her arches straight, making her already perfect legs even more beautiful. She was as perfect as a work of art. The dragon race's shape-shifting is a magic that automatically transforms one's genes into a human form. The transformed appearance only grows with age, meaning Erin cannot control her appearance and physique after transformation. Furthermore, because dragons have very long lifespans, her young dragon stage will last at least another 1,000 years. During this 1,000 years, no matter how she uses shape-shifting, Erin will maintain her current little lowly appearance. If the sleeping Erin was merely unconsciously releasing a faint charm aura towards everyone who looked at her, then now, dressed in pajamas, lazily hugging a large pillow, her little feet wrapped in white stockings hanging naturally, floating in midair, she was a walking eyeball collector. No one with a modicum of sense could escape the little one's gaze. My good heavens! Finally, Juliana, the eldest sister of the Pista family's lightning elemental branch, was the first to recover. She cautiously took 2 steps towards Eline, scrutinizing the elfin-like girl. Are you really human? The Pista family is a female-led mage family, with most of the women being considered beautiful girls, making them a well-known family of beautiful girls in the Lehman Empire. However, as humans, No matter how excellent their genes or how well they take care of themselves, they will still have some minor flaws. For example, her eyes might be a little smaller compared to her other features, her nose might not be very attractive, or her skin might not be as good, she might experience oily skin, acne, or pigmentation during puberty. Fire elemental mages like Karachow might have scars or dark spots on their face or body from accidental burns while practicing magic as children. However, Eline's adorable chubby face, her delicate, snow-white skin, and the proportions of her body and limbs are all perfectly flawless. There's simply no fault to be found. That's why Juliana subconsciously asked her, "Are you human?" This is a compliment, a rhetorical question born of extreme surprise. Because theoretically, such a cute girl only exists in fairy tales. Faced with Juliana's somewhat presumptuous question, Erin tilted her head slightly. "Do I not look human?" "Oh dear, don't listen to Juliana's nonsense. You are human, how could you not be?" Carrick quickly went over. Erin? Little sister, is that your name?" At this moment, Carrick's heart was completely captivated by Erin. In her mind, this adorable little girl was a wild child who had been separated from her parents or was orphaned, and had been taken in and raised by dragons for a while. Children like this are usually very sensitive. At this age, they generally have some understanding of their race. She should know that she is human, and the dragons who raised her are dragons. Juliana's sudden question, "Are you really human?" might make the conversation awkward. "Yes, Erin." Erin looked up, her voice tinged with apology, and asked curiously, "Where's my sister?" "Damn it, she's so tall." Erin silently cursed to herself as she spoke. After transforming into a human, during her dragon larvae, Erin was around 140 centimeters tall. She remembered her mother measuring her once. If you included that stubborn ahogue, Cowlick, that never seemed to stay down, she was. Even now, with Erin performing her dragon dance and her body nearly 10 centimeters off the ground, she still had to tilt her head slightly to see Karika's eyes. She must be over 165 centimeters tall, right? "My name is Karachu Piarista." Seeing that the little girl didn't seem unhappy, Karachu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's my older sister over there, my cousin. Her name is Juliana Piarista." Juliana is a bit blunt, so please don't take it to heart. "Sorry. Because you're just too cute." Juliana was also a little embarrassed. "Just looking at you like that, I can't even speak." "Hello, Karachu Nichan and Juliana Nichan." Having not had much contact with human society for almost 100 years, for some reason, the first thing that came to her mind was the way girls in anime greet each other, so she subconsciously bowed slightly to both of them, and said in a cute voice, "Nice to meet you." Then, the dragon baby's sleeping cap, that was already crooked on Erin's head, fell to the ground with a plop. A certain ahogue, Cowlick, stood up. "Aw, sorry." Seeing this, Erin quickly crouched down to pick up the hat. Including this dragon-shaped sleeping cap, all her clothes and pillows possessed a certain level of sentience, recognizing only Erin as their master. No matter where she was, she could make the clothes fly back automatically with a thought. However, considering that this was in front of two ordinary humans, Erin didn't choose to use her mind to make the hat fly back. So cute. Erin's adorable, animal-like actions once again made Juliana and Karachow simultaneously cover their mouths, their faces filled with happiness at seeing something beautiful. "Oh, right." Then, as if remembering something, Karachow ran whoosh, whoosh, whoosh towards the carriage Erin had emerged from. When she came out, she had two shimmering, ice-blue crystals in her hands. "Look!" Under Juliana's shocked gaze, Karachow secretly handed over the gemstone, whispering, "Sis, we're rich now." Chapter 15. Considering that carrying so much gold, silver, and jewels, along with two 6-tier ice crystals, for an extended period in the wilderness would attract strange looks, Juliana and Karachow, despite not being entirely certain that the treasures and weapons in the wagon were indeed transported by the Dragon Clan, unanimously decided to move the goods back first. So, the two buried the valuable steed on the spot, had their attendants secure the horses they had ridden to the wagon, and sped towards the Lehman Empire. It really is a 6-tier ice crystal. On the bumpy wagon ride, Juliana examined the gem in her hand, brimming with ice element and magical energy, marveling in amazement. Both were mages, and naturally, they were very familiar with these kinds of crystals, which could be considered a mage's second life. Crystals can only form naturally. For example, ice crystals can only be formed in extremely cold places where ice elements are so abundant, they're almost overflowing. The higher the grade of the crystal, the higher the requirements for the amount of elements in the environment, and the longer the formation time. For instance, a level 5 ice crystal can only appear in places with an average temperature of over -200 degrees Celsius where a raw stone has been formed, and the formation time is at least 500 years. As for level 6 and above ice crystals, they are even more dependent on favorable timing, location, and conditions. These things are very capricious. If the environment becomes even slightly unsatisfactory, they immediately stagnate at level 5 and will not continue to grow. A strange smell in the wind, no advancement. Recent years of rain, no advancement. An earthquake caused the surrounding ice to crack, and soil is emerging, the smell is too strong, no advancement. Even the Lehman Empire, with its more than 200 years of history, has only managed to plunder 1 level 7 fire crystal and 3 level 6 lightning crystals over the years. The level 7 fire crystal, in particular, is said to have been placed deep within the royal palace, guarded by successive popes. It was precisely because of this fire crystal that, for over 200 years, neighboring countries had always hesitated to attack the Lehman Empire. This is also why Juliana thought it was a fantasy when her sister Caracho said, "A man ran out of the forest and gave me 2 level 6 ice crystals." Analogously, on Earth, a level 6 ice crystal is like an aircraft carrier. Caracho's statement was tantamount to, "I went out fishing, and suddenly a sea dragon appeared and gave me 2 aircraft carriers, asking me to raise his children." However, the current situation is, there really are 2 aircraft carriers. It seems the legends about dragons spending money like water, and controlling the vast majority of wealth are true. Juliana returned the 6th-tier ice crystal to Caracho, then thought for a moment, "I can't make a decision about this. I have to ask Uncle Linton and the others when we get back." 6th-tier ice crystals are indeed extremely rare, and their enhancement to mages is enormous. However, the problem is, neither Juliana nor Caracho are ice mages, and with their current mage level, they don't need this level of item. "Yes, I think so too." Caracho nodded. "This thing is terrifying." Terrifying? Eline, hugging her black and white pillow beside the sisters, thought of the back garden of her Dragon Forest Crystal Palace. It was full of these 6th-tier ice crystals, like sand in a construction site, everywhere. For no other reason than that the color of this stone perfectly matched the theme of the Crystal Palace, and it emitted a beautiful ice blue light at night, making it perfect for paving roads. Eline couldn't even remember how many of these ice crystals were laid out near the Crystal Palace. Let alone Tier 6 ice crystals. In Dragon Forest, Tier 7 and 8 crystals are basically just decorations, used either for paving roads or for coloring furniture. Only Tier 9 or higher treasures are treated with care. Did that man seem reluctant to give you the crystal? Not at all. He just threw it at me like it was a useless stone, very casually. My God, this is a Tier 6 crystal. Didn't he feel any reluctance at all? At least I didn't see any reluctance on his part. These dragons are terrifying. According to your description, they can withstand fire tornadoes and easily defeat dragon-winged gargoyles. The dragon's strength is at least at the level of a mid-level mage. Maybe not? After all, they are ancient creatures. I guess they might be at the level of a grand mage? The conversation between the Piarista sisters in the carriage gave Eline a brief glimpse into this world. Well, firstly, this seems to be a high martial world where humans have a relatively low status. Certain superior races, such as dragons and winged humans, possess near absolute dominance over the world. However, neither dragons nor winged humans, nor even powerful magical beasts or sacred beasts, have any desire to interfere in the human world. Because in their eyes, human conflicts are like 2 hamsters fighting over a sunflower seed. Take, for example, a certain ice dragon in Dragon Forest. Ice Dragon's sister Iber, one of the few dragons Eline could name during her 100 years living in Dragon Forest. Ice Dragon Iber could sleep for months or even years at a time, wake up, wander around outside, and if she felt there was nothing to do, return to her ice cave to continue sleeping. This is the daily life of most dragons. Even the pseudo-dragons living in the manor forest on the outskirts of Dragon Forest rarely appear in the human world, sometimes for hundreds of years. They are considered semi-elemental beings, spending their days sleeping, absorbing elements from the air, and chatting and boasting with friends, and hundreds of years pass by unnoticed. 100 years is an entire dynasty for humans. If we compare Dragon Forest and the forests or deserts inhabited by some ancient races to the oceans that cover 70% of the Earth's surface, then dragons and humans are like the relationship between the giant squid of the deep sea and land humans on the Earth where Eline once lived. Suppose that the giant squid of that Earth once possessed the magic to destroy all of humanity, but they were relatively peaceful and rarely surfaced, often sleeping for decades or even centuries. Then, humans living on the continent wouldn't have the leisure to dive into the deep sea to see what's on the seabed, and their knowledge of the giant squid existed mostly only in legends. For centuries, humans on land waged world wars every 70 or 80 years, even developing nuclear weapons. Meanwhile, deep-sea squid simply slept, and an entire dynasty would rise and fall. To them, a nuclear bomb was like a small fireball, so they paid it no heed. On the continent of Eve, thousands of years passed, and human dynasties rose and fell, while dragons merely blinked, took a stroll, and yawned, and a dynasty would end. This is why Juliana, Carrick, and others' understanding of dragons differed greatly from reality. They only knew that dragons were large and dangerous, but they lacked a concrete understanding of how large or how terrifying. After all, human records of dragons over thousands of years were extremely scarce, consisting mainly of ancient books and texts, which no one was interested in researching. Just as Eline was busy working and earning money every day when she lived on Earth, she wouldn't have been interested in reading the classic of mountains and seas written in ancient script, let alone know how big or ferocious the monsters recorded in it were. Perhaps seeing that the little girl was just yawning and not speaking while hugging her pillow, Carrick took the initiative to start a conversation. Eline, do you remember what happened in the car just now? Eline deliberately tilted her head, pretending to be innocent. When I was sleeping? Never mind if you can't remember. Carrick quickly changed the subject. The man who brought you here, was he a dragon? Eline nodded. Yes. There was no need to hide this. So it really is a dragon, Carrick exclaimed. He raised you all these years. What do you usually eat in the forest? Dragon milk, cheese, and some roasted meat. Oh, that sounds pretty good. Carrick paused, seemingly hesitant about asking the next question. Then, finally, the girl spoke. I noticed you've been sleeping ever since you got on the train, and you still look like you haven't had enough sleep. Is it because you didn't rest well yesterday? Or, it's some kind of minor ailment? Eline confessed, I need to sleep. For a very, very long time. Even when I wake up, I'm not very refreshed, like now, half asleep. As expected. Eline's answer made Carrick give her older sister Juliana a I knew it look. I noticed your feet were dangling in the air when you walked. You must have used some kind of wind elemental magic. Carrick continued, besides that, have you learned any other magic? Eline thought for a moment. Other magic? What kind? Human magic. Carrick patiently continued, you were adopted by a dragon, right? Did he teach you any human magic? Like fireball? Lightning strike? No. The little girl shook her head vigorously. I haven't learned any human magic. Hearing this, Juliana and Carrick exchanged a glance almost simultaneously. They both read the exact same information in each other's eyes. No wonder raising this child requires a Tier 6 ice crystal. Chapter 16. The evening breeze was chilly. Amidst the clatter of hooves, a carriage laden with treasure, and several young girls entered the territory of Pista on the southern border of the Leman Empire, arriving before a Gothic castle in the style of ancient Western Europe. Careful, there are steps. After Juliana and her entourage carried chests of gold and jewels into the manor, Carrick, who had jumped down from the carriage, extended her hand to Eline. Come. Thank you. Although she knew she didn't need this level of care, Eline obediently reached out her small hand and took Carrick's, then used the momentum to jump down from the carriage. Do you usually walk like this in the forest? Seeing that Eline maintained a dragon dance gait the entire time after getting out of the car, her feet barely touching the ground, Carrick was curious, mistakenly thinking the little one was using some kind of wind magic. Won't you run out of magic power? I sleep most of the time. Eline didn't comment. Even when you go out, it doesn't take much time. No wonder. Carrick thought to herself. Then this child's situation must have been similar to what I thought. Because she suffered from a condition like narcolepsy, she usually slept in a cave prepared by the dragons, with meals taken care of, and didn't need to go out hunting. In that case, she could indeed only practice wind elemental magic like levitation instead of walking. But that would make the child's magic practice very troublesome. Pista comes from a family of magicians. In the family, both sons and daughters start to learn magic around the age of 10, and they have to go to the Manor Magic Academy at the age of 14. Even children from ordinary families around the Leman Empire can use a few low-level spells or martial arts techniques by the age of 12. My little sister, Eline, looks to be only 12 or 13 years old. If she starts learning magic at that age, even with high talent, it'd be difficult for her to catch up with the geniuses at Manor Academy. We just have to take it one step at a time. Hopefully, her fire elemental affinity will be high enough. That way, we can persuade the family elders to adopt her into the fire elemental magic household. I can also personally guide her in fire magic, since she's just graduated and doesn't know what to do yet. Our Pista family is a relatively large family in the Lehman Empire. This house is my home. I'm the heir to the Pista fire elemental magic household. Since my father disappeared 3 years ago, only my mother and a few stewards and servants have remained. We've declined. Karachu chuckled self-deprecatingly. It's all my sisters, and my fault for being so useless. Fire elemental magic is the most lethal and offensive of all magic. It's alright, it's alright. Eline stretched out her small hand, stood on tiptoe. She patted the head of the older sister, who was almost a head taller than her, and said, "When we go to Manor Academy, I win first place for the family." Even though she knew the other was just trying to comfort her, Erin's mature demeanor still made Carrick laugh out loud. "Thank you, little one, you're so cute." "How am I cute?" "It's just that you're too tall." "I didn't mean to act cute like this." Seeing that the other clearly didn't take her words seriously, Erin puffed out her cheeks. "Fine, don't believe me." "Carrick?" As she spoke, the gates of the manor were pushed open by 2 butlers, and a woman with long blonde hair, wearing a plain white dress, rushed out of the house. Although dressed as a woman, the woman appeared to be in her early 30s, with few wrinkles and excellent maintenance, resembling a noblewoman. "Thank goodness you're all right." The blonde woman approached Carrick, first looking the young girl up and down for a moment, then opening her arms to embrace her, choking back tears. "You child. Why did you run off to become a mercenary without a word, and to such a dangerous place as the Manor Forest? Everyone was so worried these past few days." "Mom." Carrick bit her lower lip. I just didn't want to watch so many things happen to the family without being able to help. I wanted to earn money. I wanted to help the family." "Silly child." The blonde noblewoman released her. "Those are family matters. Right now, you just need to focus on cultivating your magic and strive to become a mage as soon as possible to improve the family's overall strength. Strength is more important than anything else. But if you're practicing magic, wouldn't you grow faster through actual combat?" Carrick was somewhat unwilling. "I'm all grown up now. I graduated. I can take care of myself." "But you can't go to such a far place as the Manor Forest. The Manor Forest is full of high-level magical beasts. What will happen to Alice and Victoria if something happens to you?" The blonde noblewoman glanced at the castle-like manor. "While you were gone these past few days, Sister Juliana has been busy trying to find out about you everywhere. She heard you join the mercenaries, and before dawn, she went to the Adventurers Guild, begging them for a long time, just wanting the information about the day you left the Lehman Empire." As they spoke, the noblewoman seemed to notice Eline, who was wearing a nightgown beside Carrot Owl, and her azure eyes instantly filled with maternal love. "And this is?" "Oh, her name is Eline." Carrot Owl quickly introduced. "Little Eline, this is my mother, Bilotes. Bilotes Pista." "Hello, Mom." Eline peeked her little head out from behind the pillow, revealing a small smile. "It's nice to meet you. I'm Eline. How adorable this child is, and her name is so lovely." Bilotes turned to Carrot Owl. "She's your friend you met outside?" "Ah." Carrot didn't know how to explain for a moment, so she could only give a perfunctory reply. Sort of. "Come here, child." As a mother of 3, Bilotes was completely powerless against a little girl like Erin. An overwhelming surge of maternal love made her almost instinctively squat down and pick up the little girl. "We just made some cream cakes at home today. Would you like some?" "Cake?" The word sent a shiver down Erin's spine. Even her eyes, which were still a little drowsy from just waking up, became watery. "Did I hear that right? Cake? Is there really cake to eat?" In her previous life on Earth, the last thing Erin ate before she died was cake. It cost her almost 3 days' wages. Growing up in an orphanage, no one celebrated Erin's birthday, and naturally no one bought her a birthday cake. Although Eline was a skilled cook in her previous life, it was all out of necessity. Cooking only required an induction cooker, while making cakes required a special oven, molds, and tools, and cakes weren't exactly necessities. They weren't filling. Therefore Eline, who couldn't afford an oven, still didn't know how to make cakes. The first real cream cake she ever ate was the one she bought for herself before her sudden death. However, her passing was so abrupt that she didn't even get to eat much of the cream, let alone the cake itself. So, after transmigrating to this world and becoming a dragon princess, Eline's only impressions of cream cakes were sweet, soft, and like. And among the dragons, since everyone is born from an egg, almost no one knows how to make cakes. At least Eline's parents didn't, and Eline was naturally too embarrassed to ask. Now, hearing that her new mother from the Pista family could actually make cakes, She was overjoyed and secretly made a decision in her heart. For the sake of the cake, I must get along well with the new mom. Chapter 17. The interior layout of Karika's house was similar to the aristocratic mansion that Eline remembered. The first floor had a huge living room with a large dining table in a strong European style at its center. The walls on either side were covered with framed photos of various figures. A large staircase led to the middle floor, then split into 2 staircases, each leading to a passageway on the second floor. However, in terms of decor, Eline felt it was closer to the mansions of high-ranking officials in Isekai anime, similar to the large house that Rem and Ram were responsible for cleaning in Zero starting life in another world. A dragon's request? Adoption? Carrying Eline into the first floor living room, after listening to her daughter Karika's explanation of the little girl's origins, Bilotes sensed the gravity of the situation. Are you sure it's a dragon? It should be. Karika said seriously. If that man wasn't a dragon, Uncle Parker and I would most likely have been killed by the men in black and their gargoyles by now. Only the dragon's secret intervention, bringing us and the carriage back together, can explain why everyone woke up in the Firefly Forest. And this? A Tier 6 ice crystal. Karika pulled 2 ice crystals from her mage's robes. My sister and I discussed it. Only dragons would have such a grand gesture. Ice crystals? Seeing the 2 glittering gems, Bilotes' hands trembled slightly as she held Eline. She walked over to Karika, examining the crystal in the other's hand. Only after sensing the vast, ocean-like ice element emanating from the stone did she tentatively reach out and touch its surface. Her azure eyes were filled with shock. It is indeed a Tier 6 ice crystal, this. Bilotes, the 76th generation heir of the Pista fire elemental lineage, was acutely aware of the value of a Tier 6 crystal. This level of gem was beyond monetary worth. It could be a friendship with high-ranking mages, a promise from powerful organizations, or even a nation's get-out-of-jail-free card. Currently, the Pista family was being targeted everywhere due to their opposition to the imperial system's changes a few years ago, and they hadn't found a way out. But now, with a Tier 6 ice crystal, all their problems were solved. Seeing this, even the Pope, who had been hostile towards them just yesterday, would instantly smile. Keep in mind, even the Lehman Empire's treasury only possessed 3 Tier 6 crystals. And now, the Pista family had acquired 2 Tier 6 crystals. What did this mean? It meant that the various rumors, slanders, and underhanded tactics that other nobles had been using against the Pista for decades could finally cease. Simply displaying these 2 Tier 6 ice crystals would not only make the Lehman Empire treat Pista as an honored guest, but even nobles who disliked him would immediately fawn over him like grandsons, eager to reconcile. Of course, the price to pay is that the Pista family would become the most conspicuous family in the entire empire. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted, and while the 2 Tier 6 ice crystals could greatly enhance Pista status, they would also bring all sorts of trouble. This matter. After confirming that the ice crystals were not counterfeit, Bilotes returned them to Karika. Besides you and Parker, who else knows about this? There shouldn't be any more, if the dragons really did help us get rid of all the men in black. Karika thought for a moment. The only ones left should be Juliana's attendants, but they were all working in the carriage when my sister and I were discussing this, so they probably couldn't hear us. Juliana? Bilotes habitually hugged Eline and shook her like a child, then looked up, gazing thoughtfully at the portraits of their ancestors on the living room wall. Juliana was the second in command of the Thunder Elemental Department, a junior Thunder Mage. She was mainly responsible for the family's external affairs and managing the winery. She was honest and diligent, and had often come to play here when Karika was very young. The two had a very good relationship, so there was no doubt she would tell others about this. Juliana's attendants were similar in nature to Puck's. These attendants came from surrounding villages and slums, and most had been with Pista for several years. Theoretically, they could be trusted, but nothing is absolute, and no one could say for sure whether they would be secretly bribed. This matter requires careful consideration. I have Uncle Linton contact the people at the Ice, Thunder, and Wind House later to hold an impromptu family meeting. After dinner, everyone can go to the Thunder House. After thinking for a moment, Bilotes said to Karika, "You can keep the crystal for now." "Eh? Me?" Karika was a little flustered. I can't, You're already the 77th heir of the Pista Fire Element House. You need to learn to take responsibility, okay?" As she spoke, seemingly worried that she had been talking about family matters with Karika for so long and neglecting the little girl in her arms, Bilotes lowered her head and changed the subject gently. "Speaking of which, our Eline was raised by a dragon, wasn't she? It sounds like a fairy tale, Little Eline, can you tell mommy what dragons are like? Do they look similar to humans, or are they very, very large beasts? Erin thought for a moment. Most of the time they're in human form. Dragons have shape-shifting abilities. They can transform into humans. For example, the little Erin in your arms right now is a giant dragon in human form. You're holding a truly ferocious dragon that's over 30 meters long, weighs 200 tons, and is incredibly majestic. After quietly thinking this to herself, Erin secretly stuck out her little tongue. So, has little Elle ever seen what a real dragon looks like? As if realizing her question was a bit presumptuous, Bilotes added, sorry, because none of us have ever seen a real dragon, and there's very little written about dragons in books. Everyone's very curious. Dragons can indeed grow very, very large. Eline quickly organized her thoughts, tucked a pillow under her elbow, and gestured in the air with her hands to indicate about this big. The person who takes care of me has a tail this long. Both Bilotes and Carachow were amused by Eline's adorable gesture, and almost couldn't bear to look at the little girl directly. Who can understand your gestures? Anyway, since that dragon entrusted you to us, from now on, this is your home. Gently placing Eline on a stool next to the dining table in the living room, then taking out a bib, presumably to prevent children from getting their clothes dirty while eating, from under the table, and helping her put it on, Bilotes lightly kissed the little girl's cheek before getting up and heading towards the kitchen. Sit for a bit. Mommy will go get you some cake. Yay! Upon hearing the word cake, Erin was instantly overjoyed, her little feet, encased in white stockings, unconsciously dangling on the small chair. Then she realized, her height meant she couldn't even reach the ground while sitting on the stool. However, to be fair, this Mrs. Bilotes was indeed quite gentle, somewhat similar to her dragon mother, Fafnir. Both were the kind of motherly type. However, compared to her own mother, Bilotes treated Erin more like a child, who needed to be coaxed and fed, investing more indulgence. When Bilotes asked about dragons earlier, Erin thought she would follow up with questions like, do dragons really have a lot of treasure? Are 6-tier ice crystals very precious to dragons? And how many of these gems do they have? And where do dragons usually roam? However, Bilotes only briefly inquired about what dragons look like, and are they very large, and then didn't pursue the topic further, handling the boundaries very well. Theoretically, from the perspective of the Pista family, Eline, whom they had only known for less than a day, was still considered an outsider. From a self-interested standpoint, it was essential and most in line with the family's development needs to use Eline to extract answers to questions like how much treasure does the dragon possess? How much can the dragons do for us? And what benefits will we gain from raising you, our daughter? Especially since the Pista family was currently at the center of a power struggle among various noble families, and its members were likely very anxious. After all, if Eline was truly just a little girl who had been separated from her parents and raised by dragons, she would be at her most innocent and naive stage, completely oblivious to any impropriety in these questions, and would undoubtedly tell them everything she knew. But Bilotes didn't ask. She simply inquired about the dragon's situation before preparing a cake for Eline. It seemed that treating the little one well, and ensuring she enjoyed her dessert was more important than those questions. This naturally increased our dragon princess's goodwill towards her mother, Bilotes, and the Pista family. Young miss. While waiting for the cake, Eline suddenly saw the servant named Parker rush in from outside the manor, panting, something terrible has happened. The Osborne family has sent a lot of people with their young master, saying they want to talk to you. We couldn't stop them. Osborne? The name made Eline instinctively tilt her head, looking at the servant at the door. She remembered a gargoyle mentioning that the Osborne family was the ones who hired the Shadow Soul organization to assassinate Carachow. Chapter 18. Yo! Isn't this our fire elemental archmage Carachow? Almost immediately after Parker finished speaking, accompanied by a sarcastic voice, a young man dressed in aristocratic attire appeared near the manor gate outside the house, accompanied by several burly men dressed as bodyguards. I heard you became a mercenary? How did the commission go? How much money did you make? By now, the sun had completely set below the horizon, and it was getting dark. Although the glowing stones on either side of the manor gate provided some illumination, the young man's appearance was still somewhat blurry compared to the ordinary people inside. However, this wasn't a big problem for Erin. The dragon race's excellent eyesight allowed her to see most things even in absolute darkness. The young man was about 1.7 meters tall, with slightly long brown hair. If the color were any lighter, or even dyed yellow, he would look exactly like a blonde-haired playboy from anime who liked to flirt with the female lead. An annoying person. With just one glance, Eline turned her head away, ignoring the crowd outside. The young man, dressed in a formal suit, with his flamboyant expression, was someone she couldn't stand. Black, this is Piarista's territory. Seeing the young man about to enter, Karaku drew her staff, assuming an attack stance. According to the law of the Lehman Lords, I now have the right to attack you. Oh dear, you want to fight? You? A mid-level mage? Oh good heavens, I never heard a funnier joke, ha ha. The young man known as Black deliberately burst into exaggerated laughter, saying, You, a mid-level mage, fighting a novice mage like me? You probably couldn't even withstand one of my attacks, could you? Besides, he added, his tone turning serious, I'm now the fire mage ambassador of the Lehman Kingdom. Attacking the ambassador. Have you thought about how you're going to explain this to the Pope? What's going on? At this moment, Juliana, who had been helping her entourage move the treasure chests and weapons from the carriage to the basement of the house, emerged. Seeing the young man outside the manor, Juliana seemed to understand something. She stepped forward, shielding Carrick behind her, her body crackling with electricity. Who do we have here? Some young master who loves causing trouble again, wanting to be an electric rat today? Have you forgotten what happened on the pedestrian street so quickly? Is the old woman from the Thunder Granny's family here too? Although he still didn't show any sign of backing down, seeing Juliana's appearance, the young man's face showed obvious fear. He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Fine, you're a novice mage and a mid-level magician. I beg for mercy, okay? Then please, young master, please explain your trespassing on the Piarista territory? Juliana was completely unmoved by his act, casually pulling out a magic wand from her waist. Could it be that someone has never even studied the Riemannian law? Your family education is truly a failure. Heaven and earth bear witness, I did not trespass on your territory. The young man pulled a golden piece of paper from his pocket. Look closely, this is a pass personally signed by the Pope, granting me the right to enter the territories of all families in the Riemann Empire. As long as I don't step into the manor or residential area, you have no right to expel me. And our beloved young master Black Osborne. Juliana sneered. Why did you go through all the trouble to get this temporary pass from His Holiness the Pope to come here? I just wanted to check on my lovely little sister Karachu to see if she was alright. The young man seemed quite satisfied with Juliana's reaction. He put his hands behind his back and cleared his throat. After all, being a mercenary isn't something just anyone can do. If you accidentally get some strange commissions, like asking you to help slay dragons in the forest, and end up dying at the hands of dragons because you're not skilled enough, wouldn't our Osborne family lose another interesting competitor? What do you mean? Even the usually naive Karachu sensed something was off about his words, and was about to confront him, but her sister Juliana stopped her. I didn't mean anything by it, I just wanted to check on you. Is that not allowed? Seeing Carrick's agitation, the young man laughed again. After all, Carrick is a member of the Lehman Empire. My Osborne family is kind and compassionate. What's wrong with caring for our compatriots? So, the purpose of your visit today is just to say these pointless things? It seemed that the Osborne family had sent someone to spy on Carrick as soon as they learned she wasn't dead. After listening to the conversation, Eline quietly thought to herself. After all, they were the ones who bribed Shadow's soul to assassinate Carrick. Now the plan had failed, Carrick was alive, and all of Shadow Soul's men were dead. They must be having a lot of trouble. Eline wasn't sure how the gargoyle reported back to the organization, but judging from the current situation, it seemed that neither Shadow Soul nor the Osborne family knew anything about what had happened on the outskirts of the manor forest. This black set was probably intended to observe Karika's reaction to gauge how much she knew about the assassination, and incidentally, to plan an escape route for the family. What's wrong? A moment later, her mother, Bilotes, came out of the kitchen carrying a tray of small cakes. Mr. Black. With a quick glance at the situation outside and Karika's reaction, Bilotes seemed to have guessed what had happened, her expression one of knowing understanding. She spoke in a neither humble nor arrogant tone. Why didn't you inform us beforehand? Have you eaten? Would you like to come in and sit for a while? As she spoke, Bilotes placed a small cake in front of Eline, turning around. We happen to have a little guest tonight. If you haven't had dinner, you can sit down and have some with us. We can talk about whatever we need. Madam. Bilotes' enthusiasm made the young man outside somewhat unsure how to respond. It's like this, we really didn't come here to cause trouble today. We just wanted to check on your daughter Karika's health. I'm serious. A few days ago, we heard she took on a quest to go to the manor forest, and we were worried something might happen to her. You know, the manor forest is teeming with magical beasts. It's not a place for humans. Thank you for your concern. Carrick is fine and hasn't been injured. Bilotes continued in a composed tone. Compared to my daughter, I heard that Mr. Brian Osborne's health hasn't been very good lately. Perhaps we could pay him a visit sometime? I just learned some healing magic last month that can enhance physical strength. Maybe it will be helpful for his condition. That won't be necessary. In verbal sparring, the young man was clearly no match for Bilotes, but he persisted, asking, I remember your daughter, Carrick, received a commission from a small to medium-sized caravan. Now that she is safely back, what's the caravan's contact information? Considering we're all Lemanians, could you perhaps do me a favor? To be honest, we Osbornes have considerable intelligence on that caravan. Very interested. I'm sorry, I refuse. Carrichel shook her head. This is client privacy, and I can't disclose it. I apologize. Can't even tell me the caravan's whereabouts? No. Alright. The young man looked dejected. There's one last thing. The Harvest Festival is in a week, and we and several Lawrence families plan to hold a banquet at William Castle. All the Riemann nobles will attend, and we hope everyone under the Pista Fire Elemental House can also come. I mean you, Miss Carrichel, Miss Alice, and Miss Victoria. Bilotes was silent for a few seconds. Do you have an invitation? We send the invitation in 2 days. Then let's discuss it again in 2 days. Bilotes maintained her impeccably enthusiastic expression. Now that we finished discussing business, would young Master Blake like to stay for dinner? No, I'm relieved to see Miss Carrichel is all right. The young man waved to the people inside. Farewell. What an annoying fellow. Watching the young man leave, Carrichel turned around, disgruntled. I wonder what kind of trouble they cause at that Harvest Festival banquet this time. Definitely. Don't we know the Osborne family? Colluding with the royal court, corrupt and treacherous, secretly taking pleasure in oppressing the common people. A family of that caliber will definitely cause trouble at the banquet. Juliana sighed. If it weren't for Piarista's social etiquette, I would have thrown a giant ball of lightning at him. I do it. At the dining table, Eline put down her knife and fork, and taking advantage of the moment when no one in the room was paying attention, she cancelled her dragon dance steps, lightly tapping the ground with her small foot. Unnoticed by anyone, a strange current of electricity flowed rapidly along her white-stockinged foot into the ground, then shot towards a young master outside the manor. In a flash, this arc of electricity reached the feet of Blake and his bodyguards, quickly detonating the water and lightning elements in the surrounding air. Genesis Breaker Thunder Dragon descends. The dragon language magic Eline used created a large area of lightning storm, somewhat similar to a lightning mage creating a home field advantage, belonging to the category of area of effect magic. However, Eline's was a super mini version of the lightning storm field, intentionally reducing the lightning element output by 99%, only able to summon heavenly lightning in a designated, very small area. Buzzing. In a flash, before Blake and the others even realized what was happening, the sky above them was suddenly covered by large, dark clouds. The next second, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bowl struck. Boom! The terrifying lightning that suddenly descended from the sky blasted the group of people on the ground into the air before slamming them heavily to the ground. Boom, 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 boom. Immediately afterward, several more bolts of lightning struck in succession, accurately hitting Blake and the others on the ground. Boom, 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 boom. To make this thunderstorm zone seem more realistic, Eline, with a thought, arranged for several more bolts of lightning to strike the large trees and lawn near Blake and the others, creating the illusion that the lightning didn't only strike you. What's going on? The sound of the lightning explosions instantly attracted the attention of Carrick and Juliana. The two quickly ran outside, and Eline, pretending to be unaware, jumped off her small chair with her pillow and followed. Ouch. My back? What happened? Outside the manor, Blake and his bodyguards, sprawled haphazardly on the ground, were a far cry from their earlier arrogance. Some had their clothes charred by lightning, while others had their hair blown into afro shapes by the intense electricity, their faces blackened and quite comical. Boom! Meanwhile, the heavenly lightning summoned by Eline's lightning attribute dragon magic continued to flash across the night sky, occasionally striking nearby vegetation. Carrick and Juliana glanced up and instinctively assumed they were just unlucky enough to run into a thunderstorm rather than some human magic, and couldn't help but giggle. The usually boisterous Juliana, clutching her stomach, laughed like Tom from the classic cartoon Tom and Jerry, pointing at the arcs of lightning in the clouds above, laughing and sarcastically saying, "Be careful, uncle." Chapter 19. You. Having finally recovered from the shock and burning sensation caused by the lightning strike, Black, standing awkwardly outside the Pista family manor, pointed at Juliana and Carrick, who had rushed over after hearing the commotion, and said, How dare you disrespect the ambassador of the Lehman Kingdom? How have we been disrespectful? Juliana put her hands on her hips, gesturing towards the dark clouds above her head. You don't actually think my lightning element has been cultivated to the point where I can summon wind and rain, and control lightning, do you? If that were the case, I'd be the modern-day thunder god. As Juliana said, strictly speaking, besides the 5 major classes of mages, quasi-mages, mages, magicians, magic masters, and grand magic masters, there exists a more controversial but strongest class, the elemental gods. For example, the strongest lightning grand magic master is called the thunder god, the strongest fire grand magic master is called the fire god, or the most powerful sword grandmaster is called the sword god. However, this so-called god isn't directly defined by a human organization, like the Manor Academy issuing a certificate. It's a rather general concept. Someone with extremely high renown within a certain region, and whose strength surpasses that of a high-ranking archmage can be called a god. For example, the neighboring country of Rhinan Arcana has a thunder god. Are you all alright? As she spoke, Bilotes followed, the mother shielding Eline with her hands while casting concerned glances at Black and his group. Are you injured? Should we stay and get you checked out? Even if you're fire elemental mages, facing a lightning strike. No need. Blake interrupted Bilotes, gesturing for his bodyguards to help him up, then glared at them fiercely. We see. Hey! Juliana snapped. You can't blame us for getting struck by lightning because you can't speak properly? The dark clouds in the sky seemed to sense the girl's anger, and another bolt of lightning crashed down with a boom, striking the open space behind Blake, startling him into urging his bodyguards to hurry up and leave. Quick! This damn weather looks like it's going to rain. How strange. How can there be thunder on such a beautiful day? And the eye of the storm just happened to be... Ugh! Boom boom boom. Seeing that Blake and the others had finally left Piarista's territory, Bilotes glanced at the clouds overhead, still crackling with electricity. Although she was puzzled by the sudden thunder and rain on such a sunny day, the mother immediately took Eline and Karika's hands and led them back into the house. Children, come back quickly, it's going to rain. The Lehman Empire is about 200 kilometers from the sea. The weather in spring and summer is indeed unpredictable, situations where one moment it's the sun is setting, a heartbroken traveler is at the ends of the earth, and the next second it's a storm raging, and everyone's getting struck by lightning, while rare, are not uncommon. Humans in this other world know very little about magical elements. Phenomena like will-o'-the-wisps at night, ball lightning, and stardust falling like snow are beyond explanation. The various weather phenomena caused by lightning are even less worth the patience to study. No matter how outrageous it was, no one would suspect human manipulation of this lightning strike, because someone with such precise lightning control abilities would be either the legendary Thor, or at least a high-ranking lightning mage. Sorry, I made you laugh. Little Elle returning to the table, seeing the untouched cake, Bilotes paused for a moment, then proactively picked up a knife and fork, cut a large slice from the 6-inch cake, placed it on a plate, and handed it to Eline. There's been a lot going on at the family lately, a lot of... Well, strange people will be coming over. Don't worry about it, little Elle, we handle it as quickly as possible. Thank you. Facing the cake Bilotes offered, Eline first placed her cushion on a small chair beside her, then she stood up, took the cake, and then handed it back to the blonde, blue-eyed woman, flashing a cute and bright smile, her little tiger teeth peeking out. Mommy, eat first. Huh? Bilotes was a little surprised. I don't need any, there's plenty more in the kitchen. By the way, who taught you all this? Daddy taught me. Eline said seriously. Daddy said that adults should eat first, it's polite. You? Bilotes subconsciously gave Juliana and Karachow a look of surprise and delight. You see, besides her magical talent, Bilotes, Juliana, and Karachow were most worried about Eline's personality when dealing with her. Having been separated from human society for so long, had the dragon taught her any human etiquette? Had it taught her basic principles of conduct? Did she have experience interacting with ordinary people? What was her personality like? Was she a spoiled young lady pampered by a dragon, or a calm and stable ordinary person? Now, seeing that Erin actually knew how to be humble, respected her elders, and had a particularly easygoing personality, the group felt as if they had found a priceless treasure, even happier than if they had obtained 2 6-tier ice crystals. Sister, fighting with the bad guys today was tiring. Before the others could react, Erin took the knife and fork and cut the cake in two, giving the larger piece to Juliana and the smaller piece to Karachow. Sister Juliana, carrying things was tiring. After doing this, Erin returned to her little chair, looking at the smallest piece of cake on the table. I couldn't help it all, so I eat the smallest piece. In Erin's eyes, I become a porter. Juliana held the small plate in one hand and scratched her head with the other, both amused and exasperated. This image. Is there any possibility of changing this? While your sister Eline was awake, you were always running around with the butlers, moving things. You were practically a mover. Carrick laughed. Sis, I think that title really suits you. When you went out with Uncle Linton, you were often the one moving things too. Hey, that's too much. I don't want to leave such a lovely sister with the impression of a middle-aged man. Isn't a hard-working and family-oriented impression good? How about we switch? You be the hero fighting the bad guys, and I be in charge of moving things from now on. Can we really switch that? Watching the two sisters bicker at the dinner table, Erin secretly smiled to herself, then picked up her fork and put a piece of soft, sweet cake into her mouth. So sweet. The soft cake was covered with a layer of sweet cream, cool and refreshing with a hint of fruity aroma. I love it. Although the cakes in this world tasted different from those on Earth, both the soft, chewy texture and the instant joy it brought overlapped with Erin's fond memories of eating cake alone on the back of a little electric scooter. Annie, look at her. What did I do? I only ate a bite of your cake. This cake was given to me by the kindest, cutest, and most invincible little sister in the world. You stole some? Oh no, I want some too. No. Whether it was Erin's provocation or the sisters' usual antics, the previously quiet house was now filled with a happy atmosphere thanks to Juliana and Carrick's playful antic. Actually, Erin was hiding something. Today was actually her birthday. The birthday of her ordinary working-class self in her past life. The time and date calculations in this other world were different from those on Earth. However, although Erin had spent most of the past 100 years in a deep sleep, she had secretly used her acquired knowledge to calculate the dates between the two worlds during her rare moments of wakefulness. The reason she did this was because Erin wanted to say a complete goodbye to her past self on this day. Now, she had been reincarnated as a dragon princess on the continent of Eve, and apart from her memories, she had no connection whatsoever with her former life as an unknown working-class person on Earth. In her past life, Erin bought a cake to celebrate her birthday. However, before the celebration was even finished, she closed her eyes and arrived in this other world. Therefore, Erin hoped to give her past self a complete birthday celebration in this other world, to draw a perfect conclusion to her once insignificant and ordinary life. As fate would have it, her father sent her away on this special day, accompanying Karaju to Piarista's mansion. 100 years ago, a man, a box of cake, an empty street, a car. 100 years later, a girl, a cake, a lively dining table, a home. Perhaps, this is some kind of destiny. Happy birthday, Eline. In the bustling house, the little girl at the dining table whispered in a voice only she could hear. And, goodbye, my past self. Chapter 20. The first moon, the pale night. On the second floor of the Piarista family mansion, with the creak of a heavy wooden door being pushed open, Bilotes entered carrying a soft silk quilt. I'm sorry, we didn't know you were coming, so we weren't very prepared. She turned on the magical bedside lamp, skillfully spread the blankets on a neatly made small bed, cleaned the bedside table with special tools, and then with a whoosh, drew back the curtains to let the moonlight stream in. Bilotes said apologetically to Eline behind her, Our fire element family is the quietest branch of the Piarista family. Usually, after dinner and dark, there's hardly anyone talking in the house. Is that all right? Will you be uncomfortable? Eline shook her head. No, I really like this atmosphere. Uncomfortable because it's too quiet? Eline recalled the scene from her past life, riding her little electric scooter alone through deserted streets at 3 or 4 in the morning delivering takeout. The quiet of this other world is at most a tranquil environment, while the quiet on Earth is a plague-like, deathly stillness that seeps into the depths of one's soul. In large cities, especially in urban villages far from the city center, the streets are eerily quiet at 4 or 5 in the morning. You can barely hear a sound. Even the rats that scurry out of the sewers to steal street garbage move without making a sound, afraid to utter a whisper lest they disturb the heavens. This silence, combined with her profession, gave Eline a feeling of being trapped in a deep, swirling abyss, an emptiness from which she could never escape, no matter how hard she struggled. No connections, no family, no support. Unable to compete with his peers during the day, he could only rely on the higher fares at night, sacrificing his health to tirelessly roam the streets. When there were no orders, he would sit alone on his rented electric scooter, feeling his increasingly weak body, staring at the unsettling balance on his phone, thinking about the future of the delivery job, and contemplating his future, This deep-seated quiet was far more despairing than the quiet of his surroundings. But the quiet at Pista's mansion was different. The quiet here was a tranquility that brought genuine comfort, without any discomfort. Then little Elle will stay here for the next few days. After making Elle's bed, Bilotes picked up some unused items from the bedside table. If little Elle prefers a bigger room, we can move upstairs in a few days. No, no, no. Elle quickly waved her hand. I love it here. The room was actually very large. Although it couldn't compare to the Dragon Crystal Palace where Eline had lived for 100 years, this room was actually more than twice the size of the master bedroom in most apartment buildings on Earth. Eline, who worked on Earth, always rented apartments alone. To save money, she rented tiny one-bedroom apartments. These were called one-bedroom apartments, but in reality, the bedroom was right inside the door, with the bed visible from the entrance. The living room and bedroom were connected, and further back was an extremely narrow kitchen and bathroom. Like most tenants of these apartments, you could see the whole thing at a glance. The room that Bilotes had prepared was twice the size of the one-bedroom rental apartment that Erin remembered, and even had a separate bathroom and shower, so she naturally didn't mind. After all, Erin had once been one of the lowest rungs of society, having suffered, sweated, and shed tears. I see. Erin's words made Bilotes seem a little happy. Then, little Erin, is there anything else you need? A small cabinet by the bed? A small rack for clothes? Saying this, Bilotes turned to the little girl beside her and asked curiously, Little Erin, did you always wear this outfit in the forest? Yes, because it was blessed by the dragons. Erin explained proactively, the clothes and socks have a certain magical protective ability and self-cleaning ability, so they don't need cleaning. Oh, I see. Bilotes showed a look of sudden understanding. It seems that while Long Lin was caring for the child, the dragons weren't protecting her 24/7. This outfit was likely created to prevent any accidents. Actually, similar magical artifacts that grant immunity to certain types of magic aren't uncommon in the human world. For example, using ice crystals as a core, a magical circuit could be inscribed on clothing to distribute the ice elemental power within the crystals, creating a barrier that resists some fire and water elemental magic. The nightgown little Elle mentioned is probably a magical artifact of this kind. Bilotes seemed thoughtful. What she didn't know was that Eline's statement about a certain degree of magic immunity was merely a modest way of putting it. Strictly speaking, that outfit is immune to all human magic, including human gods. Ice, fire, lightning, wind, earth, wood, all elements, as long as they are malicious, can be blocked. With the current level of human magic, even if Eline stood there and let a dozen Grand Magisters bombard her with different elemental magic for 3 days and 3 nights, the outfit wouldn't show any wear. Then, if little Eline wants to buy new clothes in the future, she can always tell her mother. She can wear them at home too. Seeing Eline's frankness, Bilotes also took the initiative to introduce the situation of the Pista family. Sister Karachu just graduated from school not long ago, and Alice and Victoria have chosen to stay at the Manor Magic Academy to study magic intensively and won't come back. Usually, it's just me and a few housekeepers living here, so there aren't any major expenses. So if little Eline feels lonely, or if there's anything she wants to say to her mother, she can always. Mom. Just then, from outside, Karaka's voice came from downstairs. Are you still tidying up the rooms? Bilotes went out and peeked out from the stairwell. What's wrong? Uncle Linton is here. Karak pointed to the front door. We might not have time to make dinner. You can have dinner at your Aunt Thunder's. With a cheerful voice, a middle-aged man walked in and waved to Bilotes at the top of the stairs. Long time no see, Mrs. Bilotes. You're here? Bilotes quickly tidied herself up. We haven't started making dinner yet. Eline, clutching her pillow, emerged from the room. Let's have dinner at Ryden Connor's place. I made all the arrangements. We all have a get-together at Connor's tonight, and discuss what you were talking about while we eat. The speaker was a burly man with a relatively rough voice. Although he looked very macho, his somewhat goofy body language prevented him from giving off a frightening impression. On the contrary, Eline found him quite friendly. He had that kind of big, clumsy guy vibe from anime, but then again, why was the second-floor hallway railing so high? Even standing on tiptoe, she couldn't see below. Eline, behind the railing, jumped a couple of times, but finding she still couldn't reach it, she gave up and instead peered through the gaps in the railing at the man in the living room. I never expected your fire elemental room to be so quiet, but when you finally do, you've given us such a big surprise. Oh no, a shock. The middle-aged man downstairs, dressed in rather formal clothes, spoke in a loud voice. Julie told me everything. What about the dragon's child? Is he still with you? He quickly noticed Eline, who was secretly observing beside Bilotes, and was somewhat surprised. Is it her? Yes. Bilotes put on a serious expression. Let's make this clear first. Regardless of the outcome of tonight's family meeting, this child must be registered under our fire elemental room. Ha ha, don't worry, I already spoken to the family beforehand, and everyone agrees. The man laughed heartily. He took a few steps forward, tilted his head back, and patted Eline's hands as if coaxing a child, then suddenly said in dragon language, Your cuteness, come here, let your uncle see you. Eline's scalp tingled instantly. Why could someone speak dragon language when there were no records of dragons among humans? Is this a dragon child? Seeing Eline's lack of reaction, the man turned to Bilotes and said in a particularly comical tone, Why can't you understand dragon language? Then, the man cleared his throat again, ahem, well, your cute little dragon sister, my reliable uncle, take care of your parents, don't be scared, don't cry, you understand? There are at least 10 grammatical errors in those 2 sentences. Eline couldn't help but reply in dragon language, yes. No, let's speak human language. Wow. The uncle's eyes widened in surprise. You really know it? Erin felt a bead of cold sweat automatically form on her forehead. Shouldn't I know dragon language? What was she saying? I didn't hear clearly. Oh no, I've forgotten the pronunciation of those common phrases again. Her dragon language is so fluent. I can't believe that my more than 10 years of hard study are no match for a little girl. Damn it! Speaking in an exaggerated tone, the uncle punched his chest a few times like a gorilla, then coughed a few times. All right, enough joking around. Then, the uncle resumed his previous cheerful demeanor, deliberately sitting down at the table with a very gentlemanly posture, pouring himself a cup of tea. Let me introduce myself. My name is Linton Pista. I'm currently mainly responsible for the family's internal organization and external communications. Little sister, you can just call me Uncle Linton. Chapter 21. The inventory is basically complete. During the conversation, Juliana, who had appeared unnoticed at the door leading to the backyard, entered, carrying a roll of parchment. The gold weighs approximately 30,000 Riemann gold coins. The silver is worth approximately 8,000 Riemann gold coins, plus some weapons and items belonging to mages and fighters. It has been confirmed that at least one item belongs to the Riemann Black Hand organization, Shadow Soul. After briefly reading the data on the parchment, Juliana noticed someone sitting in the living room. Uncle Linton, you came so quickly? Yes, with such a big thing happening to the family, how could I not come quickly? I immediately notified the other branches and rushed over. Linton stood up and walked towards Eline at the top of the stairs. Come, child, let Uncle take a good look. Eline instinctively stopped and hid her head behind the pillow. Don't scare her. Bilotes glared at Linton reproachfully, instinctively shielding Eline behind her. She probably hasn't had much contact with strangers before. I'm so sorry. Linton apologized repeatedly, squatting down in front of Eline and saying in a kind tone, Well, Uncle wanted to ask, when you lived in Dragon Forest, did the dragons teach you dragon language? Yes. Eline nodded, hiding behind her pillow. Why do you speak dragon language? Oh, that's because I'm actually quite curious about dragons. Linton scratched his head. Most of our family's ancient books related to dragons were lost, except for a few related to dragon language. Nobody in the family is interested in that stuff, so I carry those books with me when I go out on errands, and when I'm bored, I try to say a few phrases, haha. You know, sometimes when you go to the palace and talk to those arrogant royalty, they can leave you hanging in the reception room for half an hour without acknowledging you. At those times, I can only sit alone and recite dragon language to pass the time, haha. It's better than having nothing to do. Unfortunately, although there are ancient dragon language books, because humans haven't encountered real dragons for over 1,000 years, I don't know how well I'm learning. Ha! Seeing the dragon sister's expression just now, I finally understand. I should still have a huge amount of room for improvement in dragon language. No, you should. Your dragon language is currently at a very basic stage. It's completely based on pronunciation, like a child learning English, marking bus as basi and yes as yesi, with absolutely no concept of grammar. At this level of dragon language proficiency, even with high talent, you can't use dragon language magic. However, Eline didn't say this aloud, only giving Linton a good luck look. It's clear that Linton has a very cheerful and outgoing personality. He even laughs frequently in his daily conversation, making him very approachable. Moreover, His initiative to learn dragon language is truly admirable. It's like a family with a 2,000-year-old culture. In a modern society where everyone is striving to make money by becoming internet celebrities, live streamers, or taking civil service exams for a stable job, there's someone who voluntarily gives up their rest time to delve into the ancient books left by their ancestors. Most people can't understand these ancient books, they don't earn money, and they don't offer any help to one's future development. Yet, this person from the family squeezes out time from their busy schedule to study these ancient books. Whether he fully understands them or not, Eline believes this person is extremely worthy of respect. At least the Linton before her was the first human she had encountered in the human world who could speak dragon language. Thinking of this, Eline stepped out from behind Bilotes and bowed to the man. "Hello, my name is Eline. Your dragon language is excellent." "Haha, I know my own level." Linton scratched his head, seemingly noticing Eline's dangling feet, and asked curiously, "What's this?" "A spell taught to her by the dragons." Bilotes explained, "As you know, there aren't many humans in the dragon forest. Making a suitable pair of shoes might be quite difficult for dragons, and children develop very quickly. Shoes made this year might not fit next year. So the dragon simply taught her this spell, using wind elements to replace shoes." To help her understand better, Eline took a few steps in place, like this. Although the principle of this spell is to generate a cloud of air under the feet to replace shoes, for Eline, this cloud of air wasn't completely flat, it had a noticeable curve, similar to a high heel. Because the air mass itself was completely transparent, those around couldn't see the curve. When Erin walked, it looked as if she were walking on tiptoe, appearing incredibly graceful, like some kind of small animal. However, given the physical strength of a dragon, even walking on tiptoe wouldn't cause her any discomfort. What amazing magic! Linton's eyes widened as he watched Erin's demonstration. In my memory, only levitation and flow manipulation can achieve similar effects with wind magic, but levitation doesn't allow you to walk, and flow manipulation doesn't allow you to hover. Both spells also consume a lot of magic power. Even a highly talented wind elemental mage can only maintain that for about 10 minutes. Uncle Linton is a mid-level wind elemental mage in the family. If little Elle wants to learn wind elemental magic or has any questions about it, she can talk to Uncle Linton directly, Bilotes said with a smile. However, Uncle Linton is a very busy man. He's usually either traveling for work or socializing with those royal nobles, so he might not have time all the time. Don't even mention it. Lately, those nobles are really... I don't even know how to describe them. They're so sycophantic, so two-faced. They act like they don't see how hard the common people are working, and then they keep suggesting to the palace that taxes be increased and welfare be cut. Linton sighed and turned to Juliana, who was holding the parchment beside him. "Let's get down to business first, Juliana. Are you sure those things you brought back came from Shadow's soul?" "Really?" Juliana nodded. "Yes, because I once fought one of Shadow's soul's assassins, and saw the dagger on him. It left a deep impression." Then the whole story is clear. Getting down to business, Linton, who had been all smiles, suddenly became serious. After Osborne's people learned that Carrick had accepted the merchant group's request to go to the Manor forest, they hired the Shadow Soul organization to assassinate you there. But our Pista family, backed by the dragons, saved Carrick's life and conveniently brought you back. The Osborne family? Linton's reminder made Juliana instantly realize. "I see. I was wondering why the young master suddenly came here making sarcastic remarks. He was spying on us." "Huh?" Carrick was still somewhat confused. "Blake? Didn't he say he was interested in intelligence about the Merchant Guild? That was just a pretext. His saying he was interested in intelligence about the Merchant Guild was just a smokescreen. His real purpose was to confirm your situation," Carrick, Juliana explained. "If Shadow's soul. If you were truly sent by the Osborne family to assassinate you, now that the mission has inexplicably failed, they're probably in disarray internally. Black was just a pawn sent by the family to mislead us. Shadow's soul, or the Osborne family will definitely have more to do. The merchant's jewelry, and Shadow Soul's weapons, and tools can't stay here. Pack them quickly, I move them immediately." Linton took out his pocket watch, glanced at it, and lowered his voice. "Also, keep an eye on the butler and attendants who know about this. Find a reason to give them a raise, and report any unusual activity to me immediately." At this point, Linton suddenly frowned, quickly turned around, and cast a wary glance towards the door. "Who?" As expected of the second-in-command of Pista, you were able to sense the presence of a mere archmage like me immediately. After a brief silence, a man in black slowly emerged from the darkness outside the manor. The person in black had their face covered, wore a hood, and carried a large black backpack. Their body had distinctly feminine curves. "You?" Sensing the terrifying aura deliberately released by the person opposite, Linton exclaimed in shock, "You're a mage?" Sorcerer and archmage. Though differing by only one word, the difference is an insurmountable chasm for most. Ordinary people can use some minor magic, and at this point, they can generally call themselves junior aspiring sorcerers. Mages with a little talent, after some training, can shed the aspiring label and become true sorcerers before the age of 18. As for the sorcerer above sorcerer, that's a high-level realm that only those with a certain level of talent can enter. For example, Linton, who just obtained his intermediate wind sorcerer certificate a year ago, is already the second in command of the Pista family. At his current age, reaching that level, even if he dedicates his entire life to practicing magic without any special opportunities, the highest level he can reach would likely be advanced wind sorcerer. This is the reality for most sorcerer families. Sorcerers and archmages are two completely different classes. Even in the Lehman Empire, the number of archmages was extremely limited. These archmages were either prominent figures or special guests of certain families, enjoying a life of luxury and privilege. This masked woman before them was actually an archmage. And despite being dressed as an assassin, she made no attempt to conceal her archmage aura, as if afraid the people in the room wouldn't know her true strength. What was going on? Did the Shadow Soul group, seeing their assassination attempt fail, resort to hiring an archmage to openly cause trouble? Don't be nervous, I'm not here to fight you. Seeing the tense expressions on the faces of everyone in the room except for Eline, the woman in black at the door raised her empty hands, indicating she meant no harm. Then, she crouched down, took the backpack from her back, and placed it on the ground. "I've been entrusted to deliver these items to you, hoping they will be of some help to Pista in her recent predicament." With that, the woman in black transformed into a ball of flame and vanished with a whoosh. "My mission is complete. Farewell." Chapter 22. With the departure of the woman in black, the vast mansion fell into a long silence. "Children, back off." A few seconds later, Linton, who was sitting at the dining table, stood up and cast a wind elemental spell, Wind Shield, on himself. Immediately afterwards, he summoned a wind wall in front of him, isolating the black backpack on the open ground from Eline and the others. "Beware of possible explosions or attacks." After saying this seriously, Linton cautiously walked towards the black backpack. The aura emanating from the woman in black was indeed at the archmage level. Female, archmage, fire element. These three pieces of information had already narrowed down the woman in black's identity considerably, not to mention that she had spoken, and her voice had given her away. Archmage-level individuals were extremely rare in any empire, and female fire elemental archmages were even rarer. Even for a fallen noble family like Pista, investigating wouldn't be too difficult. What Linton couldn't understand was why the woman in black would deliberately expose this information. As a mage, she could have perfectly concealed it all. It was as if she had originally planned to do this to curry favor with Pista. "Kevin?" Reaching a distance of about 3 meters from the black backpack, Linton took out a sapphire from his pocket, channeled his magic into it, and lit it up. "Has anything unusual been found outside?" "Reporting to my lord." A moment later, a man's voice came from the sapphire. "Nothing unusual." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." With that, Linton put the gem back into his pocket, his brow furrowing slightly. The Pista family has gatekeepers. Whether it's near the manor, or at several key intersections within the territory, the Pista have deployed numerous guards to prevent attacks from malicious individuals or hostile forces. Like when the young master of the Osborne family entered, he was stopped by the gatekeepers. Although Parker, who was on duty at the gate, didn't actually stop him, it was only because Black was from the Osborne family, and it wasn't good to openly confront him. If it were an unknown assassin, Parker would definitely fight him to the death. However, the woman in black could move freely even with such a strong security presence, demonstrating her exceptional skill. "Uncle Linton." Seeing Linton squat down beside the black backpack, Juliana instinctively reminded him, "Be careful." "It's all right, the other party is most likely not an enemy." Giving Juliana a reassuring look, Linton reached out and opened the black backpack. The backpack didn't contain bombs or gold and silver jewelry, but rather a large number of parchment books and some strange items. Among these books and miscellaneous items, Linton saw several things that were extremely familiar to him. The watch of Edward, the eldest son of the Pista Wind Elemental Chamber. The glasses of the husband of Bilotes, the 76th heir of the Pista Fire Elemental Chamber. The lost tier 5 noble phantasm ice curling from the Pista ice elemental chamber. And a large number of parchment documents and agreements detailing assassination missions and loot-sharing terms. What's wrong? Seeing Linton squatting motionless on the ground, Juliana approached. What's inside? Nothing. Linton took a deep breath and closed his backpack again. Tonight's meeting will probably be a bit more extensive. Juliana was puzzled. Huh? Okay, Juliana, could you help me load the treasure and weapons from the basement, along with this backpack, into my carriage? We head back early. With that, Linton stood up again and deactivated his wind shield and wind wall. Bellodis, take the 2 children and go directly to Connor by carriage. Stop by the market to buy some chicken, duck, and fish. The family gathering tonight will probably be extended, and Connor might not be prepared. Okay. Noticing the serious expression on Linton's face, Bellodis nodded. Are you leaving now? Yes, the situation is rather urgent. Linton slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked to Juliana's side, gesturing to Eline. You go with Carrick and this child. Don't bring anyone else. Just act like you're buying gifts or visiting relatives. Okay. Bellodis didn't ask any further questions, gave Carrick a look, and the 2 went upstairs together. A short while later, Carrick and Bellodis came downstairs, having changed their outfits. Carrick, who had previously worn a witch's hat and wizard's robes, was now wearing a white evening gown. With her long blonde hair, she looked like a little princess from the fairy tale Cinderella. Bellodis, on the other hand, was dressed like a wealthy woman. Her long hair was elegantly styled in an updo, paired with a long dress adorned with gorgeous jewels and delicate crystal high heels. Little Heir, are we having dinner at Aunt Connor's tonight? After changing her clothes, Bellodis reached out to Eline at the top of the stairs and picked up the little girl. Connor is a mid-level lightning mage, and also the strongest mage and chef in Pista. You'd definitely love her lemon steamed duck and roast chicken with bamboo leaves. We go to the market now, Little Heir. See if there's anything you want to eat or buy. Clothes, household items. Just tell Mommy if you see anything you like. Unbeknownst to anyone, everything inside the house was being watched by a dark shadow outside the manor. Yes, it's me. After observing the situation inside the room for a while, the shadowy figure took out a crystal from his pocket and channeled some of his magic into it. The stuff has been given to their second in command. That's all you need to do now. Soon, a hoarse voice came from inside the crystal. Remember, don't tell anyone about tonight's events. How could I? We're in the same boat. If I told anyone about something this big, I'd be executed along with my entire family. Deliberately speaking in a playful voice, the shadowy figure turned and walked towards the outskirts of the Pista territory. But I'm still very curious. Why would a magical beast like you, who has served Shadow Soul for so many years, betray them at this time? Does the Pista family really have that much guts? On the other side, outside the Shadow Soul base, a young man with dragon wings, dressed in black and wearing a hood, stood listlessly in front of the base gate. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. After speaking these words to the magic crystal on his chest, the young man in black withdrew the magical energy input. The meeting is about to begin. You need to leave the Pista territory immediately. That's it, I'm done. Then, the young man in black pushed open the door in front of him. This mission resulted in the loss of 12 members, including 4 junior mages and 2 intermediate mages. Inside the base, a large group of men in black stood ramrod straight around a large table. Beside the table, an elderly man adjusted his glasses with one hand and rested the other on a map on the table, listening to the explanation from the man in black beside him. These brothers set off from the Firefly Forest in the southern part of the Lehman Empire, passing through Dragon Hidden Village and Per Village, finally arriving at their destination, the Manor Forest, where they lay in ambush. The speaker seemed to hold a high position in the group, gesturing to the seated old man as he spoke to show him their route. Finally, they headed south along this path in the Manor Forest, where the mutiny occurred. Our old friend, the Dragonwing Gargoyle, is in the group. It can handle whoever betrays them. After hearing his subordinate's report, the old man seemed somewhat flustered, but quickly regained his composure, twirling his finger in the air as he said, as long as the gargoyle takes action, everything will be fine. Boss, the gargoyle. The man in black who spoke glanced at another man in black beside him, hesitating to speak. The gargoyle killed most of the men on the mission, saying they took a lot of evidence of our crimes, including numerous contracts and treaties between Shadow Soul and the Osborne family, intending to use them to blackmail Shadow Soul. Another man in black took a deep breath and said, there were 13 people on the mission. The gargoyle killed 12 of them, and one of them escaped with the evidence and is still missing. I just checked, the documents related to Pista in the safe. They were indeed stolen. Chapter 23. The carriage slowly came to a stop, revealing a completely new world. Hello. A big-head perch, the fattest one, around 10 pounds. Do you sell heavy-duty ducks here? I want to buy some to make lemon duck. Inside the carriage, Eline, who had been drowsy from the swaying journey, slowly woke up to the voice of Bilotes at the front of the carriage. Awake? Seeing the little girl open her eyes, Carrick, sitting opposite Eline, quickly stepped forward. We just arrived at the market. It'd be a while before we reach Connor's house. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Because of the various misunderstandings before, Carrick now regarded this dragon princess as a little sister who only knows a little bit of wind elemental magic and suffers from narcolepsy and needs to be taken care of. Seriously, she's so cute. Looking at Eline's dazed appearance after just waking up, Carrick instinctively looked up. What to do? Every time I make eye contact with this younger sister, it's like my soul is being sucked away, and my heart pounds uncontrollably. Claudia, who just turned 24 this year, is at the age when her heart is just beginning to flutter with romantic feelings. As the 77th successor of the Pista, Claudia is outstanding among her peers in both figure and appearance. With her flowing golden hair, perfect figure, and beautiful looks, Claudia's youthful radiance shines through even in her loose magic robes. Back when she was a student at Manor Academy, she received countless confessions of love from boys her age. However, whether the men were outstanding mages in her year or upperclassmen, Claudia rejected them all. She truly felt nothing for these people. Caracho had originally thought she would graduate from the academy as an ordinary Manor student, then take over the family business from her mother, dedicating her life to the family, never considering matters of the heart, and certainly never acting impulsively for so-called feelings. But from the moment she met Eline in the forest, she realized she seemed to be wrong. This little one seemed to possess boundless magic, making Caracho's heart restless throughout the journey. Even she couldn't describe the feeling. It was a contradictory feeling. Wanting to give her all the beauty of the world, wanting to protect her for a lifetime, yet worrying about disturbing the little one's rest. Is this the market? Inside the carriage, Eline, awakened by the various shouts, first stretched habitually, then tilted her head back, opened the small window of the carriage, and glanced outside. A bustling street, slightly chaotic vendors' carts, and various old-fashioned stops for carriages. The outside world resembled 18th century Europe. The houses were predominantly white, and had a distinctly religious style. Unlike 18th century Europe on Earth, this place also incorporated elements of a modern market. Many vendors hawked their wares along the streets, selling everything from strangely shaped chickens, ducks, and fish to various ferocious beasts and birds of prey, along with a large quantity of magic wands, magic orbs, long swords, axes, and so on. It was like a relatively chaotic flea market. In the cart of the nearest vendor, Eline saw several large, platypus-like creatures. This creature, aside from anything else, had very prominent flesh on its body. Basically, everything below its head was flesh. It was clearly domesticated by humans for countless years, raised specifically as a carnivore. Yes, we arrived at the market. Seeing that Eline seemed quite interested in the outside world, Carrick stood up and extended her hand to the little girl. How about I take you out to see it? Thank you. Eline hesitated for a moment, then took Carrick's small hand, and got out of the carriage with the girl dressed like a little princess. When living in the Crystal Palace of Dragon Forest, Eline's 3 meals a day were basically prepared by her father, Nasod, or her mother, Fafnir. Her father, Nasod, was skilled at cooking meat, making everything from roasted meat and steamed meat to braised pork. Her mother liked to prepare various sweets and a mix of meat and vegetables, such as grass jelly cheese, snow lotus fruit meat patties, and so on. Because Eline suffered from severe narcolepsy for the first few decades, she had basically never seen how food in this other world was made. Now that she had arrived in the human world, she was naturally very curious about the city center and free markets of the Riemann Empire, and intended to see them for herself. Wow! With Carrick's help, she stepped out of the car and looked around at the place, which clearly resembled an earth-free market. Her eyes, which had been half closed due to sleepiness, now widened in surprise. Old men and women sitting on the ground selling agricultural products, an uncle pushing a cart full of strange chickens and ducks, and a young man in the distance already slicing up plump meat and calling out, "Black Mountain Pig, 2 caddies for 1 silver coin." She was all too familiar with this kind of place. During her years cramped on Earth, every evening Eline would wait until after 7 to go to the market, specifically looking for leftover, discounted meat and vegetables to save money. Similar shouts and calls were etched into her very soul. However, unlike the markets on Earth, this market was noticeably more crowded, and the variety of produce was far greater. Eline couldn't name most of the meats and vegetables here. There were simply too many varieties. Almost everything available on Earth was here, and even some that weren't. Soon, Eline, who had gotten off the car with Carrick, approached by Lodi's, who was selecting a strange type of duck. Looking at the round, plump bird in the enclosure, Eline couldn't help but ask curiously, "Is this a duck?" "Oh, it seems you gentlemen are all nobles from the Lehman Empire?" The man selling the ducks was an older man wearing a white turban. Upon seeing Eline, the uncle chuckled heartily. "These are all our own free-range, heavyweight ducks. Thin-skinned, firm meat, not fatty or greasy. We've been selling them on this street for 5 years. If you're not satisfied with your purchase, come to Duck Village anytime and find me, Webster, and I give you another one for free." Heavyweight ducks? After hearing the uncle's introduction, Eline looked puzzled. She peeked out from behind her pillow, examining the large ducks in the enclosure that resembled little ostriches. "Is it because these ducks are heavy?" "Haha, little sister, you're so cute. Heavyweight ducks are a very famous type of poultry in the Lehman Empire. They are indeed heavier than other ducks." The man turned to Bilotes. "Madam, is this your daughter?" "Yes." Bilotes smiled. "She spends most of her time at home due to health reasons and rarely goes out." "I see. Well, since you are all nobles, how about a 20% discount?" "Want one?" "Huh?" Eline was even more curious. Why do nobles get a 20% discount? Shouldn't ordinary people generally dislike domineering nobles? To be honest. The man scratched his head. 3 years ago, one night, my daughter fell seriously ill. We couldn't get a ride, and in the end, a noble from Geochom Street took us to the doctor in their carriage. Yes. If it weren't for that nobleman, my daughter might already be. Although the reputation of the nobles in the Lehman Empire isn't great these days, I still firmly believe there are many good people among them. Without their magicians, our Lehman Empire would probably have been bullied beyond recognition by our neighbors long ago. Look, I work hard every day to save more money, to earn money for a better life for my daughter. And if I ever run into that nobleman again, I can pay him back the fare I owed him." "I see." Just then, Eline noticed that the man's scratching of his head had accidentally bumped into a small cabinet next to him, and a silver coin rolled down, landing right at her feet. Almost without thinking, she bent down, picked up the coin, and handed it to the man. "Thank you." Perhaps too busy handling the ducks while talking to her, the man accidentally touched Eline's hand as he took the silver coin. Startled, he apologized repeatedly. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to." His face was full of apology and fear. He frantically rummaged through the drawer of the cart and pulled out a bottle of drinking water, seemingly indicating that Eline could use it to wash her hands. "I'm so sorry, I'm in contact with ducks every day. It's a little dirty. Please, don't take it to heart. This is my drinking water. It's clean, you can use it to wash." Eline hesitated for a moment, didn't take the water, but just smiled. The hands of working people are dirty. Eline's words made Bilotes, standing beside her, tremble slightly. Then, the mother pointed to the 4 ducks in the enclosure. "Take all of these, please weigh them, clean them, and pack them up. We use them for soup tonight." Chapter 24. The layout of the Pista family compound was different from other places. It always featured a large, curved counter facing the street, with warm liquor inside. Workers finishing their shifts nearby could simply stop by for a bowl of warm liquor without paying. However, this was over 20 years ago. Now, each bowl of liquor costs a symbolic copper coin. Back then, people frequently took advantage of this convenience at the Pista compound to extort money, claiming they got stomach problems from drinking there, and eventually even taking it to the royal court for compensation. So from then on, the free liquor became 1 copper coin per bowl. We arrived. Alighting from the carriage with Carrick, Eline picked up one of the bags in the carriage filled with spices. In this other world, even the variety of spices is far richer than on Earth. For example, there are as many as 7 kinds of cilantro alone, and the variety of seasonings such as perilla, star anise, cinnamon, and scallions is countless. Some are specifically for flavoring, some are for making soup bases, and some are for crushing and making dipping sauces. After arriving in the Lehman Empire, Eline discovered that this was essentially Earth with DLC added. The expansion patches just for food alone are so numerous that they can't be seen at a glance. What a huge courtyard! After stepping down from the carriage, what appeared before Eline was a mansion much larger than the Pista Fire Element Villa she had previously visited. No, calling it a mansion might be an understatement. The design style of this building felt more like an opera house. However, compared to a real opera house, this large house seemed slightly smaller, with a stronger sense of ordinary people's homes. Yes, it's that smell of ordinary people's homes. Eline didn't know why that phrase popped into her head. Even though this enormous courtyard was clearly beyond the reach of ordinary people, Eline felt a very familiar sense of everyday life about it. The surrounding ornate walls didn't seem extravagant, the grand gates didn't seem imposing, and the beautiful house didn't have an air of keep away. At least, Erline's first impression of this grand building was very good. Although the security measures here didn't seem very robust. Under the cover of night, Eline glanced discreetly at the darkness not far from the courtyard, then pretended not to notice anything and continued walking forward with Carrot. You're here? At the courtyard gate, seeing Eline and Carrot get out of the car, Linton, who had been waiting for some time, smiled and stepped forward, taking the bags from Eline and Beloit's. What did you buy? A 10-pound base, for well-prepared heavy-duty ducks, and some local specialty finished cheese. Beloit's gestured to Eline beside her. This child can't resist sweets. I never eaten this before. Eline buried her face in her pillow, trying to explain. It's just that I never seen food like this before. I was curious, so I didn't want to eat it. Ha ha ha. The little girl's adorable reaction made Linton laugh heartily. He waved his hand. The finished cheese from Jiuchong Street is truly a Riemann specialty. Its delicate, smooth texture and perfectly balanced milky and sweet flavor are unforgettable. Even an old man like me loves it. Speaking of which, if you're craving sweets, little Elle, you come to the right place. Your Aunt Connor is a very famous pastry chef in the family. She can make as many cakes, cookies, and golden cakes as you want. Then, Linton gestured to a little girl who looked to be only about 10 years old beside him, and said to Eline, by the way, little Elle, this is my daughter Wendy. She's also skilled in wind magic, and is currently a high-level wind elemental mage. You should be able to be in the same class when Manor Academy opens. Wendy, this is Eline, the little sister Daddy told you about before. Say hello. Hello. At Linton's signal, the little girl with a round face walked over confidently. The little girl wore a light green Lolita dress similar to those in Alice in Wonderland, with green striped knee-high socks, and even her round-toed shoes were green, making her look like a little green elf in the darkness. Is Eline also a wind elemental mage? Seeing Eline's dangling feet, the little girl in natural-colored clothes showed a slight expression of surprise at first. Then with a thought, she cast a levitation spell on herself. Whoosh! Accompanied by a gust of wind, the little girl also levitated into the air. However, unlike Eline, this little girl named Wendy seemed rather unfamiliar with the so-called levitation spell. Her movements in the air were awkward, as if she might fall at any moment. The surrounding wind elements were blowing her clothes and skirt into disarray, making her look somewhat comical. No, I haven't practiced this magic much. Less than 10 seconds later, Wendy cancelled her levitation spell and landed in the air. Haha, looks like our Wendy's levitation skills still have room for improvement. Maybe you two can learn from each other later. Linton chuckled, reaching out to ruffle his daughter's hair before turning to the opera house ahead. Alright, let's go in. Aunt Connor has made lots of delicious food. However, before Linton could finish speaking, a sudden change occurred. With a whooshing sound, like something speeding through the air, a figure suddenly plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily into the open space in the center of the courtyard. Boom! Sand and stones flew everywhere. Who goes there? The sudden, loud commotion made Linton and Bilotes instinctively assume the posture of a mage preparing to chant, staring at the man who had smashed a large crater in the hard marble floor. Cough, cough, cough. In the smoke and dust, the man struggled to stand up, but due to the severity of his injuries, he couldn't manage it after a long struggle. He could only use his hands to prop himself up and crawl a few steps out of the pit, raising his head towards Linton, his face contorted in a mournful cry. Help! Help me! Schubert? After recognizing the man's face using the glowing stones around the courtyard, Linton frowned slightly. What are you doing? The person who had descended from the sky was none other than Schubert Lawrence, the second young master of the Lawrence family, who had recently acquired Moonshadow Winery from Pista through underhanded means. But the problem is, isn't Schubert a novice ice mage? Could someone in the Riemann Empire really beat him to this state? I cough, cough, cough. Schubert was about to speak when, under the moonlight, a magnificent figure wielding an ice greatsword sliced through the waning moon and landed in front of him with a boom. Does your Pista family have any sense of crisis at all? After landing, The woman wielding the Frust greatsword pointed it directly at Schubert on the ground. This person has been observing from that tower over there for half an hour, and you didn't notice a thing. Huh? Wait a minute. That voice, and that aura. No one noticed that after hearing the woman's words, Eline secretly turned her face away and stuck out her tongue. Why is Aunt here? Chapter 25. The Dragon Forest, where Erin had lived for nearly 100 years, dozing off, was originally a land of extreme cold located in the center of the Eve continent. The Eve continent was initially a glacier. Later, a powerful ancient being sealed the ice creation stone at its center, allowing the continent to regain its vitality. In other words, the closer one gets to the central area of the Dragon Forest, the closer one is to that terrifying ice creation stone, and the stronger the aura of ice elements becomes. Unless one is an exceptionally talented ice mage, even if they withstand the encirclement of a large group of high-level magical beasts from the outer manor forest to enter the Dragon Forest, they will ultimately be unable to escape the fate of being corroded by the cold. Not to mention that a large number of high-level ice dragons inhabit the depths of the Dragon Forest. Although Erin's father was the strongest black dragon king on the Eve continent, and her mother was a holy dragon, the Dragon Forest where she lived could actually be considered the territory of ice dragons. Nasod, Eline's father, and Eibel, the ice dragon who originally ruled Lonlin, were sworn siblings. Therefore, in formal settings, Eline calls the ice dragon king Eibel Aunt. In private, Eline usually calls her sister Eibel, when she's in a good mood, or Aunt Eibel, after Eibel scolds her. This is also why our little dragon princess lives in the Crystal Palace, which is filled with ice crystals. After arriving at the Piarista family, everyone saw Eline using wind elemental magic to fly, assuming she was skilled in wind magic. Actually, this little girl's forte is ice elemental magic, because the ice elemental energy near the Crystal Palace is overflowing. When teaching forbidden spells of other elements, Eline would need to learn for a few minutes each time. But shortly after the ice dragon Eibel explained the forbidden ice element spell creation's destruction, Eline unleashed this terrifying spell. At that moment, the entire forest was engulfed in icy sand and exploding ice. For the next few months, Dragon Forest endured an unprecedented winter. Terrifying blizzards continuously buried the sky, countless ice swords rained down, and temperatures plummeted by 70 or 80 degrees Celsius, causing immense suffering for the forest's magical beasts. If Eline hadn't been so young and lacked magical proficiency at the time, creation's destruction could likely have destroyed nearly half of the forest's life. As for Sister Eibel, she was essentially Eline's history teacher. Whenever her parents felt they had nothing left to teach, they would call this aunt over to teach Eline dragon history. If Erin is a genius in the realm of dragon language magic, then when it comes to history, she's the kind of bad student who's beyond saving. She's always either dozing off in class or simply falling asleep, and every time she gets a scolding from Eibel that leaves her in tears. Because of this, our little dragon princess has a deep-seated fear of Eibel. You actually dared to attack the Lawrence family. Under the waning moon, probably feeling a bit ashamed of being sprawled on the ground, after struggling several times and finding he couldn't get up, Schubert simply gave up and lay down on the spot, threatening the girl wielding the Frost greatsword. Do you know who I am? Humph. Seemingly accustomed to such threats, the girl didn't even glance at the humans on the ground. Eibel sheathed his greatsword, took out a small backpack from his waist, and handed it to Erin. This is the cheese and dragon milk tablets you like to eat at home, along with some dragon saliva fruit and snowflake pills. I packed it all for you. If you use it sparingly, it should last a month. This is a refreshing flower, for waking you up. If you're really sleepy, you can suck on one, but don't eat too many. Remember the whistle's function? It summons all the nearby dragons. I forgot to bring it in my haste, so I packed it for you. But I don't think you need it. After briefly introducing the contents of the backpack, he placed it in Erin's arms. The girl in the gorgeous blue and white clothes before him. The woman reached out and ruffled the little girl's hair, muttering in dragon language, "Your parents are really something. What a terrible idea they had to send you to live in human society. Humans only live for about 100 years at most. You won't even be a baby dragon by 100. And this Lehman Empire, just looking at the people on the streets, I know the Empire's rulers are definitely not good people." Despite her displeasure at Eibel's childlike head-rubbing attack, Erin couldn't bring herself to be harsh with her aunt. "Oh, by the way, your mother asked me to pass on a message. She told you to make sure you're covered up properly when you sleep tonight." Eibel withdrew her hand after she finished ruffling the hair. The human world isn't like the ice palace. The temperature difference between day and night is huge, so be careful to keep warm. Hey! While the girl was still giving Eline various instructions, Schubert, The second young master of the Lawrence family, lying on the ground, couldn't hold back any longer and roared at the top of his lungs, "Are you pretending I don't exist? You crazy woman, do you know who I am? How dare you attack me?" Eibel, who had been as kind and approachable as a friendly older sister, seemed to have transformed at this moment, casting a cold glance at Schubert behind her. This glance was like millennia of frost, seemingly freezing even the surrounding air. Under the waning moon, Eibel's icy blue eyes slowly turned blood red. With a sound of ice crystal shattering, in an instant, the world changed. The originally yellow waning moon in the night sky turned into an icy blue moon, and a large amount of ice elemental energy roared toward Schubert on the ground. To everyone's horror, the visible, shimmering ice elements rapidly transformed into a sturdy crystal coffin, firmly locking Schubert inside. Crack, crack, crack. A clear sound of ice exploding rang out, and the open space of the Pista compound was quickly covered by a thick layer of frost, the temperature plummeting. At the same time, countless sharp ice swords appeared out of thin air, their blades pointing directly at Schubert, who was firmly locked in the coffin. An ice coffin? Seeing the ice crystal coffin on the ground, and the terrifying changes around him, Linton, who had been curious about the identity of the woman in blue and white, gaped, his face filled with terror. An ice coffin, a spell that only an ice elemental archmage could use. This skill instantly locks down all of the target's movements, rendering Schubert immobile, hence its nickname Single Target Minor Forbidden Spell. This young woman, dressed in magnificent robes and boots, with beautiful long hair, and appearing to be no more than 20 or 30 years old, is actually a Grand Magister? No, she's wielding a great sword. She should be a Grand Battle Master. What does a Grand Battle Master mean? The pinnacle of battle. Moreover, when she used Ice Coffin just now, this young woman didn't make any prior preparations. She used this ultimate spell with a mere thought, demonstrating her proficiency in ice elemental magic. A Grand Battle Master of this level would be directly called an Ice God in the Lehman Empire. No, that's not right. After several seconds of shock, Linton came to his senses. Judging from the small gift she gave to Eline, and their conversation, they clearly know each other. Therefore, it can be inferred that she most likely comes from Dragon Forest. In other words, she is very likely also a dragon. You must be Mr. Linton Pista, the current second-in-command of Pista, right? After subduing Schubert, the girl turned to Linton. Do you still remember the alliance between Pista and the dragons 2,000 years ago? Under the girl's icy gaze, Linton hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell the truth. Most of the records related to Pista and the dragons have been lost. I'm very sorry. It's alright if you don't remember. The girl casually tossed her long hair behind her. What you need to do now is slightly change those somewhat cowardly ideas. From now on, Pista will no longer be that impoverished nobleman who can be slaughtered at will. I don't want Eline Pista to suffer any injustice here. Do you understand? Chapter 26. As the second-in-command and diplomat of the Pista family, Linton was a master at reading people. He understood to some extent why the Pista had fallen into its current predicament. It was practically impossible for the Lehman Empire, an old empire that had existed for over 200 years, to be completely free of corruption for 4 or 5 generations. Especially in recent decades, a large number of unambitious nobles and complacent royal nobles had colluded, abusing their power for personal gain, disregarding the lives of the common people, and even attempting to drag the Pista down with them. The Pista naturally disagreed, but the price was isolation from various royal and noble factions. This would have been better 100 years ago, because the Pista was full of talent then. There were genius mages who became archmages before the age of 20, and great warriors who ranked high in their class at Manor Academy. Even the head of the family at the time was a great archmage. No one dared to interfere with the Pista family. However, from then on, the Pista family began to decline. Magical talent is unpredictable. Sometimes both parents are archmages, yet their offspring can't even reach the basics of becoming a mage. Some parents are farmers their whole lives, yet they raise a great archmage. Similar examples abound. It can only be said that offspring born to parents with excellent magical talent are likely to possess some magical talent as well, but it's not absolute. The Pista family belongs to the category where the magical talent of their descendants inexplicably disappeared little by little. With the disappearance of the previous patriarch and the passing of the head of the family, and the failure of any outstanding mages in the new generation, the family began to be targeted and ostracized by the nobles of the Lehman Empire. The act of Schubert of the Lawrence family spying into the Pista family's territory, as seen today, is not uncommon in history. Theoretically, outsiders are forbidden from entering a family's territory. However, Families like the Osborne and Lawrence families are already in cahoots with the monarchy. Even if Linton presents the relevant evidence and files a complaint with the Riemann Empire, the case will be dragged out and eventually dropped. To directly wage war against them on their territory? Leaving aside whether the Pista family could gain any advantage with their current fighting strength, even if they did win, the Lawrence family would use this as a pretext to launch a full-scale attack on the Pista family. In the end, the monarchy would feign reconciliation, declaring in court that the Pista family was in the wrong for attacking other nobles first, and therefore had to pay compensation. The Moonshadow Winery was paid out in this way. Under the moonlight, after listening to the girl Ibel's words, Linton quickly reviewed the implications in his mind and mustered his courage to ask, "Is our alliance with the dragons still in effect?" Linton didn't directly ask the girl what she meant by Pista is no longer a noble family to be slaughtered, but cleverly veered in, asking, "Is the alliance still in effect?" Although even Linton himself didn't know exactly what the alliance was, as the second-in-command of the Pista family, he understood perfectly well what the girl had just said. The Lawrence family had caused trouble in Pista territory, and they dared not intervene, but the girl had taken action, even revealing the ice coffin, a skill only a Grand Magister could use, in front of everyone. Coupled with the girl's later statement, "I don't want Eline to suffer any injustice here," it can basically be interpreted as, "You Pista, go ahead and do whatever you want. The dragons will take responsibility for anything that happens." What level is an archmage? The Pope trembles before her. Moreover, Linton knew this girl wasn't an ordinary human archmage. She might be a legendary dragon. The girl practically had, if all else fails, kill the king of the Riemann Empire, and take his place written all over her face. How arrogant. So Linton directly asked the crucial question, "Is our alliance with the dragons still valid?" 4. A final confirmation with the girl. "If Pista gets into trouble because of your words, will the dragons protect us?" If before, Linton, like most people, didn't have a general idea of the dragon's strength, then now, he was completely certain. The dragon's strength far exceeded human understanding and far surpassed all humans. Now, the only hope for the Pista family to rise again lies in betting everything on their alliance with the dragons. Still in effect. Under Linton's gaze, Iber's expression remained calm. The original agreement stipulated a 10,000-year term. 10,000 years? Doesn't that mean the Pista's alliance with the dragons still has nearly 8,000 years left? Alright. Seeing that Linton seemed to have no further questions, Iber, carrying his great sword, walked through the crowd. "Go ahead and do it, for the glory of human mages once." With that, the girl leaped towards the blue moon in the sky and disappeared into the night. Buzz. Clang. Almost the instant the girl vanished, countless frost blades suspended in the open ground shattered into ice shards and scattered across the ground. The ice coffin that had firmly locked Schubert inside rapidly cracked, throwing him out of the ice shards. Cough, cough, cough. Ice. Cough, cough, cough. Lying in the ice shards, Schubert's face was contorted with terror. He crawled out of the ice pile, desperately gasping for fresh air, his eyes bloodshot. Ice coffin. Why? Why Pista of all people? The reason Schubert had come alone to Pista's territory to spy was because he had received word from the Osborne family, and was ordered to check on Linton and Bilotes' movements. He intended to see if their trip to the market was simply a family visit, or if they were preparing for a family meeting. If it's the latter, it means Pista was aware of the assassination attempt in the manor forest, so they must find an opportunity to obtain intelligence related to the meeting immediately. The Lawrence family has done similar things countless times. Anyway, Pista is a coward now, even if they're discovered. So what? Would they dare to fight? However, to Schubert's utter surprise, a young girl suddenly appeared out of nowhere, completely stunning him, even forcing him to use a Grand Magister's exclusive spell, Ice Coffin. What level is a Grand Magister? They're beings the Lawrence family wouldn't dare to offend, even if they risked their entire fortune. Now that such a terrifying being was siding with the Pista family, how could Schubert not be shocked? I said, "How much longer are you going to lie here?" With a gust of cold wind, Linton appeared before Schubert with a graceful flash. "What happened tonight? Do you know what to do when you get back?" I know. The fear of death spread rapidly. Facing Linton, who was clearly different from usual, Schubert said almost without thinking, I absolutely will not tell anyone what happened today." Linton raised an eyebrow. No, nothing happened tonight, nothing happened. Fearing that the Archmage would return and kill him, Schubert's voice trembled with tears. "Spare me, Brother Linton, I was blind to your greatness, I deserve to die." The Moonshadow Winery. Return it. We definitely return it. Schubert lay on the ground, clasping his hands in a fist salute. I'll return to the family now. As long as you let me go back, we will never go back on our word. Whatever you Pista say, we do. We even make the Lawrence family your dogs. From now on, we will never cause you any more trouble. Very good. Linton stood up and took out a gleaming crystal from his pocket. Patriarch of the Lawrence family, you heard that, right? That's what your second young master said himself. We didn't force him. Chapter 27. The Pista family gathering was completely different from what Eline had imagined. This dragon princess from Earth had assumed that such a large aristocratic dinner would be like what she saw on television. A gigantic table set in the center of a grand church, with everyone, starting with the most respected patriarch and elders, taking their seats elegantly according to seniority, awaiting the butler's service. No talking during the meal, proper use of cutlery, graceful movements, and polite speech were expected. Children who disobeyed these rules would be scolded or even punished. However, Eline hadn't anticipated that these scenes wouldn't unfold in the Pista family's opera house. While the house, which looked like the kind of grandeur only medieval Earth nobles possessed, was indeed incredibly luxurious, the interior was nothing like the rigidly rule-bound aristocratic life Eline had envisioned. Welcome. After entering the lobby of the opera house through the main gate with Bilotes and Carrack, the first person to greet them was a woman in a long dress. This must be the legendary little princess raised by the dragons, right? She's just as adorable as the rumors say. The woman appeared to be about the same age as Bilotes, both being very well-maintained noblewomen. She wore a long flowing dress, her long hair styled in a single braid that cascaded naturally down her back, giving her the air of a virtuous wife. The woman had apparently been chatting with some children at a small table near the entrance, but she rose to greet Eline and the others upon their arrival. I am Connor Pista, head of the Lightning House in Pista. Linton already told me about your situation. Looking at Eline with friendly eyes, Connor smiled slightly at the little girl. Don't be so formal. We in Pista don't have many rules. Just make yourself at home. Indeed? Eline, clutching her large pillow, subconsciously looked around. This must be the main living room of the Pista Opera House. The room was filled with tables and chairs, some small props that seemed to be used for training magic, and various pieces of furniture. Besides, the tables were piled high with all sorts of food. Appetizing bear-shaped cookies, soft steamed buns or dumplings, and various desserts that Eline couldn't name. Aunt Connor. Just then, a little girl in a Lolita dress and little leather shoes skipped over, gesturing to Connor with the dough she was holding, shaped like a little bunny. Is this it? Did I succeed? Very good. But you can do this with ears. Connor took the dough from the child and skillfully pinched the ends to create the shape of bunny ears, right? It's even cuter this way. Yay! The little girl skipped back. We bought a few heavy-duty ducks at the market on Jiuchong Street, and they're all taken care of. Bilotes placed the items from her bag on the table. Did you buy anything else? Sister Bing bought a few fish. Oh, you brought fish too? Connor checked the large base in the bag and picked it up. I take this big one to the kitchen to prepare it, and make a steamed fish. Seeing this, Eline finally realized what made the Pista family seem familiar. The people here, compared to nobles, their habits seemed closer to a family. Just like the earth she used to live on. Western-style architecture, Chinese food and customs. Back in college, one of Eline's roommates, hearing that she came from an orphanage and had no parents or home, offered to go back to her hometown with her for Chinese New Year. That day, Eline, who had never experienced family before, felt care for the first time in her roommate's hometown. Like most ordinary people, her roommate's hometown was in a relatively remote rural area. With the recent road construction and the construction of small villas, most of the village was now in laws. Make yourself at home, don't be shy, just relax here. Her roommate's family had said something similar to Eline. The people there, like the Pista family, went to the market near the village to buy groceries, then cooked at home. One prepared the pots and pans, another started the fire, and yet another helped out. Everyone was happy and harmonious. There were no rules or strange clan precepts. The focus was on being happy and joyful. That was the impression Eline got of the Pista family at that moment. At least, from the faces of the children learning to make cookies in the distance, she saw only happiness and innocence. Mom, may I call you that? After observing the scene at the Connor family's house for a while, Eline came to Bilotes' side and asked softly. Of course you can. Bilotes knelt down in front of Eline and reached out to tidy the little girl's bangs. I noticed your little head has been turning around ever since you came in. Is there something you're curious about? Well, Eline thought for a moment. Our family must be quite large, right? Not particularly large in the Lehman Empire. Bilotes looked into Eline's jewel-like golden eyes. But compared to ordinary people, it is indeed a very large family. Then, Eline quickly organized her thoughts. I heard from my father in Longlin that human nobles live in very large houses, and have dedicated chefs to cook for them. And there's a butler to take care of the young lady's daily life. But at Connor's house, it seems a little different from what Dad said. Oh, we do hire a chef, but mostly only when we're short on time or need a lot of help cooking. Normally we cook ourselves. Connor, who was carrying a base and passing by Erin, gave the little girl a friendly smile. That's a tradition of the Pista family. Huh? Erin looked a little confused, blinking her big eyes. Why? Because what truly understands and feels the lives of ordinary people is this everyday warmth and connection, isn't it? Connor gestured to a few children nearby who were learning to knead dough rabbits. We, the Pista family, are of commoner origin, and naturally we must serve the common people. This is a rule established by our ancestors. If we, as the heads of the family, don't even go to the market regularly, don't know what ordinary people eat or use, and aren't familiar with the prices of basic necessities like rice, oil, and salt, we naturally become detached from the lives of ordinary people over time, just like those corrupt and greedy nobles, ambitious but unrealistic, solely driven by profit. You see, whenever there's a holiday, or a family gathering, everyone goes to the market together. After buying groceries, the adults chatted about politics, and the kids could learn to cook. Everyone was happy. Wasn't that great? Connor said, giving Eline an encouraging look. If you don't understand anything, just ask your new mom, or chat with the other kids over there. It's okay. Everyone's very friendly. Watching Connor leave with a large base, Eline was silent for a moment. She took out some dragon milk tablets and cheese that Ibel had brought from Dragon Forest and handed them to Carrick and Linton's adorable little daughter, Wendy. Thank you, Eline. As a girl of about 10 years old, Wendy was basically innocent. She took a piece of cheese and took a bite. So delicious. Ah, thank you. Carrick hesitated for a moment, then casually picked up a piece of dragon milk tablet. When the ice dragon Ibel and Eline were talking, they were both using dragon language, so Carrick didn't understand what the big sister wielding a Frust great sword was saying. However, seeing Ibel hand a small backpack full of food to Eline, speaking in a tone like a parent nagging their daughter about going on a long trip, Carrick, like Linton and the others, could roughly guess their relationship. Speaking dragon language, and being a powerful being from Dragon Forest, she was most likely a dragon in her true form. The bag the dragon handed to Eline probably contained the food her cute little sister usually liked. Carrick thought. Therefore, even though Eline was willing to give her some snacks, Carrick didn't take much, only symbolically finding the smallest piece of cheese to accept the gesture. I don't need it. Seeing that Erin had given her two older sisters cheese slices, and was even planning to give her some snacks, Bilotes waved her hands repeatedly. These should all be things little Erin likes, right? Little Erin can keep them for herself. This, converted, is equivalent to a human 7th-tier noble phantasm. Erin shook her head, forcibly handing a piece of cheese to Bilotes. Okay. Seeing the little one's serious expression, Bilotes smiled, took the cheese, and took a bite. This taste. Experiencing the refreshing taste in her mouth, completely different from ordinary food, and the strange sensation of some kind of energy rippling out like waves in the deep sea, the mother was slightly surprised. After a brief moment of surprise, she reached out and ruffled Erin's hair through her hat. Thank you for the gift, little Erin. Erin simply nodded, hugged her pillow, and sat down on a small chair to the side. The two tacitly avoided mentioning the 7th-tier noble phantasm again. As a fire mage, Bilotes had some knowledge of special foods containing magical energy. She had consumed quite a few elixirs that could increase elemental power or enhance the user's magical talent. Eline's identity was special. Although the little one usually had almost no expression on her face, Bilotes, as a mother of 3, knew very well that when she said equivalent to a 7th-tier noble phantasm in human terms, she was serious. Bilotes didn't understand the concept of a 7th-tier noble phantasm, and had never encountered anything so advanced. She only knew that these cheeses were clearly not ordinary. As for their specific effects and the benefits they would bring to the person who consumed them, Bilotes didn't know. However, considering Eline's identity, one thing was certain: her adorable daughter, whom everyone wanted to hold in their arms, was indeed helping her. On the other side, Eline, sitting on a small chair, placed some dragon milk tablets and cheese from her backpack among the rabbit cookies the children had just baked in the living room. Since the milk tablets and cheese were snacks, they blended in perfectly well with the cookies. Eline hadn't lied earlier. These dragon milk tablets came from the dragon colostrum of the holy dragon, created by the dragons through a special process of infusing magic. To Eline, the dragon milk tablets and cheese were just a delicious snack, but to ordinary humans, it was indeed a 7th or even 8th tier noble phantasm, the kind for single use and priceless. Even the most powerful human archmages or great warriors would never encounter a noble phantasm of this level in their entire lives. Dragon milk had the effect of improving physical constitution and enhancing magical talent in ordinary humans. And most importantly, it could extend the user's lifespan by nearly 100 years. Chapter 28. After a short wait, the family council in Pista finally began. It was called a council, but Eline felt it was more like a family gathering during a holiday on Earth. Pista was divided into 4 departments: ice, fire, thunder, and wind. Many people came from all 4 departments. The men were either cooking in the kitchen or helping to set the tables and chairs, while the women were responsible for more tedious tasks, such as distributing the materials Linton had printed and preparing various dipping sauces. Eline, who looked only 12 or 13 years old, was uncontroversially assigned to the children's table, sitting with the little girls from Linton's wind department. She didn't have to do anything, she just had to wait to eat. This immediately made her the center of attention among the girls. This is delicious. Windy, who had previously eaten a large piece of cheese from Eline, and thus had a very high regard for the little princess, was now acting like a true older sister, constantly putting food on her plate. This was made by my mom, it's delicious. This meaty smells so good. Ah! Windy's so cunning, I want to sit next to the dragon sister too. Me too. After sitting for a short while, these little girls started arguing about who would belong to Erin, causing Carrick, who had been watching from a distance, to chuckle softly. You should have all briefly looked through the information we distributed, right? A short while later, seeing that the food was almost served, Linton, dressed in formal attire, walked to the center of the table with a magical device resembling a microphone. The magical device amplified his voice to every corner of the room. A lot has happened in our family these past few days. Some things are quite urgent, so I feel it's necessary to hold a simple family meeting. Let's skip the formalities. First and foremost, the thing that makes me happiest is that our family has gained a super cute little sister. She really is very cute. I'm sure many family members have already noticed. This little sister has very special hair, and she wields wind elemental levitation magic with masterful skill, so proficient that even I am ashamed of my own abilities. Logically, such a powerful wind elemental mage should be assigned to our wind house, but unfortunately Mrs. Bilotes beat her to it. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Linton finished speaking, the room echoed with the laughter of many children. Even Bilotes couldn't help but chuckle, then gave Linton a "You're such a chatterbox. Look." Ahem, enough joking. Anyway, our little sister from Dragon Forest, whom the dragon entrusted to care for, is now a member of the Pista family. In a moment, I will personally write Eline's name into our family tree and officially bestow upon her the name Pista. This also confirms a view passed down from our ancestors. We Pistas did indeed have some kind of agreement with the dragons 2,000 years ago, but we are definitely not the dragon-slaying masters that are rumored outside. Linton said, casting an inquiring glance at Eline. Would our little dragon princess like to come up and introduce herself? Erin hesitated for a moment, then finally put down the pillow she was holding, maintaining her dragon dance posture, and hovered over Linton's side. Due to some congenital reasons, Eline usually sleeps for long periods, and is easily fatigued and listless, so she usually wears this nightgown to make it easier to rest. Thank you so much for taking care of her, Mrs. Bilotes. Seeing the curiosity many people below seem to have about Eline's attire, Linton explained, also, the dragons probably find human shoes hard to find, so Eline has been taught from a young age that she can go out barefoot. So please don't be surprised. Eline probably maintains this levitation state because she repeatedly uses similar wind elemental magic every day. But it's really cool, isn't it? Yes. Windy, who had somehow become a fan of Eline, cast a levitation spell on the spot and floated up. Wind elemental magic is so cool. The next second, because she wasn't familiar with the properties of levitation, she tilted and fell from the sky, causing the little girls next to her to burst into laughter. Windy, if you go to Manor Academy like this, your classmates will laugh at you. Linton said helplessly, handing the microphone to Erin beside him. So, does our little dragon princess have anything to say? Erin took the microphone, her chubby little face turning bright red, seemingly a little nervous. Rabbit cookies, so delicious. After a long pause, the dragon princess beside Linton suddenly spoke in a soft, sweet voice, and honey rice cake, and the egg tarts in that fruit platter, the pine flower cheese, they're delicious too. Camel milk wine, so sweet. Huh? Eline's words stunned everyone below. Why didn't this squirrel-like girl even introduce herself, jumping straight to food? You been drinking? Only then did Linton notice Eline's slightly flushed face, quickly gesturing for Bilotes to take the little one away. You're being too greedy. Even milk wine is only allowed for children over 16 here, you know? But I'm already 100 years old. Eline lay in Bilotes' arms, an overwhelming drowsiness washing over her. Let her sleep a little longer. In her drowsy state, Eline felt as if she had returned to her childhood, to the lively courtyard of the orphanage. Eline is asleep, so I speak a little softer. Before discussing the recent events facing the family, let's talk about the problems the common people are facing, as is customary. First, there's the issue of old Master Gordon's retirement on Jiochang Street. They've been arguing with the counselors for a long time, and there's still no resolution. We try to help resolve it later. Then, there's the issue of soaring meat prices. We suspect that some merchants are secretly manipulating prices. I go to file on Commerce and Industry tomorrow. Hopefully, it's not the worst-case scenario. Food is a matter of vital importance to people's livelihoods, and we can't afford to be careless. Oh right, and about those complaints the winery received before, Connor, could you check if it's malicious competition from rivals or something real? Food safety is absolutely paramount. Despite being extremely sleepy, Eline, lying in Bilotes' arms, forced herself to stay awake, listening to Linton's work report with her eyes half closed. What surprised her was that even though Ibel had almost officially declared to the Pista family that the Dragon clan will protect you, and Linton had received a lot of evidence from other nobles smearing them, the family's second-in-command, after discussing the Dragon Princess, actually first discussed some livelihood issues before starting to talk about the future of the Pista family. Alright, let's talk about the family's future plans. Has everyone read those documents? It's clear that we've been fraying for the past few years. Now that we have this, we don't need to worry. My personal thoughts now are, starting today, the Pista family will take action against those enemies who have no moral compass, betray their own family, and collude with dark forces. The 1,000-year promise has finally come to an end. Amidst the cheerful sounds of Linton and the children eating, Eline fell asleep. Chapter 29. In the warm, soft sunlight, Erin slowly awoke. A soft murmur escaped her lips. Her vision was blurry. The light streaming in from the windows seemed to mingle with the dust on the windowsill, shimmering like fairy tale stars beneath the curtains. A gentle spring breeze caressed the curtains, swaying the petals of the moon orchids planted in a pot beneath. Sunlight? Her gradually clearing consciousness made Erin instinctively reach her small hand towards the window beside her bed. Warm, and there seemed to be a slight breeze. The little girl's delicate hand, smooth and beautiful like jade, bathed in sunlight, like pure white snow surrounding a newly sprouted bud. I fell asleep at the family council meeting. In a daze, Erin, who had initially thought she was in the crystal palace of Dragon Forest, suddenly realized. She seemed to have been driven out of that palace covered in eternal ice and snow. No strict father urging her to practice dragon language magic, no nagging mother scolding her for not covering herself properly at night while combing her hair, and no sharp-tongued but kind-hearted aunt demanding dragon history lessons. In its place, she had entered real human society, with a new mother and a new family. Looking down, she noticed her little sundress was slightly askew, and one of her stockings had slipped down a bit, rolled up to her calf, looking loose. Look at this sunlight. She must have slept until the afternoon. Standing up in bed, her soft stockings trembling, and using the dragon dance magic, Erin first went to the window, and with a whoosh, pulled open the curtains that the spring breeze had blown open. She quickly straightened her loose nightgown, pulled her stockings up, and put on her nightcap. Back in her cozy little bed, Eline found a small note on the bedside table. The note was written in neat handwriting. Eline. It's Mom, good morning. Having learned the languages of most races on the Eve continent under the torture of the ice dragon Ibel, who was both her history and language arts teacher, Eline was quite proficient in the most basic human language. You fell asleep at the family council meeting last night. Mom brought you some snacks. They're in the drawer by your bed. Bilotes' handwriting was very beautiful, with the air of a lady of high society, clearly indicating that she had practiced it regularly. Mom made you a local specialty for breakfast in Pista, called camel milk orchid rolls, along with 2 small poached eggs and a cup of camel milk. If the rolls are cold when you wake up, you can reheat them in the stove downstairs, or you can just go to the back garden to find Mom. The bow bracelet on your desk was a gift from Aunt Connor. Purple bows symbolize health and happiness in the Lehman Empire. Aunt Connor said she hopes our little Elle will be healthy and safe all her life. Love, Mom. After reading the note on the bedside table, Eline turned her gaze to the desk. On the sunlit desk, she saw a small, delicate blue-purple bow. Picking up the bow, comparing it to her small hand, Eline tried it on her wrist. Just right. At the very center of the bow was a delicate Tier 3 lightning element crystal. Given the current wealth of the Pista family, this should be the best gift Connor could offer. Human. I should be considered human, right? Looking at the bow bracelet on her snow-white wrist, Erin blinked her still sleepy eyes and opened the bedside table drawer. Erin, who had studied shape-shifting magic with her father Nasod for decades, had 3 main forms. The first was her completely human form, as she was now. In this form, aside from her unusual black and white hair and her golden eyes that would transform into vertical pupils under certain circumstances, she was basically no different from an ordinary human. Without the aid of dragon magic, her strength was even less than that of an average little girl her age. The second form of Erin grew a huge dragon tail, and 2 dragon horns, one black and one white, appeared on her head. Her eyes maintained the vertical pupils characteristic of dragons. In this form, Erin's physical strength was almost comparable to that of a dragon. She could lift a steamroller with one hand. The last form was, of course, her dragon form. However, since Erin was still a juvenile dragon, even with her tail included, she was only about 30 meters long in her dragon form, and didn't look fierce at all. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It sounded like a small animal eating a cookie. After tasting a cookie from the drawer, Erin, satisfied, pushed open the door to her room with the spring rolls and camel milk that Bilotes had mentioned. Not seeing the butler in the first floor hall, Erin followed the small door behind the kitchen to the back garden that Bilotes had mentioned. Because it was built in a relatively remote suburb compared to the city center of the Lehman Empire, the villa was exceptionally quiet. However, thanks to the dragon's excellent hearing, Eline could still hear the rolling flames coming from the back garden, and sense the intense fluctuations of fire elemental energy there. The area with the most concentrated fire elemental energy was a large lawn, in the center of which a square clearing had been cleared. At the entrance to the clearing was a small pavilion, filled with various magical artifacts, making it look like a training ground. Bilotes, now dressed in a mage's robe, stood in the center of the clearing, waving her mage's staff at several stone statues in front of her. Numerous fireballs, like shooting stars, whizzed from the tips of her staffs, and were flung away, striking the statues' heads. Eline made no attempt to conceal her footsteps, carrying breakfast, and walked into the pavilion. Little Elle? The slight noise behind her immediately caught Bilotes' attention. Turning around, she saw the adorable dragon princess emerging from the bushes. The mother instinctively put away her wand, and wiped the sweat from her face. Sorry, did I disturb you? No. Eline shook her head, asking in a soft voice, Where's Sister Karachu? She went to the Adventurers Guild to cancel her mercenary qualification. She shouldn't be back for a while. Bilotes put away her wand. Have you eaten anything? Let Mommy make you something. No need, I ate some biscuits when I got up. Eline shook her head. I want to learn fire magic. I see. Bilotes was somewhat surprised. Have you taken any basic magic classes before? Human magic. I don't think so. Then let's try starting with the most basic magical perception. Bilotes handed a wooden mage's staff inlaid with a fire crystal to Eline. You studied wind elemental magic, so you should understand fire magic quickly. Here. As she spoke, Bilotes demonstrated the basic mage's stance for the little girl. Stand with your feet about shoulder width apart. Yes, that's roughly the feeling. Like controlling the wind element, let the fire element within your body resonate with the elements in the air. Most beginners are advised to use the following incantation before creating a fireball. Lost fire spirits on their way back. Gather among the stars. Ignite the elemental sea before me. Unleash my fury. Of course, this incantation doesn't require every word to be correct. It's just a convenient way to concentrate and mobilize elemental power. The general steps for creating a fireball can be summarized in 6 words. Resonance, gathering energy, unleashing. Once you're more proficient, we can omit this step. Come on, little Elle, recite the incantation again. Lost fire spirits on their way back. Ignite the sea. Under Bilotes' guidance, Elle quickly conjured a fireball at the tip of her magic wand. Wow! Success on the first try! It seems that little Elle's talent for fire elemental magic is also very strong. Because her attention was entirely focused on Eline, Bilotes didn't notice that the fireball conjured by this dragon princess was completely different from the fireballs of ordinary magic beginners. The fireball, which appeared out of nowhere, was initially fiery red. Upon its appearance, it frantically absorbed fire elements from the air, rapidly transforming itself into gold. Then, the gold morphed into white, and the white condensed into a bluish green. Finally, this pale blue fireball rapidly collapsed into a core-like spherical energy cluster, once again enveloped in flames. At this point, apart from the bluish-green core faintly floating at the center of the flames, the fireball on Erin's staff appeared almost indistinguishable from a regular mage's fireball. Finally, let's try to project the fireball with our minds. Seeing Erin successfully practice the fireball spell on her first try, Bilotes was even more excited than the little girl before her. She pointed to the stone statue in front of her. Imagine the enemy standing there, and the fireball is a cannonball. Little Erin, you know what a cannon is, right? It's like suddenly, bang! Erin raised her staff slightly, and with a thought. Buzz? Accompanied by a sound wave exceeding the limits of human hearing, the seemingly insignificant fireball shot out at near light speed. Because of its incredible speed and immense energy, the fireball tore a black rift in the surrounding space as it passed over the statue, distorting the forest, sky, and earth, making it appear from a distance as if the textures had clipped through. Ah! What a pity! Due to its extreme speed, Bilotes' eyes couldn't even catch the fireball's trajectory, assuming the spell had failed. It's alright, doing this for your first attempt is already very good. Your talent would be at least A level at Manor Academy. Seeing Eline's somewhat bewildered expression, Bilotes reached out and ruffled her hair in comfort. Your magic power is probably running low, isn't it? Perhaps we should rest for a bit. And have something to eat? On the other side of the forest, a dragon-winged gargoyle stood silently atop a boulder on the mountaintop, gazing at the Pista family's territory in silence. I said. Under the clear sky, a woman dressed in black emerged from the shadows of the forest. I really don't understand. Who exactly is the Pista family that makes you so afraid? You're a 4th-tier magical beast, a big shot with 1 foot in the Grand Magister realm, already at the top of the food chain, right? You don't understand. The gargoyle shook its head. Also, you better not speak ill of her like that. The master is omniscient and omnipotent. If she's unhappy, even I, your father who raised you, can't protect you. Heh, I don't believe it. The woman in black put her hands on her hips. This place is at least 50 kilometers from the Pista territory. Can she hear everything we say? Even if she can hear us, does she think she can fly over and give me a fireball? Buzz? The woman in black had barely finished speaking when a strange fireball, with a bluish-green core grazed past her, with lightning speed, hurtling towards the sea several kilometers behind the gargoyle. The next second, accompanied by a terrifying explosion, the sea within a radius of tens of kilometers centered on the fireball's impact was instantly ignited. Boom! Before the black-clad woman's horrified eyes, a massive mushroom cloud composed of waves slowly rose from the spot where the fireball had landed. Chapter 30. Lehman Empire, Adventurers Guild Hall. Madam, these are the original documents you left with the Adventurers Guild. Your identity information has been cancelled. Welcome back to the Adventurers Guild. Carrick took the meager few mercenary request records from the receptionist, carefully placed them in her bag, and walked out of the bustling hall. Cancelled? Juliana, who had been waiting outside for a long time, handed the girl a drink. That took too long. There's no way around it. Recently, magical beasts have been rampant around the Empire, and there are too many requests. They're a bit short-handed. Carrick picked up the Fonda soda and took a sip. Ugh. Feeling the refreshing sensation of the sparkling water quickly dissipating in her mouth, the girl gave a savable look. I queued for hours inside, almost fainted. I'm more uncomfortable being out in the sun. I'm not a fire mage. I don't have fire immunity. Juliana cautiously glanced around the Adventurers Guild gate, making sure no one was watching before saying, So, let's go back. Yeah, let's go home. Carrick nodded. The dragon princess at home should be waking up soon. Ever since witnessing the ice dragon Eibel's attitude towards Erin last night, and Erin's use of the ice coffin, a technique only archmages could use, in front of everyone, Erin had become synonymous with dragon princess in Carrick and the others' minds. Strictly speaking, a princess beloved by the dragons. I always felt that little girl was a super lucky charm. On the way back with Carrick, Juliana held the back of her head with both hands, gazing at the azure sky as she said, "Look at Uncle Linton, the change is so obvious. I rarely seen him smile so happily at family meetings since Edward's accident. Little Elle is indeed very cute." For some reason, Karika's mind drifted back to the first time she saw Eline in the forest. Back then, that man who looked like a dragon incarnate had just picked Eline up like a pet, leaving Karika completely bewildered. But then again, whether it was that chubby little face, that adorable nightgown, or that absent-minded personality, she was just so lovable. If I had the chance, I'd love to hold that child in my arms and look closely at her little face. Colacho? Colacho, little sister. Wake up, wake up. Ah. Dragged back to reality by Juliana, Colacho looked up. What's wrong? Were you even listening to me? Juliana said helplessly, thinking about little Elle again. Do you like him? No, no way. Colacho blushed. We're both girls, it's impossible. Like is like, we've been friends for so many years. Do you think I can't see it? At this point, Juliana hesitated. Actually, I think the same thing you do. Huh? Karika didn't react for a moment. The same thing? You mean? Well, I also have a very special feeling for little Elle, a feeling I never had before. Juliana turned her face away. You know, after graduating from Manor Academy, I've been working for Uncle Linton and rarely thought about these things. Plus, my family has been having a lot of trouble these past few years, so I haven't had time to deal with personal matters. But I can't quite explain what this feeling is right now. It's just an instinctive urge to be close to her. You probably feel that way too, right? Huh? Karika, finally understanding Juliana's meaning, widened her eyes. Even you, sister. Juliana and Karika were born in different rooms in Pista, one a lightning element and the other a fire element. During Karika's childhood, the fire room inexplicably experienced a series of assassinations. Siblings disappeared and died one after another, forcing Bilotes to have Karika temporarily stay with Connor, the lightning element room closer to the city. That's how Juliana and Karika became best friends. They ate and slept together, practically inseparable. Even after Karika returned to Bilotes' side, Juliana would still frequently visit, inviting Karika out for shopping, hunting, or even simulated battles with her magic wand. Sometimes, when they were tired, Juliana would simply sleep in Karika's room. Juliana was straightforward, outgoing, and a bit of a tomboy, while Karika was gentle, honest, and sometimes stubborn, occasionally making silly mistakes. Therefore, Juliana often ended up cleaning up after her troublesome sister. Juliana had come along to the Adventurers Guild to cancel her mercenary status because she was worried someone might try to harm Karika. Don't you think so? Facing Karika's surprised gaze, Juliana said frankly, little heir is indeed very cute, but she gives me a feeling that she's too cute, which is a bit suspicious. And her identity seems very mysterious. My intuition tells me she can't be just an ordinary human who got lost from her parents and was picked up by dragons. Yeah, I think so too. Karika nodded. Little heir's hair color is so strange, and she's so beautiful. She doesn't seem like an ordinary child. Do you think there's any possibility? Juliana's tone suddenly changed. Little heir is also a dragon? Isn't that impossible? Karika looked incredulous. If little heir is a dragon, then dragons. There's no reason for us to help raise a child. Dragons are so powerful. Young dragons definitely need to stay in the dragon forest and be cared for by the giants to grow up better. We can't even speak dragon language, and human society is so complicated. If we really take in a dragon's child, what if we raise the child badly? That seems to make sense. Juliana scratched her head, mainly because with her arrival these past 2 days, all the conflicts and crises our family has faced over the past few decades have suddenly been resolved. It's all gone too smoothly, no matter what. Then, in the sunlight, Karika hesitated for a moment. How about we talk to Uncle Linton and do some research on little Elle? Juliana gazed into her younger sister's blue eyes for a long time, then smiled gently. Silly sister, you're still as silly as when you were little. Karachi retorted, what? Although little Elle's identity is very mysterious, now that she's our sister, even if we're curious, we shouldn't investigate her ourselves. It's polite, and it's also a matter of trust for family. Juliana brushed a leaf from Karachi's head. I believe that one day, little Elle will tell us everything. Until then, little Elle will be our most adorable youngest sister. With Juliana's explanation, Karachi felt relieved. Hand in hand, bathed in the afternoon sun, they walked along the forest path towards the Pista family's territory. Sister. As they walked, Karachi suddenly turned around and glanced behind Juliana. Juliana asked curiously. What's wrong? I suddenly remembered a game I played when I was little. Karika's face instantly broke into a mischievous grin, and she kicked Juliana's skirt. Ouch! Juliana, wincing in pain, didn't back down and immediately kicked back in the same direction. Damn it! Fire wind. Goodbye. Trying to run. 3,000 thunderclaps. Chapter 31. In the living room of the small villa, Eline, sitting obediently in a little chair, soon received what she couldn't quite decide whether to call breakfast or afternoon tea. A steaming bowl of heavy-duty duck farfalle pasta. You went to bed too early last night, and didn't even get to try Aunt Connor's specialty, lemon heavy-duty duck. After serving the dragon princess, Bilotes placed a small dish of warm duck meat and a bottle of cozy camel milk on the table, and tied a baby napkin around Eline's neck to prevent her clothes from getting dirty. Lemon, heavy-duty duck? Eline was very curious about the combination of these two foods. From birth to her current little girl form, she had spent almost all her time in the Crystal Palace in the center of the Dragon Forest. Eline learned all the dragon language magic, and under pressure from her Aunt Ibel, she barely managed to learn the languages of various races, dragon history, and a small portion of human history. But the content of her education remained only on paper. Eline knew roughly how many dynasties humanity had gone through, what major historical events had occurred, and which great figures had profoundly influenced human history. But if you asked her what era human society was in now, what people ate, what they used, or what local specialties existed in places like the Roman Empire, she genuinely had no idea. Even the Empire's very popular heavyweight duck, Eline had only seen it for the first time yesterday. Rather than a duck, she felt it was more like a descendant of platypus and ostrich from Earth. As for the lemons of this world, well, Eline reserved her opinion. She felt it probably wasn't that sour little yellow ball from Earth. Yes, give it a try. Seeing the little guy hesitate, Bilotes smiled and walked to the side, pushing over a table with a huge crystal in the center. She then took another crystal from a drawer under the table and placed it in a groove inside the large crystal. Beep! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the large crystal flickered a few times, and an image resembling a holographic projection slowly appeared. Recently, meat prices in the Roman Empire have skyrocketed. Poultry such as chicken, duck, and goose have exceeded 1 silver coin per pound, and Tier 1 magical beast meat has even broken through the 50 silver coin mark. Regarding this, we interviewed Mr. Donald, the head of the Flying Dragon Merchant Guild. Mr. Donald, what are your thoughts on the recent fluctuations in meat prices in the Empire? Regarding this issue, it's like this. Recently the magical beasts in the forests surrounding the Empire have been quite restless, and some farms and ranches have been destroyed by them, so fluctuations in meat prices are normal. On the small table, 2 men dressed in formal attire, conversing, were projected into the air as flat images. The colors in the image weren't very vibrant, and the sound was somewhat distorted, but it didn't affect the viewing experience. Little Elle, have you seen this in Dragon Forest? Seeing that Elle's attention was drawn to the holographic projection, Bilotes proactively explained, this is a projector. It can project images from thousands of miles away onto corresponding magic gems in a synchronized manner. Elle nodded. My aunt mentioned this when she was showing me around human cities. Like a television? Thinking this, Eline lowered her head, forked a piece of duck meat that looked delicious, and put it in her mouth. It's pretty good? The duck meat had a very delicate texture, almost melts in your mouth. Eline felt that the closest texture to this was the braised pork knuckle she had eaten during Chinese New Year at her roommate's hometown in her previous life. That dish involved simmering the pork knuckle until it was almost tender, then quickly cooling it in cold water before simmering it again. The duck meat in this bowl of lemon heavyweight duck butterfly pasta had a similar texture to braised pork knuckle. Or, did Connor or Bilotes specifically stew this duck meat to this texture to accommodate children? As for the taste, besides the natural fragrance of the duck meat, the slight sourness of the lemon, and the unique sweetness of the fruit blended perfectly with some wonderfully stimulating spice, creating a truly perfect combination. It's sweet and sour, kids absolutely love it. This flavor, combined with the colorful butterflies in the soup, made Eline feel like she wasn't eating noodles, but some kind of baby pacifying concoction? Right? Your sister Alice especially loves the combination of lemon duck and butterfly pasta. Bilotes was a little happy. There's still a lot of lemon duck left over from last night in the fridge. For dinner, shall we buy a fish and stir-fry some vegetables? What does little Eline like? Huh? Eline thought for a moment. I don't think I have any foods I particularly dislike. She really hadn't tried any of the food from the other world's humans. However, it was unexpected that human cities, like the Lehman Empire possessed a considerable amount of technology similar to televisions and mobile phones on Earth. She had initially assumed that in a world primarily based on magic, people would only focus on magical combat techniques and wouldn't develop science, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Of course, the science here wasn't strictly speaking the same as Earth science. While the Lehman Empire didn't have complex and sophisticated devices like computers, they did have magical gems that could make calls and crystals that could display images. Strange machines could be seen on the streets, indicating that their technology wasn't as backward as it seemed. Thinking about it carefully, it's understandable. Where there's demand, there's a market. Take food, the most important of the 4 basic necessities: clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. Ordinary people would always need to store food, so someone would always want to create a magical device that could generate low temperatures, a refrigerator, and then industrialize it. Theoretically, this kind of thing is easy to manufacture in a magical world. Just stuff a few ice crystals that can continuously generate low temperatures into a large box. The structure is even simpler than an Earth refrigerator. The presence of a refrigerator in the house, and the leftovers inside, revealed Pista to be a very approachable nobleman who didn't waste food, a quality Eline admired greatly. Truly extravagant nobles, detached from the masses, wouldn't care where leftovers went. That's good. Tonight, we stir-fry some broadleaf pea pods and sunflower vines. Seeing Eline obediently drink camel milk after finishing her farfalle pasta, without wasting a drop, Bilotes contentedly cleared the table, saying, "Calatau especially loves peas. When she was little, whenever she cried, I make pea pod soup and let her pick the peas out of the pods herself. She immediately stopped crying and started earnestly becoming a pea-picking hand." I apologize, but there's an unexpected announcement. Before Bilotes could finish speaking, the holographic projection on the other table suddenly flickered. The original interview with Flying Dragon Merchants was replaced with an image of a man in formal attire sitting in a palace. Due to the rampant monster infestation in the forests surrounding the Empire in recent months, the Osborne family has dispatched several mages to guard the border. Yesterday, we received the latest intelligence from these mages and warriors on the front lines. The intelligence reports that a 5th-tier magical beast, the Flame Wolf, has appeared in the Moan Forest in the north of the Empire. Its pack has surrounded villages and farms in the western and eastern parts of the Empire, causing numerous casualties among poultry and people. Based on the current situation, the possibility of this 5th-tier magical beast launching a direct attack on the Lehman Empire within the next month cannot be ruled out. Citizens are advised to prepare for evacuation. A 5th-tier magical beast? Eline, who had been happily drinking camel milk, looked up. I remember it being mentioned in a document delivered yesterday by a woman in a black bodysuit. This seems to be part of the Osborne family's plan to deal with Pista. Chapter 32. Come in. In the Lehman Empire's royal palace, a man in a suit bearing the Osborne family insignia walked in, with the sound of a heavy wooden door being pushed open. "Oh! My dear Counselor Jess, I missed you so much." With a rather flamboyant expression, the man in the suit opened his arms to the blonde man, with curly blonde hair inside. "Let's have a loving hug. Forget your Osborne's hypocritical greetings." The blonde man, called Jess, sat down in a luxurious chair and picked up a newspaper from the table. "Let me guess, this time you've gone to great lengths to find me through all sorts of connections. Is it about the Pista family again?" "Oh! My dear Counselor Jess, you're practically my faith, my second father. I mean, you're incredibly shrewd. Yes, it's about the Pista family again." The man in the suit took a stack of documents from his briefcase. "May I take a few minutes of your time?" Jess looked somewhat annoyed, but still gestured towards the table opposite him. "Just get to the point. It's the same as last time. We, the Osborne family, recommend abolishing Pista's voting rights and veto power in the Lehman Empire. The current Pista is completely different from the Pista of yesteryear. The Pista of yesteryear did indeed produce many mages and made outstanding contributions to the Empire's peace. Our Osborne family held the Pista of that time in high esteem, but now, they can't even produce a single mages. It's time for them to rest, to abdicate. Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Jess interrupted the man in the formal attire's boastful words. "In the end, you're just after Pista's power, aren't you? The victor is king, the loser is villain. There's nothing unreasonable about that." The man in the formal attire remained non-committal. The Pista family, especially in the fire elemental room, only has one mage left. The younger generation sent to the Manor Magic Academy haven't achieved anything noteworthy. They don't even have a single male heir. Do you think such a family has a future? Back in the day, the Beast King. When the attack came, The fire elemental room in Pista also contributed a lot. Jess shook his head. In that war, they lost 3 mages, all 3 of whom were the men you mentioned. It's one thing for you to do things behind their backs, but to ridicule someone else's heroic family. You should take it back. I misspoke, Counselor Jess. The man in the suit rolled his eyes. But I do hope that Pista can take a break now. They shouldn't be focusing their energy on things like Old Man Gordon's retirement, or how much tax the old lady selling goods on the street is charged. Instead, they should. We need to reorganize the family, and strive to cultivate mages or fighters useful to the Empire. I also investigated the Pista fire elemental room you mentioned. Jess shook his head. They're not as useless as you say. For example, Pista obtained her intermediate mage certificate from Manor Academy at the age of 24. Becoming a mage is only a matter of time. And Karachu's sister, Alice Pista. I had someone inquire at Manor Academy. Alice just practices a somewhat unorthodox fire magic style. Her talent is still very high. Congressman Jess. The man in the suit seemed a little impatient. Where did you hear that Alice is so talented? You don't need to know where I heard it. Jess turned his head. You came here today just to get my autograph. I heard a little about the shady things you and those congressmen have done. Like this time bribing the Imperial Defense Force, deliberately neglecting to protect the surrounding rural areas and villages, allowing wolves to freely invade Imperial territory, spreading rumors to create panic, and driving up meat prices. That was all you're doing, wasn't it? Don't tell me you were involved with the 5th-tier magical beast, the Flame Wolf. It was all planned by them. Seeing that the man in the suit didn't speak, Jess tilted his head and said in a somewhat incredulous tone, No, you really have that much guts. To create a war between humans and magical beasts, then force the Pista family to fight through moral blackmail, and then secretly use some underhanded tactics to eliminate this dissident. I originally thought such inhumane things only happened in novels. War will cause the prices in the Empire to skyrocket, and if you join forces with the Flying Dragon merchants. Consul Jess. Hearing this, the man in the suit put away the documents on the table. Since you believe that Karak or Alice are very talented, and can stand on their own in the future, then just wait and see. With that, the man in the suit got up and left the conference room. Before leaving, he didn't forget to give Jess a warning look inside the room. If you don't want to sign, we also have solutions that don't require your signature. Pista family territory, Thunder Courtyard. The contents described in these documents are too terrifying. In the back garden, adorned with a purple lightning banner, Linton sat facing Connor, who wore a long dress. On the table between them lay several plans titled Project Death Flame, found in the black-clad woman's backpack. These plans clearly described all aspects of Project Death Flame. I never expected them to target Alice, Linton said, his face showing deep worry in the warm sunlight. Even more unexpected was their collaboration with an organization like Shadow Soul to recruit magical beasts from the Moan Forest. They set up a trap, humiliating Alice in front of the royal counselors at a banquet. They create a tournament for the younger generation, allowing children to participate. Then they arrange for a mage adopted from the Silas Empire to kill Alice on that tournament. Connor pulled the documents to her face, reading aloud the horrifying contents. Afterwards, they collaborate with Shadow Soul and the 5th-tier magical beast, the Flame Wolf, triggering the Imperial Defense War, profiting from the war while using public opinion to force Pista to join, and then secretly eliminating you and me. That's typical Osborne family style. Linton shook his head. The Lawrence family is just greedy. Osborne genuinely wants us dead. Is there a better way to handle this? Connor looked up. Or could we submit these documents to the Pope or members of Parliament, letting the Inquisition try the Osborne family? Difficult. Many members of Parliament, including the presiding judge, have been bribed by the Osborne family, and we can't be 100% sure these documents and evidence are genuine. It's always better to be cautious. Linton looked troubled. What I'm most worried about right now isn't love. Lees. Connor quickly realized that child. Yes, Eline Pista. Linton nodded. It says the people from Osborne will send us invitations the day after tomorrow. The banquet officially starts the evening after that. We only have less than 3 days. She doesn't seem to have even studied formal fire magic. By now, word of that child should have spread. I guess many people know that our Pista fire elemental house has adopted a girl. If this document is genuine, and there really is a 16-year-old novice mage adopted from the Ramos Empire in Osborne, then Eline will definitely be targeted by them. Eline Pista against a novice mage. Does she have a chance? Chapter 33. This is Introduction to Magical Elements, mainly discussing humanity's understanding of elemental magic over the past 100 years. Compared to elemental magic such as ice, water, wind, thunder, wood, and earth, fire elemental magic is hailed as the #1 magic, and theoretically the most powerful magic against magical beasts. Mages of this attribute are very popular in the Empire. After their breakfast and afternoon tea, at Eline's request, Bilotes retrieved several beginner magic books from the study, and began explaining the history of human magic development to the studious little girl. Unable to resist, even without the supervision of her parents and aunt, Eline had developed a habit of studying as soon as she wakes up over the past 100 years. She always felt uneasy if she didn't learn something after waking up. Currently, we humans are far too weak. We can only offer some resistance against the 5th-tier fire wolves reported on the projector, but against 6th-tier magical beasts, most nations wouldn't last more than half a month without the intervention of a high-ranking archmage. Therefore, compared to wood elementals specializing in healing, earth elementals in defense, and ice elementals in control, what the Imperial High Command currently needs most are fire elemental mages capable of protecting the nation. But protecting the nation comes at a price. For example, decades ago, when the 6th-tier magical beast, the King's Authority, suddenly went berserk and attacked the Empire, our mages of Pista held out on the city walls for nearly a month, suffering over half their casualties. Hearing this, Eline raised her little head. Can we not participate in the war? Well, this land has nurtured the Pista family for nearly 2,000 years. Our ancestors have lived and built families here for generations. Bilotes gave a bitter smile. I know what you mean. War inevitably involves sacrifice. Back then, we in Pista did indeed lose a large number of mages because of it, and then some. Strange things happened afterwards, which allowed those wicked nobles to take advantage of our misfortune and kick us while we were down. But some things have to be done. If in the future Pista really loses all its descendants to protect this land and rests here forever, at least in another world, when we face our ancestors, we will have no regrets. Our ancestors were great. Hearing this, Eline nodded and changed the subject. As for 6th-tier magical beasts, what level of mage is that? Equivalent to an elemental god. Bilotes, clearly experienced with children, patiently explained, mages are ranked as quasi-mages, mages, and so on, right? Little Heir can simply think of a level 1 magical beast as a high-level quasi-mages, and a level 2 magical beast as a high-level mage. Well, regardless of the level, a magical beast's strength is generally considered to be the highest level of that rank. A level 5 magical beast is a high-level archmage, so a level 6 magical beast is the corresponding elemental god. Of course, this is just a general classification. Some magical beasts are weaker, and some have inherent elemental resistance, like this one. The flame wolf isn't very afraid of fire elemental magic attacks, which is a huge headache for us. A large part of the reason we classified the flame wolf as a tier 5 magical beast is that our fire magic attacks are ineffective against it, and humanity's main fighting force is almost entirely composed of fire mages. Plus, the flame wolf itself is the king of the tier 3 maned wolf, so the evaluation needs to include thousands upon thousands of maned wolves. Ultimately, the flame wolf was classified as a tier 5 magical beast. Oh, Eline, sitting obediently on her little chair, suddenly understood. Fire wolves have fire resistance, and since there are many human fire mages, fire resistance is valuable and adds points to the ranking. Then, if a magical beast can summon or command minions, those minions will also be counted in the ranking. If that's the case, wouldn't insect-type magical beasts generally be at very high levels, like queen ants or queen bees? When they fight, millions of wasps rush in. With so many minions, the weight of the points should be very high, right? No, insect-type magical beasts are generally afraid of fire. If fire resistance adds points, then fire weakness will deduct points. Then, what about fire-type insected magical beasts? Flame army ants? Nether flame bumblebees? Hellfire giant locusts? For some reason, Eline suddenly remembered what happened in the Manor forest and subconsciously asked, what tier of magical beast is the dragonwing gargoyle? Dragonwing gargoyle? Bilotes was taken aback. A tier 4 magical beast. Is its combat strength weaker than the flame wolf? Well, it depends on the specific circumstances. Bilotes thought for a moment. If the dragonwing gargoyle is forced to fight the flame wolf to the death and isn't allowed to escape, then it's likely no match for the flame wolf and its pack. But if there are no rules in this contest, and the gargoyle wants to run, the flame wolf can't catch it. If we consider the Empire itself as the target, the flame wolf and its pack are indeed more destructive to cities than the gargoyle. But if we use humans as the standard, the flame wolf's speed doesn't reach the level of a grand mage, but the gargoyle can. Dragon-wing gargoyles can kill novice archmages under certain conditions, but fire wolves can't. Also, there's a crucial reason why dragon-wing gargoyles are rated as 4th-tier magical beasts. Little Elle, guess what it is? Eline felt she had learned something new. Dragon-wing gargoyles are afraid of fire? So clever. Bilotes happily ruffled the little girl's hair. Magical beasts that are afraid of fire are generally rated low. But that doesn't mean they aren't a threat to humans, unless you're a fire mage. Madam. The two were discussing magic and magical beasts, when a servant suddenly rushed in from outside. The head of the Osborne family, Swain Osborne. They brought 2 subordinates, and said they wanted to see you at the entrance of the territory. The Osborne family? Bilotes glanced at the dragon princess beside her, and nodded to the attendant. Let them in. Yes. The attendant withdrew. Should I excuse myself? Eline picked up the book Introduction to Magical Elements, and stood up from the small chair. No need. Noticing that the little one, despite being a beginner in magic, could use a fireball spell, and still levitate in midair using wind element, Bilotes marveled at the dragon princess's rapid magic recovery. She rose and walked towards the villa's gate, preparing to greet today's guests. In any case, rapid magic recovery is a good thing. Perhaps this is one of Eline's strengths. Or perhaps, it's because of using skills like that wind element levitation spell day after day in the dragon forest that the little one has developed such extraordinary magical recovery, Bilotes thought to herself quietly. In this vast world, everyone has their own strengths. Some people are born with an innate, super-fast magical physique, able to use magic without chanting. Some are born with high magic power, able to cast spells continuously. Some simply have fast magic recovery, able to cast a large spell, and then immediately cast another, seemingly unstoppable. Little Elle is now a member of the Pista family, so it's good to know a little about some things. As she spoke, Bilotes, who had reached the door, sighed softly. This Osborne is a nobleman who fled to the Lehman Empire over 50 years ago. After arriving in Lehman, they used their wealth to quickly win people over, and soon established good relations with the royal family. The Osborne family has always been at odds with us. We suspect they were behind the 6th-level magical beast incident and the subsequent assassination attempt, but we haven't had any evidence. In short, little Elle needs to be especially careful of this family. They are extremely cruel, and will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the door. Mrs. Bilotes, it's been a long time. Outside the villa, a tall, middle-aged man in a leather coat, leaning on a cane, slowly entered the estate, escorted by 2 attendants. Why does it feel so deserted here? As soon as he entered the estate, the man said in a somewhat calm yet sarcastic tone, I remember Manor Academy was on holiday these past few days, wasn't it? Where are your daughters? Aren't they coming back? Karachu isn't here either? Thank you for your concern, Mr. Swain. Bilotes smiled faintly. Alice and Victoria have been busy with their studies, and Karachow had some family business to attend to today, so she went to help out at the main residence. Oh, I almost forgot. The man called Swain feigned a headache. Look at my memory. You already passed the position of head of the fire elemental house to Karachow. She's now your 77th generation successor? Your Pista family has quite a long history. Bilotes remained. With a gentle demeanor he said, Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Swain. I heard you recently took in a stepdaughter, is it her? Swain's gaze fell on Eline, who stood to the side. She's a wind elemental mage? Mr. Swain, let's get straight to the point. Bilotes didn't answer, but stepped forward, gracefully standing in the doorway, blocking the man and Eline, so as not to take up your precious time. Oh yes, that's right. The man gave a look to his attendant on the right. The attendant immediately took out an invitation from his pocket and handed it to Bilotes. Tomorrow evening we're hosting a banquet at the palace, exclusively for nobles. Lawrence, Augustine, and many other nobles will be attending. It's a children's banquet, with many activities planned for them. I hope Mrs. Bilotes can bring your children. Karachow, Alice, Victoria, all of them should come. Oh, and this wind mage with the strangely dyed hair too. It just so happens that our Osborne family adopted a godson from Ramos last month. You two can exchange ideas. Tomorrow evening? Hearing this, Bilotes was somewhat puzzled. I remember your son Blake said yesterday that the time was. It was moved up, due to some unexpected events. The man said, pulling a gleaming gold card from his trench coat. In short, this banquet is very large. Basically all the nobles of the Lehman Empire will attend. The Pope will personally host the opening ceremony. Your Pista family, as the oldest family in the Lehman Empire, you can't possibly disrespect His Holiness the Pope, can you? Chapter 34. Perhaps believing that the Pista family, now reduced to only 3 daughters capable of using fire elemental attacks, posed no further threat, the head of the Osborne family, Swain, did not linger at the villa. After sending out the invitations, he left with his entourage. Given the current state of your Pista family, I don't think seeking outside help is a good idea. Before leaving, Swain gestured with his eyes to Eline, who was in the living room holding an introduction to magical elements, looking harmless, and said sarcastically, "She doesn't seem to have a high magic level? Do you expect to bring someone like that back to change the family's fortunes? Unless the Pista can find a genius like ours with an A+ fire element talent certification from Manor Academy, seeking outside help to enhance your offspring's magical talent is a dead end for you. Think carefully. Take care." Bilotes simply watched Swain leave indifferently. "Thank you for your kind reminder, Mr. Swain. I will pass your words on to the head of the family." In the Lehman Empire, the practice of adopting sons or daughters with outstanding magical talent, and then having them marry one's own children to enhance the magical talent of future generations is nothing new. While parents with exceptional magical talent aren't guaranteed to produce magical geniuses, their offspring will almost always possess higher magical abilities than the children of ordinary people. In this world where might makes right, every noble family hopes their descendants will include archmages, or even grand archmages, ensuring a life of wealth and privilege. Therefore, when they learned from their spies that Pista's fire elemental chamber had gained a new daughter, most of the nobles in the Lehman Empire had the same reaction. This gradually declining family has finally lost its composure, and started adopting godsons, and godsons too. However, what puzzled these nobles was that they couldn't find any information about Eline anywhere. This girl, who was 1,000 times more exquisite and adorable than a royal princess even in just a nightgown, couldn't be found in a single record in any of the Empire's archives. Even the Shadow Soul, the Lehman Empire's underground intelligence agency known as the Intelligence Center, had no record of her. The only information people had about this elfin little girl was from a passerby on Long Street, Eline. Eline Pista. The pronunciation of Eline was ambiguous in the current human language. No one knew its specific meaning. Therefore, it was essentially the Lehman Empire knowing nothing about the little daughter Pista had adopted. There are generally only 2 possibilities for this situation. First, this Eline's identity is extremely terrifying, so terrifying that even royalty wouldn't be qualified to associate with her. Second, she comes from a remote mountain area, her parents are nameless, and the Pista family, known for its kindness and compassion, adopted her for some reason. Everyone believes Pista falls into the second category. This, Bilotes, is not simple. After leaving the Pista family territory, Swain stopped and glanced at the noble villa faintly visible in the forest behind him. Not only does she know how to be patient and composed, but her fire elemental talent is also quite considerable. I clearly provoked them like that just now, yet that lady didn't show any obvious emotional fluctuation the whole time. If someone like that were in our family, they could achieve great things. It's just a pity. Master. The attendant beside him stepped forward respectfully. Should we arrange for a few people to keep an eye on things around here? Had no need. Swain sneered. You too. Did you notice the girl reading at the living room table just now? The girl with the strange hair color? Yes, the book she was reading was an introduction to magical elements, which means the outside world's guesses about Pista were correct. They most likely just adopted a child from a remote area who lost both parents, and the reason. I guess it's the so-called gentleness or kindness again. As for that child's magical talent. Ping, hee, I remember Introduction to Magical Elements was a children's book for Blake when he was 8. I don't understand. A follower scratched his head. What benefit would this bring to their family? Having dealt with this family for so many years, don't you know their nature? Swain shook his head and turned away. Benefit. Their leaders' thought processes are completely different from ours. They never seek reward. For their so-called homeland, their land, they dare to face 6-tier magical beasts, bravely sacrificing their lives. For a single word from a strange old man, they stake out the council chamber before dawn. For a survey questionnaire at the market, they turn the royal palace upside down. I admire their courage and am willing to praise such actions. But if you ask me if I would be willing to let my people do such things, I'm sorry, I wouldn't. Your Excellency is brilliant. The attendant, with a fawning air, said then. Does that mean we don't need to investigate that girl's background anymore? Do this, Swain thought for a moment. You all come with me to the palace later to set up the scene and tell Black and the others that we don't need to target Alice throughout tomorrow night's banquet. The attendant instantly understood. You mean? Yes. In the sunlight, Swain's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Now is the time to deliver the final blow to Pista. We want everyone to know that being adopted into that family, becoming their son or daughter, will not end well. In the villa's hall, after watching Swain and his attendant leave until they disappeared from sight, Bilotes turned and went back inside. Mom. Looking at Bilotes, who returned somewhat forlornly from the front door, Eline asked casually, has Pista's magical talent only started to decline in recent decades? Bilotes was somewhat surprised. Why are you suddenly asking this, little Eline? It just feels so strange. Eline pointed to the introduction to magical elements in her arms and said, it mentions that most magic families, as long as they don't intermarry recklessly, will have children with strong magical talent. Even if a few individuals experience a decline in talent, it won't affect the entire family. But I heard from Sister Carachow that, starting with her and your generation, suddenly everyone in Pista. It's as if her exceptional magical talent vanished into thin air. Why is that? It's certainly suspicious, but Uncle Linton doesn't know how to explain it either. He can only attribute it to the bad luck of this generation of the Pista family. Bilotes walked towards the kitchen on the first floor. Let's not talk about that. It's dinner time. Little Elle, would you like to go to the market with Mommy again, and see what good food is available today? Hearing about food, Eline almost blurted out yes. Then, she jumped down from the small chair and silently moved to a position about 10 meters behind Bilotes, using dragon dance steps. Her left eye, which was originally the same gold as her right eye, turned blood red and glowed. Through this eye of truth inherited from her father, Eline saw a dense aura of darkness emanating from Bilotes. Sure enough. After a moment, Eline's left eye returned to its usual pale gold, as if nothing had happened. Using the eye of truth, she saw on Bilotes. A curse. Chapter 35. Early the next morning, Carrick and Linton boarded the Lehman Empire's fastest griffin, the Manor Academy, to inform Alice and Victoria, who were staying at the academy, to return for the banquet. Having received information from the Dragonwing gargoyles beforehand, they were well aware that the Osborne family's target this time was the fire elemental room in Pista. In fact, they had been targeting Pista's fire elemental room all along, engaging in various underhanded tactics. After all, fire attribute mages were a symbol of a family's power within the Empire. Decades ago, during the battle between the Lehman Empire and the Magical Beast Kingdom, the Osborne family exploited the gaps in the battle between Pista's mages and the magical beasts, deliberately disrupting the battlefield situation. For example, they would use various spells to attract the attention of lone magical beasts, causing them to run towards the mages struggling in Pista's battle. Or they would send several wind mages, one setting fires, the other blowing winds, creating a chaotic battlefield filled with smoke and smoke. Alternatively, they could strike covertly, launching a sneak attack on the Pista mages fighting monsters. That war directly resulted in a significant reduction in the number of Pista mages. Logically, such a heroic family that served their country should have been rewarded. However, after the war, Osborne framed the Pista family for his own actions, such as bribing members of parliament, profiteering from the war, and selling counterfeit alcohol, causing the Pope to delay awarding the Pista a Medal of Honor. In the following years, the Pista family's fire elemental chamber was plagued by tragedies, assassination of mages, disappearance of the head of the family, and the sudden death of Edward, the most outstanding magical genius, in the street. Although there was no evidence, almost all the nobles of the Lehman Empire knew that the mastermind was Osborne, this foreign nobleman. They planned to eliminate Pista, seize the family's power in the Lehman Empire, and use the opportunity to rise to power. This royal palace feast was the Osborne family's final blow to Pista's fire elemental chamber. They wanted to humiliate the members of Pista's fire elemental chamber in front of the Pope at the banquet, dispelling Pista's hopes of seeking outside help, and then proving to the Pope that Pista's influence was waning. This would give them a reason to pressure the royal counselors and seize all the power Pista held within the empire. If nothing unexpected happened, Pista, now with fewer than 5 members in the fire elemental chamber, indeed couldn't withstand the Osborne family's fierce offensive. But this family hadn't anticipated that Pista had one more trump card, the dragons. This is an ancient family with over 2,000 years of history. How could they be so easily overthrown by an outsider family? These people are simply insane. At noon, under the bright sunlight, the Dragonwing gargoyle, perched atop a mountain 50 kilometers from the Pista family's territory, roared furiously after reviewing the materials presented by the woman in black. Attack the master? Are they all courting death? The master the gargoyle referred to as Eline, who was currently curled up asleep like a kitten on the second floor of the villa. While others might not know Eline's background, the gargoyle knew it perfectly well. The wrath of dragons was clearly documented in the dragonwing gargoyle family's history. Humans like to rank magical beasts according to their own understanding, such as deducting points for beasts weak to fire, adding points for those that can summon minions, and adding points for those with a strong desire to attack humans. Some libraries in the Lehman Empire even have books like the Monster Handbook and Monster Encyclopedia, specifically used to rank common magical beasts in the world. The dragonwing gargoyle is clearly stronger than most magical beasts, practically invincible against humans below the rank of Archmage, yet it's only ranked 4th, while the fire wolf, immune to fire magic, gets 5th place. Isn't this bullying the gargoyle? If ranked according to human methods, even fire attribute pseudo-dragons could be ranked at least 10th place, or even higher. As for the sub-dragons and true dragons beyond pseudo-dragons, the gargoyle doesn't even dare to think about it. All it knew was that if it truly angered a dragon, not only would the Lehman Empire be reduced to rubble within 3 days, but the entire region, including the Lehman Empire, would be razed to the ground, leaving humanity no chance for regret. No, we can't let them go on like this, or we all be buried with them. After a brief moment of panic, the gargoyle transformed into a young man in black in a flash of light. Chipmunk. After rereading the documents handed to him by the woman in black, the young man said seriously, "You thoroughly investigated the Osborne family, haven't you?" "Of course. To put it bluntly, aren't they just a bunch of spies from Silas? With the support of the Silas Empire's high command, these people are rolling in money. Shadow Soul can make a fortune just from them." The woman in black, called Chipmunk, yawned. "But what I didn't expect was that the Lehman High Command was so easily corrupted. A few coins from the Osborne family, and they all became his lackeys." "Dad, do I not need to wear this anymore? It's too hot. How many times have I told you, use your title when you're at work?" The gargoyle glared at the woman before him. "You should have witnessed your strength yesterday, so be serious." "Yes, yes, yes." The woman in black sighed softly. "My dear, Shadow Soul Executor, how do you plan to handle this matter? She didn't go to the Angel Street bar to find me." The gargoyle gestured towards the direction of the Pista family's territory. "She's probably letting us do as we please." The woman in black yawned. "Quite a capricious, sir." "She certainly has the right to be capricious." The gargoyle turned his head. "What are your thoughts?" "Shadow Soul's Chipmunk." "Miss." "Huh? Asking me?" The woman in black took one hand out of her pocket, a flame flickering in her palm. "Dad, you know me. I always advocated solving problems in the most fun way possible. So how do you plan to have fun this time?" "It's simple. First, there's the issue of choosing sides. Since we're now on that person's side, and that person is now the adopted daughter of the Pista family, and Pista is being attacked by the Osborne family, then we just attack the Osborne family, right? What's that saying again? Sneak across Yiping. And take straight to Shuhan? Just attack directly? Just attack directly is too boring." As she spoke, the woman in black felt around on her person, and pulled a black and red crystal from her pocket. The gargoyle immediately recognized the crystal. Buddha's Wrath Red Lotus? The Crimson Lotus of Buddha's Wrath is a magical artifact that forcibly compresses a large amount of raging fire magic elements together using ice crystals. It explodes upon violent impact. With more refined craftsmanship, this thing could also be remotely detonated by installing a control device similar to a communicator within the crystal. In short, it's a kind of TNT from a fantasy world. There are still 6 hours until tonight's royal banquet. At this time, the core members of the Osborne family are either at the palace setting up the venue, dining and drinking with counselors at a restaurant, or holding meetings at some base. Most of the family territories are unguarded. Seemingly unconcerned about the Buddha's Wrath Red Lotus exploding in her hand, the woman in black played with it at will, saying, "Dad, you're responsible for using your identity as the Shadow Soul Executor to lure out the core members of this family. Whether it's to discuss cooperation or to advise them to be careful, the point is to keep them out of their territories as much as possible. As for me, I take advantage of the Osborne family's internal weakness and install one of these cute little red lotuses in the core buildings of each of their territories. What do you think?" The gargoyle understood the woman in black's meaning. "You plan to detonate all these red lotuses at once? That's so boring. Explosions are usually an art form associated with games. That's what makes it fun." The woman in black leaned closer to the gargoyle, gesturing for it to look at the report she had just handed him. "Look here. The Osborne family isn't planning to have that adopted mage and the other adopted kid, Pista, compete tonight, and then kill them, right? But we all know that Sir could never be defeated by that idiot. Once the tournament starts, I pretend to be a passerby. Saying this, the woman in black removed her black hat, revealing twin ponytails underneath. I tell the Osborne family that I secretly planted a bomb in your house. Hee, if you're going to bet big. The loser's mansion will. Bang. Chapter 36. Afternoon. In the languid sunlight, Eline slowly awoke. Accompanied by a soft, kitten-like murmur, the little girl in the master bedroom on the second floor of the Pista villa slowly sat up, letting out a big yawn. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, the little girl's gaze fell on the owl-shaped cuckoo clock hanging above the desk. 3:17 p.m. This owl-shaped cuckoo clock was brought over by Bilotes yesterday, who said it could help keep track of time. The cuckoo clock was very cute, and it was practically silent when it was working, making it perfect for a girl's room. Just like before, after introducing herself at the family meeting, Eline had fallen asleep shortly after having dinner with her mother Bilotes and sister Carachow yesterday, and slept until now. In other words, in this alternate world where time is roughly the same as Earth's, Eline is currently only awake for less than 5 hours a day. She gets sleepy promptly at 8 p.m., and then sleeps until the afternoon of the next day. However, a few days ago, when she lived in the Crystal Palace, Eline would get sleepy before 7 p.m., and then sleep until 4 p.m. the next day, a full 2 hours more than in the human world. This at least shows that coming to the human world to treat her narcolepsy is indeed having some effect. Just like yesterday, there was a small note on the bedside table today. She went to the window and pulled back the curtains with a whoosh, then returned to the bedside and picked up the small note from the table. Today's breakfast is red bean cake and glutinous rice rolls. From your loving mother. Opening the drawer, Eline took out the red bean cake, glutinous rice rolls, and a small bottle of camel milk. It was warm. Feeling the temperature of the breakfast, Eline felt a stirring within her. Not lukewarm, not cold, but warm. A piping hot breakfast. This meant that Bilotes either entered her room every 10 minutes or so, opened the drawers, and reheated the food when it got cold, repeating this cycle, or she remembered Eline's waking time from the previous day and specifically prepared delicious food to bring up at that exact moment. Eline believed it was the latter, because frequent entry and exit from her room would easily wake her. And, judging from the delicate aroma emanating from the red bean cake and glutinous rice roll, it clearly didn't appear to have been repeatedly reheated. Although she knew that Bilotes had 3 children and extensive experience caring for them, and that remembering the children's waking times and making time to prepare breakfast wouldn't be too difficult for this mother, Eline still felt a touch of emotion. You see, back in her previous life living in the orphanage, let alone having someone specifically timed to cook for her, just being able to eat her fill every day was a great blessing. Thank you. She whispered to the note, then brought the steaming breakfast to the window, pulled up a chair, and sat down. Gazing at the beautiful natural scenery outside, she ate while pondering countermeasures against the curse. She didn't know much about curses, only that her father had told her they were large-scale, cruel spells targeting individuals or specific groups. To put it bluntly, it's placing a lifelong debuff on a person or group, such as rendering someone infertile or reducing the magical talent of an entire family's descendants, like in Pista's case. Curses don't belong to water, ice, fire, lightning, or wind magic. If they had to be categorized, they could be placed under dark magic. Only a small number of human black mages, undead creatures, and dark beings possess this kind of magic. For example, Eline's father, Nasod, was a top-tier master of dark magic, but he hadn't taught the young princess any curse magic. With Eline's current strength, she could forcibly lift the curse using the Holy Dragon's large-scale light magic. However, she knew now wasn't the time to lift the curse. Because the Holy Dragon's large-scale magic is extremely dazzling, once used, Eline herself would instantly transform into a mini-sun for a certain period, illuminating the entire human empire. She and the Pista family would then become the empire's most conspicuous figures. If someone knowledgeable were to recognize it as dragon magic at a glance, Eline's dragon identity would likely be exposed. Even if no one understood Holy Dragon magic, the person who placed the curse on Pista would certainly know something about it. When they discover the curse has been lifted, and are fully aware that it could only be forcibly dispelled using certain high-level magic, Eline, the only variable in the Pista family, will become a suspect. Then, those who cast the curse will most likely disappear, never to be found again. Most importantly, Eline still doesn't know who specifically cast the curse on the Pista family. The evidence documents delivered by the gargoyles contain no mention of curse, and the gargoyles come from shadow souls, who exist as the masterminds of the Lehman Empire. Since even the shadow souls are unaware of this, It's highly probable that those who cast the curse on the Pista family were not from the Empire. According to yesterday's data from the Eye of Truth, the curse reduces the magical talent of the cursed person and their descendants by at least 50%, and nothing else. In other words, this curse won't harm the lives of Bilotes and the others, it will only make all the descendants of the Pista family increasingly ordinary. The most appropriate course of action for Eline is to ignore it for now, deal with the current main conflicts, gain a general understanding of the Pista family's situation, and investigate the curse only after everything has stabilized and there are suspects. Of course, at this stage, she doesn't want her new mother, Bilotes, to worry about her because of the Osborne family's affairs. She still needs to do one more thing. That is, to demonstrate some of her strength to the Pista. For example, her magical talent. The royal banquet, there should be plenty of good food. After finishing breakfast by the warm window, Eline got up, went to her desk, picked up the book Introduction to Magical Elements from the bookshelf, and left the room. Mom. In the back garden of the villa, Eline found Bilotes practicing fire magic just like yesterday. Good afternoon, Mom. The little girl, still half asleep, walked towards the mage in the center of the training ground. Good morning, little Eline. Seeing Eline, Bilotes, already drenched in sweat from training, gave her a gentle smile, then quickly wiped the sweat from her face. How did you sleep last night? I slept very well. Eline handed her the book, Introduction to Magical Elements. Mom, can you continue teaching me what's in this? Huh? Bilotes was a little surprised, but she still took the spellbook. Continue learning Fireball like yesterday? No. Eline shook her head. I want to finish learning everything in this book today. Then I use these skills to defeat everyone in the Osborne family. Chapter 37. The book Introduction to Magical Elements. Fire element only covers 3 skills for fire mages. Fireball, primarily for attack and damage. Fire shield, primarily for defense and protection, and fire wind, which increases fire element activity and temporarily creates a home field advantage. Fireball is easy to understand, as it's the progenitor of all offensive fire elemental magic. Due to the unique properties of fire elements, simply gathering them together will cause damage, making Fireball theoretically the simplest of all elemental spells. You only need to learn how to gather the fire elements within your body and in the air to ignite it. However simple it may be, the damage from Fireball shouldn't be underestimated. Many archmages, even grand archmages, rely heavily on Fireball in combat, the only difference being whether they use Grand Fireball, Fireball EX, or Awakening Fireball. Finish learning everything in this book? Under the warm sunlight, Bilotes, dressed in a mage's robe, showed a clear look of confusion on her serene face after hearing Eline's words. Besides Fireball, the basics of fire elemental magic include Fire Shield and Fire Wind. The mother then tried to explain to Eline, Fireball is indeed the easiest skill to master of all magic. Yesterday, little Eline successfully gathered fire elemental energy, but didn't manage to launch it. Generally, we recommend learning other skills only after you can easily use Fireball. I can already use Fireball easily. Eline, clutching her small pillow, took a small step back, staring at the stone statue in front of the training ground, and quickly began to manipulate the fire elemental energy within her body and the surrounding air. Buzz! In an instant, a raging inferno roared towards the front of the little girl's pillow, visibly coalescing into a massive fireball with a rapidly spinning core. Almost simultaneously with the fireball's appearance, Eline swung the pillow, hurling the fireball at the stone statue like a dart. Boom! The fireball exploded violently upon contact with the statue, the shockwave blasting outwards in all directions. The intense heat instantly incinerated most of the statue into magma. The magma dripped onto the ground like candle wax, igniting the marble in the center of the training ground and sending billowing smoke rising. This scene left Bilotes stunned. She was already incredibly impressed that Eline had managed to condense a fireball on her first attempt at the fireball spell yesterday, but now, right before her eyes, she had successfully used it a second time and hurled it. This was beyond mere genius. It's important to understand that besides possessing a certain amount of magical talent, one's own comprehension is also crucial for learning magic. For most mages, simply hearing theoretical knowledge on the first day and then being able to resonate with the elements within their body and in the air through their own exploration is already a display of incredibly formidable talent. Someone like Eline, who can conjure a fireball on her very first day of learning fire magic, is a genius among geniuses. Manor Academy would practically pay to enroll her. Last night, Bilotes was still hesitating whether to tell Linton and the others this incredible news, and the very next day, this dragon princess gave her another surprise. No, This can no longer be called a surprise, it's more like a shock. To be able to unleash a fireball on the very second day of learning fire magic, and with such terrifying power, melting a stone statue with a single fireball. If the instructors at Manor Academy saw this, they'd probably exclaim, "This girl is terrifyingly powerful." What Bilotes found most unbelievable was that Eline didn't even need a magic staff to assist her in casting this fireball. Magicians wear robes, hats, and staffs not because the equipment is cool, but because these garments and weapons are magical artifacts, providing a certain degree of assistance in the use of magic. For example, the wooden magic staff in Bilotes' hand. The vines used to make this staff are called magma vines. Magma vines like to take root near volcanoes, feeding on fire elements in the air. They have a very high affinity for fire elements, and with a simple modification and a fire crystal attached, these vines become perfect auxiliary magical artifacts. It's common for beginners to master the fireball spell after 2 or 3 months of continuous practice with a magic wand. Mastering it in a month is considered genius. As for someone like Eline, Bilotes was at a loss for words. Or perhaps this dragon princess had actually practiced the fireball spell back in Dragon Forest. This fireball. Is it alright? Standing at the entrance to the training ground, Eline glanced at the half-melted stone statue before her, casting a somewhat expectant look at Bilotes beside her. This fireball was a version Eline had diluted with countless times her magic power. If she went all out, she was worried not only about the stone statues in front of her, but also about whether the small villa behind her could be saved. Yesterday, with Bilotes' help, Eline hadn't directly used a fireball to blow up the statues, because she was worried about controlling the force since it was her first time learning human magic, and deliberately aimed it off course. With the experience from the first time, Eline could freely control the energy of the fireball she condensed the second time. However, she didn't know exactly what the effect of a fireball would be on a novice mage, which was why she asked Bilotes that question. Eline's cute little girl voice brought Bilotes back to her senses. Not bad. No, child, this isn't just a matter of being okay or not. The power of your beginner fireball is almost as good as mine as a mage. She looked at the dragon princess in disbelief, a terrifying thought quietly rising in her mind. Is it possible that everyone's mistaken? Bilotes wondered to herself. This child named Eline wasn't actually as mediocre as we thought. Her magical talent might be extraordinary, far beyond anyone's imagination. The reason she could maintain the use of the wind magic levitation throughout wasn't because she lacked talent and could only learn that one spell. On the contrary, her talent was so exceptional that she had even maxed out levitation, the most useless spell in wind magic. Keep in mind, her magic teacher was a dragon. Dragons, a mysterious race that humans rarely see, perhaps only once every few centuries. No one knows what abilities dragons possess, or what types of magic they can use. Then it's not surprising that they possess some special teaching techniques. In other words, Eline, whom we always thought had mediocre magical abilities, is actually a magical genius with maxed out wind and fire elemental talents. Having witnessed something far beyond her comprehension, Bilotes was momentarily unsure whether to encourage Eline or reveal her true thoughts. Clap, 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 clap. Just then, a series of crisp applause echoed from the nearby forest. A perfectly executed fireball. Right before Eline and Bilotes' eyes, a girl with her hair styled in twin ponytails and wearing a bright red dress suddenly appeared from the darkness of the deep forest, stepping on flames, and instantly materialized in the clearing in front of them. This is our second meeting. It's Bilotes, the head of the Pista fire elemental house, and the one who made father tremble with fear. Pista's youngest daughter, Eline. The twin-tailed girl pulled 2 flat, round lollipops from her skirt pocket, tossing one to Eline, then unwrapping the other and licking it. My name is Hugh, from Arcana. I'm a junior fire attribute mage, as I introduced myself before. Of course, you can also call me by one of my codenames in Shadow's Soul, Chipmunk. The main reason I came here is to talk to you about the fireworks banquet hosted by the Osborne family tonight. I think a great family, like the Osborne, should be the brightest star in the night sky tonight. What do you think? Chapter 38. As a massive griffin landed on a small square in the northern part of the Lehman Empire, the crowd of onlookers, who had been basking in the sun for some time, surged forward. Jiuchong Street. Get on the bus to Jiuchong Street. 3 seats. Freshly squeezed sweet orange juice. 10 copper coins a serving. Bed and water provided, private car service. 1 silver coin a night. Amidst the noisy crowd, 2 blonde girls, with the help of Linton and Carrick, jumped off the griffin's back, weaved through the throng, and arrived at the street corner outside the square. Phew, finally back. Lifting her large wizard's hat, Carrick glanced at the blazing sun. I wonder if our adorable little princess, Eline, is awake yet. Mrs. Bilotes said yesterday she'd wake up around 3:15 p.m.? She should be up by now. Linton said, turning to a girl dragging a suitcase and extending his hand. Alice, need any help? No. The girl called Alice had bright blue eyes and long, flowing blonde hair, adorned with a huge bow. She wore a gorgeous Lolita dress, striped knee-high socks, and round-toed boots, looking quite adorable. In stark contrast to her height of about 150 centimeters, she carried a sniper rifle on her back that was even taller than herself. The sniper rifle, including the stock, is about 1.6 meters long. A Tier 3 fire element crystal is embedded above the magazine, clearly indicating that it is a new type of magical artifact. I said. Seeing her younger sister drenched in sweat from carrying such a large object and refusing help, Carrick teased, Alice, just carrying this around the city twice a day is equivalent to my exercise for a year. Alice Piarista, 17 years old, a novice fire elemental mage. Like Carrick, Alice's talent wasn't outstanding among her peers when she entered Manor Academy. However, she chose a profession that had never appeared in Piarista's 2,000-year history, musketeer. This was a profession that had only emerged in recent years. Musketeers and cannons first appeared more than 200 years ago, while magical devices that use fire crystals or the fire element within the wielder to fire attacks only appeared 30 years ago. Initially, no one took these firearms seriously. Later, someone suggested that since fighters wielding swords existed, those who preferred firearms and cannons should also be given a legitimate profession, musketeer. Thus, Manor Academy established this new profession. Given the somewhat playful nature of this profession, most parents wouldn't allow their children to study it, even if they wanted to. Alice was an exception among these children. Upon first seeing a musket, Alice was deeply captivated by this magical device. After entering Manor Academy, she applied to her family to study this major. Although the Piarista family elders weren't keen on Alice studying this, seeing her genuine curiosity about firearms and magical devices, after extensive discussions with her, they finally agreed to let Alice become one of Manor Academy's first musketeers. As for her other sister, amidst the conversation, Carrick's gaze fell upon Victoria Piarista, who stood beside Alice. This girl, wearing a beret and an engineer's uniform, carried a huge, seemingly heavy backpack. Carrick knew that backpack was filled with parts for cannons. Indeed, like her sister Alice, the youngest sister, Victoria, was among the first students in Manor Academy's newly established profession of artilleryman. Perhaps it was a twist of fate, but Alice and Victoria had become so engrossed in the study of firearms and cannons upon entering the academy that they seemed to have escaped the wrath of a certain family, as they rarely participated in the mage ranking assessments. Let me briefly tell you about tonight's events. Linton, along with Carrick, Alice, and Victoria, boarded the attendant's carriage and retrieved a document from inside. To celebrate the Harvest Festival, the Osborne family has invited us to a banquet at the palace tonight. The Pope will also be there, so we can't refuse. About half an hour into the banquet, there will be a martial arts tournament. At first, some family children will be invited to showcase their talents, but later in the tournament, it will be a real martial arts competition. As he spoke, Linton looked into Alice's eyes. The person they initially targeted was you, Alice. The Osborne family hired an outsider, adopting him as their godson. He's a junior mage. Becoming a mage at the age of 16 means this person is extraordinary. He most likely tried to kill you during the tournament. However, we later received an inside message saying that the Osborne family wasn't planning to target Alice anymore, and Eline had become the target of that adopted son, the mage. Eline is the dragon princess we mentioned before. Carrick said her magical talent is very poor. Possibly poor. Carrick corrected, last night, just before bed, Mom suddenly told me that this afternoon, my sister seemed to have condensed a fireball using her magic wand in the training area in the back garden. If that's true, then my sister's true talent isn't what I guessed. She condensed a fireball on her first attempt at fire magic? Linton was somewhat shocked. That talent would be a max level A+ even at Manor Academy, right? Mom said that after my sister condensed the fireball, she failed when trying to release it. Carrick also seemed uncertain. That's why I said possibly. Eline always gives me a very mysterious feeling. She's so cute, and doesn't seem to have any hidden agendas. Even if Eline is a plus. Her talent is at a high level, and she learns very quickly. It's too late now, we have to go to the palace for the banquet at 6 p.m. Linton handed the documents to Carrick. Do you have any good ideas? If Osborne really insists on forcing Eline, We can just refuse. Karachow pondered for a moment. Or we could explain to His Holiness that we found Eline in the forest by chance and brought her back. She hasn't learned any magic and can't participate in the tournament. I believe the Pope will understand. It seems that's the only way. Linton sighed. Let's take it one step at a time tonight. If Osborne really intends to push Pista to the brink, we show the Pope the evidence and tell him that the Osborne family are spies sent by the Silas Empire. What Linton and Karachow didn't know was that in Pista's territory, after a brief exchange, Bilotes had reached a verbal agreement with a girl who called herself Chipmunk. Then it's settled. The girl with twin tails, having swallowed the lollipop down to its last stick, put it back in her pocket and vanished like a flurry of fiery butterflies. Pleasant cooperation, Mrs. Firehouse of Pista, and the lovely little dragon princess. Since it's the harvest festival, tonight I show everyone in the Lehman Empire what truly constitutes a harvest. Joy! Chapter 39. The setting sun blazed like fire. Near the Osborne family territory of the Lehman Empire, at the fireworks wholesale market. In this turbulent dusk, the air seemed thick with the smoke of battle. Uncle. A clear, girlish voice rang out, jolting the fireworks shop owner, who had been dozing off. Cough, 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 little sister. Upon seeing the girl with twin ponytails standing outside, the fireworks shop owner instantly transformed into a lecherous man. What would you like to buy, little sister? Do you have any Four Seasons blooming flowers here? The girl with twin ponytails possessed a youthful and captivating voice. A subtle plum blossom pattern adorned her bright red eyes, and her fiery red dress gave her an unusually stunning and artistic appearance in the setting sun. Blooms in all 4 seasons? Yes, yes. Hearing this, the uncle quickly turned around and opened the small warehouse containing fireworks. How much, little sister? 2 Jean, please. Jean? We don't sell by the Jean here, we sell them by the box, or you can buy a box. The uncle asked, puzzled. What's the little sister's name? Flower Mouse. Flower Mouse? What a strange name. Are you a singer from the city? Little sister? When the uncle turned around again, the crimson glow under the setting sun had vanished. Where did she go? No one noticed that a plum blossom had fallen from the small warehouse behind the uncle, which stored a large quantity of fireworks. Osborne family territory. I said, why is it so quiet today? A guard at the gate said listlessly to another guard nearby, it seems like the master's family has all gone out. You wouldn't understand, the other guard replied proudly. They say tonight is a harvest banquet hosted by our master specifically for the Lehman Empire's harvest festival. It's being held in the palace, and all the nobles from across the country are invited. The scene is spectacular, drums blaring, firecrackers exploding, red flags waving, and a sea of people. Harvest festival? Harvest banquet? The first soldier asked curiously. Do those nobles farm normally? The other soldier rolled his eyes at him. You're overthinking it. Nobles farm. So they also go to the market to buy grain with the common people? Are you stupid? Nobles have chefs to serve them, just like us gatekeepers. Why would they need to farm or cook themselves? What does the harvest festival have to do with them? Shh. The soldier lowered his voice. Are you trying to quit? No, I'm just curious. The soldier scratched his head. I feel like the harvest festivals in the past weren't this grand. It's supposed to be a small festival, but this banquet and dining at the palace. Isn't it a bit too much? It's said that tonight's banquet and it's related to Pista. How so? Well, the patriarch of the Osborne family is going to make a move against Pista. How do you know? Inside information? Hey, inside information? Anyone with eyes can see it. Another soldier rattled off. The Osborne family has been targeting Pista for years. They've practically wiped out all the fire elemental mages there, leaving only the relatively incompetent Carrick, Alice who plays with a musket, and, what's her name, Victoria, who plays with cannons. Tonight's banquet is aimed at those 3. I remember you said yesterday that Pista had taken in a daughter? You mean that wild child named Eline? I heard she has no magical talent. If she goes to this banquet tonight, she'd probably just get bullied. Neither of the 2 guards speaking noticed that a few plum blossoms were slowly falling from the wall of the territory, not far from them. A girl with twin ponytails stood with her back to the setting sun on the high wall, in a blind spot of their view. This is the last one. Glancing at the guards at the gate, the girl stretched her gloved right hand towards the spikes on the high wall, gently stroking the sharp blades in the setting sun. The girl's real name was Hugh, she had no surname, and she was once a child from a remote village in the mountains of Arcana. Now, she belonged to the Shadow Soul Logistics team, codenamed Chipmunk. Every time I see this sunset, it reminds me of my childhood. The girl murmured, pulling a red and black dart from her skirt pocket. She threaded her finger through the hole at the end of the dart, twirling it in her hand. At that moment, that sunset flashed through her mind. That sunset she would remember for a lifetime. The girl remembered how utterly hopeless the scene was when she crawled out of the smoke-filled ruins, the devastated village before her. Fire, black smoke, collapsed houses, dead loved ones. And a gargoyle. Did you destroy my home? Hearing the little girl's voice in the twilight, the gargoyle turned around. It reached out its hand to her. If I said I didn't do any of this, would you believe me? The gargoyle spoke in a hoarse voice, like a villain. The setting sun cast a long, long shadow of its towering form, casting it into the smoke and blood, melting into the flames. The little girl struggled to her feet, her dirty face turned away from the sun. She hesitated for a moment, then placed her hand in that ugly large hand. I believe you. And so, the gargoyle, who happened to be passing through Arcana that day on a mission, where the village had been blown up by a mysterious force, brought the village's only survivor, a little girl, back to Shadow Soul. What can this little brat do? Wash clothes, cook, pour tea for you. Well, for you humans, it's just a matter of having a couple more knives and forks, right? Besides, she was the only witness to the Maple Leaf Village explosion. To investigate, you need a local. The little girl lived in Shadow Soul for many years, and the gargoyle unexpectedly discovered that she possessed exceptional fire elemental talent. Do you want to learn magic with me? Shadow Soul has abundant resources. You can get any magical artifact you need. Will learning magic help me avenge my parents? Probably not. Have humans always been such a weak species? Child, in fact, humans are one of the more powerful groups in nature. When the adults in those small villages you lived in destroyed beehives for honey, and took all the winter food from chipmunks' burrows, they didn't think about whether humans were too weak. Even the most venomous bee can't kill a human, and even if a chipmunk exercises every day, it still can't do anything when a human wants to take its food. Similarly, when you humans face powerful magical beasts, even if you cultivate magic to its peak, you never be their match. That's just how cruel this world is. I want to learn magic. You figured it out? Yes, I want to be the useless chipmunk, so when humans appear and steal our food, I can use fire magic to set off fireworks. Huh? Since we can't fight back, let's all enjoy it together, shall we? As the last rays of the setting sun dipped below the horizon, the twin-tailed girl's thoughts were brought back to reality from her memories. In a daze, she seemed to hear again the voice of her conversation with a little girl in the Pista territory not long ago. You eat things given by strangers like that? Aren't you afraid I poison them? No. Regarding tonight's banquet, little one, what do you think of my suggestion? I think the Harvest Festival really goes well with fireworks. Why do I always find myself thinking about that child? The twin-tailed girl on the high wall shook her head. That incredibly cute little face, that petite body wearing only a soft nightgown, and those white stockings. It was such a strange combination. Why is it so vividly etched in my memory? It's like something inside me has been stirred up, very unpleasant. Never mind. The twin-tailed girl pulled a fox mask from her pocket and put it on. Things I can't understand, I shouldn't think about. The girl's body burst into flames, creating a shower of fireballs as she descended towards two soldiers nearby. Who's there? Sensing the commotion, the soldiers immediately pulled out their communication crystals, about to activate them. But the girl was faster. In a flash, she closed the distance, easily kicking both soldiers to the ground with two sharp bangs, then stuffing lit Four Seasons blooming firecrackers into their mouths. You can call me. As she spoke, the girl had already leaped 10 meters away, pressing the detonator in her hand. Fireball Rat. Chapter 40. Chipmunk? Shadow Soul? After returning to Pista's territory with Alice and Victoria, Linton was somewhat bewildered after hearing Bilotes' description of the twin-tailed girl who had just barged into the back garden. I indeed heard of Shadow Soul, the Black Hand organization of the Lehman Empire. As for this chipmunk, I don't know if there really is such a person within Shadow Soul, but if she's the Archmage who gave us the intelligence files, then there are many more questions. Why would she help us? Linton scratched his head, feeling somewhat lost in this world. Just recently, Chipmunk from Shadow Soul made a deal with Bilotes. She would fully assist the Pista family at the royal banquet, ensuring the Osborne family had an unforgettable night. As for how she would assist, and the general details, Chipmunk didn't elaborate. However, judging from her confident expression, Bilotes felt that Osborne's side wouldn't have a good night. Their only question now is, what is the Chipmunk's purpose? What benefit would helping Pista bring to her and to Shadow's soul? The night that woman in black delivered that huge pile of documents, I suspected that the Dragon Clan had pressured Shadow's soul. Seeing that Bilotes also looked puzzled, Linton pondered for a moment and said, because those documents contained information about Osborne commissioning Shadow's soul to take action against our family, but those contracts have now been cancelled. No. Eline, licking a lollipop beside him, shook her head upon hearing this. The Dragon Clan didn't pressure Shadow's soul. These humans are really something. Did the dragons put pressure on me? Couldn't you just ask me directly? Eline muttered to herself. But then again, this is so sweet. The little girl, bathed in the setting sun, held up the lollipop that Chipmunk had given her, examining its patterns. This lollipop was a classic flat, round shape with colorful spiral patterns inside, about 10 centimeters in diameter, a particularly large candy for Eline at her current age. She couldn't finish it anytime soon. Lollipops like this were sold in many general stores on Earth, but because Eline had grown up in an orphanage, she had only ever admired lollipops from afar as a child. Aside from glancing at them from outside the general store, imagining their taste, and using them to drift off into sweet dreams, she had no other desires for them. After growing up and starting work, although a 2,000 or 3,000 yuan monthly salary wasn't particularly extravagant for a 2 yuan lollipop, people were long past the age of liking sweets. Anyway, now that she's the Dragon Princess, Eline possesses a built-in food detector, able to sense unusual food with just her smell, and isn't afraid of being poisoned. Even if it were poisonous, no human has yet been able to kill a dragon by poisoning. So, when the chipmunk tossed her a lollipop, Eline practically didn't think twice before grabbing it and starting to eat it. Huh? Nothing there? Hearing Eline's words, Linton finally realized, wasn't our family's youngest daughter from the dragon race? Yes, the Shadow Soul's matter has nothing to do with the dragons. Eline nodded seriously. They probably figured out what happened in the manor forest that day themselves. I see, Linton explained in realization. It seems the Shadow Soul also figured out that the dragons protected Carrick in the forest that day, and they know we in Pista have such a powerful backer. They're trying to curry favor with us now. Then we... Carrick also realized, how should we respond to their overtures? Ignore them for now. This Shadow Soul isn't exactly a clean organization. Weaving, they've done too many bad things. Even if they voluntarily hand over the evidence and turn themselves in, it won't work. Linton then turned to Eline. Little Eline, I heard from Carachow that yesterday afternoon when you tried using fire magic, you conjured a fireball on your first try, right? Before Eline could speak, Bilotes interrupted. It's not just about conjuring a fireball anymore. What? Little Eline. Bilotes gestured to Eline, seemingly recalling the scene that had unfolded in the back garden half an hour earlier. After the chipmunk left, Eline, munching on a lollipop, quickly mastered the other two beginner fire elemental magic skills, Fire Shield and Fire Wind, with Bilotes' explanation and help. Bilotes would never forget how terrifying the fire elemental energy contained within the two rapidly spinning shields when the Dragon Princess used Fire Shield. Furthermore, when the field magic Fire Wind was successfully summoned, the vast training ground was immediately dyed red by the dense fire element, and the air in any corner was so hot that it could ignite at the slightest touch. In that state, a single fireball from Eline could create a massive crater resembling a meteorite impact. This was beyond what a magic beginner could achieve. Given the destructive power of Eline's fireball, and the sturdiness of her fire shield, calling her a fire mage wouldn't be an issue. However, what Bilotes didn't know was that this was after Eline had deliberately reduced her magic output by tens of thousands of times. What? In the back garden, after hearing Bilotes' description of Eline's fire element training progress, Linton staggered back several steps, nearly falling to the ground. Are you serious, madam? Yes. Bilotes gestured to Eline with her eyes. Little Elle, how about? You demonstrate for Uncle Linton now. Okay, Eline said in her still childish voice, raising her lollipop. With a thought, she conjured a fireball over 30 centimeters in diameter at the end of the lollipop and flicked it towards the center of the training field. Boom! The fireball slammed into the center of the training field at a speed too fast for the naked eye to perceive, exploding. A visible shockwave roared outwards from the point of impact, instantly scorching nearby plants to charcoal. Because of the close proximity, the shockwave from the fireball explosion quickly reached Linton and the others. Carrick instinctively summoned a magic shield to block it. Alice used her sniper rifle as a shield, and Victoria took cover behind Alice. As for Linton, he didn't react at all. The scorching fireball slammed into his face, singeing several of his eyebrows, leaving him completely stunned. A fireball of this level. You're telling me this was used by a novice? This is at least at the level of a mage. Ignoring the heat on his face and his singed eyebrows, as the heat subsided, Linton, regaining his senses, instinctively looked at Eline beside him with trembling eyes. At this moment, Eline, clutching a pillow in one hand and a lollipop in the other, wearing a spaghetti-strap nightgown and a nightcap with a 0W0 dragon emoji, appeared almost like a god in Linton's eyes. Keep in mind, she hadn't chanted anything during the entire process of condensing and unleashing the fireball. She had handled it with complete ease. A novice mage, without the aid of any magical artifacts, casting spells instantly without incantation, maintaining wind magic while using fire magic, and unleashing fireballs with power comparable to a mage's fireballs. This kind of mage defies description. Neither genius nor prodigy suffices. Because this level of mage is completely beyond Linton's comprehension. Her strategic value, in some ways, is even greater than 2 Tier 6 ice crystals. Little Heir said before that she wanted to learn all the skills and introduction to magical elements this afternoon, and then defeat the Osborne family. I thought she was joking, said Bilotes, emerging from behind Karika's magic shield, still shaken. Now it seems Little Heir truly has the ability. We've been misunderstanding her, and the dragons all along. I just didn't want you to worry anymore. Seeing Linton and Bilotes both looking relieved, Eline thought to herself, feeling a little embarrassed. When she first came to the Pista family, Eline followed her father Nasod's wishes, treating it as a natural sanatorium. The people in the Pista family could be considered the staff of this sanatorium. If the staff argued or fought with the outsiders, as a patient, Eline theoretically didn't need to get involved. She could just focus on recovering. But the problem now was that the outsiders weren't simply arguing or fighting with Pista. They wanted Pista dead. They had already plotted against Pista's mages during the war, then carried out assassinations and cast curses, and now they wanted to target the few remaining descendants of Pista's fire elementalists. Eline could no longer stand idly by. Adding to the various experiences Eline had gone through these past few days, including learning that the Pista family was actually very approachable and friendly, and that Mother Bilotes made delicious cakes and desserts, and that Eline had felt warmth and care in the little things in life. So our little dragon princess stepped in. My lord, Mrs. Bilotes. As they were talking, several servants approached along the path in the back garden. The royal carriage has arrived. Looks like they really can't wait to see us make a fool of ourselves. Hearing the servants' words, Linton quickly recovered from his shock. In the setting sun, he waved his hand and led the way towards the exit of the back garden. Come on, let's see what those spies from the Silas Empire are capable of. Chapter 41. Night falls. Somewhere in the Lehman Empire, inside the Shadow Soul base. After reading the documents handed to him by the gargoyle, the old man sitting in the chair pondered for a moment. It seems that I was indeed negligent. A man in black beside him asked with some confusion, Sir? The Osborne family has indeed cooperated with us many times before, but regardless, this time it was indeed our internal problem that caused the trouble. So much data was stolen. Once those things fall into the hands of the Pope, the Osborne family will most likely be purged, and we will be implicated. Placing the documents on the table, the old man coughed a few times and pointed to the gargoyle, which had transformed into a human. He acted quickly, immediately sending the chipmunk to the Osborne family, causing quite a stir. Sir, I don't quite understand. The man in black gestured to the gargoyle with his eyes. By doing this, it is undoubtedly breaking with the Osborne family. We and those people. It was just a boss-employer relationship to begin with. There's no question of betrayal or a complete break. The old man picked up another document, pointing to the man's portrait on it. If the person who escaped chooses to cooperate with Pista, how should we respond? Cooperate with Pista? The man in black was taken aback. He has no reason to do that, does he? He does. The old man shook his head. Although Pista is a declining noble family, they have existed for over 2,000 years. Their foundation is still there. Think about it yourself. If you were that escaped traitor, and now we, the Shadow Souls, have learned of their betrayal, and our guardians have eliminated all his brothers, including those in the Arcana Empire, we have spies everywhere. The only valuable thing he has are those intelligence documents. Where would he choose to run? How can we maximize the value of those documents? The man in black paused. Sold to the Pista family? Yes, because the commissions the Osborne family has given us in recent years have all been related to the Pista family. If these documents fall into the hands of the Pista's people, and they report to the palace, the royal family will most likely launch a purge against Osborne. Of course, our affairs will also be exposed. So before the Pista presents the evidence to the Pope, we need to take the initiative, create chaos, and prevent Osborne from dealing with the Shadow Soul matter. The best case scenario is to take action before Osborne accuses us, eliminating everyone on their side who can speak. The man in black asked, puzzled, kill them all? Once Osborne's background is exposed, someone will take action. Before that, we just need to push the process forward slightly. The old man pointed to the gargoyle. He did a good job. He sensed the potential risks beforehand and acted without our orders. He truly deserves to be called the guardian of the Shadow Soul. A guardian of 100 years. His insight is incredibly shrewd. The man in black turned somewhat awkwardly to the gargoyle. Sorry, I misunderstood you earlier. I was wondering why we suddenly had to turn against Osborne, our longtime partner. You still have a lot to learn. The old man sighed. Right now, we have two main tasks. One is to find the traitor who managed to escape, and the other is to keep a close eye on the Osborne family, ready to cut ties at any time. Compared to the documents, those old Osbornes know far too many of our secrets. You know what I mean? I know. Any news from the people sent to the manor forest? Not yet. I don't really expect to find anything in the manor forest. That person wouldn't be stupid enough to stay there for so long. The old man turned to the gargoyle. Didn't you say you needed to work with the chipmunks to make some noise tonight? Just tell me what you need. The gargoyle was silent for a moment. I need some funds. What for? To buy a projector and some supplies. Buy a projector? For whom? The chipmunks. The old man was taken aback, then laughed as if he suddenly understood. Voice. As expected of that chipmunk girl, she always manages to come up with something new. Approved? Gargoyle nodded. Thank you, sir. Go on, don't waste any more time here. Wait. Seeing the gargoyle preparing to leave, the old man hesitated. Brother. You suffered so much with us in Shadow Soul all these years. You followed us for so long because of a promise. You don't need to thank me. Everything I done is for my clan. If there's nothing else, I go to Chipmunk's place first. Long Street Market. They agreed to fund it. In a carriage covered by a curtain, as the gargoyle's voice rang out, the communication crystal in the twin-tailed girl's hand inside the carriage lit up with a soft light. Really? You fooled me all that? I thought Shadow Soul would suspect an old man like you. The girl with pigtails jumped up from the small seat in the car with a whoosh, stretched, and said, This is going to be fun. Upon closer inspection, compared to her fiery red dress during the day, the twin-tailed girl now wore miniature earphones and microphones, and her dress was studded with jewels, making her look like a popular singer. Keep it down. The gargoyle's voice came from the crystal. I'm really afraid you go crazy and demolish someone's palace. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. That's all. Bye, good night, Dad. The girl turned off the communication crystal, stepped out of the carriage, and pulled back the curtain covering the carriage with a whoosh. What on earth is this selling? It's so mysterious. The owner is a girl. I remember she came here half an hour ago, right? Seeing the carriage door open, the surrounding crowd quickly gathered, pointing and whispering about the twin-tailed girl's carriage. They had seen this carriage parked here long ago, assuming it was a mobile cart selling snacks or vegetables and grains like the nearby itinerant vendors. After all, this street was a famous free market in the Lehman Empire. However, to everyone's surprise, the large carriage simply stopped after entering the market, neither hawking its wares nor lowering the curtain, thus whetting the appetites of those around it. Little girl, what are you selling? Amidst whispers, several elderly people gathered around, examining the crystals inside the carriage. We're just ordinary folks here, we can't afford such high-end things as crystals. Not for sale. The girl with pigtails pulled the curtain back completely, revealing rows and rows of enormous, neatly arranged crystal piles inside. Holy crap! A projector? Someone in the crowd instantly recognized the purpose of the crystals. Looks like the latest model. A projector is a magical device that outputs a corresponding image using a resonant crystal, similar to a television set on Earth. However, the television signal range in the Lehman Empire is basically limited to the size of the empire's territory, and only a few channels can be detected, making it far inferior to a real television set on Earth. The advantage is that projectors in the Lehman Empire don't consume electricity. The energy contained in the crystal is enough for an average family to use for over 30 years. There's no need to subscribe to any VIP television channel memberships. They're ready to use immediately after purchase. In the Lehman Empire, projectors aren't exclusive to noble families. Many ordinary families can afford them. However, affordability doesn't mean all families will buy one. Currently, about 40% of families in the empire don't have projectors installed, citing various reasons: busy work schedules, limited viewing options, concerns that buying one might distract their children from their studies. These projectors today, not for sale, but free. Seeing the still somewhat puzzled looks on the surrounding crowd, the twin-tailed girl transformed into a series of fiery butterflies, instantly appearing on top of the carriage. With a wave of her hand, she announced, "One projector per family, all free." To celebrate Happy Harvest Festival. Tonight, the royal palace will host a grand banquet, inviting all the nobles of the empire. These nobles will then perform for us common people, showcasing the joy of the harvest. A girl with pigtails, dressed in a performance costume and wearing headphones, moved like a robin dancing on stage, her melodious voice carrying throughout the market. Please line up in an orderly fashion to receive a projector. Remember to tell your elders and neighbors about this event so they can participate. Everyone gets one. Everyone, remember to turn on the live stream channel on the projector at 7 p.m. tonight. Let's all celebrate the Harvest Festival together. Chapter 42. Outside the gates of the Lehman Empire's palace, accompanied by the gradually slowing sound of hooves, a carriage stopped beside the goddess statue at the entrance. Careful. At Bilotes' gentle reminder, the carriage door opened, and a small foot encased in snow-white silk stockings slowly emerged. This small foot was about 20 centimeters long, with a soft, slender arch, even toes, and a graceful curve, giving it a delicate, almost ethereal beauty, like a work of art from the gods, making it highly desirable. Above the soft foot was a calf, also encased in white silk, its slender proportions perfectly proportioned, its curves outlined by the surrounding dim streetlights. With a slight rustling of wind, the small foot landed about 10 centimeters off the ground. Wind elements quickly created a compressed air field beneath the foot, lifting the heel and allowing the toes to rise slightly, mimicking the curve of a woman's shoe. Then, another snow-white foot emerged from the carriage and landed on the air. "Thank you." With the help of Bilotes, Eline, who had successfully jumped out of the carriage clutching her pillow, reached out to Alice and Victoria inside. "Need any help?" "We can manage ourselves." Victoria smiled and declined her youngest sister's offer, then walked out of the carriage hand in hand with Alice. "Your levitation magic is truly amazing." After landing, Victoria looked Eline up and down in her nightgown. "Is it really alright to wear this to the banquet?" "It's fine." Eline, clutching her pillow, shook her head. "I wear this in Dragon Forest." Victoria, emerging from the carriage, had changed out of her engineer's uniform and into a Lolita-style dress similar to Alice's. Karada had also changed into a strapless princess dress. Only Eline was still in her nightgown and white stockings, even wearing the nightcap with the 0W0 dragon emoji, somewhat out of place with the banquet's theme. It felt like in a video game, everyone was about to fight a boss, and everyone else had donned armor and helmets to increase their defense, except for the protagonist in a bikini, seemingly unconcerned about being slapped to death by the boss. However, even disregarding the magical nightgown's inherent defensive and counter-attack abilities, even if Eline knew no magic, as a dragon, no human could truly harm her. Just as a chipmunk couldn't punch through human skin even if it did 1,000 sit-ups every day. Little Elle's already used to these clothes. At that moment, Carrick, who had gotten out of the car with Bilotes, explained with a smile, "Don't be fooled by how soft the clothes look, they've been blessed with magic." Listening to her daughter's conversation, Bilotes subconsciously gave Eline a complicated look. As a mage herself and a mother of 3, even if she were slow to realize it, she could deduce from Eline's behavior within the family that this youngest daughter was definitely not an ordinary person. After eating Eline's cheese slices at Connor's house, Bilotes could clearly feel her life force rapidly increasing over the past 2 days, with even her magical power showing a noticeable overflow. Considering how eagerly Eline had wanted her to eat the cheese, Bilotes could easily guess that the milk tablets and cheese were no ordinary items. She didn't know if they reached the 7th-tier noble phantasm level, but for a dragon to transport them all the way from Dragon Forest, they couldn't possibly be ordinary milk tablets. However, Eline shared these precious gifts, meant for her, with herself and her sisters. Afterwards, this dragon princess displayed her incredibly powerful fire elemental talent, almost as if to reassure Bilotes, practically saying, "Mom, don't worry, I can handle everything." Bilotes didn't know how to repay Eline's kindness. She could only, as a mother, share all her love with this daughter, who seemed like a gift from heaven. "Did you forget everything?" As he spoke, Linton stepped down from the carriage. "How are you feeling, little Elle? I saw you take a nap in the carriage earlier." Eline nodded, her beautiful golden eyes slightly open, giving the impression that she had just woken up. "I did sleep for a while." If nothing unexpected happened, tonight's harvest festival feast would definitely take much longer than a typical meal at home, and there was also that martial arts tournament afterwards. It probably wouldn't be finished until after midnight, so Eline had taken a short nap in the carriage earlier, as a way to prepare for the tournament. If all else failed, she could also cast some holy dragon's blessing on herself to forcibly prolong her waking hours. Is that so? Seeing Eline's perpetually listless and sleepy expression, Linton chuckled. It's alright, sleep when you're tired, eat when you're hungry. What's the palace? 200 years ago, without Pista, who knows if this country would even have been established? With that, Linton waved his hand. Let's go! Have fun tonight. Actually, regarding Eline's initiative in showcasing her talent, Linton had more or less figured out the whole story from the family territory to the palace. Previously, his belief that Eline's talent was poor stemmed from a preconceived notion, similar to Karika's. He thought Eline might genuinely be a child found by the dragons on the roadside, separated from her parents, and that since she could master the wind elemental magic's levitation so well, she probably wouldn't have had time to learn other elemental magic. However, the events involving the ice dragon Ibel last night reminded him that dragons were not as weak as humans imagined. Just as farmers imagine emperors as those who plow the land with golden hoes, humans often imagine dragons as powerful beings comparable to human high-ranking archmages, ignoring the fact that most people in this era have never even seen a dragon. This is a ridiculous and ingrained way of thinking. When human beginners use magic, they first chant a special incantation to summon fire elemental spirits, using only human language throughout. So, is it possible that a more efficient and convenient dragon language magic exists among the dragons? Linton had studied dragon language. He knew this was possible, and had personally heard Eline speak the dragon language. If Eline was indeed found and raised by a dragon, then the dragon most likely taught her dragon language magic. At least, as a wind elemental mage, Linton didn't find any similar levitation skill in human wind elemental magic, unlike the one Eline had been using. In other words, Eline's statement, "I haven't learned human magic," doesn't mean I haven't learned magic at all. As he clarified this, Linton felt a deep sense of powerlessness and self-reproach. The dragon race entrusted this little princess to our Pista so confidently, yet we allowed her to get into all sorts of trouble just days after bringing her home. I, as the head of the family, have truly failed in my duty. Ah, who do we have here? It's some third-rate family that hasn't been able to train a single mage for decades. Whether they had been waiting for a long time or it was a coincidence, just as Linton was leading Eline and the others through the palace gates, a young man with 2 attendants blocked their way. Black Osborne, the young master of the Osborne family, who had once been struck by lightning several times and left in a sorry state in the Pista territory for his foul mouth, was now dressed in a tuxedo, standing arrogantly at the front. Even such a lowly family can receive an invitation. It seems the strength of our Lehman Empire is getting stronger year by year. Before Blake could finish speaking, a petite figure rushed forward. Under the cover of night, the expressionless Eline transformed into a bolt of lightning, using dragon dance steps to teleport in front of Blake, who was speaking. She picked up a pillow and struck a tennis-like pose towards the young master. Boom! With a sound like a hammer slamming into a shield, the pillow in Eline's hands burst into a dazzling flame, sending Blake, who hadn't finished speaking, flying. Boom, boom, boom! Blake's body flew like a cannonball towards the nearby fountain, crashing through several marble pillars before collapsing unconscious in the pool. A pillow slapped the young master away, and Eline yawned, seemingly unaffected, returning to her previous dazed state. Then, the dragon princess glanced at the distant grove of trees, giving them a "you deal with it" look. Oh dear, we've been discovered. From the grove, a girl with twin ponytails leaped down from a tree with a whoosh and walked straight towards the pool where Blake lay. No wonder he's the little guy who even scares his father. Looking at the half-dead young Master Osborne in the pool, the twin ponytail girl shook her head, took a recording crystal from her skirt pocket, and aimed it at Blake in the water. Click. Chapter 43. Eline's sudden attack on young Master Osborne Black not only stunned Black's 2 attendants, but also left Linton and the others dumbfounded. Linton was surprised because Eline's attack was swift and decisive. Black had barely finished speaking before she launched her attack. He was even more astonished that Eline, a mage who appeared frail and seemingly ready to fall asleep at any moment, possessed combat strength comparable to a battle mage. It was common knowledge that most mages were not very good at close combat. Because most of their time is spent chanting spells, mages are almost always defeated in close combat. However, Princess Eline, who looked most like a mage, actively chose close combat and even knocked out Black, a novice mage, with a single blow. How could this not surprise Linton? It could be said that Eline's strike completely overturned the impression Linton and the others had of her. The difference between mages and fighters lies in whether they primarily cultivate magic or physical strength. For fighters, magic is merely an auxiliary tool, a means to enhance weapon damage. People like Thunder Swordsmen and Fire Blade Masters imbue their weapons with elements to increase their power. Compared to magical training, they devote more time to physical skills and swordsmanship training. For example, the moment Eline lifted the small pillow, a clear ring of fire elemental light appeared around it, indicating that it had been enchanted with elements. But a pillow isn't a weapon. To use a pillow to deliver a hammer-like blow suggests either this fighter's magical skill has reached its peak, or this mage's physical strength is comparable to a magical beast. Neither is achievable by humans today. Linton believed the only explanation was the legendary dragon language magic. Using dragon language magic to enhance the body, or the pillow to achieve a one-hit kill, that's the only explanation. In any case, Blake's ability to instantly kill a novice mage at least meant that in the rumored martial arts tournament, his youngest niece, Eline, no longer needed to fear the Osborne family's so-called A+ talent certification godson. This, after a stunned silence lasting several seconds, Blake's followers were the first to react. They hesitated only briefly between counterattack and rescue, then almost simultaneously turned and ran towards the direction Blake had been sent flying. Meanwhile, Linton and Bilotes recovered from their shock and quickly walked to the little dragon girl's side. "Are you alright?" "I'm fine." Eline shook her head, gesturing to the positions of Black and the two attendants. "I don't like him." "It's alright, that's how you treat annoying people." Linton laughed, deliberately feigning indifference, and waved his hand, leading the way towards the palace gates. "Children, forget about that unlucky clown, let's go meet Aunt Connor." Normally, if a conflict arose between his side and the Osborne family, Linton would immediately assess the situation and urgently devise a response strategy. For example, are there any witnesses? Is there a photographic crystal? What kind of explanation would he use if the palace questioned him? How would he remedy the situation if it turned against the Pista family? Especially in a place like the palace, if you beat up Osborne, this nouveau riche, in front of so many nobles, and they use this to pressure the palace to punish the Pista family, they'd be in a very difficult position. But now, Osborne is nothing. Linton thought proudly to himself. At this moment, the Pista holds numerous pieces of evidence that the Osborne family are spies for the neighboring Silas Empire, and is protected by a dragon whose strength is at least that of a Grand Magister. His newly adopted daughter, Eline, is a genius with talent high enough to knock away a novice mage with a single pillow. With this lineup, the Pista can practically run rampant in the palace. Moreover, this somewhat dim-witted young Master Osborne seemed to think that Pista was too honest to fight, so he deliberately chose a quiet time, and even did it outside the palace. Even if he were beaten to death, he could only say he deserved it. As for Eline's sudden intervention, Linton couldn't quite understand it. He believed that in a place like Dragon Forest, both humans and dragons, when faced with a powerful beast, should theoretically choose the law of the jungle. "I don't like you, so I fight you," or if you're going to fight, the first to strike wins. Therefore, his niece did nothing wrong. Putting everything else aside, that Black has always had a foul mouth. Years ago, Linton wanted to throw a few wind blades at him, but he couldn't because of his position as the second in command of Pista. Today, Eline helped the family vent their anger. "Daddy!" Just as Linton led everyone into the magnificent palace hall, a small, green figure ran up from behind a statue of a goddess and jumped into his arms. "And there's Eline, Carachu, Alice, and Victoria." Wendy, who seemed to really like green clothes, was also dressed in a green dress and beret for the banquet. Except for her white stockings, even her little round-toed shoes were predominantly emerald green. She kept saying she wanted to sit at the same table as Eline. As she spoke, Connor walked over and waved to Eline. "Good evening, little Eline. How are you feeling tonight?" "Good evening, Connor, Before she could finish the word auntie, Eline seemed to recall some unpleasant memory and instinctively changed her address to Sister Connor. Connor covered her mouth and laughed. "Just call me auntie." "Little Eline, look." Wendy, who had just jumped into Linton's arms, jumped down. Using wind magic, she levitated in midair, then awkwardly took 2 steps. "I learned this too." Seeing the little one's proud expression, Erin patted her head. "Very good. It just doesn't last very long." With that, Wendy landed on the ground, her small, chunky-heeled shoes making a crisp thud as they touched the smooth marble floor of the palace. How did you manage to last so long, Erin? Oh, you're so late. Before Wendy could finish speaking, accompanied by a flurry of footsteps and the sound of canes, Osborne's head steward, Swain, emerged from the glittering passageway with several attendants and a boy of about 16 or 17. I thought you were too scared to even attend the Harvest Festival banquet hosted by the Pope himself. Swain and his men stopped about 10 meters from Linton, gesturing towards Eline. But you actually brought her along? Then, seeing Eline still dressed as a young girl in her pajamas, Swain frowned and added sarcastically, do you think it doesn't matter since she's not your biological child? Or do you want to show her the cruelty of the world? Little Eline is now Piarista's child. In response to Swain's repeated provocations, Bilotes replied calmly, since the royal family invited Piarista, I will bring her here, Mr. Swain. There's no need for you to worry. That's why I've been emphasizing to those counselors that there's a reason why Piarista has fallen to this state. Swain wanted to say something more, but then, as if remembering something, he pulled a young man in a tuxedo beside him over. Never mind, whether you let her come or not is your prerogative. I have no right to interfere. Let me briefly introduce her to you. Brand started learning magic at age 7, mastered all the skills of a beginner fire elemental mage at age 10, was exceptionally admitted to Manor Academy at age 12, reached the level of a beginner fire mage at age 16, and was rated by Manor Academy as a once-in-a-century genius, possessing near top-tier plus fire elemental talent. Swain gave the boy a slight push towards Linton, puffed out his chest, placed his hands on his cane, and said with a proud expression, of course, I don't mean to belittle your daughter, or this seemingly immature little sister. I just think that as a magical family. Before Swain could finish, Eline came to Bilotes' side, and tugged at her clothes with her small hand. Excuse me. Holding the dragon princess in her arms, Bilotes said to Swain in a rather casual tone, I cannot keep you company, Mr. Swain. The family is waiting for us to take our seats. Please excuse us. Linton immediately gestured to his daughter and niece beside him. Wendy, Alice, Victoria, say goodbye to Uncle Swain. Goodbye, Uncle Swain. Mr. Swain, please excuse us. Before Swain could react, Eline and the others had already turned around and were chatting happily as they walked towards the VIP entrance of the palace not far away. Wendy, take your little sister Al to see the chocolate fountain later. Okay. I love the chocolate beans here. Alice can go check it out too. There are lots of desserts you like at the counter. TSK. Coming back to his senses, Swain gripped his cane tightly, watching Linton and the others leave, veins bulging on his hand. He slammed his cane on the floor with a bang. How dare they give us such attitude? Swain thought angrily. Where did this family, with hardly any mages left, suddenly get the courage? Father. Amidst the confusion, Swain's godson, Brand, turned his head. Was that little girl in pajamas the one you mentioned, Eline? Yes. Swain turned back. What do you think of her magical skill? She used a wind elemental levitation spell to stand still for quite a while, until her magic ran out, at which point she had someone pick her up. Brand said coldly, Can I take this as a provocation? A fire maid showing off her magical abilities to me? Of course, my child. Swain crouched down, staring into Brand's eyes. But don't worry, we already made arrangements. The host will give that girl extra attention during dinner. To be honest, Father, I'm actually also an intermediate wind mage, with a magical talent level of B+. Brand seemed eager to show off. I also taught myself quite a few fire mage skills, such as long lava and fire path. If possible, these can be used as trump cards in the tournament later. Oh, that's wonderful, my child. Swain nodded. But Dad doesn't think they have the ability to force you to use a mage's skill. Relax. Don't fall for these commoners' provocation. With that, Swain stood up, glancing strangely at the night outside the palace. Why hasn't Blake made a sound since he left? Chapter 44. Compared to the previous family gathering in Piarista, the Harvest Festival banquet at the palace was more in line with Eline's impression of aristocratic dining. Entering the hall through the main entrance, and following the long corridors on either side to the inner living room, the first thing that caught her eye was several enormous food carts and round tables. The carts were laden with all sorts of desserts, cakes of various colors, adorable cookies and candies, and even a fountain of chocolate syrup that sprayed out and slowly dripped down. Eline, who had just entered, immediately saw several children using tongs to grab cookies from the carts, dip them in the chocolate syrup, and then roll them in colorful powder to create unique chocolate cookies, which they then placed on their plates. This seemed to be a place for children to enjoy snacks, and it was even self-service. However, this children's area alone covered an area larger than 2 football fields, filled with food and treasures at a glance. The enormous room was adorned with glittering chandeliers and magical gems, below which lay a dazzling array of food, surrounded by shimmering projection and communication crystals. Truly, it was a royal palace. It was far more luxurious than anything she ever seen on television. The sweet aroma filling her nostrils instantly roused Eline, who had been feeling drowsy. Cookies, cakes, chocolates, milk, eat and drink as much as you like. This was paradise. Children, it's time to test your magical knowledge. Carried by Bilotes to the center of the children's playground, Eline saw several elderly scholars tapping a blackboard with pointers, gesturing for the children to look at the questions on it. These questions are basic elemental calculations, advanced magic output calculations, and the Papulatus conjecture. I will randomly invite one or more of you to come up and solve them together. The scholar speaking appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, wearing a magical device resembling a microphone. His image and voice were clearly projected to every corner of the hall by the nearby magical crystals and projector. If any children are eager to bring glory to their families, they can come and chat with the teacher now. There are 30 minutes until the magician knowledge competition officially begins. During this time, everyone can take advantage of the time to discuss the solutions to the questions with members of their respective families. Influenced by the voices emanating from the large crystals above her, Eline subconsciously glanced at the elderly men. So, blackboards and chalk exist in this other world. The dragon princess thought to herself. As for the content on the blackboard, after only a cursory glance at the questions and dazzling formulas, Eline arrived at the answer in her mind. The first two questions, basic elemental calculations and advanced magic output calculations, are roughly equivalent in difficulty to a middle school monthly exam or the final math problem on a college entrance exam. Both require calculations. As long as you remember the corresponding formulas, they're solvable. They're not too difficult. The final question, Papulatus conjecture, is completely different in nature from the previous two. This one seems to genuinely be a conjecture, used to speculate on the existence of etheric energy, the opposite of dark elemental magic. The Papulatus conjecture first establishes the existence of etheric energy, then challenges the solver to prove that etheric energy can be controlled by humans like elements. On Earth, the difficulty would be similar to. Given that nuclear fission produces enormous energy, nuclear fusion should also be possible. Please provide a specific operational plan for controlled nuclear fusion and the corresponding elemental reaction formulas. Most importantly, one of the formulas used in the Papulatus conjecture is incorrect. As for how Eline knew all this, because her biological mother, the holy dragon Fafnir, was a magic scholar and mathematician. Her father only taught Eline how to use dragon magic, while her mother explained the concepts and formulas of magic while teaching her. Over the years, even while attending classes while half asleep, Eline managed to understand how to use magic and understand why this magic can be used. What she didn't expect was that what was almost common knowledge among dragons was merely a conjecture for humans. Teacher. Under Eline's gaze, a scholar in his early 20s near the blackboard looked troubled. Bringing up the Papulatus conjecture as a problem is just too. I know. The old man, addressed as teacher, sighed softly. The Papulatus conjecture has puzzled us for almost 100 years. I didn't expect these younger magicians tonight to have any particularly unique insights into this problem. Then what is this? An order from above? Alas. The old man shook his head. They said, we should directly designate one of the children to solve this difficult problem. Another deal between nobles? The scholar frowned. Teacher, you can't keep using us as tools in their power struggles. There's no other way. Otherwise, we won't get the investment from flying dragon merchants this year. The old man gently patted the young scholar's shoulder. All right, stop talking. Tonight's banquet is a stage for those nobles. Take it easy. Maybe we can actually find a tiny clue about Papulatus's conjecture in the solutions of some of the younger magicians? Unbeknownst to anyone, a well-hidden photographic crystal above this enormous children's playground was transmitting live footage of the entire event to the homes of more than half the population of the Lehman Empire. Has the Harvest Festival banquet started? Wow, they're eating so well. So many cakes, our family probably couldn't finish them in years. So clear. It's a free projector, but the quality is better than the one we bought at the palace gate. Who is that girl in the red dress? Perfect. We had a good meal, and nothing to do. Let's see what kind of activities the nobles are holding at this banquet. Since it was the prime time after dinner, almost all the citizens of the Lehman Empire who had received free projectors turned them on and entered the live broadcast. Many people also discovered the record button on their devices and activated the recording function. It's alright if little L doesn't understand. If they really intend for us to solve the problem, just hand it over to Victoria. Over here in the hall, Bilotes, noticing Elle's gaze, comforted her. Sister Victoria is a top student at Manor Academy. Little Elle. At this moment, Wendy ran over carrying a small basket full of candy and offered Elle a box of chocolate beans. Try this, it's super delicious. Thank you. Taking the box of chocolate beans, Elle tried one. Maliso? The soft, milky flavor of the melt-in-your-mouth chocolate bean stirred up some sweet memories deep within Elle. She hadn't expected that there would be snacks in another world with almost the same taste as on Earth. Afterwards, wearing a nightgown and carrying a pillow and the box of chocolate beans, Elle followed Bilotes to the area designated for the Pista family in this children's playground and sat down on a small chair at a table. Wendy, whose popularity had skyrocketed the moment they met, ran over from the wind elemental room and insisted on sitting next to Eline. Looks like there's still some time before the banquet officially begins. Shortly after everyone was seated, a loud voice came from a nearby communication crystal. A man walked to the stage in front of the blackboard and took the broadcasting magic device from several elderly people. Well then, as is customary, let's play some games with the children before the banquet officially begins. This will help them build strong friendships. As he spoke, the man brought out a huge spinning wheel from behind the blackboard. The names of families like Pista, Augustine, and Lawrence were clearly written on the wheel. I will spin this wheel 3 times. The chosen family, please send your best representative to the stage so we can all get to know each other. The man spun the wheel as he spoke. All right, the first family chosen is Lawrence. The second family chosen is Osborne. A moment later, the man spun the wheel again. The third lucky family, Pista. Please send 1 representative under the age of 18 from each of the following 3 families to fight for their family's honor. Chapter 45. This is a small knowledge competition held every year before the banquet begins. The man on stage had barely finished speaking when, seemingly to reassure Eline, Bilotes explained, the main purpose is to remind everyone not to forget their roots, because it is through knowledge that our empire can achieve this harvest of glory and joy. As she spoke, Bilotes gestured to some pre-dinner desserts and snacks on the table. What does little Eline want? Mommy will get it for you. Eline hesitated for a moment. Can I eat anything here, as I please? Yes, you can. Wendy, standing up like a little adult, directly took Eline's hand. Wendy has attended the Harvest Festival banquet for 3 consecutive years. She knows this place very well. 3 consecutive Harvest Festival banquets. Does this mean that in the Lehman Empire, a similar banquet is held every year during the Harvest Festival? And the timing isn't fixed? Eline, pulled by Wendy's hand, stood up and looked around the enormous room. Undoubtedly, the decor of this large room is a fusion of royal and children's playground styles, combining the golden opulence and luxury of a palace with childlike wonder. There's even a blackboard and a stage in the center of the room. On one side is a stage filled with scholars and professors, while on the other side are piles of sweets and snacks. Not far away are tables and chairs for adults to sit and rest. Inside the room, children constantly run around, grabbing food from the food carts or showing off their magic to their friends. It was clear that this was merely dessert time before the banquet, or perhaps an appetizer to help the children relax. The atmosphere wasn't particularly formal. Eline couldn't help but understand this opening ceremony. Tonight's Harvest Festival banquet was attended by nobles from all over the world, and the continent of Eve was a place where strength reigned supreme. Everyone valued their children's upbringing, and a subtle competition was inevitable. It was similar to when relatives and friends went home for the new year, they would call their children out to tell their uncles and aunts how their final exams went, or you and your cousin should come up on stage and recite Tang poetry. However, the guy who suddenly appeared on stage to host the program didn't seem like a good person to Eline at all. The spinning wheel was made of metal. If the host was a lightning mage, manipulating the wheel's direction behind the scenes would be effortless. Therefore, his purpose in having the children from the Lawrence, Osborne, and Pista families come up on stage to play games was self-evident. Eline had absolutely no interest in the power struggles of these adults. Compared to the so-called getting to know each other or fighting for family honor, she was more interested in which tasted better, the white cakes in the first row of the food cart or the magic-colored wafers in the second. I guess this year will be the same as every year, just having the kids go up and answer a question or something. As they talked, Linton walked over. Let Victoria go. Okay. Bilotes turned to Victoria beside her. Thanks for your hard work, Victoria. Their last question was a little different from the previous ones. Victoria nodded, stood up, and gestured to the blackboard with her eyes. Last year's last question was an open-ended one, usually asking you to talk about the prospects of mages or fighters, your vision for your family, and the Lehman Empire, etc. But this time, they brought out the Papulatus conjecture. This is clearly not a question we can solve. I only heard of this conjecture in some advanced magical mathematics classrooms at Manor Academy. If I remember correctly, the Papulatus conjecture is over 100 years old and has still not been proven. Linton pondered for a moment, and the formulas and knowledge used here, at least a professor-level mage could write them. It's a bit much for them to use this to stump children. Bilotes looked at Victoria. What's your opinion on the Papulatus conjecture? I don't think this conjecture is correct, because it's tantamount to asking us to verify that dark magic doesn't exist. Victoria. Based on what I learned at Manor Academy, dark magic should theoretically exist, he said earnestly. We humans just don't yet know how to manipulate or observe it. The problem is, they're presenting this hypothesis, and then having a group of children under 18 answer it. What's their intention? Linton asked, somewhat puzzled. Is it just the same old trick, trying to let that so-called magical genius from the Osborne family show off? Obviously, Connor, who had come along, added. I saw traces of lightning element fluctuations when they were spinning the wheel. That person was clearly cheating. Victoria, just answer the questions according to your own understanding, don't feel guilty. Linton nodded and said to the girl beside him, it's okay if you answer incorrectly. This problem has plagued the academic world for hundreds of years, and what's needed is for you young people with your rich imaginations to try to solve it. If we don't even allow ourselves to freely express our opinions on an unproven magical hypothesis, then the human science of magic will never make progress. I always believed that. Okay. Victoria turned to the center stage. Then I answer the questions according to my own understanding. The child coming up from the Lawrence family is their young master, the high-level ice mage Langner, who just turned 18 this year. At this moment, as several young men walked onto the stage, the host. A voice exclaimed in surprise, Lawrence is really pushing the limits. Just turned 18, haha. But young Master Langner's magical talent is indeed impressive, and his foundation in magical theory is quite solid. As for the Osborne family, let me see, wow. They're even more incredible. At this point, the host made an exaggerated expression, Brand Osborne. He started learning magic at 7, mastered all basic magic at 10, entered Manor Academy at 12, and became a junior fire mage at 16. The host then launched into a long and detailed introduction of Brand, concluding with a welcoming gesture, let's give Brand a warm round of applause. This is my favorite area. Eline and Wendy had already arrived hand in hand at one of the food carts. Ignoring the noisy stage, she listened as Linton's youngest daughter explained the flavors of the various desserts on the cart. This green cake is so soft and fluffy, it's delicious. This wafer can be coated with chocolate, and after it solidifies a little, you can put it on that ice crystal stand over there. The low temperature will make the chocolate crisper and more delicious, which, combined with the wafer's texture, What kind of cakes does Eline usually like? Strawberry? Peach? Or ice cream flavor? Eline thought for a moment. Do they have ice cream flavor here too? If she remembered correctly, the birthday cake she'd bought on Earth in her past life was vanilla ice cream flavored. Yes. Wendy pulled Eline to a table laden with desserts, picked out a small piece of cake, and placed it on the little girl's plate. She then affectionately rubbed her face against the little girl's cheek. Eline herself is the most delicious little cake, so soft and fragrant. Why is Osborne doing this again? He's always promoting his godson. They're not tired of it, but I'm sick of it. As Eline and Wendy enjoyed their cake, several young men walked past them. And this pre-conference activity, this remember history, children are the future of the nation. Shaw, it's just about showing off, isn't it? The group grumbled impatiently as they walked away. These past few years, this has almost become a way to elevate a family's status. Whoever has the most money, the host will praise them. I only came late because I couldn't stand all those projection crystals and speakers. And this year's event is still so boring. A Platus guest? Is this really for kids? You two, keep your voices down. A young man glanced at the girl in the nightgown as he passed by Eline. Anyway, we're lucky Osborne is only targeting Pista right now. Can you guarantee they won't come after us after they take Pista? Don't be naive. What's that saying again? We're not helping him now. They're talking, but when we become targets of purges, no one will speak up for us either. What can we do? Who dares to speak up for Pista now? Nobody dares to speak up. You can't expect a miracle from Pista to solve this so-called Papulatus conjecture, can you? Various experts and scholars have discussed this problem for over 100 years without an answer. Can a child solve it? It doesn't need to be solved. Just having a better understanding than that brand is enough. At least it can dampen his arrogance. The young people walked away. Eline and Wendy, carrying small cakes, stood up from behind the food cart, preparing to return to their previous table. Perhaps she was too excited. Wendy accidentally bumped into an elderly man on her way back. Although she steadied her cakes immediately, the documents in the old man's arms still spilled out with a crash from Wendy's collision. "I'm so sorry, sir. I wasn't paying attention. Are you all right?" Wendy subconsciously checked on the old man, and after confirming he was all right, she bent down to pick up the parchment documents and put them back in his bag. "It's all right, child. I was thinking about something and wasn't watching where I was going. I'm the one who should apologize." The old man seemed to be in his 70s or 80s, appearing frail but surprisingly spry. He chuckled, glancing at the cakes in Wendy and Eline's hands. "If I remember correctly, these are all new products from Ani's cake shop on Jochong Street. I just tried them yesterday. The matcha and ice cream flavors were both very good." "Really? Really?" Wendy exclaimed happily. "Grandpa, have you been to Ani's cake shop? Dad often takes me there to buy snacks. I go there occasionally." The old man smiled at the two of them. "I'm so sorry, haha. On the second page, third line, there's an equation that's missing a variable." Eline suddenly spoke up in a calm tone. "Lightning element has a certain probability of exhibiting superconductivity under low temperature conditions. The phenomenon. If you want to achieve this magic, it's best to add this variable as well, otherwise it will cause the corresponding magic equation to malfunction. Also, the formula on page 9, line 10 is incorrect. The content in the parentheses needs to be multiplied by an irrational number, namely the fire-lightning ratio constant, before performing the square root operation." Eline's words completely stunned the old man. By the time he came to his senses, the two little girls had already walked away with their cakes. Page 2, line 3, page 9, line 10? The bewildered old man quickly pulled out the documents in his arms and checked the corresponding paragraphs. But these are theorems that have been used in the magical academic world for almost 200 years. After reading them, the old man was even more bewildered. If even these two formulas are wrong, it means that most of humanity's magical research over the past 200 years has been wrong. But why could the child recognize at a glance that this is the lightning element superconductivity conjecture and the lightning fire equations? This seems to be knowledge that only archmages would encounter. Chapter 46. While Eline, carrying her cake, returned to Bilotes' side with Wendy, the children's games on the central stage of the room had already begun. Supposedly a game, judging from the serious gazes of the various families around them, as they looked at the projector and stage, the implications of this game seemed to far exceed the game itself. This year they're still targeting Pista, as usual. Looks like everyone's used to it. Just who is this Osborne? How come he's so rich? On the surface, they're nobles who wandered over from nearby, but actually, cough cough, I can't say, I dare not say, those who know, know. And Lawrence, too, hanging out with Osborne for a pittance, it's so beneath him. Even from a distance, Eline, eating her cake with Wendy, could hear the whispers of those around her discussing the game. It's the same every year. The Osborne family is too ambitious. What kind of proposals did they put forward to the senators? We basically all abstained, except for someone as stubborn as Pista who directly voted against it. The Pope and the senators probably realized the nature of the banquet had changed. It's just a pity for the child, becoming a sacrifice. Speaking of which, I remember little Victoria from the Pista family had pretty good grades in theory classes at Manor school. Even if she was good, it couldn't withstand their preparedness. That brand guy will definitely give a very complete and reasonable analysis of the Papulatus conjecture. Guess who made him prepare in advance? Hey, why aren't you all looking at Pista's supposedly adopted daughter? She seems to have been eating the whole time she walked in. Eline paid almost no attention to the whispers of the surrounding nobles. Having lived as a young dragon in the dragon forest for 100 years, she perfectly inherited the characteristics of the dragon race. Laziness, a love of sleep, and complete indifference to the world around her. After all, these trivial matters were truly less important to Eline than enjoying a cake. Or rather, the two were incomparable. It's like how a grown-up, mature human might think that their childhood behavior of sulking for a week because they didn't receive praise from the teacher was childish. Having spent a lot of time with the dragons, this little dragon princess gradually understood the difference between dragons and humans on the continent of Eve. For example, the Papulatus conjecture on the blackboard not far away, This conjecture was practically common knowledge in dragon culture. As for why the dragons don't spread relevant knowledge in the human world, Eline believes the main reason is that most dragons are lazy, don't like to go out, and are indifferent to worldly affairs. Secondly, the dragons of this world view humans like humans view kittens on Earth. They never feel any obligation to educate humans. Humans discussing the Papulatus conjecture are seen by the dragons as watching cats in a park sticking their heads under a tap, letting the water run down their heads, but not being able to drink, thus engaging in the faucet conjecture. A human in a good mood might go over and fetch water for the kitten, perhaps even patiently teaching it, "You can't drink water like that. You have to do it this way first, then this way, and finally this way." As for most humans, they're naturally busy with their own lives, some going to school, some going to work, and have absolutely no time to care what kind of world problems these cats and dogs are facing. Alright, let's start our first game today, a quiz. Everyone, turn your cameras towards us. First question. When fire and water elements meet, a water explosion occurs. In the relevant magical equation, the first 3 digits of the water explosion constant are. Great. Congratulations to Victoria for answering correctly. The water explosion constant is approximately 6.18. Let's continue. Next, you need to get hands on. We prepared 3 fire crystals, 2 lightning crystals, and 4 ice crystals. Come on, everyone stand in front of your respective tables. The question is, based on the following quantities of crystals, arrange all the crystals, and place them into the prepared holes to create the theoretically most stable and least likely to explode arrangement. The competition on stage was fierce. Victoria lived up to expectations, going toe-to-toe with the legendary genius Brand. Off stage, Eline and Wendy were eating cakes while secretly calculating the number of projectors in the room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How come there are so many crystals? Are they doing a live stream? A girl in a fiery red dress appeared in Eline's mind. If nothing unexpected happens, she should already be in action by now. Eline then turned her gaze to Alice and Carachow not far away. Carachow, Juliana, Wendy, Alice, Victoria. So I met so many human older sisters. The youngest, Wendy, always wears green. She's quirky, lively, and adorable. Victoria is calm and quick-witted, with a bit of an earth science girl vibe. Alice is serene and elegant, with an outstanding temperament, reminiscent of a Western Lolita girl. Carachow, on the other hand, is gentle yet a little impulsive, somewhat like a girl next door from a comic book. It's clear that Piarista's upbringing is quite good. At least none of the older sisters Eline has met so far have that spoiled princess attitude or truly terrible personality. Haha, it seems that this time, whether it's the basic elemental questions or the advanced magic calculation questions, Victoria from Piarista and young Master Brand from Osborne are evenly matched. In comparison, Ronner from the Lawrence family is slightly ahem. Then let's move on to the last question, which is also today's ace topic, the Papulatus conjecture. As time passed, the so-called mini-games on stage seemed to be coming to an end. The man in charge of hosting quickly wiped the blackboard clean, drew 2 lines in the middle, and pasted the prepared Papulatus conjecture equation stickers at the top of the 3 areas. As we all know, this is a problem that has puzzled humanity for hundreds of years. The current mainstream view in academia is that the Papulatus conjecture is true. There is no such thing as dark magic in nature. Instead, there is an energy called ether. If we can prove the existence of ether, it may be possible to utilize it, thereby creating a completely new school of elemental magic. This is no less significant than discovering elemental resonance. A monumental feat of conceptual achievement. Whoever can prove the existence of ether will be forever remembered in history. At this point, the host deliberately focused the camera on Brand, who was standing in the center of the blackboard. It said that young Master Brand of the Osborne family had already done considerable research on this element of ether before entering Manor Academy. Yes. Brand nodded, some research. And what is young Master Brand's view on the dark element? The dark element absolutely cannot exist. Brand said firmly, I will provide a complete equation proof in a moment. Furthermore, this is the first time I will publicly reveal my entire reasoning process. As he spoke, Brand struck what he thought was a cool pose for the camera. I believe that in the near future, the Papulatus conjecture will be thoroughly proven, and ether will be discovered, proving light and dark elements are merely a figment of our imagination. It seems our young Master Brand is determined to win today's minigame. The host handed each of the 3 on stage a pen. Alright, let's begin. Please write down your derivation process. The final round has a 10-minute time limit. In 10 minutes, 3 senior professors from the Lehman Empire will personally come to grade your answers. Ready? Go! Little L. Watching Victoria pick up her pen and begin her deductive calculations, Bilotes looked at Eline beside her, who seemed particularly cheerful after finishing her cake, and asked curiously, "When we lived in Dragon Forest, did the dragons ever mention dark element magic?" Dark element magic? Eline tilted her head, thought for a moment, and raised her small hand. With a hum of spatial vibration, the little dragon princess quickly condensed a blackish-purple orb of light in her palm. Is this it? Chapter 47. Eline was intimately familiar with the dark element. Her father was a black dragon, and the magic he initially taught her was dark magic. On Earth, most black dragons in literature or Western fantasy films are portrayed as having maximum physical and magical resistance, but no magic or slow-moving, and although they are final bosses, they are always easily defeated by humans using various methods. However, the black dragons on the Eve continent can truly be understood as black dragons that can use dark magic. Not only do they have maximum physical and magical resistance and can use magic, but they are also fast and not stupid. Under these conditions, most humans have virtually no chance of slaying a dragon. Just as a chipmunk, no matter how much it trains, can't beat an adult, the size difference between humans and dragons is even greater than that between chipmunks and humans. Furthermore, the fact that black dragons can use dark magic doesn't mean they can only use dark magic. Many black dragons can also breathe fireballs, summon lightning, throw ice spears, or use natural magic to heal themselves. To draw an analogy to Earth, the humans of this world are like stray kittens to the dragons. Humans have their cities, while the kittens live in roadside greenbelts, suburban groves, or remote primeval forests, each respecting the other's boundaries. Wild cats only live for 2 or 3 years, kittens reach maturity at 6 or 7 months, and territories change hands every year or so. 6 or 7 months isn't a long time for humans, but for cats, it's their entire generation. This is roughly how Eline watched the squabbles between the various families at the Harvest Festival feast. Analogous to Earth, this is like a human possessing the ability to shapeshift. Out of curiosity about the cat world, a cat transforms into a human and joins a cat clan, attends a cat gathering, and listens to cats from different clans arguing. Fire doesn't exist. Fire doesn't exist. It does. I seen fire. Then, the cat casually pulls out a match. Clatter. But the Pista family doesn't see it that way. Because none of them have ever seen dark element before, this is news that could cause a sensation in human society. At the banquet, almost the instant Eline condensed a blackish-purple sphere of light, the Pista family members around her were completely dumbfounded. Everyone stared wide-eyed, looking utterly incredulous. This is... A few seconds later, the usually knowledgeable Linton was the first to react. He examined the black magic sphere in Eline's small hand, his face full of disbelief. This is dark element. It should be noted that humans have been discussing the existence of dark element for hundreds of years. For centuries, the academic community, faced with elements that cannot be used like ice, fire, lightning, or wind magic and cannot be directly observed with the naked eye, has only been able to hope to prove their existence through various equations. For example, what would theoretically happen when pure lightning and fire elements meet? Assuming the existence of dark elements in nature, this reaction would certainly appear to be mixed with some kind of impurity. If the existence of this impurity can be proven, then dark magic, this invisible and intangible form of magic, might exist. Even if it wasn't dark magic, it was still a type of magic that humanity hadn't discovered yet, making it a remarkable discovery. But with the proposal of the Papulatus conjecture, humanity gradually began to believe that the dark element didn't exist, and that it was replaced by an energy called ether, which had the opposite properties of the dark element. However, the little princess from Dragon Forest before them had pulled out a black magic orb without hesitation, instantly shattering centuries of human debate. How could Linton and the others not be shocked? The first to discover the dark element, and to be able to directly use dark element magic, this was definitely a momentous event to be recorded in human history. Facing the astonished gazes around her, Eline simply nodded slightly. It's somewhat similar to the use of a fireball spell. Because she had studied human fire magic with Bilotes, Eline roughly knew the specific differences between human speech magic and dragon magic. Human speech magic involves a chant before use, usually something like, "Lost fire spirit, grant me power." The literal meaning of these words isn't important. The main point is to focus your attention while chanting, allowing the relevant elements within your body to resonate with those in the air. This makes it easier for the magic to take shape quickly. Dragon language magic also has a similar chanting process. However, dragon language magic is relatively more aggressive. It's basically like, fire spirit, get over here and do your work. Or you little fire spirit, are you deaf? Give me a fireball right now, hurry up, the biggest one. Furthermore, dragon language magic focuses more on the manipulation of one's own magic power. Only when one's own magic power is severely depleted will one consider resonating with the elements in the air. A mage like Eline, who has virtually no mana issues, wouldn't even consider the magical elements in the air. She could use water magic even on a fiery mountain, and breathe fire from the ocean floor. As for why no dark mage has ever appeared among humans, Eline believes it's because the dark element is extremely inactive. The human body is naturally unable to absorb dark elements. It can only mobilize atmospheric dark elements to attack, and must use the same cultivation methods as fire and lightning elements, naturally preventing the creation of dark mages. If you chant and call to a fire spirit, come help me, and the fire spirit responds, coming, coming, boss, or call to a lightning spirit, slay that person, and the lightning spirit says, yes, 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 just this once, then by analogy, no matter what you say to a dark element spirit, its response will always be silence. Because it's deaf. Dark elements truly exist. Hearing Eline admit to the existence of dark elements, Linton trembled and slumped back into his seat with a thud. At this moment, he finally realized something incredibly important. That was Eline, this little princess sent by the dragon race, whose significance to Pista was so great that even he couldn't describe it. For the current Pista family, Eline Pista not only meant a dragon patron with unlimited power, but also a goddaughter with unfathomable talent, and came with a great library of knowledge that was virtually inexhaustible for humans. He and Karachow were both wrong, terribly wrong. This wasn't some cliché novel plot of a fallen nobleman adopting a lost little girl and raising her to adulthood, but rather a script of a powerful, wealthy little girl marrying into a poor noble family and experiencing life as a commoner. If before this Linton's understanding of dragons was limited to they are stronger than most high-level magical beasts, maybe even reaching level 8 or 9, then now, in Linton's mind, dragons were gods worthy of worship. He even began to suspect that Eline's true form might also be a dragon. But regardless, Linton knew perfectly well that whether Eline was human or dragon, Pista had only one thing to do. That was to take good care of her, as requested by the dragons, and raise this little princess as his real daughter. Time's up. While Linton and the others were still stunned, the competition on the stage not far away seemed to have come to an end. It seems the three young contestants from different families are working very hard, filling the blackboard to the brim. As the host's voice rang out, several elderly people dressed as professors, accompanied by a few young people, walked over from the nearby rest area. I think maybe we should just forget about it. Yes, after all, they're only 10-year-olds. Making children their age answer these kinds of questions. Professor, please don't make things difficult for us, just take a look, it's a holiday. Even from a distance, it was clear that these elderly professors seemed reluctant to participate in this event, but they eventually went to the stage at the urging of their companions. Eline noticed that one of the elderly men was the same person Wendy had accidentally bumped into when she returned. Oh right, there's one more thing, I almost forgot. After the elderly professors had all gone up on stage, the host suddenly looked towards the Pista family. We just received a request from the Osborne family. They believe it's unfair to the other two children to have their adopted son participate in the competition. Therefore, the head of the Osborne family hopes that the Lawrence and Pista families can send another excellent mage to answer the Papulatus conjecture together. Before Linton could react, the host gestured directly to Eline. Perfect timing. I heard that the Pista family recently adopted a goddaughter. I wonder what her magical knowledge is like. Could the Pista family grant us this small wish and allow their youngest daughter, Eline, who has been the subject of much discussion throughout the Empire, to come up on stage? Chapter 48. On the other side of the venue, in the Royal Council Hall, a group of young men and women dressed in the uniforms of the Lemanian royal family sat around a round table. At the center of the table was a projection crystal broadcasting live footage of children playing an intellectual game. Could Pista perhaps allow his youngest daughter, Eline, who has been the subject of much discussion within the Empire, to come up on stage? Distinguished members of Parliament, please reconsider my suggestion. Seeing that the host on the screen had already drawn the attention of most of the nobles present to the Pista family, Swain, the representative of the Osborne family sitting across the table, coughed and gestured to those around him to the image on the projection crystal. A family that can represent the Empire, in my opinion, besides a stable source of wealth, must also have children and descendants who are exceptionally talented and intelligent. The debate about the dark element has a long history. Currently, the academic community generally believes that the dark element does not exist, while etheric energy, which has the completely opposite properties of the dark element, certainly exists. Piarista's daughter, who is said to be the most knowledgeable at the Manor Magic Academy, still supports the dark element theory. Actually, we don't intend to do anything to the Piarista family. We all right? No enmity between us. I'm just suggesting that the counselors consider taking back some of the decision-making power from the Piarista family, making them step back a little. This would be better for everyone. Mr. Swain. After listening to Swain's words, a counselor spoke up. Although I am not a magician, I do not believe that our magical scholarship needs to be supervised by so-called authorities, or so-called mainstream trends. In the realm of knowledge, everyone can speak freely. You can say that the current academic consensus is that dark elements don't exist, which is the authoritative view, or that Victoria's sister's argument doesn't conform to the mainstream, but you can't conclude that she's not smart because of that. Heh. Swain sneered. So what does Counselor Jess mean? That dark elements exist in our world? That's not what I meant. Counselor Jess frowned. I just hope you won't use so-called mainstream and authority to hijack a child's imagination. Then what if? Swain narrowed his eyes. That dark element will be proven to not exist in the near future, or what if my child can prove the existence of ether? That's a matter for the future. Very well, it seems Counselor Jess shares this attitude. We discuss the future later. But if I were to say that this future, it's not that far off, is it? Swain glanced around, seeing all the counselors looking at him, and said with satisfaction, actually, several months ago, the academic community had already reached a breakthrough in research on the existence of dark elements. My son, Brand, happened to participate in that research. At this point, Swain revealed a smug expression. Now Brand has written down the corresponding reasoning process, and we conveniently invited several senior professors from the Riemann Empire's Magicians Association to evaluate whether Brand's reasoning is worthy of this year's Golden Duck Award nomination. Then, Swain tapped the table. Please note, counselors, the Papulatus conjecture is an ultimate problem that has puzzled humanity for over 200 years. Once this conjecture is proven, the influence of those who participate in solving it will be immeasurable, including his adoptive family, who will instantly gain unparalleled glory. I didn't mean to force any of you counselors to take sides. I just hope that someone as excellent as Jess, a magical engineer and royal counselor, can learn a little to assess the situation. All right, that's enough. Our host should now invite Piarista's adopted daughter to the stage. Let's see the difference between her and Brand. In the hall, under the host's deliberate guidance, almost half of the nobles turned their attention to Eline. Soon, the scene was filled with the chatter of the nobles. Is that Eline? Her hair is so unique. She's so cute. I was watching from the stands and didn't notice her. Is this the youngest daughter of the Piarista family that's been the talk of the Empire lately? The version I heard is that the Piarista adopted this daughter not to compete with Brand, who was adopted by Osborne, but simply because they found this homeless little girl in the forest. That's true. It's very much in line with the Piarista family's usual style. Alas, it's a pity that such a cute little girl will be bullied by those bastards from Osborne again. Little Eline, don't worry about that host. Facing the crowd's chatter, Bilotes instinctively shielded Eline behind her. The Osborne family's tricks are the same every year. They just want to use various comparisons to humiliate our Piarista family. The cake is finished. Before Bilotes could finish speaking, Eline beside her had already stood up, her small feet, encased in soft white silk stockings, hovering in the air. Mommy, can I get some more cake? Huh? Bilotes paused, then gave a slightly indulgent look. Go ahead, or should Mommy get it for you? No need, I can manage myself. With a small yawn, Erin turned to Wendy, Carrick, and Alice. What would you like to eat, sisters? I bring it along. Carrick and Alice shook their heads simultaneously. Me. I want a tiger skin cake. Wendy raised her little hand. And a matcha donut. Okay. Erin nodded, her little feet lightly stepping through the air as she walked briskly towards the stage in the center of the arena. Wow. It seems Piarista's youngest daughter accepted the invitation. Does she also have her own understanding of Papulatus? Seeing Eline walking towards them, the host's voice rose 8 octaves with excitement. Let's give a warm welcome to Piarista's youngest daughter. Eline. Is that the correct pronunciation? Little Eline seems to be a wind elemental mage. She seems to love the limelight. She used the most energy-consuming levitation spell in wind elemental magic. Floating around is certainly cool, But won't they use up all her magic power? The banquet has only just begun, there's a martial arts tournament later. But then again, this little girl looks only 12 or 13 years old. How much unique insight can she possibly have about Papulatus at that age? Amidst the host's noisy chatter, Eline reached the vicinity of the stage. I thought you wouldn't dare come up here. Brand, arms crossed, looked scornful on stage. Didn't expect that, did you? This gala not only requires exceptional magical talent, but also tests your magical knowledge. However, Eline didn't even glance at Brand, walking straight past the stage. Hey! In front of almost everyone in the hall, Eline calmly walked to a small food cart, took a small round plate, and filled it with a few delicious cakes and 2 donuts. Eline's actions left the host speechless. You? Brand on stage blushed crimson, gritting his teeth. If you can't solve the Papulatus conjecture, don't pretend you know everything and run over here. Are you trying to fool me? My God. At the same time, several professors, seemingly having just finished reading Brand's solution on the center of the blackboard, exclaimed in surprise. This solution still has many questions, but it feels very close to proving the non-existence of dark elements. Child, are you really 16? Heh. These exclamations instantly restored Brand's confidence. He chuckled nonchalantly, of course. As for this child's answer, it's somewhat unsatisfactory. As they spoke, several professors approached the blackboard Victoria was working on. Looking at the neatly written formulas and derivations, they said with a hint of regret, the approach is correct, but judging from the final result, child, you still can't prove the existence of dark elements. Instead, it makes the existence of etheric energy seem more likely. Teacher, Victoria exclaimed anxiously, I think the reason we can't prove the existence of dark elements is because we're missing a crucial formula. She pointed to a formula she used in her calculations. It's here. Either the trump formula is wrong, or we haven't found a way to prove it yet. Come on, Brand interrupted before Victoria could finish. A formula problem? We've been using the trump formula for over 100 years, and no expert or professor has ever pointed out any problems with it. Are you smarter than that famous Professor Trump from 100 years ago? What? Victoria was about to say something when a petite figure appeared before her. It was Eline. This cake is delicious. Handing Victoria a tray, gesturing for her to try the small cakes, Eline took the pen from her older sister and went to the blackboard. After briefly reviewing Victoria's reasoning, Eline modified the trump formula and wrote down the corresponding calculation results. Then, this little girl, dressed in an adorable dragon-themed nightgown, began rapidly working on problems on the blackboard in front of a large group of aristocratic scholars and professors, and under the watchful eyes of cameras from various angles. She actually dared to modify the trump equation without permission? Several professors were dumbfounded. Then, they quickly realized something was wrong. Wait, if the last few equations are correct, let's plug the data into this new trump equation. No, why, wait, something's wrong. Why is this happening? This is impossible. As seasoned professors, these elders quickly discerned the flaw in Erin's newly written deduction equations. No, impossible, absolutely impossible. The trump equation, used by humanity for over 100 years, is wrong? But if we follow her reasoning, dark elements exist, which is equally impossible. What's wrong with this world? Am I insane, or has the world gone mad? What are you talking about? Brand, seeing this, said somewhat angrily, what on earth is this rubbish she's written? Before Brand could finish speaking, Erin had already written out the entire derivation process in her adorable lowly-like handwriting. Alright, that's my opinion on the Papulatus conjecture. I think it's wrong. Ether energy doesn't exist, there's only dark element. With that, Eline took the plate of small cakes back from Victoria and returned the pen. Sister's reasoning is correct too. What's incorrect is the trump equation, it's missing an irrational constant. Impossible. Although she could roughly guess the result from the professor's speechless expression, Brand remained defiant. Since you say dark element exists, why haven't humans been able to use dark magic? Show me one. Eline, carrying the plate and preparing to leave, asked curiously, how big do you want to see? Brand was dumbfounded. Huh? I mean, what level of dark magic do you want to see me use? Something that can raze this place to the ground, or something that can destroy the entire Lehman Empire. What do you mean? Brand frowned. How could any magic possibly? Then, the next second, he couldn't speak anymore. Because at that moment, a strange blackish-purple orb of light appeared in Eline's fair and delicate hand. This black orb of light had no arcs of electricity, no heat, and it wasn't water magic, wind magic, or earth magic, but a completely new kind of magic that felt utterly unfamiliar to everyone present. The host on stage was dumbfounded. The invited experts and professors were dumbfounded. Swain and dozens of royal counselors watching everything from behind the scenes through the camera crystal were also dumbfounded. Even all the nobles who had planned to watch the show were now completely stunned, unable to utter a word for a long time. Not only could she easily deduce the existence of dark elements, but she could also self-taught dark magic, considered impossible for humans to use. Such a terrifyingly talented genius actually exists. Moreover, this genius comes from the fallen noble family of Pista, and her true form is a little girl who looks no more than 14 years old. All the silent nobles in the hall felt a surge of intense pride in witnessing history. If there's nothing else, I go back now. Seeing that no one was speaking anymore, Eline put away the large black ball in her hand, picked up her plate, and skipped back to her seat. Mommy. After taking her seat, the little girl, while cutting cake with a knife and fork, asked by Lodi's in an innocent tone with wide, curious eyes, "When will dinner be served?" Chapter 49. The impact of the discovery and use of the dark element was so explosive that even though Eline had returned to her seat and was happily enjoying her dessert, most of those present were still reeling from the overwhelming shock. The Papulatus conjecture was a magical puzzle that had perplexed humanity for centuries. Now, it had been solved. Whether the dark element truly existed had never been determined. Now, it had been confirmed. Never before had a dark mage existed among humankind. Now, a mage capable of manipulating the dark element had arrived. Any one of these three events, taken individually, would be enough to be recorded in human history books, and even the witnesses would be immortalized. However, they all happened simultaneously. And in such an inconspicuous children's playground at the Harvest Festival banquet. The dark element exists. All our previous conjectures and deductions were all wrong. In a daze, the first to react were the elderly professors and scholars on the stage. I can't believe I witnessed this in my lifetime. The birth of the dark element. Thank God, thank the divine. Their voices trembled noticeably. The professors and scholars, barely regaining their senses, walked with unsteady steps to the blackboard covered in Eline's adorable, childlike handwriting. Looking at the neat derivations, they were overwhelmed with excitement. Back on Earth, Eline's academic performance had always ranked within the top 10 of her class. From a young age, she had been taught that knowledge could change one's destiny, especially for an orphan like herself, for whom education was practically the only way out. Although her university degree didn't significantly change her impoverished life, at least she had tried her best in learning. Therefore, after arriving in this world, she grasped the knowledge her mother, Fafnir, imparted almost instantly, and knew exactly how to write down these dragon-related common-sense facts in a way that humans could understand. What Eline had merely scribbled down on the way back from getting some cakes was, in the eyes of the professors and scholars on the stage, more precious than an entire empire's gold and silver. For these pioneers racing against time to acquire knowledge, truth was always paramount. No, I have to copy this down. After repeatedly studying the content on the blackboard, the old men on the stage almost simultaneously pulled out brushes and parchment from their backpacks and began to meticulously copy the reasoning process Eline had left on the blackboard. Such a clever analytical approach. Even I, a 70-year-old, am ashamed of my own incompetence. So the Trump formula really is wrong. Professor Trump's formula, missing an irrational constant, has been used by us for over 100 years. The Trump formula is connected to the Papulatus equations and the grand model of wind, fire, and thunder elements. If this formula is wrong, then wouldn't that mean? Yes, the entire edifice of magic will collapse. Because the foundation is wrong. Someone pinch me, I think I'm about to faint. These formulas are simply the best gift the gods have given to humankind during the Harvest Festival. In the chaos, an old man suddenly froze. His mind flashed back to what a girl had said near the food cart not long ago. The formula on page 9, line 10 is incorrect. The content in the parentheses needs to be multiplied by an irrational number, the fire-lightning ratio constant, before the square root operation can be performed. It was her, wasn't it? The old man's trembling eyes looked towards the distant Pista family's private area, where Wendy and Alice were playing. If he wasn't suffering from dementia, the one who had just spoken to him was the girl who had proven the existence of the dark element and personally used dark magic. Thinking of this, the old man's heart pounded wildly. The documents contained information about the grand model of the fire element. For thousands of years, human mages had been striving to establish comprehensive elemental models, and the construction of a model for the fire element, as the most popular magical element, had always been a hot topic in academia. However, the establishment of the grand model of the fire element has always been missing the final step. Either the data is flawed, or there's a significant discrepancy between the data and expectations, or new problems arise after a certain theory is perfected, resulting in no one being able to complete the model for thousands of years. The old man hadn't taken the little girl's words seriously. After all, the formulas and equations written on the parchment he was holding were about the grand model of the fire element, and he assumed that a 10-year-old child couldn't possibly understand such material. However, reality told him that the one who uttered those arrogant words was a magical genius capable of independently proving the existence of dark elements. This meant that the little girl's previous correction was not unintentional. Even the fire element magic model that humanity had longed for millennia might finally be fully established because of this little girl's correction. This was akin to an astronomer who had dedicated his life to studying the universe suddenly receiving a mysterious document containing data on a grand cosmological model. This was no longer a matter of excitement. The elderly men were all scholars. Their greatest wish in life was to solve various academic problems. In their eyes, the value of some academic problems far exceeded their own lives. If they could truly obtain the fire element model, even if it meant dying on the spot after seeing it, they would have no regrets. Seeing the nobles staring at Eline eating cake, and the professors frantically taking notes on the blackboard, the man in charge of the proceedings felt somewhat embarrassed. He tentatively asked, Professors, about this competition. Is that even a question? One professor replied without hesitation, Are you questioning a genius who is about to be remembered for eternity? Do you know that with a genius like her, any questioning of her can be considered disrespectful to magical scholarship? Then, does that mean the Pista family has won this competition? The elders ignored him. How could this be? Hearing the host's words, Brand looked utterly helpless, instinctively glancing at the camera crystal above him. On the other side of the camera crystal, in the council hall, Swain, who had also witnessed the dark element incident, jumped to his feet, staring intently at the projection on the crystal, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Why did this happen? At this moment, Osborne's head strategist's mind went completely blank. His original plan was for Brand to first seek out several senior magical scholars for further study, spending some money to buy 1 or 2 unpublished academic papers from them, having Brand memorize the relevant formulas and equations beforehand. Then, he would arrange for someone to present a papulatus conjecture during the banquet's children's games, broadcasting it live, having Brand write down the authoritative derivations, and having the host boast a bit, creating the impression for the watching council members that Brand is a genius even in the world of magical academia. The most difficult part of writing this script was getting those elderly professors from the Roman Empire to cooperate. Those professors were, after all, quite old and had no desire for material possessions like money. Swain had already spent a fortune just to invite them to the Harvest Festival banquet. He had expected that after spending so much money and favors to get them here, they would at least praise Brand on camera, convincing the senator that Brand was an academic genius. Unexpectedly, the youngest daughter of Pista, whom he had looked down upon from beginning to end, casually wrote down a solution to the papulatus conjecture, and even used dark elemental magic in front of so many people, instantly drawing all the old professor's attention. Although Swain couldn't determine from the images whether it was truly dark elemental magic, even just from the expressions on the faces of the professors and scholars around him, he knew. He had completely shot himself in the foot. Well. Seeing Swain's expression, Counselor Jess couldn't help but laugh out loud. I remember someone saying earlier that once that conjecture is confirmed, the influence of those involved in solving it will be immeasurable, including the family that adopted her. They all receive unparalleled glory. That glory, perhaps, Mr. Swain, could you bestow it upon our Pista family later? Jess, you better not gloat. Swain stood up and walked towards the council doors. Excuse me for a moment. Without hesitation, Swain shouted at his retreating back, Call me counselor. Meanwhile, unlike the nobles in the assembly who were focused on the dark element, inside the Angel Bar on 23rd Street of the Roman Empire, the gargoyle, watching the Harvest Festival noble banquet with the other patrons, was filled with the words Eline had casually uttered when facing Brand's questioning. What level of dark magic do you want to see me use? Is it enough to raise this place to the ground, or to destroy the entire Roman Empire? These words plunged the gargoyle into an icy abyss. Even though he was wearing a thick hooded sweatshirt, his human form trembled uncontrollably. What did the master mean by those 2 sentences? Could it be? The nobles in the assembly, including the Osborne family, might not understand the meaning of those words. thinking it was just a child's angry outburst. But as a gargoyle, he understood this. Dragon Princess truly possessed the power to destroy the Lehman Empire. If she so desired, not only the Lehman Empire, but most of the Eve continent could potentially be reduced to ruins. In other words, the Lord was genuinely angry tonight. Moreover, the Lord definitely knew that I and the chipmunk were watching everything. Her words were undoubtedly a hint, hoping I would eliminate the Osborne family. Thinking this, the gargoyle could no longer contain himself, pulled up his hood, and left the bar. Chipmunk. Outside the bar, the gargoyle channeled magic into a communication crystal on his chest. How's it going on your end? Everything's arranged. I make my move once the counselor and the royals arrive, and the banquet begins. The communication crystal carried the lively, adorable voice of a chipmunk girl. Hey Dad, is that dark element real? I'm not sure either. After all, there aren't many magical beasts that can use dark elements, and most of them are high level. The gargoyle thought for a moment, then added, but since you already use dark magic, then it's real. Hee hee, does that mean I witnessed human history? Another elemental magic has been born. Let's not talk about dark elements for now. The gargoyle coughed, then said seriously, Shuja, I take back what I said to you before. Eh? The girl on the crystal side asked curiously, which thing? The thing I told you to hold back. The gargoyle glanced at the crescent moon above his head. You don't need to hold back anymore, go all out. The Osborne family can't be allowed to live. Chapter 50. Little Elle is so amazing. On the Pista family's side, Eline, who helped Victoria defeat Brand, instantly became the darling of the entire family after her return. Many people surrounded the adorable little girl, bombarding her with all sorts of questions. Did you all learn dragon language magic while living in Dragon Forest? What kind of magic is dark magic? What are its characteristics? Little Elle, is your hair natural? It's so unique. You're so cute. I love this nightgown outfit, it suits you perfectly. Several days earlier, when Eline attended her first family gathering, these children from the Pista family already had a lot to say. Unfortunately, Eline had only been with the family for a short time then, and after saying the rabbit cookies are delicious on stage, she laid down and fell fast asleep. Looking at the peaceful sleeping face of this little dragon princess, no one had the heart to wake her, no matter how many questions they had. Now that they could finally see this approachable little princess again, how could they possibly resist? Dark elemental magic is a special kind of magical element that slowly disintegrates its target from within. Faced with questions from the large group of children from the Pista family, even Eline, who had lived for over 100 years, couldn't hold back any longer. She instinctively grabbed her large pillow and buried her head behind it. This kind of magic is very difficult to resist. Its attack has a certain delay. Huh? Eline's explanation left most of the people around her looking confused. What do you mean by delay? Take this plate, for example. Eline held up the plate she brought from the food cart, giving Bilotes a questioning look. Mom, can I break it as a demonstration? Bilotes smiled. Of course. Mom's also curious about the answer. If we wanted to attack this plate, with fire magic, a fireball would either shatter it from the explosion or melt it instantly from the heat. Fire magic is instantaneous, while dark magic, even if it hits its target accurately, won't cause immediate damage. Instead, it will gradually disintegrate the target over time. As she spoke, Eline conjured a miniature black sphere and tossed it onto the plate on the table. Buzz! With a strange sound, the black sphere seeped into the plate. Crack, crack, crack. Then, the plate trembled slightly. Like this. Eline picked up the plate and held it up in the air, allowing those around to clearly see the slowly falling fragments. Dark magic erodes its target from within. In the case of a human, dark elements disrupt the magical circuits and biological characteristics within their body. This disruption takes time, like a curse. At this point, Eline deliberately lifted her head from behind her pillow to observe the reactions of her older siblings, Pista and the others. Unfortunately, they all seemed completely bewildered by the word curse. What is a curse? Let's use another word, like army ants nesting under tree roots. 1,000-mile dike is destroyed by an anthill, something like that. Crack, crack, crack. As if to complement Erin's actions, more cracks appeared on the surface of the plate held aloft, and more fragments fell. Soon, the watercolor painting on the plate began to blur, and a small hill of plate fragments appeared on the table below. I get it. A woman from the Pista ice room took the plate, a look of sudden realization on her face. Targets afflicted by dark magic are gradually corroded from the inside out, then disintegrate? Erin hugged her pillow, shrinking back. The magic in this world is actually quite easy to understand. Fire elemental magic is the king of destruction. It deals damage the moment it's unleashed. Water elemental magic can fuse with almost all elements and is generally used in combination. Ice elemental magic is primarily for control. Wood or grass elemental magic is mainly used for healing. Earth elemental magic is primarily for defense, usually the shield hero role in a party. As for dark elemental magic, it can be understood as a type of dot damage that cannot crit, ignores defense, and ignores resistance. It deals damage slowly, lacks burst damage, and is difficult to hit, but its damage is consistent and has an extremely high minimum damage. Precisely because of this characteristic, most dark elemental magic attacks are extremely large area attacks, adhering to the principle of since I'm difficult to hit, I make the magic unavoidable. At least, the dark elemental magic that Eline learned from her father, Nasod, is basically forbidden for humans. When unleashed, it creates a massive area of effect attack, covering people, turning them to ashes and disappearing, covering buildings, dissolving them into fragments and collapsing, covering forests, causing green leaves to wither and die. It's a truly forbidden technique that can turn any area into hell. It was precisely because she knew the terrifying power of dark element that, when Bran mocked her with "Show me one," Eline instinctively asked, "What kind of dark magic do you want to see me use? Will it level this place, or destroy the entire Lehman Empire?" This wasn't a threat or a show-off born of anger, it was simply the nature of dark element magic itself. Eline didn't want humans to approach dark magic with a playful attitude. Aside from mages like Eline, who possessed black dragon blood, maxed out magical talent, and exceptional control over dark element, most dark magic, once unleashed, created a vast dead zone. The reason humans couldn't prove the existence of dark element or see any magical beasts that could wield it was because those beasts were mostly extremely powerful and sealed away. Ahem, alright children. Seeing so many family members suddenly gather around, startling Eline and making her shrink behind her pillow, Linton quickly stepped forward and said, "This is the royal palace. Let's keep a low profile and avoid mentioning dragons." Philode sat down next to Eline. "Sleepy? The banquet should officially start in about 10 minutes. If you're sleepy, you can come and sleep with your mother for a while." Eline shook her head, not sleepy yet. Even if she was sleepy, she planned to use the holy dragon magic to prolong her wakefulness and try the food in this Lehman Empire royal palace. She had forgotten to use this magic at the Pista party, causing her to miss Connor's lemon heavyweight duck, and Eline had always regretted it a little. This time, she wasn't going to miss out on the delicious food again. It seems the winner of tonight's games has been decided. Without a doubt, she's from the Pista family. Victoria Pista, and their youngest daughter, little Eline. Amidst the chaos, the host on stage awkwardly read his unfamiliar lines, wiping away cold sweat as he said, "Tonight's games were indeed very exciting, Let me handle this." Before the host could finish speaking, a small hand with red nail polish took the microphone from him. It was a girl with twin ponytails wearing a red dress and headphones with a microphone. The jewels on her dress sparkled under the lights. The host was a little confused. "You are?" The twin ponytail girl gestured for the host to come closer. The host leaned closer. The girl with twin ponytails whispered in the host's ear, "Long live Hydra." "You?" the host exclaimed with delight. "You are?" "Got it." The girl smiled mysteriously. "All right, you're done for now. Leave the hosting to me." Chapter 51. On the other side of the Lehman Empire, at the Manor Magic Academy. As night fell, this most famous human academy on the Eve continent began its unique local nightlife. The classrooms, magic training grounds, magical artifact research institute, and magical research laboratories were brightly lit, with students constantly coming and going. Because it was a holiday, the academy had less than a third of its usual student population. However, even with fewer people, it did not dampen the students' enthusiasm for various studies, training, and recreational activities. "Come on, let's continue tonight, a final battle until dawn. I show you my newly mastered magic, long lava. That's more like long magma. Seriously, is it really okay for you to challenge an ice mage like me every day? Isn't that bullying an honest person? If you're so capable, go spar with a lightning mage, and see if you can throw a fireball while you're numb and tingling." "Professor, the Lehman Empire's Mage Association has gone mad, saying that the existence of dark element has been confirmed, and Trump's equation is wrong." "News from the Lehman Empire? Let me see who proved that." "A 13-year-old girl." "Okay, they're really crazy. Let's wait half a month and see." These kinds of rumors are usually inaccurate. At least I don't believe such a ridiculous thing as a 13-year-old girl proving the existence of dark elements. Excuse me, does anyone need the lab? I want to do some minor optimizations on yesterday's machine gun. Haha, you too, classmate? I haven't practiced fire magic much lately. I've been researching this junk. I feel that mechanical magic has a lot of potential, and it's very suitable for people like us whose magical talent is mediocre. Me too, but I heard that other private magic academies don't seem to offer related courses. Manor is much more free. As long as you pass, you can learn whatever you want. Under the cover of night, a girl with desert-colored hair, carrying a tattered burlap sack, entered the Manor Academy campus along a path beside the entrance. The girl had asymmetrical twin ponytails, one higher than the other, and looked about 17 or 18 years old. Lady Aisha. Not long after the girl entered Manor Academy, a boy wearing strange armor emerged from a nearby teaching building and said to her, "The day before yesterday, a black-haired man came to the academy, specifically asking for you." A black-haired man? The girl called Aisha frowned. A stranger? Why did you let him in? The armored boy before her was named Xian, and his true form was a 6,000-year-old Xian turtle. According to the human classification of magical beasts, Xian was currently a Tier 6 magical beast. He is also the official guardian beast of Manor Academy. While the existence of dragons, vampires, cat demons, and other mythical creatures within Manor Academy may be considered folklore, Xian is the official guardian of the academy, responsible for maintaining order. Everyone knows that Manor Academy's guardian is a rank 6 magical beast, and that this beast is the cub of the divine beast Xuanwu. It can transform, speak human language, and fight for the academy's honor, but it's unclear whether dragons truly inhabit the academy. At least, a rank 6 magical beast, currently no empire dares to provoke it. It is precisely because of this that the academy has been able to exist for thousands of years without being invaded by surrounding human empires. As for the fact that Aisha was the true principal of Manor Academy, only a very few people within the academy knew this. For thousands of years, the principal, dean of studies, subject teachers, research professors, and so on at Manor Magic Academy had always been held by real humans. Neither the Desert Emperor Dragon Aisha, nor the few old guys hidden within the academy, usually participated in the academy's management and construction, at most secretly lending a hand when the academy faced a major crisis. Today, hearing that the guardian beast Xian had actually let a stranger in, Aisha became somewhat curious. What kind of person had such audacity to command a 6th-tier magical beast? Aisha. However, before the girl could even wonder, accompanied by a familiar aura, a man appeared in the open space in front of her. Long time no see. A master? Sensing the man's aura, Aisha's eyes widened. You're here? The man who appeared before her was none other than Nasod, the Dark Dragon King from Dragon Forest. My lords, I shall take my leave now. Please feel free to contact me if needed. Seeing Nasod emerge, the guardian beast Xian tactfully bowed to the two and disappeared into the night. I came to talk to you about something. Nasod glanced at the full moon overhead, then looked down at the ground. Your academy certainly knows how to pick a location. I can't help it. That guy is my lifelong nightmare. Aisha gestured to a chair near the academy's training ground not far away. Want to come sit down? Nasod nodded and walked towards the magic training ground, where the children's shouts echoed. While I was waiting for you these past 2 days, I did a quick look around this academy. You seem to never interfere with human academic research? A lot of things are wrong. As he spoke, Nasod's mind flashed back to the scene in the Nia Desert, where he had rescued the dying Aisha from the jaws of 2 demonic beasts. Deep beneath the Manor Academy lay the Aurora Temple, where those 2 demons were sealed. Yes, the teaching of magic and martial arts here is entirely done independently by humans. How much knowledge they can develop depends on their own abilities. Most of the time, we just treat this place as a retirement home. Aisha explained as they walked with Nasod towards the training grounds. After all, the human race has only existed for tens of thousands of years since the emergence of intelligence, and society isn't as completely unified as ours. That chaotic era, many people died. Nasod nodded. Perhaps it was from that time that humans slowly evolved intelligence and began to learn how to use technology. Tools and magic, perhaps. Human wars also affect many small animals. When empires go to war, ant nests, rat burrows, and rabbit hutches around them suffer heavy casualties once the flames of war reach them. It's a never-ending cycle. At this point, Aisha smiled slightly. Lord Nasod, you came here today, not to discuss philosophy with me, right? Nasod was a little embarrassed. Although it might be a bit late, I still want to tell you something happy. What is it? My wife gave birth. Your wife? Standing there dumbfounded for a long while, Aisha finally asked, puzzled, Your wife? Who is she? Fafnir. Who? Fafnir, the princess from the Holy Dragon's side, the one you met 20,000 years ago. Nasod sighed softly. Darkness and light are inherently incompatible. Back then, we fought for tens of thousands of years for that crystal palace in Dragon Forest. I never expected it to end like this. That holy dragon? Fafnir? At Nasod's prompting, Aisha finally reacted. She first stared wide-eyed incredulously at the man before her, who seemed somewhat unfamiliar compared to her memories, then uncontrollably burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, you and Princess Fafnir, ha ha ha. The girl's laughter attracted the attention of several students practicing magic in the training ground not far away. Who is that person? I think it's the cleaning lady from the cafeteria. Why is she suddenly laughing so happily? Never mind her, let's continue. For fireballs, I use a different magic shield this time. Ha ha ha, you two are really. I can't take it anymore, sir. Forgive my rudeness and offense. Tired of laughing, Aisha wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. You two ended up in bed while fighting, right? Nasd's lips twitched. I didn't want to either. And then your wife gave birth. Wait. At this point, Aisha suddenly realized, a black dragon can have children with a holy dragon? As everyone knows, dragons are half-elemental beings. Besides eating like ordinary creatures, dragons can replenish their elemental resources by absorbing elements from the air. Since they are elemental beings, elemental interactions are inevitable. For example, fire-breathing dragons and ice dragons are incompatible. They can never produce offspring. In the words of some academics, there is reproductive isolation. As for black dragons and holy dragons, that's even more impossible. Dark and light elements are the two most extreme elements. Fire and ice elements can sometimes exhibit suppression, with fire winning or ice gaining the upper hand. It's like lighting a fire in a refrigerator. Either the refrigerator breaks first or the fire goes out first. Either one survives to some extent. But dark and light elements are different. Light is extremely vibrant, while dark is ultimately gloomy. When light and dark elements meet, only bang. There are historical examples of black dragons and holy dragons marrying, but even if they fight in bed, the eggs laid by the holy dragon wouldn't contain any offspring. That egg was dead, it wouldn't hatch into a dragon. Now, Nasod is saying that he, as the strongest dark dragon king and the strongest holy dragon princess, have a child. Did you really have a child, sir? A princess or a prince? A princess. When did this happen? She hatched almost 100 years ago, but because she has a minor health problem, we haven't announced it publicly. After all, a black dragon and a holy dragon having a child after fighting for tens of thousands of years, right? It wouldn't do me any good for my reputation if word got out. And actually, I still don't understand why Fafnir's egg could hatch into a child. Nasod smiled wryly. Also, the child seems to really like humans. A few days ago, Fafnir and I discussed it and decided to send her to the Pista family for treatment, the human family that had an alliance with us 2,000 years ago. They should have quite a few children studying here. Yes, that's right, Pista. I do have some impression of that family. Pista will probably send my daughter here when school starts. So when do you start school? It's still a while until the first semester's admissions meeting. It's been less than a month, maybe 20 days. Pista will probably send her daughter to you then. She's always been very stable, so theoretically she shouldn't cause any trouble, but I thought I'd let you know in advance. Aisha thought for a moment. Currently, if ordinary students enroll in manor, they're required to pass several assessments before enrollment, including being randomly assigned to a team for wilderness survival, hunting prearranged magical beasts on a designated island, and participating in various magical talent assessment tests. Are all of these okay? No problem, probably. Nasod seemed hesitant after saying that. Fine, since that's the case, I join too. Huh? I said, I also enroll in your freshman recruitment in half a month. Remember to put me and my daughter in different teams. Chapter 52. As more and more people entered the venue, the once spacious children's playground gradually became crowded. Even the pre-meal desserts on the small food carts near the stage were almost completely devoured by the children, leaving a mess at first glance. However, Eline was quite happy. Because she had tried almost every dessert available at the food carts, especially those recommended by Wendy. Tiger skin cake, millefeuille cake, chocolate mousse cake, rabbit cookies, cream puffs, red bean double skim milk. and all sorts of other tempting desserts not found on Earth. Eline had tried them all. Don't be fooled by the fact that this dragon princess, in her human form, looked like a 10-year-old girl. Her chubby, smooth belly under her nightgown made her seem like she couldn't eat much, but in fact, she wouldn't feel full even if she ate a lot of cakes. Dragons are inherently semi-magical beings. They can completely digest what they eat and convert it into corresponding magical elements for storage. A dragon, theoretically, the amount of elements it needs to consume daily is a bottomless pit. Therefore, no matter how much high-calorie, high-fat food Eline eats, it won't affect her figure or physique. After all, these small cakes wouldn't even fill a 30-meter-long dragon's teeth. Alright. Now I announce that the ultimate winner of tonight's children's game is Victoria from the Pista family. Little Victoria, with the help of her family friends, has successfully solved the Papulatus conjecture, this age-old problem. Let's congratulate little Victoria. Amidst the noisy crowd, Spinach, who had taken over as host, stepped onto the stage in a fiery red dress. As if born with a natural talent for performance, the young woman addressed the Lemanian nobles from all directions with an unflinching voice. It seems most of you noble guests have arrived. The real Harvest Festival banquet is about to begin. Next, I, Spinach, will take over as host and bring you an absolutely fair and joyful broadcast. However, no one paid attention to what Spinach, Hugh, actually said on stage. These pre-dinner children's games weren't particularly important to the noble children attending. They were just there for fun. Furthermore, after Eline's demonstration of solving the Papulatus conjecture at the speed of light and using dark magic on the spot, almost everyone's attention was now focused on Pista. Well, brother, about 2 months ago when you came over, regarding that winery thing, I admit my son's voice was a bit loud then. Please don't take it to heart. Hey! Linton, interested in opening a new bar with us downtown? We buy the land, you just need a few people. How about a 70-30 split of the profits? Of course you get 70%, and we take 30%. Mrs. Bilotes, how have you been lately? Our beauty store here is currently short a manager, just a nominal one. If you be so kind as to come over in a couple of days to discuss profit sharing? The scene on stage had been clearly witnessed by all the nobles present. Eline had solved the Papulatus conjecture, and then persuaded the old professors and scholars, whom the Osborne family had hired at great expense to play along, to change their minds on the spot, and declare the Pista family the winner. These old professors were all from the prestigious Mages Association of the Lemon Empire, all influential figures. There was only one possibility for them to change their minds at the last minute, even at the cost of offending the Osborne family, and declare the Pista family the winner. That was, the value of the content on the blackboard surpassed that of the Osborne family itself. Many of the nobles present were also scholars with considerable knowledge of magic, and they could naturally tell from Eline's handwriting that the deduction process was not simple. Even if we concede that the content on the blackboard was unimportant, and the opinions of those professors were unimportant, what about Eline's subsequent use of dark element magic in front of so many people? This alone was enough to make most families set aside their pride and eagerly seek diplomatic relations with the Pista family. Historically, the first person to develop a forbidden fire magic spell had a statue erected in the central square of the Lemon Empire. The first person to use water magic had their name written in all basic magic textbooks, and the first person to discover the healing properties of grass magic had a photograph hung on the wall of the Royal Palace Hall. So what level of big shot will the first person to discover dark magic and easily summon, and then recall it be? These nobles aren't stupid. They know very well how to assess the situation and adapt to changing circumstances. Everyone knew it was definitely not a good time to bother a girl around 10 years old, so Connor, Linton, and Bilotes, the heads of the family, became their targets for currying favor. Looks like our little Elle is quite popular. Seeing that the noble's attention was entirely focused on the Pista family, the little nobody from the Victoria and Lawrence families, Ronner, returned to their respective family quarters, leaving only a helpless-looking Bran still standing there blankly. Chipmunk Hugh put away the microphone and leaned close to the young master. Aren't you feeling wronged? Aren't you feeling miserable? This isn't what we agreed on? Actually, all of this was deliberately designed by your old man to test your loyalty, you know? Huh? Hugh's words brought Bran back to his senses. What are you talking about? Shh. Don't be too surprised. We're all on the same side. Hugh lowered his voice. You. The Noho family from the border of Silas, right? A very prestigious magical family. Your biological father took money from the Osborne family and sent you here on a mission. You thought Mr. Swain would treat you like his own son, but it turns out he just used you as a tool to gain fame. I already been adopted into the Osborne family, So I'm a member of the Osborne family. Bran frowned. What do you mean by that? See, you're in a hurry again. Hugh held out a hand and placed it in front of Bran. Naive child, did your father tell you that you could easily defeat anyone at the tournament later, especially that cute little sister named Eline, and then become famous throughout the world? So what if I am? Who exactly are you? I'm also from Silas. As a caring older sister, I don't want to see such a cute little brother kept in the dark. Hugh said in a coaxing tone. Of course, you can doubt what I say, but don't cry if you can't beat that Eline later, okay? Why are you being so mushy? Bran took a step back. How could I possibly lose to that little sister? Even if she knows a little wind magic, she also knows some dark elemental magic. I'm a mage too. She was studying magic elemental magic yesterday. The door's book. So, you've been deceived by your stepfather, don't you understand? Hugh said earnestly. He's never trusted you. After all, you're not his biological daughter. Did he tell you at this banquet? To let you steal the spotlight, to bully the Pista family and make them lose face? He was lying to you. Actually, they already conspired. With your abilities, you couldn't possibly defeat the Pista's people. They just wanted to see you lose, then observe your reaction, to see if you were truly loyal to the Osborne family, or if you had ulterior motives. 1. Nonsense. Bran took a few steps back. My father. What reason would he have to do this? Child, you are now the most talented genius in the Osborne family. How could they dare to give you an important position if they couldn't be sure of your loyalty? What if I defeat that little sister in a bit? Bran scoffed. According to you, I will definitely lose. Yes, definitely. Hugh laughed. And it will be the kind of sudden, overwhelming sense of powerlessness that makes you doubt yourself. A complete defeat. Heh then. Just wait and see. Bran turned around. Although I don't know who you are, remember, I'm not the kind of person who can be easily sewn apart. Tonight, in the martial arts tournament, I show you. What a pitiful little fellow. Seeing that the seed of doubt had been planted, Hugh smiled and picked up the microphone again. Being deceived by your father and failing to gain the professor's approval, you must be very sad right now. It's okay, I can sing you a song. The song is called Let a Heart Be Free from Sorrow. I wish you good luck in the martial arts tournament later. Chapter 53. If birds are born without shackles, then what binds my fate? White petals are swept away by the gentle breeze, leaving me alone in my cage. Accompanied by a melodious song, countless petals and confetti fell from the ceiling of the room like scattered ears of wheat. When did they change the host? Where's the old man from before? That song is quite nice. Shall she? Where are you? Come back quickly, don't run around. The opening ceremony is about to begin. His Holiness the Pope is coming. Seeing several people in papal uniforms enter through the entrance, the nobles in the hall consciously returned to their seats. Some children who had been chasing, playing, and eating snacks were also called back. Worried that Eline might fall asleep during the ceremony, Bilotes picked up the little girl and placed her on her lap, wrapping her arms around her waist and gently rocking her like a child. The Pope is the supreme leader of the Heavenly Fire cult in the Leman Empire, his power only one rank below the king. However, in most cases, the Pope and the king have a relationship similar to that of friends. Savoring the faint milky scent of the little one in her arms, Bilotes resisted the urge to lean in and kiss him, and proactively explain the power structure of the empire. The Heavenly Fire cult was established as the state religion of the Leman Empire in its early days. The cult's doctrine holds that the fire god, Heavenly Fire, created all things in the world, and that it was the fire god who led our ancestors to victory in the founding war and blessed our motherland with peace and prosperity. In the Leman Empire, those wearing these black and gold robes with a flaming cross symbol on their chest are members of the Heavenly Fire cult. Look, that's His Holiness the Pope at the very front. He's now a high-ranking fire mage and an advisor to the Leman Empire's Mage Association. Seeing that Eline seemed curious about the composition of the imperial power structure, Bilotes lowered her voice. But the Pope has a bad temper. He's the kind of person who gives you special treatment when you're strong, but turns on you immediately if you become weak. Oh. Glancing at the papal personnel entering, Eline took 2 petals of a heart-cleansing flower from the pocket of her nightgown and began to nibble on them. The heart-cleansing flower is a flower that grows in extremely cold regions at altitudes above 10,000 meters. It blooms only once a year, with a flowering season lasting less than a month. Like dragons, it's a semi-elemental being, and its petals contain an exceptionally rich herbal elemental aura, or life force. Besides keeping Eline's spirits up like this, the heart-cleansing flower has another effect on humans, As long as someone is still alive and able to eat, and unless they have suffered a fatal injury, no matter how severe the illness, a single petal of the heart-cleansing flower can essentially revive them. This type of flower, if found in human society, would likely earn the title of a rank 7 noble phantasm, but for Eline, it was merely a snack, like a pagoda candy. And where is His Majesty the King? Sitting on Bilotes' lap, munching on a petal of the heart-cleansing flower for a while, watching the papal officials enter, and the surrounding noble children exchanging pleasantries, Eline asked curiously, "Isn't the king coming tonight?" His Majesty the King went to the northern part of the empire to cheer on the soldiers at the front. Bilotes said softly, "Remember that previous report?" The flame wolf that appeared in the Moan Forest is a 5th-tier magical beast. Intelligence from the front line says there's a possibility this beast might break through the border barrier and invade the empire, so the king needs to go and stabilize morale. It seems this king is quite approachable and brave. If that wolf comes, to ease the worries of Bilotes and her family, Eline said in a slightly serious tone, "I drive it away. Flame wolves are immune to fire magic, so ice magic will suffice. I wonder if a 5th-tier magical beast can withstand the creation's break that froze Dragon Forest for months." Hearing Eline's words, Bilotes was taken aback at first, then reached out and ruffled the little girl's head in her arms. "Mommy just hopes you be healthy and safe." Having witnessed so many amazing things from her little daughter, Bilotes has become somewhat accustomed to Eline's surprising remarks. "I feel. Even if she said she was a dragon the next second, I could accept it," Bilotes thought to herself. "But little Heir is so cute, she'd be beautiful even as a dragon." Who are you?" On the other side, after the routine greetings, several papal personnel seemed to notice Hugh, who was singing on stage, and asked curiously, "Where's the host? He needs to deal with some personal emotional issues for now. I take over the hosting duties from now on." Hugh handed the Pope a Buddha's Wrath red lotus detonating crystal, gesturing to the Osborne family medal hidden on his chest. "Your Majesty, this is the ignition button for the fireworks outside the opening ceremony. I believe that under your and the God of Fire's guidance, the sacred heavenly fire will surely illuminate the entire Lehman Empire." Seeing the Osborne family medal, the Pope had no further doubts. He took the detonating crystal and walked to the center of the stage before the golden curtain that read "The harvest never ends, the heavenly fire never dies," standing on the platform reserved for him, surrounded by papal officials. The Harvest Festival had always been a minor, almost insignificant, holiday in the Lehman Empire. If it weren't for the Osborne family's penchant for making a big deal out of it, the Pope would rarely appear on such a festival. Therefore, the Pope wasn't particularly concerned about who presided over this minor event, especially since Hugh had proactively shown him the Osborne medal on his clothing. "Who is that woman?" Meanwhile, several members of the Osborne family monitoring the event near the palace were filled with questions. "We weren't notified about a change of host," she said. "Hail Hydra? She's probably from Shadow Soul's side." A young man walked in from outside. "Anyway, she's just a host, it doesn't matter. She can't exactly blow up our family base hundreds of miles away, can she? We should be more concerned about young Master Brand right now. He seems to have suffered a great blow. This new host tried to comfort him for so long, but she couldn't calm him down." "True." The Osborne family member who spoke yawned. "Then let's ignore her. By the way, where did the master go?" "He's probably trying to cover it up. The fact that the Piarista family of the Lehman Empire has produced a dark elemental mage must be suppressed no matter what. Otherwise those treaties we just negotiated with the royal family will probably fall through." "What a nuisance. Why is there so much turmoil in the Lehman Empire? Such a corrupt nation. Can't we just send Grand Magister Silas to start a war?" "You don't understand. We're corrupt from within. If we could just annex the Lehman Empire, why would we need a war? Actually, I'd rather have a war. Let's just kill them all. These past few years living in Lehman, I truly become unbearable of this country and its people." Under the watchful eyes of numerous cameras and nobles, the Pope, center stage, took a torch from a papal official and lit it in the hand of a goddess statue at the back of the stage. "I declare the Lehman Empire's 226th Harvest Festival banquet open." Speaking in a cold voice, the Pope raised the torch high. Clap, 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 clap. The nobles below the stage erupted in enthusiastic applause. "Yay!" Hugh, holding a microphone, ran to the side, took out several sparklers, and bang bang bang, sprayed glittering confetti onto the ceiling. "Your Holiness, please press the crystal to ignite the most magnificent fireworks of the year." After setting off the fireworks, Hugh playfully ran to the Pope, knelt on one knee, and gestured towards the palace window. "May the heavenly fire be with us all." May the heavenly fire be with us all. The Pope, without much thought, pressed the crystal in his hand. Boom! A dazzling firework streaked across the sky, shooting straight into the night. Bang! The fireworks bloomed in the darkness, like flowers falling from a branch. Boom, 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 boom. Immediately afterwards, countless more fireworks shot into the sky, illuminating the entire palace. New Year. May the God of Fire bless us. Heavenly fire above, bless my Riemann. Happy Harvest Festival. Unbeknownst to anyone, as the Pope pressed the detonation crystal, several kilometers away from the palace, in the basement of the Osborne family's largest base, a bewitching Buddha's wrathful red lotus suddenly emitted a blinding light. Beep. Chapter 54. The Riemann Empire, the Osborne family's main base. As night fell, several core members of the Osborne family, as usual, lit cigars, drank alcohol, and idly watched the projection above the crystal in the center of the room. Why is the Pista family acting so strangely these past few days? They actually found a woman who can use dark elemental magic. The man speaking had a scarred face and a fierce look. Can't we just have someone take care of her? She's annoying. That's going too far, haha. She's so small, yet they call her a woman. Another man crossed his legs and pointed at the projection crystal. But then again, we might not even be sure if she used dark elemental magic just now. Maybe it was some kind of illusion. But I have to say, she did fool those old geezers of a professor. Another man walked in from outside. If this continues, I reckon we won't be able to take down Pista by the end of the year, and bribing the Pope is even less likely. Yeah, how many years has this been? The Riemann Empire has nothing, and it's dirt poor. If you ask me, we should just send a Grand Magister to blow up the city. We can't find a reason to declare war, can we? We can't give outsiders any leverage. The Arcana are watching us. I also hope war breaks out soon. Scarface took a big gulp of his drink, swaying too, so indecisive. What's with this tournament? It would be so much better if it were like before. If he didn't like someone, he could just send a few brothers to kill them, and be done with it. Don't you guys feel like something's not quite right? As he spoke, a man on the sofa suddenly looked up. That girl who claimed to be from Shadow Soul this evening, did you verify her identity? Which one? Chipmunk? Scarface was taken aback at first, then waved his hand. Yes, we verified her. She's definitely from Shadow Soul. Look at the projection. She immediately stepped in to take over the hosting duties, as soon as this unexpected situation occurred. Such a responsible young lady is rare. When this chipmunk said she wanted to see our back garden today, did you send anyone to follow her? No. Brother. Scarface asked, puzzled. You already confirmed Chipmunk is from Shadow Soul. Why were you following her? What's wrong? Are you worried that Shadow Soul will betray us? I just find her a bit suspicious. The man scratched his head. When we were working together before, the people Shadow Soul sent were all in black uniforms, but she came in a bright red dress. Isn't that a bit too flashy? You mean a red dress is too festive? Doesn't it suit our undercover identities? Scarface laughed. Why don't you do something like the Royal Palace and hold an opening ceremony? Set off fireworks outside to celebrate the Harvest Festival. Beep. Before Scarface could finish speaking, a faint sound of crystal shattering, accompanied by a strong fluctuation of fire element, suddenly came from all directions. What's that sound? The people in the house instinctively pricked up their ears. Beep beep. Wait, I remember this sounds like the signal that the legendary Buddha's Wrath Red Lotus is about to detonate. The men exchanged glances. Run! Buzz! Before they could even make a move, dozens of Buddha's Wrath Red Lotuses that had been buried inside the villa, in the basement, and in the backyard by the chipmunks at dusk were simultaneously detonated. Boom! A terrifying heatwave instantly engulfed the entire villa, and shockwaves roaring in from all directions blasted the Osborne family's base into pieces with overwhelming force. The fire element brought high temperatures, but also death and annihilation. The energy from dozens of Buddha's Wrath Red Lotuses detonating simultaneously was astonishing. The rolling heatwave, due to pressure, converged and exploded, lifting the villa along with its entire foundation high into the air. Boom! Buzzing! At this moment, less than 10 seconds after the first firework rose from the royal palace in the city center, this large villa in the Osborne family's territory on the outskirts of the palace also transformed into flames and shot into the night sky, becoming a magnificent display of fireworks. Blazing heavenly fire, bless my Riemann. Happy Harvest Festival. Yeah! Young Master Blake. Wake up! Young Master Blake. Amidst the fireworks, Blake slowly awoke to the calls of his two subordinates. Huh? What? Has the harvest festival already started? Blake, just waking up, immediately saw colorful fireworks in the sky. He instinctively tried to get up, but found himself tied to a tree near the palace. A sharp pain shot through his chest. It felt like several ribs were broken. What happened? Young master. A servant, also bound hand and foot, grimaced. You were knocked unconscious by Piarista's youngest daughter with a pillow. We tried to save you, but we were also knocked unconscious by a red shadow. What? Me? Knocked unconscious with a pillow? Blake was utterly bewildered. Are you even speaking human language? How could a pillow knock me out? It's true, that girl doesn't seem to be a magician, she's a fighter. She enchanted her pillow and then... Even a fighter wouldn't use a pillow as a weapon. Are you all crazy, or am I? Blake. Just then, a familiar voice approached from afar. Blake. What are you doing here? Swain, who had come out of the palace with several attendants, strode up to Blake and looked at his son in the tree. Who did this to you? It was Piarista's, that later little daughter. Gradually regaining his senses, Blake felt a sharp pain in his chest and couldn't help but cry out, Dad, save me. You? Swain gave his attendants a look. Get them down. Yes. Have you seen where Brand went? Before his men could. After rescuing Blake from the tree, Swain eagerly asked, I saw on the monitor crystal that he seemed to be heading this way. Dad. Blake's face contorted. Your own son. He's dying and you ask about that first. What a useless piece of trash. Swain impatiently interrupted Blake, waving his hand. You two take him to the healer, the rest of you keep searching with me. Split up and search. Yes. Meanwhile, in the palace hall, the Pope lit the heavenly fire and the fireworks outside, and walked down from the platform as if it were a routine matter. Hugo, holding a microphone, quickly addressed the nobles below. Let us respectfully see His Holiness the Pope off. May His Holiness the Pope enjoy great military success, and may our motherland, Eline, enjoy peace and prosperity. The Pope merely responded with a curt glanced in the direction of the Piarista family, and walked out of the venue with several papal officials. Very well. With His Holiness lighting the magnificent fireworks, our annual harvest festival banquet officially begins. Watching the Pope leave, Hugia turned to the crowd. Please, all guests, proceed to the Lotus Palace and take your seats in an orderly fashion. Our court chefs have prepared a very sumptuous dinner for you. Furthermore, the start of the banquet also means the official unveiling of the stage prepared for the children. The Eline Empire has always valued the cultivation of its youth. After all, as the saying goes, a strong youth makes a strong empire. This year's Harvest Festival also includes a special program for children, namely the martial arts tournament that everyone is already very familiar with. Let me see the order of the list. Saying this, Hugia even pretended to pull a piece of parchment from her skirt pocket. So, the preliminary round list for the martial arts tournament. Wait! Before Hugh could finish speaking, a figure suddenly emerged from a corner not far away. It was Brand from the Osborne family. I want to fight her the first time. Standing next to Hugh, Brand pointed at Eline, who had just risen from her seat. A fair fight using only fire elemental magic. Do you dare? Chapter 55. The Eline Harvest Festival banquet was held inside a vast, semi-open-air plaza. The plaza was dotted with numerous pavilions and towers, all laden with sumptuous dishes. In the center of the plaza stood the sacred fire platform, ablaze with flames, and a martial arts arena, used for competitions. Perhaps to preserve tradition, unlike the previous children's playground, this semi-open-air restaurant did not use magical devices or crystals for lighting. Instead, vibrant bonfires were lit in the 4 cardinal directions of the plaza, illuminating the entire area. Near the bonfires were numerous barbecue stations for enthusiasts, equipped with spices such as cumin, star anise, and coriander, as well as seasonings like soy sauce, oyster sauce, and salt and pepper. Slices of meat and chopped bones were neatly arranged on the food carts. I'm sure many of you children had your fill of cakes and snacks at the food court over there, right? Led by the host and some papal officials, the nobles followed the path behind the main hall to the food court and took their seats at their respective tables. Now, it's time for the children's segment. Hugh, holding a microphone, stood on the dueling platform facing the nobles below, and said in a very natural tone, we had already arranged the matchups for tonight's tournament, divided into 3 stages, preliminary rounds, semifinals, and finals. We considered each child's performance at Manor Academy, including their certificates, magical talent, teacher evaluations, etc., to ensure that the strength of the opponents was as similar as possible. Even if their magic levels differed, we arranged elemental advantages to mitigate the gap in skill. For example, if a high-level fire elemental mage can't find a worthy opponent among their peers, we arrange for a low to mid-level water elemental mage to fight them. However, tonight there's a little boy who seems very eager to be the first to perform. At this point, Hugh gestured to Bran behind him. I believe everyone is already very familiar with this little boy. He is young Master Bran from the Osborne family. Under the spotlight, Bran walked onto the stage with a grim face. His actions tonight were, in a sense, a complete disobedience to the orders of the family patriarch Swain. He knew that even if he didn't bring it up, later, under the host's arrangement, Eline from the Pista family would coincidentally encounter him, and he could fight her however he wanted. But Bran was simply unwilling to accept it. At this moment, his mind was filled with the chipmunk's words. You will definitely lose. You will fall into that sudden, overwhelming sense of powerlessness that can plunge you into self-doubt, a complete defeat. I lose? And lose so badly? Impossible. She, a tiny little sister, all she's done is discover the dark element. All she knows is a little more knowledge? Even if she's a highly accomplished magic scholar in the dark element, she can't possibly beat me with my A+ fire element talent. Bran, pampered since childhood and showered with praise, had never encountered such blatant provocation. Especially since his opponent this time was a seemingly frail little sister. He'd always been praised, and no one his age had ever surpassed his talent. This adopted daughter of Pista didn't even have a formal title at the prestigious Manor Academy. What right did she have to enjoy such treatment? So, Bran deliberately led Swain, who had rushed from the council chamber, to the palace entrance, then quickly circled back via a side path to challenge Eline to a duel. If I can defeat her in the most eye-catching way tonight's tournament, even if father returns later, he have nothing to say. It will also make up for the losses the Osborne family suffered during the Papulatist conjecture segment. Then, I will still be the pride of the Osborne family. Rated a plus by Manor Academy. With his level 1 fire elemental talent and status as a novice fire mage, young Master Bran is a genius that appears only once in a century, even on a global scale. Logically, an opponent of equal strength to young Master Bran should generally be an adult over 30, or even 40 years old. Osborne's murderous aura made Hugh smile slightly. She turned to face the audience. But since young Master Bran has volunteered to fight the first match on this joyous day against little sister Eline, who just proved the existence of dark element, and is also a little genius in the Pista family, we can naturally help arrange it. Hugh, the chipmunk, held the microphone in front of Bran. Come on, young master from the Osborne family, the most outstanding and talented young master, do you consider yourself an equal opponent to that little sister from the Pista family? I don't know. Bran cleverly avoided responding to Hugh's words, pointing instead to Eline, who was already seated at the table with Bilotes. I simply want to have a fair and square fire magic duel with her, because our country worships celestial fire. Since Eline and I are both mages adopted to restore our family's glory, we should each demonstrate our value within the family, such as our combat prowess as mages, not just academic achievements. He'd been tricked. Hearing Bran's words, Chipmunk's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. She knew the seed of suspicion she planted in this young master had worked. Mages of this age are usually the most competitive. The Pope had just pressed the detonation button for the Crimson Lotus of Fury. The Osborne family's base should be destroyed by now. Hugh wasn't actually a staff member, nor did he have a so-called battle list. All she needed to do was ignite Bran's competitive spirit with words, prompting him to challenge Eline to a duel at the banquet, then broadcast the match live so the people of the Lehman Empire could witness the Pista family's victory over the Osborne family. That would complete Hudya's mission. What Pista needed most now was to salvage his reputation in the Lehman Empire, which had been damaged by years of being bullied. Just now, Hudya had proactively introduced Bran's identity and background in front of the camera, firstly to ignite his fighting spirit by recounting Bran's past glories to the young master, and secondly to tell the Lehman Empire's audience. This young master is the strongest and most outstanding son of the Osborne family. Defeating him is equivalent to defeating the Osborne family. As an outsider, this was all she could do to help. Any later, the head of the Osborne family, Swain, would return, and the bombing of their family base would be exposed. Then they wouldn't be able to escape. The Osborne family's ability to infiltrate the Lehman Empire so thoroughly in just a few decades suggests that, besides the financial support of the Silas Empire, they must have also prepared numerous contingency plans. As Shadow Soul's logistics chipmunk, Hugh could more or less assess the Osborne family's strength based on past collaborations. The Osborne family's head, Swain, was a mage, but their family's strongest force definitely didn't just consist of mages. So, little Eline from Pista, what's your answer to the invitation from young Master Brand of the Osborne family? On the dueling platform, Hugh turned to Eline. Of course, this match won't count towards the results of the upcoming competition. It's just a friendly match you two spontaneously organized before the official start. How much longer until all the dishes are served? Can we eat now? Faced with Hugh's question, Eline, sitting at the table, simply turned her head and asked Bellodis beside her in a sleepy tone. About 10 more minutes. Bellodis glanced at the dishes on the table, then looked at the little girl beside her, who was clearly sleepy but looked like a little glutton. In previous years, the last 2 dishes at the Harvest Festival banquet were seafood soup, and the soup hasn't been served yet. Oh, then Mom, wait for me a moment. Eline nodded, stood up from her seat clutching her pillow, and her small feet, encased in white stockings, floated lightly towards the dueling platform. She actually went up. Eline's action instantly widened the eyes of the nobles, who had been watching the entire scene. Many looked on in disbelief. Isn't this child a scholar? She just solved the Papulatus conjecture. Don't tell me she's not only a genius magic scholar, but also a fire elemental mage? Does she spend 30 hours a day studying and training? Then she's a dual element mage, one of which is the dark element that no one else can use. No, you're all wrong. Did you see the way she walks? That's the unique aura of the wind element. If she really knows fire, she's at least a tri-element mage. Hiss, a tri-element mage, Pista. Where did they pick up such a terrifying genius? I bet she's not even proficient in all 3 elements, manor. The Academy has many mages who can use dual or even tri-elemental magic simultaneously, but those students, once they reach a higher level, can generally only specialize in one element, otherwise they end up being unskilled in both. I guess she's most likely better at academic magic, just an ordinary magic scholar. Otherwise, Brand wouldn't have been so confident in challenging her to a fight, specifically specifying that only fire magic could be used. What? She's really going to fight? Similar to the nobles in the hall, many commoners, who had just finished eating, and were gathered around the projector crystal were also wide-eyed with worry, as they saw Eline step onto the dueling platform. I remember this Brand is a magical genius that Osborne somehow recruited. He's a 16-year-old junior mage. Pista. How dare he? I have a very strong impression of that little girl named Eline. When that lady came to my stall to buy some heavyweight duck, I dropped a few coins, and this girl helped me pick them up. I accidentally bumped into her, and the girl said something like, "The hands of working people are dirty." I was so touched. Really? She really said that? Yes, I even have a video recording. The Pistas have always genuinely served us ordinary people. Although they are nobles, they have no airs of nobility whatsoever. I believe that ordinary people like me know this. I really hope that Pistas. Arista won, but, sigh, the difference in strength between the two sides is too great. Why did she have to use wind magic to float up there? That will quickly deplete her magic power. What's Eline's magic level? Probably not too high. At least we saw it from the scene just now. She studies academics, can use wind and dark magic, and then fire magic, TSK. Even if she didn't sleep every day, she couldn't practice that much. Even though she had heard the whispers of the nobles around her, Eline's face remained expressionless as she walked towards the arena. Night had completely fallen. In Longland, Eline would have already been fast asleep by now. The reason she chose to use the heart-cleansing flower to keep herself awake until now was purely because our dragon princess wanted to taste the cooking of the royal chefs. Even so, Eline's beautiful eyes were basically half closed the entire time she went up on the stage, giving the impression that she might fall asleep at any moment. So cute. The chipmunk instinctively exclaimed to itself as it watched Erin approach. This little one is simply a little enchantress, radiating charm. Under the night sky, a gentle breeze lifted Erin's soft nightgown, causing the 2 dragon horns of her baby dragon nightcap to sway. The little girl's stockings were uneven, one higher than the other. The right stocking seemed to have slipped down slightly. Being still a baby dragon, Erin's delicate face had noticeable baby fat, and combined with her sleepy, half-open eyes, she gave the impression of being disturbed from her sleep, puffing out her cheeks, and trying to look fierce. Only fire magic is allowed, right? After walking past the chipmunk using wind magic, Erin asked Brand in a languid tone, "Any other conditions?" Huh? Brand was taken aback, then gestured to the arena. Only fire magic is allowed. The fighting area is this stage. Falling down and unable to get up, or falling off the stage, means you lose. Is that alright? Okay. Erin yawned, looked around, found a small table nearby, and moved it onto the stage. Then, the dragon princess raised the air currents beneath her feet, lifting herself onto the table, landing in a duck-like position, dispelling her dragon dance steps, letting her beautiful long hair cascade down like a waterfall. "I'm ready." As she spoke, Eline yawned again, picked up a cushion, and faced Brand. "If you want to fight, let's begin now." Chapter 56. On the human side, different levels of magic, besides differing in their forms of expression, primarily differ in the numerical changes resulting from altered mechanics. For example, the fire elemental mage's skill Fireball, the most basic fire elemental magic, could be described in a game-style description as condensing a fireball and throwing it at the enemy, dealing damage equal to 50% plus 1000 of the caster's magic attack power. The advanced spell Flame Bullet, however, compresses the fireball, increasing its temperature and penetrating power. The game description would then become compressing fire elements and throwing them at the enemy, dealing damage equal to 80% plus 2000 of the caster's magic attack power, with magic penetration increased by 20% compared to Fireball. It's like starting with a wooden axe to chop down trees, then becoming powerful and replacing it with a diamond axe. This axe not only looks cooler, but it's also more efficient at chopping wood, heavier, and has higher penetrating power. It can chop down trees and even people. A mage's cultivation of magic is precisely this process of refinement. In most cases, advanced mages can defeat lower-level mages by mastering more advanced magical techniques, and utilizing both numerical and mechanic-based superiority. However, there is one exception. That is when the opponent's stats completely overwhelm yours. The so-called mechanics become meaningless. For example, if someone's fireball deals 99,999% plus 999,999 damage, while a fire shield grants 99.999% immunity to damage and increased absolute invulnerability, and the caster's own magical attack power is so high it's practically overflowing, then even the most advanced mage is helpless in this situation. Eline had indeed spent less than a day learning human fire magic, and currently only possessed the fireball, fire shield, and fire wind spells she learned from Bilotes. However, with the explosive power boost from her strongest dragon race, even these two basic spells were sufficient to handle most situations in battle. At least, they were enough to deal with a human mage driven mad with anger. "Are you kidding me?" Sure enough, upon seeing Eline move the small table to the stage and sit down, Brand instantly exploded with rage. He pulled out a magic wand from behind his back, his face flushed. "Little sister, this is my final warning. If you're scared, just admit defeat. Flames don't have eyes, and I don't want to disfigure you later." "Oh dear." Knowing roughly what Eline's strength was like a troublemaker, Huge Yaw jumped off the stage, lit a firework with a bang, and deliberately announced loudly, "I declare. The tournament officially begins. The Osborne family's ace player, Brand Osborne, will face off against Piarista's little mascot, Eline Piarista." Seeing that Brand on the stage didn't react, Huge Yaw continued, "The match has already started, huh? Is young Master Brand hesitating? Is he scared? A 16-year-old A+ rank mage, actually scared by a sitting little sister? You're talking nonsense." Brand, who had just calmed down, instantly became enraged, pulled out his magic wand, and assumed an attack stance. "Looks like you have to pay the price tonight." Fireball. A scorching fireball rapidly condensed before Brand's magic wand, which the boy then hurled forward. Ugh. Facing the oncoming fireball, Eline merely yawned slightly, glanced at the chefs below who were placing plates of seafood soup onto the tables, and with a thought. Fire shield. Two rapidly spinning fire shields formed around Eline, beginning to rotate quickly. While taking a direct hit from a fireball of this level wouldn't do much damage, it was better to at least put up a fight. Boom! The fireball, launched from Brand's magic wand, rapidly approached and collided with the spinning fire shields. Buzz! The seemingly unbreakable fireball melted instantly upon contact with the fire shields, like a water-filled balloon hitting a boulder, splashing water everywhere. The flames emanating from the fireball dissipated in an arc, completely avoiding Eline's body, making a whoosh sound as they quickly vanished. What? This scene shocked the viewers watching the live stream, and the nobles below the arena. She withstood a fireball from a novice mage? What level is this girl? Even with fire shields providing high resistance to fire magic, most people would never choose to sit at a table and directly withstand a fire mage's fireball. Unless her own strength has reached at least the level of a grandmaster. A grandmaster around 12 years old? Everyone felt their minds go blank. On the arena, seeing his prized fireball easily blocked, Brand was also somewhat bewildered. Why? Oh dear, did our young master Brand deliberately hold back? Or is this all he's capable of? Seeing Brand standing there dumbfounded, Hugh picked up the microphone. Young Master Brand, why don't you just concede? I sense you haven't really made up your mind to win this match. Or perhaps you're not truly loyal to the Osborne family. Shut up. Despite not understanding why the host, who should have been on his side, was suddenly speaking like this, and looking at Eline, who was dozing off with her pillow in front of him, Brand was once again blinded by rage. He raised his magic wand high. Fireball! A huge, fiery red magic circle appeared behind Brand. The magic circle shone brightly, continuously generating one super fireball after another. Die! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless fireballs formed a hail of bullets, hurtling towards Eline. Bang bang bang. Whoosh. However, the fire shield surrounding the little girl was like an impenetrable wall, intercepting all the fireballs fired by Brand. The numerous super fireballs quickly dissipated, turning into billowing flames that rose into the sky. How is this possible? Seeing that Eline was still unharmed, Brand gritted his teeth and waved his magic staff once more. Flame storm. Whoosh. Terrifying fire elements gathered again. This time, the fire elements coalesced on Brand's magic staff into several enormous, constantly rotating fireballs, each over 10 meters in diameter. Ha! The fireball roared, hurtling towards Eline like a drawn blade. Boom! Go! Completely driven mad, Brand desperately channeled the fire element within his body, unleashing massive fireballs upon Eline's petite frame with reckless abandon. Boom 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 boom! The fireball slammed against the fire shield before Eline, like tofu thrown onto the deck of a battleship, failing to even ignite the small table below. Our young Master Brand seems really angry, but it's still no use. His magic is like setting off fireworks for everyone. Young Master Brand is still attacking. He's still attacking. Young Master Brand has dealt tons of damage. But all that damage has been absorbed. Brand's face is so red, does he not know how to control his temperature? Warning! Warning! Young Master Brand is about to explode with anger. Hudya, standing to the side, was still fanning the flames. Young Master Brand is such a weakling. Due to the rapid depletion of his magic power, the high temperature of the surrounding flames, and Hudya's provocation, Brand's face was now as red as a baboon whose banana had been stolen. His brain completely shut down. He couldn't understand why the little girl in front of him could so easily withstand his attacks, nor could he understand why this chipmunk was saying so many inexplicable things to him. Brand? Just then, Swain rushed in from outside with several subordinates. What are you doing? As he spoke, Swain also noticed Hugh on the stage. And you? Who are you? What are you doing here? Do you know what it means to oppose the Osborne family in the Lehman Empire? Oh dear, so you finally come? Seeing Swain appear, Hugh picked up the last few detonating crystals and nimbly jumped to the edge of the arena. Young Master Brand. Actually, what I said earlier was a lie. I planted a bomb in your house, and the Pope just detonated the last one. The big one, I still have the last 3 in my hand. Next, I hold your old father back. As she spoke, Hugh Jia leaned close to Brand's ear, took out a fox mask from her skirt pocket, and put it on. You only have 3 minutes. Every minute that passes, I detonate a bomb. If you haven't won this battle, or have been defeated after 3 minutes, the bombs buried under the Osborne family's tomb will. Boom! With that, Hugh Jia was engulfed in flames, leaping to the top of the goddess statue not far from the arena, her back to the waning moon. Well then, let the show begin. You old fogies of the Osborne family, come and get me. Chapter 57. Swain's appearance calmed Brand, who had been completely enraged, down a bit. Dressed in a formal suit, he waved away the flames in front of him, and looked at Eline on the table. The little dragon princess was still sitting elegantly on the small table in a duck-like posture, her hands clutching a black and white pillow, her face resting on it, her eyes slightly closed, her breathing even. She seemed to be asleep. Asleep? This discovery nearly caused Brand's brain to shut down again. He had just used fireballs and explosive fireballs, practically exhausting all the magic he had ever learned, yet she was not only unharmed, but she could even fall asleep amid such attacks? Just what level of power did this little girl possess? Brand felt his nearly depleted magical energy, feeling both frustrated and puzzled. Just now he was definitely hooked. As a prodigy of Manor Academy, young and arrogant, having experienced virtually no setbacks in his life, and further provoked by this beautiful young lady, Chipmunk, and with his opponent being a cute little girl, Brand, eager to prove himself, had almost completely lost his rationality. In actual combat, the most important thing for a mage isn't making their magic more flashy, but rather maximizing the output of their limited magical power. A fire mage's fireball spell, once mastered, allows for controlled size and power output. A mage of Brand's caliber can unleash several fireballs over 10 meters in diameter in one go to increase their accuracy, at the cost of exponentially increasing magical power consumption. Compared to ordinary fireballs, such an approach, aside from making one's magic look more dazzling and visually stunning, has little practical value in most situations. After all, the arena is only so big, and Eline remained seated the entire time. A 10-meter fireball and a 1-meter fireball are essentially the same. A truly intelligent mage will unleash the most lethal fireball at the most opportune moment, maximizing its damage as much as possible. Brand's indiscriminate bombardment style just now was either for the sake of the performance, or he was desperate and eager to show off in front of the women. Brand? What did she just say to you? How did she get into this state? In a daze, Swain arrived near the arena with a large group of people. He glanced at the chipmunk perched on the goddess statue's shoulder and frowned. Are you from Shadow's Soul? I never belonged to anyone. The chipmunk smiled slightly, extending a hand and conjuring a large red fireball at its fingertips with a whoosh. I'm wild, I have no home. You were the one who did what happened to Black outside, weren't you? Swain's eyes flashed with a chilling light. The woman in the red dress they're talking about, that must be you. Oh dear, those are terrifying eyes, like a venomous snake. The chipmunk, Hugh, wearing a fox mask, didn't answer directly but deliberately spoke in a fearful tone. Looks like your fangs are exactly like your mother's, you're scaring me. Sharp-tongued, you seem unaware of the consequences of angering the Osborne family. Swain waved to his subordinates, take her down. Yes, sir. Several subordinates simultaneously summoned fire wind using magic, leaping towards the girl atop the goddess statue. So many people are needed to deal with a mere woman like me? Chipmunk's hand holding the fireballs changed, and instantly several fireballs appeared in the air behind him. Buzz buzz buzz. The next second, a barrage of fireballs pounced on Swain's subordinates like hungry wolves. The instant the two collided, the fireballs triggered a violent explosion. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted with astonishing energy, and the exploding fireballs in the sky quickly suppressed Swain's subordinates. What? Feeling the terrifying pressure coming towards him, Swain exclaimed in surprise, You're a mage? To be able to suppress so many of his mage subordinates, the opponent's strength must be at least that of a novice mage. The woman before him, judging from her voice, was no more than 20 years old, yet she was already a magister? Just how terrifying was her talent? Swain thought to himself. He knew that Brand, who was rated a plus for fire elemental talent by Manor Academy, was only a junior mage at 16 years old. There was almost a 100% difference in strength between junior and intermediate magisters, and senior magisters had roughly twice the magical power and combat experience of intermediate magisters. As for magisters, who were above senior magisters, there was an insurmountable chasm between them. Crossing this chasm required several times the comprehension and effort of one's peers. Some mages were stuck at the senior mage level their entire lives, unable to advance to magister, simply because of insufficient comprehension and talent. The girl looked only 5 or 6 years older than Brand, yet their strength differed by a whole tier, demonstrating that this chipmunk's fire elemental talent far surpassed Brand's. My lord! At that moment, several people dressed in Osborne family uniforms rushed over in a panic. Lord Swain! Something terrible has happened. What's the panic? Swain turned around. Speak quickly. News just arrived, our family headquarters. In the southern territory of the Empire, the houses. They've been bombed. The Osborne family member speaking was breathless. It seems the demolition team used nearly 10 of the most powerful Buddha's Wrath Red Lotus's blasts. Our entire base is gone. Not a single house is intact. The brothers guarding the base. They're all dead? What did you say? Swain's body trembled with extreme rage. After a brief moment of panic, he slowly looked at the girl on the goddess statue's shoulder, his gaze falling on the 3 detonating crystals held in her slender hands. His pupils suddenly dilated. So it was you? This person cannot be allowed to live. Thinking this, Swain pulled a strange communication crystal from inside his robes and poured a large amount of magic into it. Breaking news, Lord Harvey. Swain's tone was extremely respectful as he spoke to the crystal. I need your help. Haha, even a small harvest festival banquet can cause trouble? A man's disdainful voice came from the crystal. All right, I'll be there in 5 minutes. Don't let anyone escape. Okay. Extinguishing the crystal, Swain raised his head again, his body bursting into flames, and leaped towards the goddess statue. Little one, a minute has passed, hasn't it? At the same time, Hujaw, who was atop the goddess statue, descended from his height, appearing beside Brand in a flash, and pressed the detonating crystal in his hand right before his eyes. Boom! What? Brand was instantly jolted. What do you mean? Because you failed to win this match within the allotted time, I detonated one of your family's houses. I already told you the rules. Hujaw laughed gleefully. He, you indirectly caused their deaths, Osborne family's most outstanding young master Brand. You, madman. Brand pointed his magic wand at Hujaw. What exactly do you want to do? My lord. Almost 5 seconds after Hugh pressed the detonator, the communication crystals of several of Swain's subordinates lit up. One subordinate, after hearing the report from his clansman on the other end of the crystal, panicked and said, the northern base. It's been bombed too. Didn't you just confidently say you were going to have a fair fight with that little cutie? To win back all the glory your family has lost? Looks like you're going to break your promise tonight? Hee. Hugh quickly channeled his fire magic, sending a fiery wind that propelled him to a nearby high wall. Actually, I always wanted to complain. A family that smuggled themselves in from another country, attempting to use despicable means to divide another's homeland, dares to talk about honor and dignity. Hugh, on the high wall, looked at Swain from afar. You agree, right? The head of the Osborne family? Attack! Swain could no longer control his emotions and lunged at Hudya. We absolutely can't let her get away today. 2 minutes have passed? Hudya, on the high wall, pressed the second detonation button. My lord. Something's happened at the family's western base too. Damn it, we shouldn't have cooperated with Shadow Soul before. They know too many of our secrets. Leaping high into the air, Swain's body transformed into flames, pouncing on Hudya like a hunting grizzly bear. Fire blast. Boom. A violent explosion, and flames ignited most of the night's sky in that instant. What happened? What happened? Why are the Osborne family and the host fighting? Should we try to break up the fight? Or inform His Holiness the Pope? The sudden battle left the nobles, who had already begun their meal, and the audience sitting in front of the projection crystal completely bewildered. They were still immersed in the tense atmosphere of the dueling arena, wondering why Eline could withstand the attack of a mage like Brand, when suddenly Swain, the head of the Osborne family, rushed out shouting and started fighting with the host. What kind of development is this? This should be a private matter within the Osborne family. Let's just watch the match. Speaking of which, Piarista's cute little sister really didn't move at all? What level is she at to withstand Brand's attack? Or is Brand acting? I think Brand doesn't seem to be acting. His face is all red. So, Piarista's little daughter can not only use wind and the legendary dark element, but also withstand a mage's attack for nearly 10 minutes, using only the most basic fire elemental shield. Is the world crazy, or am I crazy? A magical genius, the #1 dark elemental mage, a 3-elemental mage, with fire elemental strength at least at the mage level. My god, with a daughter like this, the Piarista family can practically roam the empire with impunity. In the chaotic world, Brand, who had been threatened twice by Hudya with detonating the family base, felt the pressure again. Although he didn't understand exactly what had happened, the thought that Chipmunk, that madman, had indeed planted a bomb in his family base, forced him to steel himself and reassuming a fighting stance against Eline. You all forced me to this. Brand's body erupted in flames. That was the active manifestation of the surrounding fire elements being stimulated before the use of the fire mage's exclusive skill, Long Lava. To force me to use this skill, regardless of the outcome, I concede victory in tonight's contest. A massive, dark red lava rapidly formed in front of Brand. Currently, with Brand's magical level, using the Long Lava skill was somewhat of a stretch. Especially when his magic power is almost depleted, the skill's power will be greatly reduced. But regardless, this is a skill exclusive to a mage, and in Brand's mind, it's his last trump card. O fire spirits roaming the night, he might call, gather your power here. As the magic incantation was chanted, the magma sphere before Brand grew larger and larger. I will bless you. I will pray for the world of fire. Soon, a gigantic magma sphere nearly 5 meters in diameter appeared on the arena. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The molten lava ball, scalding hot, emitted billowing smoke the moment it touched the stage floor, and a large amount of fire elemental energy rapidly converged upon it. Engulf my enemies in darkness, unleash the fury of heavenly fire. Long Lava. After a chant lasting more than 10 seconds, Brand waved his magic wand, pushing the scalding lava ball towards Eline's position. Ugh! At the same time, Eline, who was hugging a pillow on the table, seemed to have dozed off. Her slightly drooping head slowly lifted, emitting a soft, dreamlike murmur. She glanced at the terrifying lava ball rapidly approaching and yawned. Then, Eline raised her small hand and, with a gentle pat, easily swatted the enormous lava ball off the stage. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The lava ball rolled off the stage, then rolled forward for several dozen meters, before finally losing all its heat and coming to a stop, transforming into a blackish-red lava ball. What? Bran's eyes widened, bloodshot, as he saw his strongest attack neutralized by classical physics. How is this possible? Have you run out of magic? Yawning again, Eline on the table raised her delicate hand, previously hidden by her long-sleeved nightgown, and waved it towards the distant nobles seated behind her. Splash, splash. The clear, melodious sound of water splashing filled the air. A wave of azure light illuminated the night sky, and a vast expanse of water elemental energy, like a boundless ocean, poured down, quickly transforming into a pale blue protective film that shielded the nobles, the surrounding tables, and all the food within. Water magic? This sight made Bran instinctively take a step forward, saying, "Just how many elements do you know?" However, before he could finish speaking, Eline raised her small hand again. This time, a strange fireball with a white flame core condensed in that snow-white hand. The fireball seemed to have no temperature, and its diameter was less than 30 centimeters. Buzz? Under Bran's gaze, Eline casually waved her hand, throwing the miniature fireball towards him. Whoosh! Bran tried to dodge, but the fireball was even faster, hurtling past his ear at a speed too fast for the naked eye to perceive, like a soaring dragon. The space where the fireball passed even showed strange cracks. Ah! Feeling the scorching heat from the air beside his ear, Bran was dumbfounded. Missed? Or on purpose? Who? At the same time, Eline, who had just made a waving gesture, lazily moved her little hand again, making an upward lifting gesture. The fireball that had just brushed past Bran's ear, under the little girl's control, made a near 90-degree turn, quickly rising into the air and soaring straight into the sky. The next second, the fireball, high in the sky, began to tremble violently, and then, boom! The fireball, which was originally less than 30 centimeters long, suddenly exploded, bursting out with dazzling light. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A small sun, enough to illuminate the entire empire, appeared in the sky above the Lehman Empire. The light of the small sun was overwhelming, illuminating everything and rapidly dragging Bran's shadow on the stage forward. Soon, all shadows on the ground vanished, leaving only a blinding white light. Rumble. With a deafening roar, the dazzling miniature sun instantly tore through the darkness, obscuring the waning moon and robbing the light from the countless stars. A moment later, a terrifying shockwave accompanying the light reached the open plaza. Gale-force winds, roaring sounds, intense heat, flames. This scene, like something out of Genesis, was reflected in the eyes of almost every noble in the plaza. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The gale whipped up withered leaves from the nearby forest, swirling them high into the air. The roar shook dust from the stage, stirring up clouds of mortal dust. Scorching fire elemental energy transformed into specks of starlight, raining down upon the earth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the chaos, the terrifying shockwave relentlessly pounded against the water elemental protective barrier that Eline had created beforehand. Unable to penetrate the water film, the shockwave could only reverberate between the tables, pulling at the heat and visibly distorting the space itself. It was precisely because of this water shield that all the tables and food in the small square remained intact despite the impact. The small sun in the night sky illuminated the empire for nearly 3 minutes. At this moment, neither the nobles below the arena nor the spectators in front of the projection crystals could utter a word. Their brains were completely short-circuited, their thoughts rendered utterly inoperable by the small sun high in the sky. 3 minutes later, bathed in a beautiful rain of fire elemental starlight, Eline stood up from the small table and landed on the arena with a dragon dance-like gait. Hugging the black and white pillow in her arms, she took a few steps towards Bran, yawned again, and said in a lazy voice, "Want to continue?" Chapter 58. A shower of fire elemental starlight poured down from the sky. Feeling the overflowing fire element surrounding him after the miniature sun extinguished, Bran on the stage relaxed his wrist, and his magic wand clattered to the hard ground. Immediately afterward, he knelt down with a thud, his empty eyes staring blankly ahead, seemingly devoid of any desire for this world. The power of that fireball was clearly visible to the nobles, and most of the common people of the Lehman Empire present, including Bran. Because he was facing away from the fireball, and had almost no time to take any defensive measures, even though the fireball had risen high into the air, far from the ground, and its energy had greatly diminished. The temperature it brought down still instantly scorched Bran's hair and his exquisite tailcoat. Now, half of the boy's clothes were charred black, and the other half were yellowish-brown, his back covered with gruesome burn marks, the inside of the punctures filled with reddened skin. The light emitted by the fireball had even completely engulfed his shadow. How terrifyingly bright must it have been to achieve that effect? Most terrifyingly, that fireball was directly controlled by Eline. A controllable fireball is generally only achievable by mid-level archmages or higher. It's archmage, not just mage. At this level, she's practically 1 foot in the realm of God. And, most terrifyingly, the fireball's power and the terrifying energy within it, capable of instantly turning night into day, even a true archmage might not be able to conjure such a thing. In other words, this little girl named Eline is practically at the limit of a human mage. A fire god. She could easily kill anyone in this square. No, not just this square. If she hadn't chosen to send the fireball soaring into the sky, and instead detonated it in this small square, then most of the Lehman Empire's royal palace would have been destroyed. In that case, everyone, including the nearby Pope, would have died. This is no longer a problem for a mere mage like him. The outcome of the tournament is no longer important. Eline is essentially a walking, talking nuclear bomb, capable of easily destroying a city. Anyone who displeases this little princess can have the entire city wiped out. Under these circumstances, unless the Pope is a fool, he will rush over within 3 minutes to offer his utmost sincerity to Eline and Pista. Looks like you lost, young master. In a daze, Bran saw the chipmunk Hugh land in front of him, pull the last crystal from her skirt pocket, and press it down in front of everyone. Boom. Hee. Then my stage is over for tonight. Seeing that the corresponding fire element inside the crystal had been activated, Hugh placed the detonator in Bran's hand and leaped away. Goodbye, young Master Brand. And little sister Pista, nice to work with you. Hugh's voice faded into the distance as she transformed into a fiery butterfly, quickly disappearing into the distant grove. Watching the girl leave, Eline slightly lifted her head from the pillow, gazing towards the grove. Yes, I'm the chipmunk. Osborne is completely enraged. With the dragon's excellent hearing, Eline heard the girl's voice coming from that direction. Swain contacted someone named Harvey. Dad, could you help me find out who this Harvey is? What? Immediately after, a hoarse voice came. Harvey? That high-ranking lightning mage from Silas? A lightning mage? I didn't expect they had such a strong backup plan. But then again, the Osborne family has a nation behind them. Chipmunk, listen carefully. Harvey is a high-ranking lightning mage, 2 levels higher than you, and lightning is effective against fire. Don't fight him head-on. I know. I already left the venue. That lightning mage will probably be here in less than a minute. Wait. Oh my, who's this? How come there's such a cute little canary in the forest? Accompanied by a sarcastic voice, Eline felt strange arcs of electricity flickering in the air. Where is little canary planning to go? Want to come with uncle? How did you know my stage name is Canary? Huh? Why did you suddenly run away? Canaries are only good pets in cages. Chipmunk? Chipmunk. Can you hear me? Listen, Chipmunk. The opponent is a thunder mage. Thunder element mages have almost all of their powerful skills, with very large ranges. You need to run towards the city immediately. There are more people in the city, he won't dare to kill you. Dad, the enemy is an assassin sent by Silas. How could they not dare to kill civilians? If I run into the city, there will be rivers of blood. I'm already heading towards the palace. You hurry and head towards the city. It's all right, Dad. I can handle it alone. Don't underestimate a chipmunk's ability to escape. Hey! Hey! You! The arcs of electricity and sounds in the grove disappeared. After waiting for a few seconds, sensing that the chipmunk wasn't going to return, Eline hesitated for a moment, then turned to Bran ahead. If you don't have any other requests, I'm going down for dinner. When the chipmunk came to the Pista family before, it had agreed on tonight's plan with Eline and Bilotes. It was called a cooperative plan, but in reality, only the chipmunk's side was carrying it out. The chipmunk only had one request for Eline, that she win the tournament tonight in the most spectacular way possible. She would take care of the rest. The most shocking way Eline could think of was to sit motionless on the dueling platform, and let Bran unleash his full power until he despaired, then drop a small nuclear bomb into the air to intimidate him. In the few days since being adopted by the Pista family, our dragon princess has witnessed her family members being bullied almost daily. They're either directly mocking and taunting her in their territory, or provoking her in various situations. They're already so blatant on the surface. Who knows how many shady things those families have done to the Pista behind the scenes? Tonight's fireball was actually Eline's warning to these families. If they misbehave again, I could wipe out not only their families, but the entire Lehman Empire. Who exactly are you? Eline's adorable sleepy voice pulled Bran back to reality. Who are you? Eline, the youngest daughter of Pista, Eline. Eline simply replied calmly, then trotted back to her seat with a dragon-like gait. I'm going to eat. Meanwhile, at the Manor Academy Retirement Center. All the relevant materials are here. Just come over on the day of the Academy's admissions. I already spoken to the teachers. The desert dragon Aisha handed a large stack of parchment to the black-haired youth, sorting and organizing it. She hesitated for a moment, then asked, Lord Nasod? The black-haired youth casually replied while tidying up the documents, It's about your daughter. Didn't you and Mrs. Fafner investigate her background back then? Aisha lowered her voice. In the hundreds of millions of years of dragon history, there has never been a case of a dark dragon and a holy dragon having a child. I'm looking for a dragon. The old guys on the island discussed it, and considering our situation at the time, a relatively reliable explanation is. The black-haired youth shrugged and said, Fafner and I fought for tens of thousands of years, to be specific, 98,000 years. On the day the battle was at its most intense, we were both desperate, and used our strongest forbidden magic, accidentally breaking the dimensional barrier. In the impact that day, Fafner and I were both severely injured, even our souls were damaged. The soul energy that was shaken out of us was sucked into the dimensional rift that flashed by, converging together, and flowing into the dimensional torrent. The psychic entity formed from the fusion of my and Fafner's soul essence drifted in the dimensional torrent for thousands of years, until it happened to drift back and enter the dragon egg on the day Fafner attempted to lay her first egg. The black-haired youth gave a bitter laugh. I reckon we can only pull off this coincidence once in our lifetime. Other black dragons or holy dragons don't possess the destructive power of our forbidden spells. They can't break through the dimensional barrier. Aisha's eyes widened. Then your little daughter. Well, she must have seen something during her dimensional drift, perhaps going to another world, or perhaps developing a certain degree of self-awareness beforehand. Nasod, having carefully collected all the parchments, smiled. Regardless, at least in terms of soul and essence, I can confirm she's our daughter. Moreover, we who have already cultivated magic. If this old guy who's reached the top level wants to make further breakthroughs, he'd probably only be able to rely on our daughter then. She's the only one on record to have entered a dimensional rift and returned. Maybe the secrets about the world's truth are buried there. It's just a pity. We can't give Eline a brother or sister. Just having her was such a huge price for Fafner and me. Going through it again, let alone whether we could open the dimensional rift again, just maintaining the magic power of 2 super forbidden spells, like that day would be enough for us. Our soul power isn't as strong as it was then. No wonder you've been so strict with her these past 100 years. Aisha sighed. So that's why you decided to send her to Pista? Yes, at least that way her childhood can be relatively perfect. The black-haired youth slung his backpack over his shoulder and waved to Aisha. I'm leaving. I come back to catch up with you on the first day of school. Chapter 59. After the meteor-like fire elemental particles had mostly dissipated, the water elemental dragon magic that had enveloped the crowd and dining table exploded with a whoosh, dissipating into clear mist. This dragon magic was the first water magic Erin had learned from her mother. It could not only block most high-temperature flames, but also resist violent earthquakes and shockwaves. It could even protect a trembling chipmunk at the epicenter of an explosion. Originally, Erin only intended to provide simple protection for the food on the table, but the dining area was packed with people. Protecting the food separately would require painstakingly identifying the food area and the seating areas, which was too troublesome. So, she simply enveloped the food along with the surrounding nobles. Anyway, the extra magic consumed was no problem given the dragon's powerful magic regeneration. Mom, I'm back. Under the gaze of the nobles in the square, Erin, with her little steps, returned to Bilotes' side, clutching a large pillow. It wasn't until the dragon princess sat down beside her that Bilotes snapped out of her reverie. She then instinctively got up, filled a bowl with seafood soup, and handed it to her. The battle was fantastic. Mom is so proud of you. Eline's performance on the dueling platform had far exceeded Bilotes' expectations as a human. Not just Bilotes, but everyone in the Pista family, Connor, Linton, and Eline's older sisters, had truly felt the pressure of a god the moment the fireball ascended and transformed into a miniature sun. In this world, even the most exceptional mages need time to train and accumulate magical power. Genius mages like Brand are undoubtedly gifted, but they can't possibly start training the moment they're born and become a fire god in their teens, can they? In some human legends, it's true that many immortal beings can transform into human form. For example, it's rumored that the Manor Academy has many dragons, vampires, cat demons, and so on who have taken human form. But those are just legends. For thousands of years, no immortal being has ever come forward to officially acknowledge such a thing. Furthermore, the speed and scope of information dissemination within humans are extremely limited. For example, the Lehman Empire's communication crystals and projectors can only be used within the Empire's territory. Many rumors often take years, or even decades to spread throughout the world. Therefore, for most people, the older the mage, the higher their level, it's generally considered common knowledge. For a girl like Eline, who looks only 10 years old, to have reached the level of a mage is already an extremely high level of talent. Thank you. Sitting on a high chair where her little feet barely touched the ground, Eline accepted the seafood soup from Bilotes with both hands. Like a small animal, she nuzzled her mother's head. Did I scare everyone? The fireball that transformed into a miniature sun was impressive, but to Eline, it was just a basic spell she casually tossed out. She was more concerned about the stance of her family, such as Bilotes and Carrick. A little, Bilotes smiled slightly at the kitten-like little girl's honesty. But mommy is even happier for little Eline. If little heir were this strong, she wouldn't be bullied by those bad guys. This was Bilotes' honest opinion. As the former head of the most prosperous fire elemental household in Pista, Bilotes knew the saying the weak are preyed upon, and had experienced much of that. Life and death. She didn't want to experience that feeling again, watching her loved ones being killed one by one, while she could do nothing about it. Little Elle is amazing. Wendy, still a little lowly like Eline, didn't think too much about it. She grabbed a large shrimp from her bowl, peeled it deftly, and placed it in the small bowl in front of the dragon princess beside her. This. Dip it in that sauce over there, it's super delicious. Thank you. Eline picked up the white, tender shrimp with her fork, quickly observed the layout of the table, placed the shrimp meat in the dipping sauce nearby, cut it in half, and put the other half in Wendy's bowl. We each have half. The food and dining style at the banquet in this otherworldly palace had a fusion of East and West feel. There were baked goods, traditional stuffed buns and steamed buns, as well as Western-style roast meats and salads. The table had simmering soups, stir-fries, barbecues, fruit platters, steaks, and various sandwiches. Thinking about it, it's understandable. A region's dietary habits largely depend on the local people's religious culture and geographical environment. The Lehman Empire is a relatively coastal country, and its climate seems to allow almost anything to grow. Moreover, the flora and fauna of this other world are far richer than those on Earth. There are hundreds of species of plants like coriander, many of which are semi-elemental plants. It's like adding a DLC expansion to Earth's food scene dozens of times larger. I wouldn't be surprised if any kind of food appeared. However, if I had to say, it seems like barbecue is incredibly popular here. While sitting side by side with Wendy, munching on large shrimp, Erin curiously examined the various foods on the table. Grilled pork ribs, sliced meat, grilled squid, grilled quail. Is that quail? Whatever, it's a kind of bird. There were also grilled chicken wings, grilled sea fish, grilled monster meat. It seemed like these nobles' tables, aside from soup and a few salads, were filled with enormous barbecue platters. Even the campfire not far from the restaurant was surrounded by barbecue grills. Is this truly befitting a nation that worships heavenly fire? The chefs here must be incredibly skilled at grilling. As a dragon, besides dragon milk and various sweets, Erin's favorite food was meat. Where did you bring back such a magical little one? Seeing Eline in her pajamas at the dining table, her 0W0 baby dragon hat askew, happily munching on steak with a knife in her left hand and a fork in her right, Connor, who had finally recovered from his shock, chuckled and leaned close to Linton, saying she could practically declare herself the goddess of fire of the Lehman Empire now, and no one would object. What do you mean brought back? Linton, who had also just recovered, laughed heartily. Our little Eline just came home. You're so shameless. Connor joked. Little Eline's firepower is enough to take on the entire Lehman Empire by herself. Now it's little Eline taking care of Pista, not Pista taking care of her. They take care of each other. Bilotes also joked, in my eyes, little Eline will always be a child. Regardless, we're all going to be busy tonight. Connor gestured to the surrounding nobles. In these past few decades of our decline, Some people have certainly taken advantage of our misfortunes. I handle it, Linton said, standing up. I'm quite good at this kind of situation. Ahem, well. Before Linton could finish speaking, a representative from the family closest to Pirista's dining area cautiously approached. Brother Linton, remember that bar partnership we mentioned earlier? The family representative first glanced at Eline, who was having barbecue with Wendy Carrick and her sisters, then fixed his gaze on Linton. Well, I went back and discussed it with the heads of the family. How about this? We buy the land for the bar, we build the bar, we provide the staff, and Pirista can just register as a representative. We don't need the 30-70th split, we only want 10%, how about that? Only 10%? Don't you know any manners? How can you talk like that? At this moment, another family representative approached. Brother Linton, we don't want anything. You just register as a representative, don't go to their side. All the income from our new bar will go to Pirista. Well, even Schubert, who had met Eline once before, approached. The young man, looking trembling, spoke with utmost respect. I was too loud earlier, I'm truly sorry, Uncle Linton. Previously. Our Lawrence family has offended many, please forgive us. Regarding our family's wineries, do you gentlemen have any thoughts? Tonight, we immediately have the Flying Dragon Guild draw up a contract to directly gift them to the Pirista family, without taking a single penny. Mrs. Bilotes. Have you considered the cosmetic shop matter? Then, another female family representative walked over. If you don't like the new store, you can come and take a look at our family stores in the city center. You can be a store manager or something, and you can take as much of the revenue as you want. Money doesn't matter, the main thing is to make friends with everyone in the Pirista family. Oh! Fantastic. Even in our remote place, we can see the city's light. That fireball is like the goddess of fire reincarnated. At the same time, the people of the Lehman Empire, who were sitting in front of the projection crystal and witnessed the little sun rise into the sky, almost exclaimed in unison. Ha ha. Exciting. This amazing little sister is actually from the Pirista family. Osborne is in for a treat now. Good deeds are rewarded. The Pirista family has done so much for us common people for so many years. They are far superior to those nobles, who only care about money. I want to see how Osborne will get out of this. They have been oppressing the Pirista family for so many years. This time, they really bitten off more than they can chew. These people, more or less, had long harbored resentment towards the Osborne family. The Osborne family, whose origins are unknown, had only been in the Riemann Empire for a short time when they bribed various departments of the empire and infiltrated every aspect of the lives of ordinary people. For example, the original Geochon Street Market was managed by a few respected elders elected by the local community. People freely bought and sold goods there, chatting and boasting daily, creating a harmonious atmosphere. After the Osborne family arrived, they immediately dismissed the previous managers and parachuted in a new one. This new manager not only demanded monthly protection money, but also imposed various bizarre rules, such as merchants are not allowed to talk loudly, or they will be fined, and no garbage is allowed in the market's trash cans, or they will be fined, causing widespread resentment. The Osborne family's encroachment on the Riemann Empire didn't stop there. They were adept at using money to win people over, inflating prices, and then forcing members of the royal court to enact one outrageous regulation after another, exploiting the people. Under such circumstances, almost everyone in the Riemann Empire resented the Osborne family. But there was nothing they could do. The Osborne family was wealthy, and aside from verbal complaints, people could only endure it, and life had to go on. I heard the Osborne family was sent by another country to sabotage us. Is that true? Whether it's true or not, I just want that family to get out of Riemann as soon as possible, back to where they came from. Compared to Osborne, those shady businessmen like Lawrence seem quite respectable. Hopefully, after this tournament, the Pope will wake up and quickly purge all those parasites in the palace, thoroughly investigating the forces behind Osborne. In the chaos, Swain, near the stage, staggered to his feet. Having taken no precautions, like Brand, almost half of his clothes were burned, and his hair was a mess, making him look utterly disheveled. Why? He glanced instinctively at the night sky before turning to look at the nobles enjoying their dinner. Just who was this Eline? Tonight's events had completely spiraled out of Swain's control. If he could barely manage the discovery of dark elements, then the birth of a mage in Pirista with power approaching that of the god of fire was utterly beyond his grasp. Given Eline's outrageous behavior, even if the Pope created an extra princess position for her, and she were to sit in it, the Pope wouldn't dare utter a word of dissent. The Pope must be on his way here. With such a commotion, he absolutely couldn't be unaware. Thinking this, Swain's body trembled uncontrollably. Once the Popes will lean towards Pista, all our years of infiltration and espionage in Osborne will be in vain. In a daze, the image of a certain fire wolf flashed through Swain's mind. Vulcan, right, the flame wolf. If it's a flame wolf, even Vulcan probably couldn't do anything to it. That thing is essentially a half-fire elemental, possessing a natural high resistance to fire. A 5th-tier magical beast corresponds to a high-level human archmage, and also possesses a high level of fire immunity. Thinking of this, Swain couldn't help but chuckle. Not long ago, the 5th-tier magical beast, the Flame Wolf, was also bribed by Osborne. They originally planned to have the Flame Wolves attack villages surrounding the Lehman Empire, causing farmland and granaries to be destroyed and creating a food shortage, thereby driving up prices and profiting immensely. In this situation, Osborne's only chance of winning is to gamble everything, offer a large sum of money, enough to entice the monster, to send the Flame Wolves on a full-scale attack on the Lehman Empire, while he himself can then coordinate an attack from within and without to conquer the country. Even if he fails, Silas can easily find a pretext to join the war, and the Lehman Empire, already embroiled in a fierce battle, will certainly be unable to spare the energy to fight Silas. In any case, he can still take a large bite out of the Lehman Empire. He. Thinking of this, Swain laughed triumphantly. Ha 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 ha. You forced us to this, Pista. Under the cover of night, Swain didn't even acknowledge Bran's lifeless eyes on the stage, turning and walking into the darkness. I go back and order the Flame Wolves to launch a full-scale attack on Lehman. Blame it all. Blame your own blindness. Of all people to choose, you had to pick a fire elemental as an ally. Mom. At the noisy banquet, Eline, who had already eaten countless amounts of meat, yawned slightly. I want to sleep for a while. With that, the little dragon princess hugged her pillow and lay down on Bilotes' lap. If the chipmunk lady hasn't appeared by the time the banquet ends, please wake me up. Chapter 60. A forest in the northern suburbs of the Lehman Empire. A petite figure in bright red was speeding through the woods. Huff, huff. The girl seemed to have been running at this speed for a long time. Not only was the skin around her navel covered in sweat, but even her beautiful face behind the fox mask was drenched in sweat. Stop running. A little canary should stay in its cage, not fly around aimlessly outside. Accompanied by a sarcastic voice, the girl felt a distinct electrical fluctuation in the air above her head and instinctively rolled to the side. Boom! A bolt of lightning as thick as a bowl descended from the sky, mercilessly striking the open ground where the girl had just stood. The girl glanced at the crystal in her arms, which had lost its communication function due to the strong electric current, then transformed into several fire butterflies and disappeared from the spot. Oh! Little canary, are you trying to play hide-and-seek with me? A man dressed in strange black clothes and sporting a buzz cut emerged from the darkness not far away. This is troublesome. After all, playing hide-and-seek with little girls is my worst skill. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The man's words had barely faded when, accompanied by the flapping of fire butterflies' wings, countless fireballs, their backs to the moonlight, suddenly rained down from the sky. Boom boom boom. Trying to ambush us? Too bad. Nimbly dodging one fireball after another, the man looked into the depths of the forest. You must be one of Shadow Soul's chipmunks, right? I remember you cooperated with us quite a bit a few years ago. Why the sudden betrayal? Shadow Soul and Osborne are just partners. How can there be any betrayal? Several fire butterflies flew to a nearby branch, revealing Hugh's masked humanoid form. Besides, the Harvest Festival banquet just now was merely an impromptu performance by me as a chipmunk. It had nothing to do with Shadow Soul. Including blowing up so many bases in Osborne and killing so many of our brothers? The man slowly stepped forward. That was also your impromptu idea? Oh dear. Hugh's small face beneath the fox mask smiled slightly. What are you talking about? I don't know anything about bases or villas. As for your brothers, are they really dead? Deliberately reaching out and pulling the mask open slightly, Hugh on the tree stole a glance at the man below. So many mages, all dead? Really? All lifeless? Burned to death or blown up? Did you take pictures of them before they died? Send me a copy? Alright. The man laughed angrily. Looks like I won't be leaving you a whole corpse today. Then let's see if you can handle it. Hugh leaped down from the treetop. Come and catch me. Just as the girl landed, a barrage of fireballs roared towards the man's direction. What a boring trick. The man, having single-handedly erected a lightning shield to block the fireballs, charged towards the girl, a mere novice mage, and a fire attribute one at that. Do you think you can escape? How will you know if you don't try? The girl's mocking voice came from ahead. Even a chipmunk cries out when it's in danger. Heh, then go ahead and run. Let's see where you can run to. The man sneered as he chased after him. Your communication crystal should have malfunctioned due to the strong current, right? You're practically completely isolated now. Your companion was right. You shouldn't have run into this deserted area. You should have run straight to the city, where there are lots of people. Even if your companion couldn't get there in time, at least when I attacked you, the city folks would have screamed a few times for fun, haha. Maybe I slip up, miss a certain little canary, and then killing a few civilians would be a good thing. If you had run towards the city, you might have already taken several people with you, or why don't you try seeking help from that amazing little friend? Speaking of which, that fireball was really scary. It was at least at the level of a Grand Magister's full-force attack. Luckily, she and I aren't enemies. But someone like you Shadow Souls, living in the sewers, probably wouldn't be able to curry favor with that type of friend. As he spoke, the man closed the distance between himself and Hugh, the arcs of electricity in the air growing stronger. How pathetic. Shadow Soul's once-in-a-century genius fire mage has fallen to such a state while protecting the people of this country. A Shadow Soul lackey actually cares about the country? He can't even bear to run towards the city? When he was less than 10 meters away from Hugh, the man raised his right hand, and a spear crackling with intense electric arcs materialized in his palm. Thunder Spear. Once the spear was formed, the man hurled it at the girl in front of him. Die! Buzz! The spear, crackling with eerie arcs of electricity, drew a dazzling straight line in midair, hurtling toward Xiaojia. Boom! Despite her attempt to dodge, the lightning spear still grazed Xiaojia's face from behind, shattering part of her fox mask. Boundary lightning spear! Seeing the attack hit its mark, the man conjured another lightning spear in his hand. This spear was imbued with even more concentrated lightning element than the previous one, its tip even sharper. Break! The lightning spear in the man's hand ripped through the sky, hurtling towards the girl like a piercing sword. With a thud, the second lightning spear struck the girl's abdomen, piercing through her slender, firm waist. The immense impact caused her to lose her balance and fall to the ground, her petite body tumbling several meters away. Drip, drip. A large amount of blood gushed from the girl's pierced abdomen. Not running anymore? At the same time, the man stood before the girl, looking down at her and saying, "Let me see what your face really looks like." Heh. Beneath the tattered mask, Hugh pressed the detonator crystal in his hand. Beep. What? Sensing the increasingly dense fire element around him, the man exclaimed in shock, "When did you plant so many bombs here?" Sorry, I don't have a concept of home, so I don't know what country you were talking about. Under the moonlight, the girl's figure transformed into a fiery butterfly and flew forward again. For a chipmunk, everywhere is home, don't you know? Boom! Almost the instant the girl left, the Buddha's wrathful crimson lotus surrounding the man detonated simultaneously. Ugh! Even though she had run out of the blast radius beforehand, the terrifying shockwave sweeping from behind still blasted Xiaojia's slender body away, crashing into an abandoned wooden hut with a thud. The girl, spitting out a mouthful of blood, slowly knelt down in the corner of the hut. Drip, drip. The huge wound in the girl's abdomen continued to bleed. The waning moon overhead cast its silvery white light upon her, and also onto the bloodstains dripping before her. The shallow pool of blood, in turn, stained the moon crimson. The girl's body temperature was rapidly dropping. At that moment, the girl's mind seemed to replay that sweltering summer. Xiaojia, remember, no matter what happens in the future, hold on to your kindness. This mask? Your grandmother brought it back from the city. It's said to be a token of the Fox Spirit clan. If you like it, you can keep it from today onwards. Xiaojia, you can use fire magic. My goodness! Has our family finally produced a magician? In a daze, the beautiful memories before the girl's eyes began to be replaced little by the flickering firelight and smoke. Daddy, Mommy! The little girl's cries swayed like withered flowers in the firelight. Where are you? No, don't leave, Xiaojia. Dad! Mommy! Xiaojia won't be naughty anymore. Please come out. What? The firelight, illuminated by the moonlight, vanished as fragments of light. Feeling her heartbeat growing weaker, the girl removed the shattered fox mask from her face, glanced at the moonlight above, and held the mask high above her head. The moonlight shone through the mask's eyes, illuminating the girl's fair face. The next second, the girl's hand fell limply to her side, her small body leaning against the stairs of the cabin doorway, as if resigned to her fate. I didn't expect you, cough cough cough, to have this trick up your sleeve. A few seconds later, In the girl's blurry vision, as the smoke and dust from the explosion in the distant forest slowly dissipated, the man from before limped out from the center of the fire. Too bad, just a little short. If it weren't for my specialty, lightning shield, I probably would have been killed by you just now. As he spoke, the man once again conjured a lightning spear in his hand, raising it high. But judging from your appearance, you probably don't have any more tricks up your sleeve, right? The girl didn't speak, but slowly raised her bloodied hand, making a fire gesture towards the man. Well then, farewell, Miss Chipmunk. The man aimed the lightning spear at the girl. Whoosh. However, before he could even throw the lightning spear, a petite body shot towards him like lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages. Lightning shield. Sensing the danger, the man immediately summoned his signature skill, lightning shield. However, it was useless. A petite figure rushed towards him at near light speed, her hands raised high a small, glowing red pillow. Boom! Clang! The seemingly soft pillow unleashed an impact comparable to a heavy hammer, instantly shattering the man's prized lightning shield into dust, and then slamming into his chest with undiminished force. Crack! Every bone in the man's chest shattered into pieces in that instant. The terrifying impact caused a large cave-in in his chest, and then with a whoosh, he was sent flying backward, his body bursting into flames, crashing through several trees with a series of bangs, before finally landing with a plop in a lake in the small forest. Roar! Several crocodiles lurking in the lake were startled by the huge commotion, then cautiously surfaced and swam towards the half-dead man in the center of the lake. Back at the cabin, Eline, clutching the large pillow, walked with a dragon dance-like gait to Hugh, her back to the crescent moon. The bright moonlight gently bathed the little girl. The moonlight obscured the bloodstains on the ground. After a brief silence, Eline picked up the tattered fox mask from the ground and reached out her small hand to the weak girl. Would you like to come home with me? Chapter 61. What makes the passage of time appear before our eyes, and cause tears to freeze? What makes vicissitudes seep into our hearts, and allow travelers to rest? Eline felt as if she had a very, very long dream. Like the dream she often had while living in the Crystal Palace, in her dream, Eline felt as if she had fallen from the mountains into the deep sea, and then drifted from the ocean to the stars. She was like a lost child, sitting in a small boat woven from stars, letting the turbulent currents of the Milky Way carry the boat far away. Eline saw many eras of the past. Earth's wars, children from another world, fighting dragons, and sleeping angels. Brother Linton, please give me a chance. If you don't accept this gift today, I really can't go back to my family to explain. It's not a matter of giving a chance or not. No one in our family currently needs such a high-level treasure. Let's take this tier 5 fire crystal back. Then the banquet tonight. I try to make time to go, okay? Ahem, then. Then isn't your little daughter, little sister Eline, home? Yes, she's taking a nap. Please keep your voices down. Okay. Opening her eyes, the first thing she saw was the curtain slightly parted by the warm spring breeze. The afternoon sunlight slanted in from outside, falling on the small pillow at the foot of the bed. She had that dream again. Eline, with a sleepy face on the small bed, thought helplessly. She often had similar dreams when she was in the palace. The plots of those dreams all seemed pretty much the same. Without a body, only a spirit, I drifted aimlessly in an unknown alternate dimension. That space seemed all-encompassing. A cyberpunk Earth city, a frozen throne covered in ice and snow, a galaxy filled with stars. The dream had a stream of consciousness quality, like the kaleidoscope she played with in the orphanage as a child. Eline never knew what her next stop, what the next scene would be. However, at least in terms of the dream experience itself, it didn't fall into the category of a nightmare, and most of the scenes from the dream were forgotten after waking up. Therefore, Eline never took it to heart. Propelling herself up, Eline yawned slightly on her small bed, her gaze falling on the cuckoo clock above her desk. 2:50 p.m. She woke up 20 minutes earlier than usual today. The chirping of birds and other small animals drifted in from outside the window. Through the heavy door to her second-floor room, she could vaguely hear Linton chatting with some strangers in the garden below. Your Holiness, why don't you go back first, and we send someone to inform you when little Eir wakes up? It's all right. I just sit here for a while. It feels like it's been ages since I've been here. Your Holiness, your way of speaking makes us all a little uncomfortable. What's uncomfortable about it? Might makes right. Right now you, Pista, are the strongest in the Lehman Empire, so of course I must give you the utmost respect. Outside, there are many people. The Pope's aura, the aura of the nobles, and it seems there are also quite a few ordinary people among them. Erin thought to herself quietly. This felt like the first time the villa had been so lively since she was adopted by Pista. Activating her dragon dance, Erin leaped from her crib to the floor. As usual, she opened a drawer and took out a steaming breakfast. A cup of camel milk, a perfectly grilled steak, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and a small ice cream cake. Belodis seemed to have figured out the dragon princess's dietary preferences. This breakfast not only included milk and meat but also delicious desserts, and the portions were quite generous. Erin picked up the cup of camel milk and drank it all in one gulp, facing the sunlight outside. Then, she picked up the plate with the steak and cake and walked to the window. The next second, the dragon princess jumped onto the windowsill, poked her head out the window, glanced at the morning glory like vines climbing all over the villa's walls below, and raised her little hand. A beam of emerald green magic, accompanied by a vast life force, surged from the delicate white hand and flowed into a pale yellow flower below the window. Instantly, the flower began to grow wildly, quickly reaching the size of a small bed. Eline, clutching her breakfast, jumped into the flower's center. Then, as if on command, the vines beneath the petals rapidly lifted the flower, along with the little girl inside, upwards. In no time, Eline was atop the villa. On the rooftop, Chipmunk Hugh, who had witnessed the entire event, stared wide-eyed. Why you? How did you know I was here? I could sense your presence. Jumping down from the petals, Eline gave half of the small cake to the girl sitting on the edge of the rooftop. Is your wound feeling better? Last night, after the chipmunk hadn't returned, Belodis woke Eline, who was in her arms, as promised. Then the little girl whooshed away from the palace with lightning speed and found the dying girl, Hugh, on the outskirts of the Lehman Empire. After giving Hugh a petal of a calming flower, Eline brought the girl back. As for what happened after that, Eline didn't quite remember. She only remembered handing the injured Hugh over to the Pista family, and then falling asleep again in Belodis' arms. What kind of flower did you give me to eat? On the sun-drenched rooftop, Xiaojia instinctively turned her head away, worried she might lose control, and pulled the incredibly cute little girl into her arms. After eating it and sleeping, all your injuries will be healed. Even the Empire's best healing medicine, and even a Tier 5 noble phantasm, doesn't have such a miraculous effect. Damn it, does this little one really have bewitching powers? Xiaojia thought to herself, almost unconsciously. Why do I always lose my composure when I see her? We call it the heart-cleansing flower where I'm from. Seeing Xiaojia's hesitant expression, Erin yawned slightly, and sat down on the small wooden chair next to the girl. It feels like such a waste to give me this. Xiaojia examined the enormous petal that had lifted Erin up. You know grass elemental magic? The little girl beside her tilted her head. Isn't it wood magic or nature magic? It's all the same. I personally prefer to call it the grass element. Hugh lifted her skirt, showing off her flawless, firm belly. I'm starting to regret it. If I had kept that petal, I might have been able to sell it for a good price. I can just bear with it. A few days of rest will be fine. But that will leave a scar. Eline rummaged in the pocket inside her nightgown, pulling out 2 heart-cleansing flowers and handing them to Hugh. Here, if you want more, there are plenty more. No, 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 no. The girl recoiled, taking several steps back in shock. Her eyes were fixed on the heart-cleansing flowers in Eline's hand. After confirming that they indeed radiated a vast, ocean-like life force, she exclaimed incredulously, My God, little one, where did you find these? Actually, Hugh had lied earlier. After being beaten so badly by that lightning elemental mage last night, she wasn't sure if she could really survive. The only thing the girl was certain of was that this so-called heart-cleansing flower only needed a single petal to completely revive someone whose abdomen had been pierced, who was bleeding profusely, and whose internal organs were severely damaged, simply by sleeping. Even the most powerful grass elemental mage in the Lehman Empire couldn't do such a thing, yet this petal could. Note that it was a single petal, not the entire flower. This flower called heart cleansing has at least 5 petals, and a single stem has at least 3 buds. And the little girl beside her casually reached into her clothes, and there was a whole bunch of heart cleansing flowers. If these were sold to powerful families based on their ability to revive the dying, the money from so many flowers could probably buy the entire Lehman Empire, right? If you're dealing with explosions frequently, you can keep some as spares, sister. Seeing that Hugh didn't intend to take the petals, Erin turned to the side, reached out, and placed one of the flowers into the back pocket of Hugh's skirt. Perhaps because her arms were a little short, Erin's action of putting the petals into the girl's skirt pocket brought her almost her entire body close to Hugh's face. Instantly, the faint scent of milk emanating from Erin, and the unique fragrance of the refreshing flower filled the air. Even the girl, who had always been carefree and easygoing, experienced a racing heart and a sense of confusion at this moment. This taste. Why do I feel like she's the most delicious little cake? What's wrong? After putting the flower into the girl's skirt pocket, Erin looked up, puzzled. Do fire mages blush? Well, that. Hugh snapped out of her daze, and quickly changed the subject. Little sister, you're not human, are you? No. Erin returned to her seat, forking a piece of cake. Isn't my older sister the same? Me? Hugh was taken aback. What do you mean? I'm not human either. Yes. Erin gestured to the fox mask beside the girl, slightly damaged from last night's events. My older sister has a very thin nine-tailed fox bloodline. Chapter 62. Although Erin had barely traveled far during her 100 years living in the Crystal Palace deep in the Dragon Forest, she was still somewhat familiar with some of the more well-known races of this world. How could she not be? Her father, NSD, had practically offended a whole host of immortal beings for the sake of this little princess. For example, the pillow Erin hugged every day was filled with the fur and feathers of the winged people, and some ancient mythical beasts. And the plush material used in the little one's nightgown came partly from the tail fur of the nine-tailed white fox. Erin would always remember that afternoon. When Father Nasod arrived at the frozen palace with several nine-tailed white foxes, the conversation went like this. I'm warning you. Even if you were the infamous Black Dragon King, or even the true creator god, I wouldn't submit. Using tail fur for clothes is going too far. Exactly. If you can't give us a convincing reason today, we sisters aren't going to back down. Tell us your reason. Why should we help you? Then, Nasod told the nine-tailed foxes, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, his reason, because little Elle is cute. Then, there was a long silence. Where is this little Elle you're talking about? Then, Eline, who had just woken up, saw her father Nasod enter the palace with several nine-tailed white foxes. The nine-tailed foxes saw the drowsy Eline on the small bed, and fell silent for several seconds. All right, Mr. Nasod, I admit you're right. And so, Nasod successfully collected a large amount of nine-tailed fox tails and belly fur. This was also the ill-fated connection with the fox clan that Erin had been forced upon her by her unscrupulous parents. Actually, back when Hugh first came to the Pista family, Erin had sensed the faint nine-tailed fox bloodline in this young lady. Her grandparents, going back 2 generations, should have been the legendary half-foxes. Nine-tailed foxes are long-lived. Even half-foxes can live for thousands of years. If nothing unexpected happens, Hugh's great-grandfather or great-grandmother, that half-fox, should still be alive. Of course, Hugh's fox bloodline, and the nine-tailed white foxes Erin knew as a child are not strictly from the same clan. Nine-tailed white foxes are also called nine-tailed snow foxes, primarily possessing ice and light attributes, while Hugh's fox bloodline is fire attribute. It was that classic red and orange fox coat color. This also explains why Hugh's fire elemental talent is so high. I have the bloodline of a nine-tailed fox? Under the warm sunlight, hearing Erin casually deliver what was undoubtedly a bombshell to her, Hugh felt a momentary shock. Is it true? Several days ago, the chipmunk Hugh had already learned from her unscrupulous father that Pista's little princess was not an ordinary human. As for Erin's race and strength, she didn't inquire further. However, after experiencing the little son and the one-hit kill of a high-level mage last night, Xiaojia was certain that her father's judgment was absolutely correct. This little princess was indeed not someone to be trifled with. Not only did she possess the academic knowledge that professors and scholars in the Lehman Empire's Mage Association coveted their entire lives, but her strength was also excessively powerful. Annihilating a city would probably be just a thought for her. Therefore, Xiaojia didn't doubt what Eline had just said. But this was clearly not right. In Xiaojia's memory, neither her parents nor her grandparents had any connection to the so-called nine-tailed fox. If she had to name one, she only remembered that her grandmother had brought back a fox mask from the city when she was little, which her grandfather said was a token of the Fox Demon clan. Wait, the Fox Demon clan? Xiaojia's gaze turned to the fox mask beside her, whose corner had been damaged by the lightning spear last night. This should also be something from the nine-tailed fox's side. Erin, who had just finished her steak, gestured to the fox mask in Hugh's hand. But I don't know its specific use, or maybe it's just a token. I always thought I was just an ordinary person like most people. Hugh held the tattered fox mask up to her eyes, examining the patterns on it. After a moment, the fiery red-haired girl's face regained its usual playfulness and confidence. Thank you for telling me all this, and Thank you for saving my life last night, and the little cake. Hugh ate half a small cake in front of Erin, then stood up. Last night, Mrs. Bilotes arranged a room for me, and I rested for the night. I'm fine now, sir. You don't need to worry about me. You lost a lot of blood. The heart-cleansing flower only accelerates wound healing and organ regeneration. It can't restore your energy in such a short time. Therefore, you likely be very weak for the next few days, and I don't recommend going out to play again. After finishing her breakfast, Erin returned to the large flower at the edge of the rooftop, glanced down, and raised her small hand to cast grass element magic again. Instantly, large wildflowers bloomed rapidly on the walls of the small villa, forming a colorful flower staircase. Her delicate white feet, encased in soft silk stockings, arched slightly, as if testing the water temperature, stepping onto the center of one of the flowers. Her beautifully curved, slender feet were enveloped by the soft, pollen-laden stamens at the center of the flower, sinking slightly in. After confirming the flowers could support their weight, Erin placed her other foot on the roof, stretched a bit, and said to the chipmunk, "Also, if you're recovering from an illness, don't come up to such a high place. Go back to your room and rest." "Oh dear." Hearing this, the chipmunk covered its mouth with its right hand, revealing its signature cheerful smile. Is the little sister concerned about her older sister? Erin thought for a moment. Yes. She actually admitted it right away. Hugh was stunned. Originally, she thought that someone as aloof and mysterious as Erin, even if she truly cared about someone, would say something like, "Don't even think about it. How could I possibly care about you?" Or a mere ordinary person isn't worth my attention, to emphasize her own extraordinary status. But now, she seemed to have none of the airs of an adult, sitting side by side with her to eat, sharing her small cakes, giving her so many priceless flower petals, and even going so far as to humble herself and urge her to go back to bed. Am I also someone who can be watched over by the gods? Looking at the elfin-like beautiful girl on the petal, Hugh felt both enchanted and strangely warmed by the feeling of being cared for by someone she liked. In her memory, she had only experienced this feeling of being cared for when she was very young, in her parents' arms. If there's nothing else, I go see what those people at the manor gate are doing. Seeing that Hugh didn't speak, Eline on the petal turned to land back in the room she had just been in. However, whether it was because she hadn't noticed the structure of the petals beneath her feet, or because she was still groggy from just waking up, Eline lost her footing before she could finish speaking, her small body tilting and falling towards another flower below. With a soft plop and a shower of pollen, the dragon princess tumbled into the heart of a pink flower below, like a newly weaned kitten. Eh? Hugh quickly rushed forward, bending down. Are you all right? Erin sat up from the soft flower, shaking the pollen off her head. I'm fine. Your Holiness. Your Holiness. Something terrible has happened. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance of the villa estate. A panicked voice followed. Just last night, in the early hours. News from the front lines. The Flame Wolf. The voice was so loud that even Hugh on the rooftop could hear it clearly. The Flame Wolf broke through our magical barrier and officially entered the borders of Monde. Thousands of Lehman warriors have already been killed. Even King Cassius has disappeared. Chapter 63. That afternoon, the scene at the Pista firehouse suburban villa could only be described as bustling with activity. At least in Eline's memory, the manor courtyard outside the villa had been practically deserted just 2 days prior. Even when there were people, it was only a few attendants or butlers trimming the bushes near the gate with large shears. But now, the open space near the manor's small fountain was so crowded that it was almost impossible to find a place to stand. Many of these people were nobles, who had attended the Harvest Festival banquet the previous night, along with a large number of Cult of Heavenly Fire members mentioned by Bilotes at the banquet, and a few ordinary citizens from the Lehman Empire. Eline also saw the uncle who sold heavy-duty ducks a few days ago. This uncle had brought his wife and daughter, all three dressed in very simple everyday clothes, appearing quite inconspicuous among the glamorous nobles around them. However, despite their ordinary clothes, the uncle and his daughter were very clean, clearly having dressed up carefully beforehand. Perhaps aware of the vast difference in status between himself and the surrounding nobles, the uncle sat on a rock near the manor gate, holding his obedient daughter, gesturing to the small villa in the center of the manor and the surrounding flowers and trees, seemingly talking about something. Why don't you come inside? Amidst the noisy crowd, Bilotes, who had just found some free time, approached the uncle and his wife. I'm so sorry, the family has been incredibly busy today, and the fighting in the Monde forest is intense. It's all right, ma'am. The uncle seemed somewhat flattered. We heard today is Piarista's Labor Day, and we can come in without permission. Our daughter has never seen what a noble's house looks like, and today happens to be her birthday, so we brought her here to see it." As he spoke, the uncle pointed to the mountain of gifts piled up in the distance, gesturing to a few heavy ducks in the corner. "I didn't know what to give, just some of our own ducks. I hope you won't mind." Pista Labor Day is a monthly holiday for the Pista family. On this day, entry into the Pista family territory requires no permission, and the people of Pista will warmly welcome every guest. "I see." After hearing the uncle's words, Bilotes nodded. "I'm really sorry, because of yesterday's events, you see, there are just too many people here, and we can't handle them all. It's really alright, rather, we're the ones who have bothered you." The uncle shook his head repeatedly. "I know about the flame wolves last night. To fight the wolf pack, almost all of Pista's ice elemental mages went to the front lines. Now, in my heart, you are a hero of the Lehman Empire." Eline, who had just come out of the small room on the second floor, looked at the dense crowd at the door and subconsciously sighed inwardly, a somewhat helpless expression on her face. The after-effects of showing off last night were kicking in. So many nobles, papal officials, and ordinary people who had come to watch the spectacle. She wondered if Linton and his group could handle it all. Actually, Eline didn't need to guess to know why these people were here. The nobles simply hoped to curry favor with the Pista family, or to meet her, the god of fire, to see if they could get any benefits. The Pope and the papacy's objectives were simpler. They had to appease the Pista family as much as possible, and, under no circumstances, let this family, which had the power to destroy a nation, leave the empire. As for the common people, Eline felt most were just there to watch the spectacle. After all, last night's scene was truly shocking. Even without the chipmunk broadcasting it live, the moment the fireball exploded illuminated most of the Lehman Empire's main city. Word spread quickly, and almost everyone knew about Pista's situation. However, since so many people were here today, taking advantage of the fact that the crowd outside wasn't paying attention to her, Eline went to a small room on the second floor facing the manor entrance, walked onto the balcony, and activated her true eye on the crowd. With the help of the true eye, the situation of the crowd below was instantly transformed into a vast amount of data, and gathered in Eline's brain. This person's height, weight, bone age, illness, which elemental aura was strongest, whether they were a mage or a fighter, their combat experience, what special treasures or items they carried, whether they were cursed or blessed, all the data was crystal clear. After watching from the balcony for a few seconds, Eline closed her eye of truth, and her originally blood-red eyes instantly returned to a beautiful gold. Most people outside seemed fine, but there was one exception. That was the daughter of the man selling heavy-duty ducks. Her body was also affected by the same curse as Bilotes and the other Pistas. The little girl didn't possess any obvious elemental aura. In other words, she wasn't a mage, nor had she formerly practiced magic. And on the little girl's parents, Eline saw no trace of the curse. What does this mean? It means the little girl's curse wasn't passed down from her parents. She was the first person cursed. No one would be so idle as to curse a little girl from an ordinary family with little magical talent, with a curse that reduces the magical talent of her descendants. Clearly, when the Pista family was cursed, this little girl happened to be nearby, and she was affected. The person or group who cast the curse might have cast it all at once during a Pista family gathering, or they might have cast it in stages at different times and places. And then, this little girl happened to be present during one of the curse-casting rituals. Thinking this, Eline went downstairs from the second floor. Little Elle. Just then, Bilotes returned from outside the manor. Seeing the sleepy-eyed little girl come downstairs, she quickly grabbed a handkerchief from a small table and wiped her hands clean. "Sorry, Mommy was busy and forgot. What would you like to eat? Mommy will make it for you." "I already eaten." The steak was delicious. Eline smiled broadly, her little tiger teeth peeking out. Then, she pointed outside. "Why are there so many people?" "It's because of that noise last night, plus today happens to be Pista's Labor Day." Bilotes was a little embarrassed. "Did I disturb you?" "No." Eline shook her head. "Can I go out and see?" "You can, but many of those people are hoping to meet you." Bilotes was a little worried. "Are you really okay?" "It's okay. I want to talk to that heavyweight duck uncle from before." Eline winked playfully, gesturing to the old man sitting on a large rock in the corner of the manor. "Eh? The heavyweight duck uncle?" It took Bilotes a moment to understand who Eline was referring to. Her first thought was, does this child want lemon duck again? Shall we go to Aunt Connor's for dinner again tonight? Yes, yes. Eline nodded. Mommy can arrange it. With that, She hugged her black and white pillow tightly, her tiny white feet shimmering as she stepped out of the villa. Outside, the sunlight lazily fell on the manor's lush green lawn and flower beds, bathing everything in a warm glow. Whether it was because Eline was so small, or because most of the manor's attention was focused on the Pope, the little dragon princess emerging from the villa didn't attract anyone's attention. Your Holiness, the situation in the Empire is extremely dire. That flame wolf is clearly guided by a powerful figure, who knows the weakest point in the Mon border barrier. In the open space of the manor, several papal officials, surrounded by nobles, stood with worried expressions, handing several scrolls of parchment to the Pope, who wore a black and gold robe of the Heavenly Fire cult. Moreover, judging from the battle reports from the front lines, the flame wolf seems to genuinely intend to attack the Empire. Once it enters Monde and the pack seizes control of the upper reaches of the Mystic River, it will be a devastating blow to our northern defenses. Make way! Make way! Amid the chaos, accompanied by the dull thud of hooves, several people on horseback, dressed in out-of-season winter robes, stopped outside the manor gate. What's wrong with your country? At such a critical moment, the Pope is holding a party in such a remote place. The man who spoke had a strange accent, seemingly not a local. The commotion caused the papacy officials, including the Pope, and the Riemann nobles to turn around almost simultaneously to look at the newcomers. Eline also peeked out from the crowd, observing the guests outside. Who is the Pope here? Under everyone's gaze, several men escorted a white-haired girl into the manor. I am. The Pope stepped forward. Who are you? Envoys from the Arcana Empire. The man who spoke took out a red document from his robes. Due to the urgency of the situation, we came directly without informing your envoy of our itinerary. Please forgive us. It's all right. The Pope frowned. What has moved your envoys so much? We have now obtained intelligence on the Silas Empire. The man held up the red document. The Silas Empire is preparing to launch a blitzkrieg against you within the next 2 days. We recommend that your country immediately enter a state of war. If necessary, Arcana will provide your country with some assistance. Chapter 64. Silas is going to launch a surprise attack on the Lehman Empire? Upon hearing this news, the nobles on the lawn outside the villa were all stunned. What right does Silas have to wage war against Lehman? After a brief moment of stunned silence, the Pope, who was sitting in the manor, jumped to his feet, saying incredulously, Silas is going to start a war? Are you serious? On the continent of Eve, the most powerful empires in recent decades have been Aspera, Arcana, Silas, and Lehman. Aspera, located on the westernmost edge of the continent, possesses the most fertile land and resources, nurturing generations of exceptionally talented mages and warriors, and its national strength is naturally the strongest. Arcana, located on the northernmost edge of the continent, is sparsely populated and known as the Land of Winter. As for the Lehman Empire and the Silas Empire, both are located east of Aspera and south of Arcana, with roughly the same land area. The Lehman Empire, situated by the sea and adhering to the cult of Heavenly Fire, possesses few notable characteristics besides a relatively large number of fire mages. The Silas Empire is surrounded by numerous small states and villages. Given the highly active commercial activity, this empire has frequently clashed with its neighbors, often using various pretexts to declare war and plunder their wealth. Of course, for the vast continent of Eve, these human nations do not actually occupy a significant portion of the continental landmass. The Lehman Empire, while comprised of dozens of human cities of varying sizes, is not particularly large. Even if the entire Lehman Empire were placed within the Manor Forest, which Carrick had previously visited, it would occupy less than 1/10 of the Manor Forest's area. This is only significant if the entire Lehman Empire is included. In fact, even within the Lehman Empire, excluding major cities and some villages, more than half remains uninhabited. The vast majority of the Eve continent's territory is still primeval forest, monster domains, and forbidden zones inhabited by long-lived species. Therefore, most of the nobles present did not believe the self-proclaimed Arcana envoy's claim that the Silas Empire is about to launch a blitzkrieg against Lehman. We have no direct conflict with Silas, and the Lehman Empire is not one of the small countries surrounding Silas. It's hard to say who would benefit if a war broke out. The journey is so long, filled with monsters and uninhabited areas. Why would they suddenly start a war? We only received this intelligence last night, but we can confirm its authenticity. The man put down the red document and stared at the Pope. Silas's agents within your country have formed an alliance with the Flame Wolves. In the next few days, the Flame Wolves will invade your northern cities according to the alliance agreement, and the Silas Empire will also provoke a war. Silas has infiltrated our country? The man's words shocked the Pope. What do you mean? We have their spies in our country? Hearing this, the Arcana envoy turned around and spoke to the white-haired girl behind him in the local Arcana language. Is their Pope an idiot? The current Pope of Lehman is indeed not very bright. The man in the winter coat beside the girl shrugged. That's why the king sent us here. His Majesty is worried that if this country is truly annexed by Silas, Arcana will be next to suffer. Your Holiness. At this moment, Linton stepped forward carrying several documents. Since we come this far, please take a look at these. The Pope took the documents. This is evidence of the Osborne family colluding with the Silas faction to erode the Lemanian counselors from within, and the corruption of those counselors. Then, as if realizing something, Linton said, Oh no, not colluding with the Silas faction. They were originally from Silas's side. The whole story about them wandering to the Lehman Empire hoping we would take them in is a lie. I believe those of you present have more or less noticed why a wandering noble could possess so much wealth, but by the time you notice this, you should already be beneficiaries. Linton glanced around at the surrounding nobles. Either you already accepted the Osborne family's invitation to cooperate, or you directly enjoyed the benefits they offered, so you chosen to remain silent about Osborne's underhanded tactics. Exactly. Carrick, who was carrying fruit platters and tea out, also complained, You all know what happened. Your brothers and sisters are either dead or missing, but few dared to stand up for Pista. Some even helped Osborne stab you in the back. Now that the wind has turned against you, they're all rushing to curry favor. Karakmi. Linton gave Karakmi a look, then gestured to Eline, who was weaving through the crowd like a little rabbit towards the manor gate, signaling her to avoid steer the conversation towards her sister. So now you know Osborne is our enemy. What do you plan to do? Karachu wisely refrained from continuing, placing the fruit platter on the table before the Pope. The flame wolves are invading our northern cities, Silas's army is preparing a blitzkrieg against our southern cities, and Osborne's people are using the power they acquired over the decades to create chaos within the country. Gentlemen, how should we deal with this? After reading Linton's materials, the Pope's expression was complex. It took him a long time before he trembled as he placed the materials on the table. I'm sorry to Skyfire. I'm sorry to the Empire. I thought they were just a bunch of merchants. They think accepting small favors is nothing? Oh my goddess Skyfire, you are the Pope, not some administrator in the free market who uses their power to collect protection money. Linton retorted angrily, You shouldn't apologize to us, you should apologize to the soldiers and mages fighting on the front lines, to His Majesty the King, and to the people of the Lehman Empire. Amidst the noisy crowd, taking advantage of everyone's attention being focused on the diplomats and the Pope, Eline, using her small stature, quickly reached a corner near the manor entrance. Meanwhile, the man selling the heavy-duty ducks, along with his wife and daughter, were engrossed in the farce unfolding in the center of the manor, completely unaware that the dragon princess, whom most of them had been eagerly anticipating, had arrived beside them. Uncle. Accompanied by a sweet, childlike voice, Erin waved her little hand in front of them. Good afternoon, ducks. Huh? Only then did the man notice the little girl who had appeared beside him. You. When did you get here? Just now. Eline smiled, revealing her little tiger teeth, and turned to the heavy-duty duck uncle's daughter. What's your daughter's name? Lily. The uncle said, Her name is Lily Hyman. Oh. Eline shook the large pillow in her arms at the little girl. Hello. Why you, hello. The little girl seemed a little shy, but Eline's adorable appearance made her instinctively say, Sister, you're so pretty. Thank you. Eline looked at the uncle and went straight to the point. I want to ask a question. Has your daughter experienced or seen anything strange in recent years? Strange things? The uncle was puzzled. Strange things. What exactly are you referring to? Well, Eline thought for a moment. Has your daughter been in contact with anyone from Pista recently? Probably not. The man shook his head, giving the little girl a questioning look. Lily? The little girl hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke. A long time ago, when Daddy and Mommy went to work, I ran to Aunt Connor's house, and played there all day. Connor? The man thought for a moment. Is it that noble Aunt Connor in the city, who often teaches magic for free? Yes. Sure enough. Eline pressed. Do you remember who was in Aunt Connor's house that day? Or whether any outsiders went in or out? I remember. The little girl thought for a while. That day, there were a lot of strange people at the back door of Aunt Connor's big house. Lily sneaked in, so she was too scared to go to the front door, and played in the back garden. Then, there were some people wearing, black clothes, saying things Lily couldn't understand. They probably weren't people Aunt Connor knew. People in black clothes? The uncle selling the heavy-duty duck was also taken aback. So, Lily, how did you end up in Aunt Connor's house? Because I finished all the chores at home, and nobody played with me, so you caused trouble for Aunt Connor. Yes. I'm sorry. The uncle turned to Eline, his face full of apology. The child is ignorant. I'm really sorry. It's all right. Eline smiled to indicate that she didn't mind, then reached out and patted the little girl's head. Lily, do you remember any obvious characteristics of those people wearing black clothes? Like what symbols were on their clothes, or what region their accents were from? They had a white cross on their clothes. The little girl thought for a moment. Their accents, Lily can't tell. The white cross is the frost cross of the Church of the Silas Empire. A symbol. The uncle asked curiously, why would people from the Silas Church be at Connor's house? A curse. Huh? To strike at Pista and help the Osborne family complete their infiltration plan, they sent people from the church to curse Connor. Considering this uncle selling heavy-duty duck was just an ordinary person, to prevent him from overthinking, Eline directly told the truth. Your daughter was also affected because she was too close to the curse site that day. That's why I asked her these questions earlier. What? A curse? The uncle's face showed obvious tension. Then my daughter is alright? It won't affect her health, but it will interfere with the magic in her body. A circuit, simply put, means the inability to use magic normally. This kind of curse usually targets families of mages. Oh, well that's good then. The uncle breathed a sigh of relief. My daughter wasn't a mage to begin with. I find some time in the next few days to help everyone break the curse. Eline turned around. Uncle, Aunt, and Lily, remember not to tell anyone else about this. Yes, we won't tell. Seeing Eline carrying her pillow and about to leave, the uncle subconsciously asked, Sir, where are you planning to go? Eline turned her head slightly. To the Silas Empire. But the Silas Empire is almost 1,000 kilometers away. It's just a 5-minute walk. Chapter 65. From the day she arrived in the Lehman Empire, Eline felt a peculiar foolish aura about the country. After experiencing so much, she finally figured out what this foolish aura meant. Simply put, the Lehman Empire's neighbor, Silas, wanted to cause trouble but couldn't find a good reason to wage war against Lehman. They also worried they wouldn't be able to defeat a Lehman at its peak. So, decades ago, they sent a nobleman named Osborne, disguised as a wandering nobleman, to infiltrate Lehman. With the backing of the Silas Empire, Osborne initially used money to buy people's hearts and corrupt Lehman from within. At that time, the vast majority of nobles and counselors in the Lehman Empire were bought off, except for Pista, who remained true to his principles. Thus, Pista became the target of ostracization. As for the papacy and the pope, they seemed to be the type to opportunistically turn a blind eye to anything that would benefit them, pretending not to know. Moreover, given the current state of the Lehman Empire, the papacy and the pope seemed to wield little real power. The fact that Eline didn't see many followers of the cult of heavenly fire within the country suggests that many ordinary people of this era have ceased to be religious. The center of power in this country most likely still rests with the king known as Cassius and his counselors. However, King Cassius recently went on a personal campaign regarding the Flame Wolf, and the counselors are all shirking their duties, leaving the entire Lehman Empire filled with an atmosphere of utter incompetence, as if the king is away while the country is in disarray. Moreover, judging from that king's personality, this doesn't seem to be his first time personally leading an expedition. So, the situation of the Lehman Empire in recent years can basically be summarized as follows. A king who enjoys fighting monsters, a pope who only knows how to say ABA, a group of believers who subscribe to the doctrine of you can't do anything without money, a palace of counselors who claim I am 100% loyal to Lehman, and various noble sons who spout phrases like I'm going to die this time. And do you even remember how much money you embezzled? If Eline hadn't appeared, the Osborne family would most likely have succeeded in their infiltration mission, turning Lehman into a puppet state of Silas. Now that their plan has been exposed, they have no choice but to resort to desperate measures and temporarily change to the Flame Wolf Blitzkrieg tactic. It's truly remarkable that this country has managed to hold out until now without being attacked. With this thought in mind, Eline walked to the center of the lawn and peeked her small head into the crowd. Your Holiness, I believe you are aware of Silas's notorious Blitzkrieg tactics. The Arcana envoy placed a map on the table, pointing to a remote city within Silas's territory near Lehman. A few months ago, They built a very complete military base here, moved in large quantities of weapons, food, and ammunition, and stationed troops and mages here. Clearly, they are about to use their most proficient blitzkrieg tactics again. And this time, the target of Silas's blitzkrieg is you, Lehman. The reason I'm telling you this is because His Majesty the King does not want the Lehman Empire to be annexed by Silas. That would put pressure on us. At this point, the Arcana envoy looked at the Pope. I say it again, I hope your country immediately enters a state of war, ready to deal with the offensive of those madmen, Silas. Entering a state of war is no problem, but... The Pope frowned slightly. Have you obtained intelligence on which of our cities they are about to attack? Our intelligence organization isn't a god. We don't have such a detailed intelligence network. We only know that they will most likely launch a blitzkrieg against the southern cities of Lehman. The Arcana envoy looked both amused and exasperated. Don't you have your own intelligence organization? The Pope was somewhat embarrassed. To be honest, before this, we never believed that Silas would suddenly make a move. Last year, we even signed a non-aggression pact with him. So you were completely unprepared. The Arcana envoy sighed. How did Lehman survive for over 200 years? All by luck? Excuse me. At this moment, Eline squeezed through the crowd. Is the claim that Silas built a military base here accurate? Standing beside the Arcana envoy, Eline gestured with her eyes to the point previously marked on the map and asked, are they planning to launch an attack from here? According to her, we don't know where they're going to attack, but the information that there's a large military base here and that Silas will launch an offensive against Lehman from here is certain. Although he didn't know who Eline was, the Arcana envoy patiently explained, normally, we would follow formal procedures and discuss these matters with the Pope in the palace, but now there's no time. Silas could attack Lehman at any moment. Eline nodded. As long as we blow up this military base, everything will be fine, right? Huh? Eline's words left the envoy bewildered. Blow up here? You mean, launch a preemptive strike? Yes. It's not impossible, but how do you plan to do it? Most of the Lemanian elites have been drawn to that fire wolf. This road, here, and here, are all protected by Silas's magical barriers and artillery fire. The Arcana envoy circled several points on the map with his pen. With the current Lemanian forces, a preemptive strike is basically impossible. Our Arcana reinforcements will also take time to arrive. I don't think a preemptive strike is. What a good idea. Furthermore, this military base is located within the territory of the Silas Empire. According to the wartime international law of the Eve continent, if you want to send troops to Silas, you must give them a declaration in advance. Otherwise, it constitutes an act of aggression, and Arcana will have no legitimate reason to intervene in your dispute. What if it's an individual? Huh? Does an individual who wants to bomb this military base also need to give a declaration? For an individual, it's best to give one. The Arcana envoy was dumbfounded. How can an individual bomb a military base? How should the declaration be given? Eline didn't answer, but continued to ask. Would it be okay to go over there with a megaphone and say, run? I'm going to attack you. That works too. The Arcana envoy wiped the sweat from his brow and pointed to the marked point on the map. This entire city is a military base. Those who can be sent there are all warmongers from Silas. There are no civilians. If an individual attacks this kind of military factory, wartime international law won't apply, but... At this point, the envoy glanced at Eline, who was wearing a nightgown. Military bases like this usually have extremely tight defenses. Not only are there impenetrable magical barriers everywhere, but there are also numerous mages and warriors guarding key routes. The artillery on the ground can directly hit targets 700 or 800 meters in the air. Even a high-ranking mage would be severely injured if they entered such a place. No one can get close under their base's bombardment. Okay, thank you very much for telling me all this, big brother. Eline picked up the map on the table. One last thing. Can I borrow this for 20 minutes? 20 minutes? What do you want to do? Blow up this military base, and then bring their king and pope here. Eline, clutching her pillow, yawned slightly and gestured to the various gifts and food piled up around her. That way, everyone should be able to sit down and have a proper chat, right? The Arcana envoy was taken aback, then turned his questioning gaze to the Pope. The Pope dared not utter a single word of dissent, and immediately nodded repeatedly, let her go. Eline, clutching the map, skipped and hopped away from the hall. The envoys from Arcana exchanged glances, all reading the exact same thought in each other's eyes. This country is truly hopeless. Chapter 66. Leaving the manor, Erin first went to see Bilotes, asking if there was a magical device that could amplify sound in the house. Then, she received something resembling a large megaphone. Installed inside the megaphone was a Tier 1 wind crystal. Injecting a small amount of wind element would activate its amplification function. Carrying the megaphone and a map of the Eve continent, Eline returned to her room, removing the baby dragon nightcap from her head, letting her waist-length hair cascade down like a waterfall. Her small hands naturally brushed aside her hair, using wind element to quickly tidy it up. The girl then opened a small mechanism on the back of her nightgown, revealing 2 vertical slits. At this moment, Eline's golden eyes shone with a soft light. In the light, her originally human golden pupils quickly transformed into the vertical pupils of a dragon. Immediately afterwards, 1 black and 1 white dragon horn swiftly appeared on the girl's head. A black and a white dragon wing sprang from a slit in the back of her dress, unfurling with a whoosh. A dragon tail, a blend of black and white, extended from beneath the girl's nightgown. This was Eline's half-dragon form. In this form, she possessed both the agility of a human and the strength of a dragon. The Silas Empire was over 1,000 kilometers away. Flying there in her pure human form using wind magic alone would be too slow, while transforming into a full dragon would be too conspicuous. This form was the perfect solution. After stretching her dragon wings and her small feet encased in white stockings, briefly adjusting to this half-dragon form she hadn't used in who knows how long, Eline leaped out of the room's window, flapping her wings and soaring into the sky. Huh? Having just flown several hundred meters into the air, Eline suddenly noticed something. Her little chipmunk was gone. Eline activated her true sight on the rooftop. In her clear vision, she could see a red trail stretching from the rooftop to the city. Given her personality, she most likely gone to the royal city to cause trouble for the Osborne family. Well, let her be. Thinking this, Eline glanced one last time at the Arcana envoy and papal nobles still arguing in the villa estate, completely oblivious to her presence. Then, with a sudden flap of her dragon wings, a massive burst of wind element erupted. Boom! The next second, the dragon princess in the sky shot towards the Silas Empire like a cannonball. Because the acceleration was so fast, Eline's attack created a sonic boom high in the sky, a visible white shockwave descending from the heavens and blowing towards the crowd on the ground. What is this? The massive explosion caused everyone to instinctively cover their ears, their minds, previously clouded by the arguments, calming slightly in that instant. Buzz! High in the sky, Eline's small body pierced the air ahead, creating concentric circles of ripples, the trailing air converging into a white contrail high above. This is too. Covering their ears, the people on the manor lawn almost simultaneously looked in the direction from which the sound came. However, Eline had already flown tens of thousands of meters away, leaving only a gradually dissipating contrail in the sky. Under the sunlight, Eline, quickly leaving the Lehman Empire, continued flying at what she considered a leisurely pace, following her memory of the Silas Empire. As a child in Dragon Forest, one of her few forms of entertainment was soaring through the skies in her dragon or half-dragon form. The ability to fly freely was a dream for every human. Then, at her father's insistence, young Eline began devilish training related to flight. This training lasted 50 years. Now, Eline's flying ability had reached a master level, allowing her to reach several times the speed of sound even at her most leisurely pace. So much so that now, in her 70s or 80s, Eline was even too lazy to fly anymore. When I get to the Silas Empire, I think I can first ask their pope about the curse. With a whoosh of wind, she glanced at the map again, and Eline's petite figure swooped down towards a forest on the outskirts of Lehman. Buzzing. The surrounding scenery rushed past. The girl's long hair danced lightly in the wind. Yawning slightly, Eline stared listlessly ahead with half-closed eyes, instinctively dodging every incoming giant tree. If someone were floating high in the sky at that moment, they would see a visible, multicolored trail appear in the center of the vast, boundless forest of giant trees due to Eline's sudden intrusion. That was the trail formed by the dragon princess's terrifying speed, whipping up fallen vegetation and humus, blowing away broken leaves and branches from the trees, and destroying bird nests, eggs, and even chipmunks' food stores. A few seconds later, Eline poked her head out of the forest, her already terrifying speed accelerating even further, blasting cracks into the surrounding space as she rushed towards another forest ahead. Once she crossed this forest, she would reach the legendary Silas Empire. Eline yawned again. She was almost asleep. Apprentice, do you see it? Our great Silas Frost Cross Shield. Meanwhile, on the border of the Silas Empire, a mage was proudly introducing the magical barrier before him to his subordinates. It was created by at least 10 ice elemental mages chanting together, with a Grand Mage as the array's core, taking at least 30 days to complete. As he spoke, the mage gestured to the almost completely transparent area ahead, where 7 layers of barriers stood, with only a white cross shield faintly visible in the center. These 7 layers of iron curtain are so powerful that even a level 5 magical beast couldn't break through them in less than a day. Our Imperial army would have already killed them before that. Even a level 5 magical beast can't break through them? Several subordinates exclaimed excitedly, then aren't we invincible? Pretty much invincible. The Archmage puffed out his chest proudly. That's why those Remans are just a bunch of trash in our Silas's eyes. As long as our Pope gives the order, we can use this iron curtain device to raise their city to the ground. Then we kill every single one of the Remans. With the Reman's cowardly strength, let alone 7 layers of barriers, even the first layer, the Frost Cross Shield, would be enough to stop any one of their Archmages. Buzz? Before the Archmage could even react, Eline, who had just emerged from the forest, and was still dozing, transformed into a shooting star under the azure sky, easily piercing through the 7 layers of the so-called strongest iron curtain device with a series of bangs, and continuing to fly towards the Silas Empire at the same speed. After Eline flew away, a large amount of ice elemental energy turned into bursts of elemental particles and fell. This Frost Cross Shield, composed of 7 layers of semi-transparent protective barriers, instantly crumbled like a building being blown up. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying shockwave struck the crowd standing near the barrier. Bang, 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 bang. Completely unprepared, some people were blown away, pierced by sharp magical devices from behind. Some had their heads smashed into rocks and died instantly. Others crashed into the fire crystal warehouse, the violent impact causing a series of boom, boom, boom explosions. After a long silence of several seconds, the heavily wounded Archmage in the forest finally reacted. He reached for his magical artifact with his bloodied hands. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Who are the enemies? A moment later, a serious voice came from the other end of the artifact. Where did they come from? The Archmage who spoke was stunned. He glanced at the completely shattered Frost Cross Shield, and the surrounding dead and wounded, hesitated for a moment. I don't know. Are you fucking kidding me? On the border of the Silas Empire, several ice elemental Archmages stood at the core of a formation, channeling magic into the massive protective shield in front of them. Cheer up, everyone. A man in an officer's uniform approached. You are all the Empire's top mages, the chosen ones. I know many of you are resentful about being sent on this mission, but His Majesty the King said this mission cannot fail. Our military base in Palenque may have been exposed. There's a chance the enemy will attack the military factory. At that point, you will be the last shield of Silas. Sir. A high mage pointed to the massive frost shield ahead. Come on, those people from the Lehman Empire. Attack the military factory. Don't even mention breaking through here. The 7 layers of Frost Cross Shield ahead. I consider it an effort on the part of the Riemann mages if they could even break through 1 layer, let alone whether they have the guts. That's right, the Riemanns are nothing but a bunch of uncivilized monkeys. I suggest we just kill them all quickly. Everyone's waiting to go on vacation to the Riemann Sea. Another Archmage added, any one of our Archmages could take over one of their cities. What's the point of defending them? Is it even necessary? Once the Ministry of Foreign Affairs settles the issue of justification, Palenque will launch a blitzkrieg against the Riemanns. You have your fun then. The officer laughed and scolded, what, a mere Archmage, you don't even have this much patience? It's not a matter of patience, it's that it's completely unnecessary. One Archmage sneered, His Majesty the King had 3 of us Archmages build such a sturdy shield here to defend against whom? Dragons? Even a real dragon couldn't break through, could it? Yeah, right. A mage beside the commander chimed in, if this thing can be broken, I commit suicide in front of His Majesty the King, okay? Buzz? The mage's words had barely faded, when a blur of motion crashed into the giant shield formed by the 3 Archmages at several times the speed of sound. Boom! Like a bullet-piercing tofu, the blur that pierced the shield didn't even flinch, leaving a long trail in the air as it continued flying forward. Ugh! Because the giant shield was connected to the magical circuits of the Archmages maintaining the magic, the shield shattering caused their magic to flow back, powerful magical energy exploding within them, and blood gushing uncontrollably from their mouths. The shockwave struck. Countless supplies were blown high into the air. Even some boulders and high-level magical artifacts were blasted several times over. Several thin, slender trees snapped with a series of cracking sounds, sending numerous branches flying into the air. What's going on? The officer panicked instantly, instinctively grabbing an old tree stump beside him, his voice trembling. What flew by? Then, the officer pulled out his walkie-talkie. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Hello? What is it this time? Enemy attack. Silas's last shield has broken. We've lost 3 archmages. Are you kidding me? At the same time, a blur streaked across the sky above Palenque, the southern military factory city of the Silas Empire. Eline, who had just dozed off, opened her sleepy eyes at this moment. High in the sky, she slowed her flight, pulling out a map to compare the surrounding terrain. We overshot. The small shadow that had just passed over the city turned back. Strange. Quickly slowing down, she landed atop one of the city walls. Erin reverted to her half-dragon form and folded her wings. Was the information from those Arcana envoys wrong? Turning around to look in the direction she had flown from, the little girl straightened her nightgown and long hair, muttering, I didn't sense any magic barriers along the way. Chapter 67. Standing atop the high walls of the city called Palenque, Erin, now back in human form, clutched a cushion in one hand and held a supposedly amplifying magical device in the other. She briefly examined its structure and infused it with a small amount of wind element. Everyone, can you hear me? She tested the sound briefly, then, finding it insufficient, used the King's Gale, a dragon magic spell also capable of amplification, to cover the speaker. Mayday! Mayday! After another simple test, feeling it was sufficient, Erin used a true levitation spell, her small body soaring hundreds of meters into the air. From this height, she could see almost the entirety of Palenque. It felt less like a city and more like a small county town, its area being remarkably small. However, there's no way to judge human cities on the Eve continent by Earth standards. Large cities on Earth easily span thousands, or even tens of thousands of square kilometers, with populations starting in the millions or tens of millions. The other world is sparsely populated, and humans aren't the dominant species, so cities are naturally smaller. Not to mention, Palenque itself is a military base. Besides grain warehouses, magical artifact depots, and ammunition depots, it also houses many strange magical beasts, oddly shaped horses, griffins that seem capable of flight, and various hellhounds reminiscent of classic online games. But then again, is their blitzkrieg really as terrifying as the legends say? High in the sky, Eline glanced back at the direction she had flown from. The straight-line distance between the Lehman Empire and the Silas Empire was over 1,000 kilometers, passing through 2 sparsely populated primeval forests teeming with magical beasts. Unless they flew, they would have to take a long detour. Starting from the military base, the detour to the Lehman Empire would take at least a week by carriage. A week? That's about the time it would take for that fire wolf to invade the northern cities of the Lehman Empire? It's really tough on them. There are no spy satellites, no internet, and no real cell phones here, only a local area network similar to the Lehman Empire's communication crystals. Secretly building a military base, like Silas's, and then launching a surprise attack on a country without being detected could indeed be called a blitzkrieg. After all, compared to modern Earth, the speed of information transmission here is incredibly slow. Thinking of this, the Dragon Princess high in the sky raised her small megaphone. Attention! This is a horrific attack from a private individual. I will be conducting an indiscriminate attack on your country's military factories, and I will issue prior notification in accordance with international wartime law. All non-essential personnel remaining in the base, evacuate immediately. She stopped abruptly, sensing something was amiss. I spoke in the language of the Lehman Empire. They probably won't understand, right? Then I switched to the language of the Silas Empire. Recalling the jumbled human languages her mother had taught her in Lonlin, she found the somewhat menacing Silas language and spoke again. Warning! This is a private attack. I will issue a prior warning in accordance with international law. A sweet, childlike voice, filled with a babyish sweetness, amplified through a megaphone to every corner of the city. I will now indiscriminately attack your country's military facilities. To avoid unnecessary casualties, everyone, please evacuate the military factories and supply depots immediately. This is not a drill. I repeat, I will now personally attack all of your country's military facilities and destroy the city. All unrelated personnel, please evacuate immediately. The soft, adorable voice echoed continuously throughout the city. What is this? Whose prank is this? That voice is quite cute. Have you been drinking? We don't sell milk wine here. Ha ha ha, stealing your parents' megaphone will get you a spanking. However, because Erin's voice was so incredibly sweet, even though she was trying her best to sound fierce in her warnings, No one in the city took her words seriously. People drank, played cards, and the various bases were filled with a joyful atmosphere. I remember the king forbade children from entering Palenque, didn't he? Probably an impromptu performance before the blitzkrieg began. Speaking of which, I can hardly contain my inner rage. After the blitzkrieg against Lehman succeeds, I'm going to massacre the entire city. Haha, me too. Kill everyone in Lehman. Isn't that what we joined the Imperial Army for? Exactly. Come on, cheers. Let's send all the Lemanians to hell. High in the air, Eline, clutching her pillow, broadcast her warning twice in the Silas language, but after seeing no one emerge from the building, a question mark unconsciously appeared on her ahogue, cowlick. Are they all unafraid of death, or is my Silas language not fluent enough? Warning! This is the final warning. In a moment of confusion, Eline switched to Arcana. This is the final warning. I will launch an attack on your country's military factory in my personal capacity. This is not a drill. This is real. A very serious attack. Oh my, this little girl can even speak Arcana now. Her trills are quite good. I feel like the air is filled with the smell of milk. Gentlemen, excuse me. Compared to her previous Riemannian and Silesian languages, after Eline's Arcana finished speaking, several soldiers could no longer contain themselves and hurriedly ran out of the camp, heading towards the city outskirts without looking back. Eline subconsciously activated Eye of Truth, scanning the soldiers. Arcanians, 1/4 Arcana blood, Arcana, this one over here is also Arcana. So they're spies sent by Arcana. No wonder those Arcana envoys knew that Silas had built a military factory here. After closing her Eye of Truth and watching the spies leave the city, Erin put away her megaphone. Alright, since none of you want to leave then. Holding a cushion in her left arm, Erin slowly raised her right hand towards the city. At that moment, a large amount of lightning element began to gather in her delicate, snow-white hand. The once clear sky rapidly darkened. Tons of dark clouds gathered frantically above Erin's head, forming a terrifying, enormous vortex. The lightning power gathered in Erin's palm became incredibly volatile due to the dark clouds. It was as if the glowing orb in the darkness wasn't lightning at all, but a terrifying beast ready to break free. The shattering of creation. Glancing at the churning, terrifying clouds overhead, Erin spoke in a childlike voice, tossing the lightning orb, its energy almost reaching the size of a small sun, into the sky. Lightning storm. The lightning orb plunged into the center of a vortex high in the sky, unleashing an astonishing burst of energy. Boom! A torrent of lightning began to rage through the clouds. Boom! Boom! The next second, countless massive bolts of lightning, tens of meters in diameter, descended from the sky, indiscriminately bombarding the city beneath Eline's feet. Boom! The terrifying lightning caused a horrifying explosion the moment it touched the military factories. However, the energy within the lightning seemed unaffected by the explosion. The arcs flowed along the factories to nearby grain warehouses and ammunition depots, triggering another chain of explosions. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. The soldiers and mages of Silas, who had been discussing how to unleash a frenzied massacre on the Lemons after the blitzkrieg, didn't even have time to react before being reduced to charred remains in the terrifying electric current and explosions. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Numerous arcs of electricity crisscrossed and shimmered across the land. Lightning continued to strike, igniting raging flames. In an instant, Palenque, the city of Silas, became a true hell on earth. A massive, 10-kilometer diameter cloud swirled high in the sky, unleashing a torrent of lightning that struck everything protruding from the ground. Boom! 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 Under the lightning, all were equal. Humans and monsters alike, armories and camps alike, were reduced to charred remains and infernos in this indiscriminate attack, vanishing like fire butterflies in the smoke. Alright, first small task complete. After casually casting this small spell, Erin turned to the fleeing soldiers of Arcana blood, landing in front of a few of them. Excuse me. Pulling a map from her nightgown pocket, Erin showed it to the group. Could you briefly tell me where the Pope and King of Silas are now? Chapter 68. In the capital of the Silas Empire, the young king was reviewing documents submitted by his subordinates. This was a long corridor used exclusively for the king's office. Various goddess statues stood on both sides of the corridor, with officers and mages standing beneath them. At the far end sat the king, seated on his throne. Due to its semi-open-air design, the afternoon sun slanted in, falling on the ornate floor and the goddess statues. After reviewing the thick stack of parchment documents on the table, the king looked up. What exactly is going on with this Osborne? Your Majesty, a man in military uniform stepped forward. According to a report from Swain Osborne, the head of the Osborne family, the Pista of the Lehman Empire has found a powerful heir. This heir possesses at least the level of a Grand Magister, and the officer hesitated, glancing at the person beside him, before continuing, and according to the report, this Grand Magister is not even 14 years old. The king, seated in a chair carved with an icy cross pattern, remained silent, only gesturing for the officer to continue. I actually think this report is flawed too. No matter how talented a human is, it's impossible for them to become a Grand Magister at the age of 14. The officer mustered his courage and said, "So, I believe that Mr. Swain made a small mistake in his work. And wrote down such an absurd reason to cover it up. However, the Osborne family has indeed ruined the Riemann economy in recent years, so their mission can actually be considered complete." "Yes, Your Majesty." Another officer added, "Mr. Swain did Silas a favor. He may have made some minor mistakes this time, leading to the exposure. It's all right. We have a war with Lehman sooner or later. It's only a matter of time." The king casually folded the documents on the table. "We discuss Osborne later. What's the situation with the Flame Wolves and Palenque?" "The Flame Wolves have entered the Moan border region north of Lehman and broken through the border's magical barrier. They're expected to arrive in Moan City before sunset today." A man in a mage's robe said in a deep voice, "The Lightning Force in Palenque City is also ready. 27 griffins, 130 Pegasus horses, and 300 hellhounds are on standby, awaiting Your Majesty's command to launch a lightning attack on Lehman." Boom! Bang bang bang. As he spoke, faint explosions seemed to echo outside the vast palace. "Why is it so noisy? Is Yordle studying his lousy magic again?" The king frowned, looking towards the exit of the goddess's temple, and gestured to a mage beside him. "Kelt, go out and check. If it's that Yordle again, tie him up and bring him back to me." "Yes." The archmage known as Kelt walked to a nearby cabinet, took out a thick rope, and went out. "If we launch a lightning strike on Lehman from the air." Watching the mage leave, the king continued discussing the war with his men. "How long will it take us to reach Lehman City?" "Your Majesty, at most 2 days." "How long will it take the Flame Wolves to destroy Moan City?" "Judging from the current level of resistance in the Riemann Empire, at most 1 day." "Have you decided on a reason for war?" "Silas has a very important soldier missing in the Riemann Empire." "Good." The king smiled with satisfaction. "Pass down the order. We will name this plan Lightning Storm. Tonight at sunset, have Palenque's lightning troops move out. Tomorrow we will issue a declaration of war against the Riemann Empire according to wartime international law, and the day after tomorrow we will take Riemann." "Yes." "You all executed this operation very well, except for a minor mishap on Osborne's side, but overall it's not a big deal." As he spoke, the king stood up from his chair. The essence of Blitzkrieg is speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness, giving the enemy no time to react. Boom! Before the king could finish speaking, accompanied by an explosion, the archmage who had been sent out was sent flying back like an out-of-control cannonball. The archmage's body slammed into the largest goddess statue next to the king's chair, snapping the seemingly sturdy white statue in half and spraying out a large amount of white dust. The archmage also fainted. "Who goes there?" "Protect His Majesty the King." "Guards! Guards!" Almost the instant the goddess statue was smashed, the archmage and warriors in the room reacted. The great warrior wielding a longsword instantly appeared beside the king, immediately assuming a guarding stance. The archmage, staffs in hand, found cover, casting protective shields and barriers around the king, while vigilantly watching the direction from which the explosion came. Good heavens! This is the royal palace. Why are there assassins here? Where are the mages and fighters outside? A large number of guards and officers drew their muskets from behind them, aiming at the end of the corridor. Bathed in the warm sunlight, a little girl clutching a large pillow slowly appeared in the crowd's view. The little girl had magically long hair, black on the left and white on the right, and wore a soft, adorable nightgown. The nightgown, woven from the fur of a nine-tailed snow fox, was a bit short, only covering about half of her thighs, forming a perfect absolute territory with the white stockings underneath. Perhaps because her thighs were so soft, there were obvious marks on the ends of the stockings, causing her smooth thighs to slightly indent. The little girl wasn't wearing shoes, and gracefully floated about 10 centimeters above the ground, her tiny feet hanging naturally. The afternoon sun shone through the cross-shaped window of the corridor, illuminating the little girl's long white hair on her right side, casting a long shadow on the floor. From the king's perspective, behind the little girl's white hair, illuminated by the sunlight, stood a statue of a pure white goddess. Behind her on her left, untouched by sunlight, stood a statue of a demon goddess. "Your Majesty." A mage used a levitation spell to float high into the air, glanced at the scene behind the little girl, and then shakily returned to the king's side, lowering his voice. "It seems that only we remain as the palace guards." "What did you say?" The king casually picked up a projection crystal and turned it on. The image that appeared on the monitoring crystal could only be described as horrific. The ground was stained with blood, and unconscious guards, mages, and fighters lay scattered everywhere. The last line of defense erected by their ancestors over 100 years ago seemed to have vanished without a trace. The air was filled with a rain of shattered elemental particles. Large quantities of magic crystals were blasted into dust, magic staffs were broken, great swords and spears were shattered into pieces. A scene of utter carnage. The enemy. Seeing this, the king of Silas forced himself to remain calm and asked the mage beside him, "How many?" "Your Majesty, it seems there is only one." "Huh?" Under the gaze of the large group of mages and fighters, Eline, clutching her pillow, yawned slightly, revealing her small canine teeth. Then, like a kitten, she raised her tiny fist and lazily rubbed her eyes. "Are you the king of the Silas Empire?" After wiping her eyes, Eline, clutching her pillow, bowed to the crowd. "Nice to meet you. I am an ordinary citizen from Lehman. I heard that some of your soldiers have gone missing in Lehman. Our Pope wishes you could visit Lehman, and we could all sit down and discuss this matter." The voice of the little girl, almost smelling of milk, echoed down the corridor. "You?" The king was taken aback, then gave a look to the mage beside him. "Attack!" Ice blade storm. Two ice mages immediately stepped forward, raising their staffs. In an instant, countless icy blades flew towards Eline with lightning speed. To this, the little girl merely raised her hand slightly, and the ice blades, flying halfway through the air, suddenly made a 180-degree turn, stabbing towards their respective masters. "What?" Before the mages could even react in surprise, the ice blades accurately pierced the hands holding their magic staffs, severing their entire arms. "Ah! My hand!" Screams of agony echoed through the air. The stench of blood filled the air. Iceburst sword. Several warriors wielding great swords, refusing to accept defeat, gathered a large amount of ice elemental power into their blades and lunged at the adorable little girl, whose voice was still childlike. Whoosh! Eline easily dodged their sudden attack with a slight sidestep, her petite figure shifting from being half-shielded by sunlight to standing in the shadows indoors. Then, from the shadows, Eline raised the pillow in her hand and instantly appeared before several warriors. Boom! The glowing pillow transformed into a sledgehammer weighing thousands of tons, unleashing an unparalleled aura that swept away several warriors with overwhelming force. Boom! Bang! Clang! Some warriors were sent flying onto the roof, their bodies embedded in the solid marble ceiling, never to fall again. Others crashed into several goddess statues, collapsing to the ground motionless. Still others flew towards the king, smashing the goddess statue behind him, already severed in half, into rubble. How is this possible? This scene was too much for the king of the Silas Empire to bear. His legs thudded to his knees. It's important to understand that those working in the royal palace are essentially the elite of the Silas Empire. Grand mages, grand battle masters. Any one of these elites could wipe out a city. If it weren't for the international law of wartime on the continent of Eve drafted by the empires of Aspera and Arcana, Silas would have already sent grand mages to slaughter a declining empire like Lehman, which couldn't even muster a handful of grand mages. Why are those grand mages capable of destroying cities unable to withstand even a single blow from this little girl with her childish voice? The king felt his worldview crumbling. Your Majesty. Stepping over the bloodstains, Eline walked to the broken goddess statue less than 10 meters from the king, her small body once again bathed in sunlight. Do you know about the curse? A curse? The king was taken aback. What curse? Are you planning to pin everything on His Holiness the Pope? Fine. Glancing at the rope in the hand of the mage, who had just been sent out to bring the Yordles back to me, Erin's cute little face broke into a devilish smile. Then I go find your Pope. Glancing around the corridor, now mostly ruins, the little girl turned towards the exit. If you don't want your country to become a scorched wasteland like Palenque, you better not wander around until I return. Chapter 69. If Riemann was a nation of fools, then Eline felt that Silas was a particularly desperate place. Riemann's foolishness only applied to the Pope and some members of Parliament and papal officials. The ordinary people were quite energetic. The members of Parliament and papal officials were corrupted by the Osborne family sent by Silas without realizing it, or they knew the Osborne family was problematic, but didn't investigate further, focusing on making money wherever possible, a problem at the highest levels. As for the ordinary people of the Roman Empire, Eline felt they might not be as intelligent, but at least compared to Silas, the people here were quite happy. The biggest impression Eline had of Silas was its oppressive atmosphere. Boundless oppression. Back at the military base called Palanque, apart from the few escaped Arcana spies, all Eline saw on the faces of the officers and mages was madness. That kind of extreme repression, an impatient urge to retaliate, to kill. Without even guessing, Eline knew what such an imperial army would do to the ordinary people of Lehman if their blitzkrieg succeeded. After arriving in the Silas Empire, Eline felt almost the same oppressive atmosphere. During the few days she spent with Bilotes, Eline visited the market, flower shops, toy stores, bars, and cosmetic shops, and tasted all sorts of delicious food. However, the major cities in Silas were filled with military factories and monster breeding farms. Officers and city guards were everywhere, as if they were always ready to go to war with some nation. This empire is most likely just a war machine. The Frost Cross Cathedral found it. Leaving the palace, Eline, following the directions of the Arcana spies, found the Frost Queen statue located in the northwest corner of the palace. Behind the statue was the legendary Silas Frost Cross Cathedral. According to the Arcana spies, the Pope of the Silas Empire was currently preaching inside. No wonder Lily, the daughter of the heavyweight duck, remembered that white cross symbol. Entering the clearly marked building through the main entrance, Eline subconsciously muttered a complaint to herself as she looked at the two clergy members dressed in black with large white crosses on their chests. Their white cross was indeed too conspicuous. Whether intentional or not, the Silas white cross was almost identical to the flame cross symbol of the heavenly fire cult of the Lehman Empire. Basically, it's just the heavenly fire cult's fire cross with a different color, an outer glow, an outline, and enlarged by 80% to become the so-called Frost Cross. Lily lives in the Lehman Empire, and probably encounters many members of the heavenly fire cult. That day, she was playing in Connor's backyard when she suddenly noticed that the cross on someone's clothes was not only white, but also almost twice the size of the heavenly fire cult's cross. A child would naturally be curious and speculate, thus creating an impression. "Excuse me, no entry here." Seeing Eline, clutching a large pillow and looking like she might fall asleep at any moment, enter the church, the mages guarding the door raised their wands. "Please go back, little sister." In response, Eline simply raised her small hand, her body crackling with electricity. 10 minutes later, in the center of the church, casually using her lightning power to push aside the large group of fallen church personnel, Eline walked towards the trembling Pope of the Frost Cross. "Before I take you and His Majesty the King to Lehman, I'd like to ask a few questions." Stopping about 10 meters from the Pope, Eline looked at the elegantly dressed but now disheveled man before her. "Did you cast the curse on Pista?" "Why?" The Pope trembled. "You know about curses?" Eline raised her small hand, crackling with electricity. "Yes or no?" "Yes, yes, yes." "Yes, we cast it." "Why were you wearing Frost Crusaders' uniforms when you cast curses? Weren't you afraid of being exposed?" "Huh?" The Pope was taken aback, then mustered his courage. "We Frost Crusaders wear these uniforms wherever we go. It's an honor bestowed upon us by the Frost Queen." Is there a problem?" "Oh, fanatical believers, even the Pope." Eline pondered, "Then one last question, who taught you this curse?" "This? I have limited time." The little girl standing in the sunlight in the church said discontentedly, "Or do you wish to witness the Silas Empire being wiped off the map of the Eve continent?" I talk. Please don't bomb our capital, please." Seeing Eline puff out her cheeks, an impatient expression appearing on her cute little face, the Pope shakily crawled out from the front. It was a 6-tier ice attribute magical beast, Black Swamp. It dwells deep in the western forests of Silas. We have a partnership with it, and we obtained that cursed skill from it at a great cost. After saying this, the Pope knelt down with a thud. "Your Majesty, please don't tell anyone about the curse. If Lord Kurosawa finds out, we're finished. I talked to that monster another day." Having heard the answer she wanted, Eline turned around. "Let's go." The Pope was bewildered. Where? "To Riemann." "But Riemann is over 1,000 kilometers away." "There's a rope with the king." Eline, without turning back, said, "Tie yourself to the king and I fly you back." Deep in the forest near the Riemann Empire, a chipmunk was putting chestnuts from its mouth into a newly built grain warehouse. This chipmunk had already filled the grain warehouse, but not long ago, for some unknown reason, the heavens blew the entire warehouse up from the ground with a boom, forcing it to find a new place to build a grain warehouse, and then stuffed the spilled grain back into its mouth one by one to carry it back. This was the last missing nut in the grain warehouse. All it took was putting this nut in, then finding some twigs to cover the entrance. Buzz. However, just as the chipmunk put down the nut and prepared to find twigs to cover the entrance, the exact same sonic boom rang out again. A petite figure dragging 2 adult men swept across the sky above the chipmunk's burrow, with lightning speed, the shockwave instantly blasting open the newly dug grain warehouse. Instantly, along with the chipmunk itself, a large amount of sunflower seeds, pine nuts, and hawthorn berries were once again swept into the sky. The Pista territory of the Eline Empire. Your Holiness, please give us a definite answer. Will you accept our military aid and enter a state of war? After Eline left, the Arcana envoy, unaware of the situation, grew increasingly impatient after waiting for several minutes. The king is not here. You are now the supreme decision-maker of this country. The Arcana envoy sat down opposite the Pope, his expression anxious. Silas will definitely make a move tonight. Within 3 days at most, Silas's army of mages will arrive at your capital. Don't blame me for not warning you. Silas is a powerful magical military nation. They have at least 10 archmages. If it weren't for the constraints of the international law of the EP continent during wartime, those 10 archmages alone could easily wipe you out. And then, there's their Frost Cross shield, a powerful, movable shield that even a level 5 magical beast can't penetrate. If they come with that thing, I know. After listening to the envoy's complaints, the Pope looked troubled, but that lady just said to wait 20 minutes. That lady? Which lady? The Arcana envoy was taken aback, then the image of the little girl who had taken the map not long ago flashed through his mind. Realizing that that person the Pope spoke of seemed to really be the sleeping little girl in her nightgown, the Arcana envoy stared wide-eyed in disbelief. You really believe what she said, that she blew up the military base and then brought the king and the Pope from Silas? The Pope nodded. Oh my goodness! The Arcana envoy stood up, clutching his head in his hands. The Eline Empire? This country? Is your country really alright? Let's not talk about bombing the base. Silas is over 1,000 kilometers away. Even for a country like Silas, which is very skilled in blitzkrieg, it would take them at least 3 days to fly here. As he spoke, the envoy pointed in the direction of Silas. The top wind elemental mages. Oh wait, let's not talk about wind mages anymore. I'm telling you this. Even the wind god couldn't possibly fly that far. That little girl was obviously joking. You actually believe that? You, a Pope? Oh, comrade. Please allow me to address you that way. Comrade. I really want to smash your head with Uncle Tom's boot from next door. I swear I really will. Your thinking is like that classic Arcana joke. It's absolutely insane. Then, the Pope stammered, although I also find it incredible. If it was just a joke as you say, what does your envoy think it was that flew out of the backyard 20 minutes ago? Buzz? The Pope's voice had barely faded when another sonic boom, exactly the same as before, resounded. Buzz boom! No one could see what happened, nor could anyone's eyes keep up with the speed of the object falling from the sky. Those present only knew that, amidst the ear-piercing sonic boom, something seemed to have crashed into the villa's backyard with a boom. Sorry, I'm a few minutes late. Half a minute later, the little girl, Eline, who had previously claimed she could borrow the map, slowly emerged from the back garden path amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. The little girl held a pillow in one hand and dragged 2 adults with the other. Both were tightly bound with rope, their eyes blindfolded, their faces ashen, looking half dead. The journey might be a little bumpy. Carrying the 2 to the Arcana envoy and the Pope, Eline raised her small hand, conjuring flames that which burned away the ropes and blindfolds binding the 2 men. As soon as they were untied, the 2 knelt on the ground and vomited. I'm not familiar with adult disputes, so I leave the rest to you. Eline moved 2 small stools to the side. Your Majesty, please have a seat. If you have any conflicts or misunderstandings, please talk them out calmly. Don't resort to war so easily. I dislike war. Chapter 70. The sudden appearance of King Silas and the Pope on the manor lawn stunned everyone present. Especially the Arcana envoys, who knew nothing about Eline. All wore expressions of utter disbelief. Looking at the king and Pope vomiting on the lawn, their first thought was, could this be some random girl grabbing 2 passers-by to play house? Then, these Arcana envoys dismissed their guess. They represented the Arcana Empire. Even if the country were incredibly foolish, it wouldn't allow a girl unrelated to the nation to act so recklessly, would it? The reason they had discussed national affairs with the Lemanian Pope in front of so many people was primarily because the situation on Silas's side was indeed extremely urgent, to the point that they had to speak to the Pope about it. Secondly, in the eyes of these Arcana envoys, the Pope was a symbol of national power and faith. Anyone who could be so close to the Pope held considerable influence in Lehman. But now it seems that's not the case at all? Why does it feel like the Pope and the surrounding nobles are acting in reverse? Not only are the Pope and his officials extremely respectful to the nobles, but there also seem to be quite a few ordinary people standing around. Among these people, there's even a little girl playing house. The strangest thing is, it's one thing for the people to believe the little girl, but even the Pope believes her? What are they doing? While wondering, these Arcana envoys noticed the dark green hat symbolizing royal power on King Silas's head, and the special frost cross uniform worn by the Pope. Wait, something's not right. That hat, and those clothes, they seem real. At that moment, the pupils of the several Arcana envoys dilated sharply. As Arcana envoys, they had dealt with the people of the Silas Empire for several years, and had even met the king and Pope of Silas. Upon closer inspection, not only were the clothes these two were wearing real, but even the aura of ice mages emanating from their bodies could not possibly be that of just some random passerby. So, these two poor souls vomiting on the ground are the king and Pope of Silas? Just 20 minutes ago, we were discussing how to deal with the Silas Empire's blitzkrieg, and now the king and Pope of Silas have been kidnapped from over 1,000 kilometers away. The supposedly indestructible Frost Cross Shield and Frost Giant Shield, impenetrable even by 5th-tier magical beasts, have been breached. All those military bases, anti-aircraft guns, and various magical barriers have become mere decorations. So many Grand Magisters and great battle masters of the Silas Empire couldn't protect the king and Pope. Who is actually blitzing whom? Thinking this, the Arcana envoy's brains went into unresponsive mode. Ahem, Slightly better off than the Arcana envoys was Pope Riemann, who had completely lost his mind during last night's Harvest Festival Little Sun incident, and was utterly too lazy to think today. He didn't react as strongly. He got up and walked towards the king and Pope of Silas on the lawn, gesturing for them to sit down. Are you alright? Should I cast a heavenly fire healing spell on you two to ease the pain? Pope Riemann's words were undeniably sarcastic. Almost everyone present knew that the Riemann Empire's heavenly fire cult and Silas's Frost Cross cult were irreconcilable enemies. Pope Riemann's words were tantamount to mocking. Your Frost Cross seems rather weak. You might as well join my heavenly fire cult. No. However, to the astonishment of the onlookers, neither the king of Silas nor the Pope seemed angry at the taunt. They simply vomited, then shakily climbed onto small chairs and sat down, their faces pale. Sit wherever you like, make yourself at home. Linton brought over 2 plates of cold dishes and a small bottle of wine from the villa's kitchen, placed them on the table, and poured them drinks. Can you have some? King Silas stared at the wine glass for a moment, then, as if making a decision, downed the wine in one gulp. Perhaps the alcohol was too strong. The next second, the king turned his head and vomited onto the lawn again. What's wrong? A nobleman nearby asked curiously, why are you vomiting so badly? The Silas Empire is over 1,000 kilometers from here. A round trip takes 20 minutes. If you subtract 10 minutes for the business, the journey itself is probably less than 5 minutes. Linton laughed. Even if you flew at 12,000 kilometers per hour for 5 minutes, you'd probably be like this afterward. No, an ordinary person would die flying that fast. Eline silently added in her mind. The pressure and temperature generated at over 10,000 kilometers per hour would be enough to kill any ordinary person. If King Silas and the Pope hadn't both been archmages, they would be corpses by now. But speaking of which, it's time to talk about the curse. Thinking this, Eline handed 3 black crystals to Linton. These should be the chaos crystals that Pope Silas used to cast a curse on Pista. A curse? Linton took the black crystals, looking puzzled. What curse? Recently, the elemental talents of the Pista family's descendants have declined because of this curse. Eline pointed to the black crystals and said, they call these chaos crystals. When casting a curse, you need to arrange these 3 crystals in an array in the target area, and then infuse them with magic. As she spoke, Eline gestured to Pope Silas not far away. Ask them for details. I'm not too clear on how to use such a low-level curse. From the Pope, Eline only learned the general steps of casting the curse. Firstly, the time it takes to cast the curse is directly proportional to the area formed by the 3 chaos crystals. The smaller the area, the more profound the curse's effect, and the shorter the time required. To cast a curse on a single person, Simply tie them up, surround them with the 3 chaos crystals, infuse them with magic, and cast the spell. The curse will take effect in less than half an hour. However, if the target is a group of people, the curse will take at least a day to take effect. At the time, these frost crosses of the Silas Empire, taking advantage of social gatherings or the signing of various treaties with Lehman, visited the Pista family as guests, using the excuse of wandering around to begin setting up a curse barrier. Unexpectedly, while they were setting up the barrier at the Connor family's house, they were accidentally seen by Lily, the daughter of the heavyweight duck. Lily had just spent the day playing in the Connor family's backyard, and was also affected by the curse. Although the effect wasn't as severe as that on the Pista family, it was enough for Eline's eye of truth to detect. The most distinctive feature of this curse is its long duration. The entire process is silent, and the effects don't appear immediately, making it difficult to detect on the spot. "Alright," I asked them. After hearing Eline's words, Linton put away the 3 chaos crystals, walked towards King Silas and the Pope, and used his wind elemental power to whoosh the 2 disoriented men back into chairs. "Come, I heard you have a soldier who seems to be going missing in Riemann tonight?" Sitting down casually next to the Pope, Linton poured more wine into the glasses on the table. "It just so happens that many elders and folks have come to Riemann today. Why don't you two describe what the missing soldier looks like?" Chapter 71. Eline wasn't particularly interested in this kind of inter-empire struggle. Watching the Lehman Empire and the Silas Empire argue was like an adult passing through cat forest and seeing 2 cats meowing incessantly over territory. Theoretically, whether the Lehman or Silas Empire fell, or even if the entire Eve continent was engulfed in war, it wouldn't concern her. The Black Dragon King Nasod was the absolute ruler of Dragon Forest, and Eline was the little princess of this Eve Empire. What her father owned would eventually be hers, essentially making Eline the master of the Eve continent. However, this dragon princess was also the nominal daughter of the Pista family, and the Pista were nobles of the Lehman Empire. If the Lehman Empire were to truly fall into war, she feared she wouldn't be able to sleep well at all. Therefore, our dragon princess still took action regarding this potentially sleep-disrupting war warning. If we're really going to fight, it should be the Lehman Empire fighting on Silas's side, not someone else attacking our doorstep. Sitting on a small chair in the center of the manor, facing the intense gazes of the large crowd of commoners and nobles, King Silas and the Pope, despite their physical recovery, were still completely bewildered. Faced with Linton, who was only at the level of a mage, and the Pope, who didn't seem very bright, the two were momentarily at a loss for words. This wasn't surprising. Anyone would be bewildered by something so illogical. Originally, the king thought that with the frontline military factories completed, once they launched a blitzkrieg against Lehman, capturing most of Lehman's southern cities, Lehman would send envoys to negotiate peace, allowing Silas to make all sorts of unreasonable demands, leech off Lehman's resources, slowly develop its own power, and eventually dominate the world. Even if Aspera or Arcana noticed something amiss and tried to mediate, Silas would still be in a stronger position at the negotiating table. Even if, hypothetically, their blitzkrieg plan was discovered, detected by Arcana or Aspera, and the 2 super empires, not wanting Riemann to be annexed, issued a warning, and the military factories were protected by the Frost Cross 7-fold shield. Silas's territory was further protected by dozens of archmages. This was currently humanity's strongest fighting force. Only the elemental gods could rival them. However, even though Silas had calculated countless possible outcomes and made numerous preparations, they never expected the enemy to use such a simple and brutal method to force both sides to sit down and have a proper chat. At this moment, King Silas and the Pope felt as if their chairs were covered in cacti. They were sitting on pins and needles. Well, seeing he could no longer hide it, King Silas, after taking a sip of wine, finally raised his head and said in a trembling voice, "It's all a misunderstanding." "What did you say?" Linton frowned. "You want us to speak Riemann?" "Ahem, well, it's a misunderstanding." The young King Silas quickly and obediently switched to Riemann. "None of us have gone missing in Riemann, the Riemann Empire." "Is fine, yes, it's fine." At this moment, he looked like a wilted eggplant, completely lacking the demeanor of a ruler. "From now on, we are willing to use the full strength of Silas to win the favor of Riemann." The Pope of the Frost Cross chimed in, "Whatever your request, please make it." Huh? This scene completely stunned the surrounding Arcana envoys. "Are you really the king and Pope of Silas?" "Yes." King Silas turned around. "Is there a problem with this envoy from Arcana?" You. The Arcana envoy pointed at the 2 of them, then at the nearby city of Lehman. "In my memory, The relationship between Silas and Lehman has never been very friendly. If I remember correctly, Silas has at least 10 archmages, thousands of mages, a million-strong Frost-Cross army, and so many military factories. The Arcana envoy hesitated. Weren't you worried about being recorded and having your words leaked? Lowering the morale of your army? Are you deliberately trying to cause trouble? Hearing this, King Silas and the Pope's faces turned green. Dozens of archmages? They couldn't even last a single round against this little girl. If it weren't for the little girl holding back, those people would probably have already lost their heads. As for the Frost Crusade and the military factory, that little sister reduced them all to ruins in less than 10 minutes. A humanoid self-propelled super weapon capable of traveling at over 10,000 kilometers per hour, turning an archmage's ice blades back to attack their master, and reducing a city to ashes in 5 minutes. You expect me to be tough in front of her? I witnessed the devastation of Palenque on the way here, scorched earth and smoke everywhere. Not a single living creature remained, not even a single building standing. If we don't back down, even Silas' empire will probably be razed to the ground like Palenque. And you're asking me why I'm being pessimistic? Of course, the envoys from Arcana had no idea what had happened on Silas' side in those short 20 minutes. They found it incredible and completely baffling. You all continue your discussion, I go find something to eat. Seeing that things here were basically settled, Eline ran over to a small table piled high with various gifts, then stood beside the pile and asked the crowd, "Can we take anything here?" Clearly, these were gifts that the nobles had brought along when they came to visit Pista. Most of these gifts were gold and silver jewelry, various expensive magical artifacts, and crystals, but a few nobles and commoners had brought small snacks like cakes and cookies. Yes, you can. Hearing Eline's words, a noble's child mustered her courage. The big blue box in the middle contains chocolates and cookies. Our Augustine family has been making these for 30 years. Thank you. Eline didn't stand on ceremony, picked up the big box, and continued rummaging through the pile of gifts. Linton and the others had to observe proper etiquette due to their social status, but she, as a dragon, had no interest in such matters. Small bags containing milk-flavored rice crackers, gift boxes overflowing with the aroma of milk, fruit baskets labeled premium dragon saliva fruit. Using her dragon's keen sense of smell, Erin quickly selected various snacks and fruits from the pile of gifts within minutes, not even glancing at the priceless magical artifacts and gold and silver jewels. Clutching these treats, she happily strolled back to the villa in her Annie walk right in front of the group. This scene caused the surrounding nobles and commoners to exchange glances, each seeing the exact same message in the other's eyes. The next second, almost simultaneously, everyone pulled out their communication crystals. Pass the word. Our chocolate chain is opening 10 more branches. Don't ask why, just get it done now. Hey! Tell Laura that our family should stop making clothes for now and learn to be a chef. Dad, get the cake shop up and running, quick. Forget about your magic device. That has no future. Mom, I admit you're right. I'm not going to be a magician anymore. You can teach me to cook. Chapter 72. Carrying various snacks and fruits, Eline arrived at the second-floor balcony of the villa. It was an open-air platform with a parasol, a small table and chairs, and even a rocking chair. Sitting in the rocking chair on the platform, the angle and height were just right to see the crowd holding the three-way talks in the manor ahead. With a whoosh, Eline tore open one of the vintage-style bags full of cookies, pulled out a milky-scented snow biscuit, and began to nibble on it like a little squirrel. Milk-flavored foods, sweets, and meats had always been her favorites. First, let's resolve the issue of the Osborne family, whom your country secretly dispatched to Lehman. Under Eline's gaze, the crowd below began the historic three-way talks. Since your king and pope are so sincere, coming here to participate in the negotiations without any bodyguards, as a diplomat of the Pista family, I naturally cannot be impolite. After pouring a glass of wine for everyone around the round table, Linton sat down in a chair near the villa. I be frank. The Pista family hopes your country will hand over the Osborne family to us for disposal. Furthermore, I demand the public disclosure of all the crimes your country currently possesses concerning the Osborne family in Lehman, including how they assassinated our city's defenders, how they bribed members of parliament, how they used various despicable means to persecute the Pista family, and even how they murdered our relatives. Linton's words caused the king and pope of Silas to break out in a cold sweat. The Osborne family is from the Silas Empire? Good heavens. I originally thought they were just a wealthy, impoverished noble family. How could they be impoverished nobles? They started plotting as soon as they arrived in Lehman, committing countless dirty deeds. They clearly came prepared. The surrounding crowd joined in the discussion. The market manager on Jochong Street was bribed by them and parachuted in. He finds everyone, making the whole market a mess. Assassinate the city guards? How dare they? No wonder there have been fewer and fewer people in Pista these past few years. It's all they're doing. How can people be so wicked? That's how the people of the Silas Empire are, ruthless and cruel. If you ask me, we should just secretly kill these two beasts right here. No one will know anyway. Faced with the surrounding crowd's murmurs, the king and pope broke out in a cold sweat. After the events at the palace and the church, they no longer had any will to resist. Their minds were filled only with the instinct to survive. Well. After a brief silence, the king mustered his courage. The Osborne family incident was merely an accident. We did not authorize them to attack the Pista family. From now on, the Osborne family has no connection whatsoever with the Silas Empire. You are free to do as you please. You said it yourself. Linton glanced around at the surrounding nobles and commoners. We didn't force you, did we? Everyone saw it. I am merely a diplomat from a minor Riemann noble family, and I cannot represent the Riemann government or the Heavenly Fire cult. Yes. I said it myself, it has nothing to do with any political stance. The king smiled obsequiously. If you need anything, Silas can provide any assistance you require in capturing the Osborne family. At this moment, the king and pope only wanted to survive. The Silas Empire was indeed a war machine, but that was based on the premise that no matter how the war went on, the king and pope wouldn't be the first to die. Now, the Silas Empire hadn't fallen, and the king and pope had been captured. If they died, wouldn't that be fulfilling the old saying, the man dies, but the money isn't spent? Moreover, both the king and pope had just been terrified by Eline's power. Judging from Eline's previous rampage in the palace, let alone 10 archmages, even 100, 1,000, a whole group of people probably wouldn't last half an hour against her. They completely believed that this seemingly harmless little girl could single-handedly destroy the entire Silas, just like the military base she destroyed. This wasn't a losing situation. This was a systemic sanction situation even more terrifying than a crushing defeat. The situation between the king and the pope was similar to two people playing a game together. Someone initiated a surrender vote, the pope clicked confirm and said, "Your Majesty, I voted." The other king rolled his eyes and said, "I initiated it." Very good, Seeing the resigned expressions of King Silas and the Pope Riemann nodded in satisfaction. Then is the non-aggression pact we signed earlier still valid? If you wish. King Silas quickly said, we can sign another agreement. Silas voluntarily becomes a subordinate state of Riemann. Huh? This scene once again left the surrounding Arcana envoys dumbfounded. They felt completely bewildered, wondering, who am I? Where am I? Are these people speaking official language? Even if Lehman had a magical mage who could bring you all from Silas in just 5 minutes, did you two really need to act like this? Are you still the king? And you, your holiness, where has your so-called glory of the Frost Cross gone? That little sister who brought you here couldn't have already demolished the capital of Silas, could she? Why are you all so terrified? What's wrong with your eyes? Can your expressions of fear save Silas? They came here today because they don't want Silas to annex Lehman, that's true, but that doesn't mean Arcana wants Lehman to annex Silas instead. The situation in the little garden was extremely delicate at this moment. Some of the ordinary people who had come to join the fun were completely unprepared for the magnitude of today's juicy gossip. Not only had the Pope arrived, but the envoys from Arcana had also come, and even the King and Pope of Silas were present. Naturally, they were watching with wide eyes and listening intently. As for the envoys from Arcana, they had first traveled a long way to Lehman, spending ages searching the cathedral without finding the Pope, and then failing to find the king in the palace. Finally, guided by helpful citizens, they arrived in the territory of Pista and found someone who could speak, only to find that the Pope could only stammer aba and knew nothing. Before they could even figure out why the Pope of a nation would visit a noble's territory and act so humbly, a little girl suddenly flew out with a whoosh, returning with the king and Pope of Silas in tow. Besides, the surrounding nobles also harbored their own ulterior motives. Some had clashed with Pista over the Osborne family affair and were trying to mend fences. Others had simply come to cultivate a relationship with Pista after hearing about last night's events, never expecting to stumble upon such a spectacle. Amidst the crowd, it was actually Linton and his group from the Pista family who held the upper hand. They had a clear conscience from beginning to end, and this was, after all, Pista family territory. Let's put the agreement aside for now. Linton simply waved his hand at King Silas's suggestion. He took out a communication crystal and placed it on the table. Right now, Our most pressing needs are to resolve the internal strife caused by the Osborne family, and the resistance of the northern city of Monde against the Flame Wolves. Since the Osborne family was sent by your country, I believe you should have their communication magic circuit here. With that, Linton gestured to the communication crystal. Please. The Pope and the King of Silas exchanged a glance, took the communication crystal, and input a specific combination of magic circuit signals. Beep. A moment later, the communication crystal connected. Swain, this is Pope Frost Cross. Holding the communication crystal to his chest, Pope Silas said in a trembling voice, I order you to immediately notify the Flame Wolves to withdraw their troops and have all Osborne's men return to their family territory. Huh? The communication crystal flickered a few times, and Swain's somewhat incredulous voice came through. Your voice sounds a lot like the Pope's. The key to this crystal's magic circuit is indeed only known to the Pope, but please don't treat me like an idiot. The coverage of this communication crystal only extends to the border of the Lehman Empire. The Frost Cross Pope just spoke to me yesterday. How could he possibly arrive in Riemann today? He has no reason to come to Riemann. You useless piece of trash. Hearing this, Pope Silas couldn't help but curse. Can't you even recognize my voice? Get the Flame Wolves out of Monde City immediately. Too late. Swain's disdainful laughter came from the crystal. You must be from the Pista family, right? So, the magic key was obtained by Arcana spies? They're experts at this. I must say, your voice and tone are exactly like His Holiness the Pope's. Under normal circumstances, I would have fallen for it. But unfortunately, your scheme has been exposed. I can sense your urgency and panic. Let me guess. You probably already know that Silas is about to launch a blitzkrieg against Riemann. You heard the news, didn't you? No wonder you rushed here in such a panic, trying to find someone to impersonate His Holiness the Pope and get the Flame Wolves back. The more panicked you are, the more it proves this move was right. With that, Swain inside the crystal chuckled loudly. I suppose Linton from Pista is with you right now, isn't he? Tell them for me that the Flame Wolves and their pack have broken through Monde's magical barrier. The warriors in Monde are being routed, and those few ice mages from Pista are about to collapse. We reached an agreement with the Flame Wolves. Once Pista's ice mage barrier breaks, we enter the city and massacre them. It's all over. Flame Wolves aren't afraid of fire. Even if you call that little helper girl, it won't do any good. Prepare for the end of Riemann. Chapter 73. Monde City. This is a large city located in northern Lehman. This northern city boasts the largest urban area and the sparsest population in Lehman. Because of its proximity to the Monde volcano in the Monde forest, the city is rich in fire element and is known as the City of Flames. At the same time, it is also the northern border of the Lehman Empire, garrisoned by a large number of city guards, and fortified with 20-meter-high walls and magical barriers to prevent sudden attacks from the magical beasts of the Monde forest. In this border city far from the Lehman capital, a war is quietly breaking out. The wolves are coming. On the vast grassland, a large group of mages formed a square formation, raising their magic staffs high. Besides the Imperial Army, many of them were volunteers from the Lehman Empire, some from the Mages Guild, and others were noble children, who had volunteered to come from the comfortable southern cities of Lehman in recent days to provide support. Attention! All mages, attention! Wolf pack spotted. Wolf pack spotted. At the shouts of several scouts, the mages all turned their gazes forward. There, a vast pack of dark wolves was rapidly approaching like a dark cloud. Those are Tier 3 magical beasts, maned wolves. At least 5,000 of them. All battle mages. Engage! All ice mages, retreat to the city walls and launch ranged attacks on the wolves. Hold the Empire's last line of defense. Several scouts shouted hoarsely, raising the bright red flag of the Riemann Empire, and fearlessly charged towards the wolf pack. Riemann is behind us. Hold the border to the death. Never retreat. Never retreat. The warriors, wielding longswords and spears, imbued their weapons with elemental power, showing no fear as they faced the dark, swarming wolf pack. The setting sun etched their shadows into glorious streaks on the ground. Die! You beasts! Soon, the Lehman Empire soldiers and volunteers clashed with the frontline maned wolves. Blood Demon Slayer. Icy Snow. Break. Amidst the battle cries, the ice elemental mages retreated discreetly to the vicinity of the high walls of Monde City. They knew the wolf pack's true trump card had yet to be revealed. The Flame Wolf, an extremely ordinary name, was a Tier 5 magical beast. A Tier 5 magical beast not only signifies intelligence comparable to humans, but also represents the power to easily destroy any human city. Under normal circumstances, the magical beasts and humans of the Eve continent maintained a state of non-interference and non-aggression. It's true that Tier 5 magical beasts are incredibly powerful, but humanity's advantage lies in their sheer numbers and vast network of connections. If a magical beast were to suddenly attack a human city, causing massive casualties, it would likely become the target of the country's mages and warriors. Unless you completely destroy the country's core strength, the king will undoubtedly dispatch a large number of human mages to carry out a suppression plan in revenge, ensuring the beast's perpetual peace. In other words, you either need to completely destroy a country and exterminate all its mages, or you shouldn't even engage in a full-scale war with them, otherwise, you face endless trouble in the future. However, today, this fire wolf, originally from the Moan Forest, chose to destroy the Moan border barrier and directly wage war against the Riemann Empire. This means it came with the determination to completely destroy the Riemann Empire. I remember you're from the Pista Ice House, right? On the high wall, watching the war on the vast plains ahead, several mages, while providing ranged support to their warriors, chatted with the mage beside them to ease the tension. "How is Juliana? Do you know anyone from our family?" the mage asked curiously, tossing ice balls at the wolves. "Julie is mainly in charge of the family's diplomatic affairs now, with Linton." "I know Linton too, that uncle with the always cheerful expression, he." The mage opposite gave a wry smile. "If I were you, I wouldn't have come all this way. You stirred up trouble. You're nobles, not the Imperial Army. You have no obligation to come. The rise and fall of the nation is the responsibility of every citizen." The mage of Pista maintained a nonchalant demeanor. "If this fire wolf truly intends to attack the capital, my hiding in the royal city is useless, especially since my children and brothers are there. Speaking of which," several mages approached from the other side. "Don't you find it strange? Why haven't we seen the fire wolf yet, even though the frontline magical barrier has been broken for so long?" Boom. The earth suddenly trembled as soon as the mage finished speaking. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of muffled footsteps, a raging fire suddenly erupted in the forest on the other side of the city walls. A gigantic figure slowly emerged from the forest. Not good. Seeing the terrifying, enormous black shadow, the scout in the watchtower shouted to the mage on the high wall, "It's a flame wolf. Damn it! This beast is feigning an attack. Barrier. Quick! Raise the magic barrier. Protect the city wall. We absolutely cannot let the flame wolf destroy the city wall. If it does, once the wolf pack enters Moan City, the people inside will be doomed." As soon as the scout finished speaking, the flame wolf in the forest assumed a charging stance towards the city wall. Its massive body, exceeding 30 meters in length, slowly crouched down, its powerful hind leg muscles taut, and the flames on its body instantly surged to a height of 50 or 60 meters. Boom! The next second, the flame wolf's hind legs exerted tremendous force, propelling it towards the city wall like a cannonball. Defend! Defend! Quick! Boom, 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 boom. The giant wolf's 4 legs raced across the grassland. Boom, 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 boom. The earth trembled noticeably. Quick! Quick! Defend! Don't let this beast break through. The mages on the high walls reacted quickly, channeling massive amounts of magic into the city wall's barrier. Boom, 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 boom. The running fire wolf accelerated, its massive body transforming into a dazzling fireball in the setting sun. No! Too late. Retreat! Retreat immediately. Everyone, get out of the way. Get out of the city gate. Boom! The fire wolf's sneak attack was a resounding success. Its fireball form crashed into the high walls of Moan's border like a train, instantly creating a huge breach in the seemingly impenetrable wall. The large group of mages on the high walls were also thrown into the air by the sudden impact, buried in the dust. Boom, 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 boom. The fire wolf, having smashed a large hole in the wall, continued running through the city for a while before finally coming to a stop. Then, it opened its mouth and hissed out a large amount of flames, as if releasing steam. Humph. Through the smoke and dust, the fire wolf glanced at the mess behind it and let out a disdainful sneer. Human mages are nothing special. Unnoticed by anyone, on a nearby tower, a little girl clutching a black and white cushion was listlessly watching the fire wolf that had smashed a large hole in the city wall. Ugh. After watching for a while, the little girl yawned and jumped down from the tower. Just throw some ice magic at it, and go home to sleep. Chapter 74. Retreat? As the flame wolves breached the high walls of Moan's border, the mages and warriors guarding the city suddenly received a retreat order from the royal palace. I don't understand. A wounded mage staggered out, pointing at the flame wolves inside the walls, saying, "I can still fight. Monde is behind us, and behind Monde is Riemann. We can't let this beast go." "This is an order." The royal messenger interrupted the mage. "Don't worry, the retreat is because a better battle plan has been developed, not because we're abandoning Monde." "Alright, I trust the palace." After a moment of silence, the mage on the city wall took out a communication crystal, passed the word down. "Everyone retreat." "What? Retreat?" Compared to the volunteer soldiers and noble mages on the high walls, the Riemann Empire's army fighting on the front lines only hesitated for less than a second before changing direction. "All soldiers, listen up. Bypass the flame wolves and retreat to Monde district. Your safety is the primary objective. Also, one more thing. When you get back, remember to wear more clothes and keep warm." "Huh?" "No, Captain, this is Monde, the city of flames. Wearing more clothes this time of year will kill us. Do as ordered. They say this place will soon become a city of ice and snow." This is big news. Inside the smoke-filled high walls, several ordinary people holding photographic crystals were pointing them at the battlefield where a mass rout had occurred. An order suddenly came from the palace, requiring all soldiers engaged in combat and defending the city to retreat to Monde City. We must record this spectacular scene. Why would the palace issue such an order? I don't know, that's not our concern. Yumi, go set up the equipment on the opposite wall. Make sure to record today's battle completely. Okay. In the chaos, the flame wolf, having crashed through the high wall, noticed the human army suddenly beginning to retreat. Running away. What's wrong with them? Are they scared already? The flames on the flame wolf subsided slightly. It squinted, observing the Riemann Empire's army and volunteer soldiers, who had completely ignored it and their pack, frantically retreating towards the city using wind magic and their horses, their minds filled with questions. Then, its doubts transformed into disdain for humans. Indeed, before us magical beasts, humans are nothing but a bunch of savage monkeys. As a Tier 5 magical beast, the flame wolf was over 30 meters long, and standing on all fours, it was 17 or 18 meters tall. In its extreme flame state, the flames on its body could surge to 50 or 60 meters high in a short time, appearing from afar as a massive ball of flame, quite terrifying. The flame wolf glanced at the volcano in the distant forest, its crater spewing fire serpents, then slowly took a step towards the city of Monde, its massive paws striking the ground with a resounding boom. It seemed that following the Osborne family's suggestion to attack this empire was the right decision. This country is utterly vulnerable. Once the so-called Riemann Empire is destroyed, this vast territory before me will be mine. In the setting sun, the flame wolf inadvertently noticed a little girl walking slowly against the flow of people towards them. A little girl, dressed in an adorable nightgown, clutched a black and white pillow. She wasn't wearing shoes. Her tiny feet, encased in white stockings, seemed to float in midair thanks to wind magic, and she walked towards them with a cute yet slightly ladylike gait. "Oh!" The fire wolf scoffed at the little girl. "Not running away, but walking towards me instead?" In the setting sun, the fire wolf deliberately spoke in broken Lehman. "Why are you the only one going against the flow, little sister?" The little girl clutching the large pillow was none other than Eline, who had just finished snacking at the Piarista Villa, and was now taking a stroll. Eline merely yawned slightly at the fire wolf's taunt, saying nothing. She glanced at the sunset in the west, then at the Lehman army retreating towards the city of Monde. Not far away, dust billowed from the high wall where the fire wolf had smashed a large hole. The setting sun cast its last rays on the withered plants in the city, dappling the dry ground with mottled shadows. It was clear that there was no shortage of fighting on the Monde border. Almost no tree was intact. Most of the vegetation in the lawns was half dead, either scorched by flames or trampled by various behemoths. And within a radius of several hundred kilometers around the city of Monde in the Riemann Empire, there were no other countries. In other words, even without the Osborne family's instigation, this fire wolf, and the monsters in the nearby forest had frequently harassed the Empire's frontier warriors. There were no plants to provide shade, no clear streams, no food to cool them down, only endless flames. Only magical beasts could probably survive in such an extreme environment. It's said that the soldiers sent to the border of Monde had the highest mortality rate. After briefly observing her surroundings, Eline turned back to the fire wolf in front of her. "What, can't you understand me?" Seeing the little girl's sleepy expression, the fire wolf became interested. "I'm waiting for the pack behind me." "Who are you waiting for here?" "Waiting for?" Watching the last group of mages and warriors escort the wounded away from the high wall, Eline held up a pillow in her snow-white hand. Wait until everyone is dressed. What did you say? Before the fire wolf could react, the little girl had already raised the pillow above her head. Buzz. Then, to the fire wolf's terrified gaze, the pillow, which was less than a meter long, lit up with a dazzling ice blue light. A vast, terrifying sea of ice elements, as if from an abyss, surged towards the small pillow, transforming it into a gigantic ice pillow exceeding 30 meters in size in less than half a second. Boom! As if wielding a weightless weapon, Eline raised the small pillow above her head and swung it at the flame wolf. What? The flame wolf didn't even have time to react before the massive ice pillow struck it squarely on the head with a loud bang. Whoosh! The giant pillow collided with the wolf's head, producing a muffled explosion. A visible shockwave erupted instantly, whipping up gusts of wind that sent dry grass and wood chips flying in all directions. Boom! The next second, the terrifying giant wolf, over 30 meters long, was sent flying by Eline's slap, tracing a graceful arc through the air before crashing into the entrance of the mown forest. After sending the fire wolf flying, the ice elemental activity gathered within Eline's body didn't end. A massive surge of ice elemental energy roared in, rapidly freezing the once bustling inner city into a kingdom of ice and snow, centered on the little girl. A thin layer of ice covered the dry ground. In the soldiers' camp, icicles visibly sprouted from the tents under the cover of ice. Even the high wall used for wolf protection was instantly covered by a thick layer of ice. At that moment, the temperature near the mown forest walls plummeted below zero, causing several war correspondents to shiver. It's so cold, quick! Where's my bag? Give me another layer. Now I finally understand why the orders from the palace, besides retreating, also included putting on more clothes. This is the land of fire. The land of fire is frozen. Wait, don't tell me this terrifying temperature drop. Is it just her opening move? Under the watchful eyes of several photographers, Eline, whose body was already surrounded by a large amount of ice element, rose and leaped hundreds of meters into the air, then flew towards the entrance of the mown forest, where the fire wolf had fallen. Follow her, quick, Yumi. Where's your wind elemental power? Lead us to catch up. Are you crazy? This is freezing. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Even if I die, I film it. Quick! Follow her. High in the air, Eline looked down at the half-dead fire wolf below and raised her small hand. The terrifying aura of ice elemental energy surged violently at this moment. According to the human classification of magical beasts, all the magical beasts in Dragon Forest were definitely at least level 10. Even level 10 magical beasts couldn't withstand the complete creation's break spell. If the forbidden ice spell creation's break were used here, even with reduced magic output, probably very few creatures within a radius of several hundred kilometers, including the city of Moan behind it, would survive. It's better to just throw out a small spell. Thinking this, Eline casually hurled the ice ball she had formed towards the fire wolf at the forest entrance. Crack, 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 crack. The moment the ice ball hit the fire wolf, the terrifying chill contained within instantly froze the enormous creature into an ice sculpture. Buzz. Immediately afterward, a shockwave composed of ice elemental energy spread outwards from the fire wolf in all directions. Wherever the shockwave passed, everything, from rubble and withered grass to broken trees, was instantly covered with a thick layer of ice, crackling and sputtering from the friction of the low temperatures. The flame forest behind the flame wolves, stained with the icy ripples, visibly transformed into an ice forest. Like an invincible army, the area covered in ice and snow expanded continuously as the shockwave spread. My God! At the same time, several war correspondents arrived outside the city gates, witnessing this seemingly miraculous scene. On camera, the ever-expanding icy ripples were devouring everything, like a ravenous, insatiable beast consuming the earth. Woo! The frost shockwave quickly reached the vicinity of the flame wolves' main wolves' army. Woo! Sensing the danger, the wolves tried to flee, but the frost's speed was faster, instantly engulfing them with its terrifying frost. In an instant, 1 wolf, 2 wolves, 100 wolves, 200 wolves, 1,000 wolves, 2,000 wolves. Some of the maned wolves on the ground assumed a defensive posture, some scattered and fled, some bared their teeth. No matter their posture, they were all frozen into hard ice sculptures in that instant. Buzz. Meanwhile, the frost shockwave spread along the mown forest to the flame forest, freezing the entire forest and approaching the mown volcano crater. The frost's aura penetrated the volcanic rock, seeping deep into the volcano, corroding the dense fire elemental particles. The magma in the volcano extinguished with a hissing sound upon contact with the frost's aura. The Moan volcano, lasting less than a second, transformed into Moan Snow Mountain. Whoosh! The ripples of ice and snow spreading in all directions accelerated, and the area of icy white on the ground increased exponentially. Moan Forest, Moan Plain, Moan City. Forests, mountains, streams, grasslands. An area spanning hundreds of kilometers was completely covered in frost in that instant. Finally, the spreading ripples of ice and snow disappeared from Eline's sight. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on this world of ice and snow, creating a unique and beautiful scene. The threat to the northern city is thus resolved. As she spoke, the dragon princess, high in the sky, landed behind the flame wolf, now an ice sculpture. Although they haven't found King Cassius, whom they speak of. Yawning again, Eline lifted her small pillow, looked at the large hole in the distant wall caused by the flame wolf, and quickly estimated the distance. Then, with a boom, she slapped the frozen fire wolf away with a small pillow. Whoosh! The ice-sculpted giant wolf arced through the air once more, landing precisely in the large hole in the city wall. It'd probably snow here for the next 2 or 3 years. 2 years should be enough time for them to patch up the hole. Retracting her ice elemental power, Eline glanced in the direction of the Piarista villa. Time to go back to eat and sleep. Unnoticed by anyone, at the edge of the Moan Forest, a man in armor stood up shakily. He was Cassius, the king of the Lehman Empire, who had been missing for several days. I'm so... The king uttered a curse as soon as he stood up. He raised his great sword with trembling hands, smashing open the frozen ice around him, covering himself with straw from the ice, his robust body shivering uncontrollably. Did I sleep for a century? Chapter 75. On this day, the entire Lehman Empire was filled with the sounds of gongs, drums, and firecrackers. As a nation that blends Eastern and Western influences, Lehman's streets were bustling with activity. Not only were various firecrackers and red lanterns for sale, but roadside convenience stores were also overflowing with festive items, such as Christmas trees adorned with gifts and traceless fireworks that could be activated with a pull to unleash their ice and fire elements and explode in the air. After resolving the crisis with the flame wolves, King Cassius, who had stumbled back to the capital from Moan City that evening, solemnly declared this day an annual public holiday in Lehman, a statutory holiday of the empire. Everyone, regardless of rank, would receive a 7-day holiday on the first Friday of this month each year. The happiest people upon hearing this news were naturally the citizens of Moan City. Moan City was far from the capital, close to the Moan volcano, and adjacent to the monster forest. Resources in the city had always been extremely scarce. Temperatures here are consistently above 30 degrees Celsius, and can even exceed 40 degrees Celsius during volcanic activity. The heat forces the city's inhabitants to rely on water transported from the south, and some ice magic to barely survive. This environment was already harsh enough, but in recent years, the flame wolves of the monster forest have frequently ordered their maned wolves to destroy crops, kill heavy ducks and free-range chickens in the pastures, and drive away grazing sheep on the grasslands, causing immense suffering to the people. Now, upon learning that the culprit, the flame wolves, has finally been punished, the first thing the citizens of Moan did was build a large stage in front of the flame wolves, frozen into ice sculptures. They placed various magical devices capable of playing music on the stage, and then organized wave after wave of artists to dance and perform. Today is a good day, but nothing I wish for will come true. Good luck, good luck. Good luck brings joy and love. You're like a fire. The blazing flames warmed me. At noon, even the mayor of Moan City personally stood on the stage with a microphone, jokingly addressing the ice sculpture of the fiery wolf blocking the gaping hole in the high wall. Truly delightful, gratifying, and cause for celebration. Mr. Wolf, are you still alive? You're probably not. How about we build another statue at the city gate? And put it inside for you, sir? It would be a way of repaying those wolves and you, the leader of the wolf pack, for your care of Moan City these past few years, wouldn't you say? On stage, singing and dancing filled the air, while below, children, who had never seen snow before, bundled up in thick clothes, had a snowball fight. Undeterred by the freezing cold, some journalists stood near the stage, microphones in hand, broadcasting live. As we can see, the city of Moan, known as the City of Flames, is completely covered in ice and snow, with heavy snowfall falling from the sky. The reporters, bundled in thick coats, some stood near the frozen flame wolves, while others went directly to the entrance of the Moan Forest, pointing their cameras at the snow-covered flame mountain ahead. This is the first time I ever seen such a magical sight. Even Mohn's volcano has turned into a snow-capped mountain. To directly alter the climate of a place, how skilled an ice elementalist must they be to accomplish this? Personally, I think calling that little girl ice goddess is a bit too much of an honor, especially considering she recently displayed abilities comparable to the god of fire, and even demonstrated dark elemental magic to the crowd. It's said that photos and videos related to that little girl are now fetching astronomical prices. It's safe to say that our little girl, Eline Pista, is currently the undisputed superhero of the Lehman Empire. In contrast, the Lehman capital, having had less time to prepare, wasn't as bustling as Mohn City, but the overall atmosphere was still cheerful. King Cassius had just returned last night and announced to the entire nation a purge of the Osborne family from the Silas Empire. This included Osborne's persecution of the Pista family, his persecution of ordinary citizens, his use of money to corrupt members of parliament and papal officials, and his bribery of nobles, all of which would be broadcast live at the palace gates in front of the entire nation. This immediately aroused the interest of a large crowd, and within half a day, the area near the palace was packed with people. It's important to know that the Osborne family's activities went far beyond simply bribing nobles and members of parliament. Their past actions, such as proposing tax increases to members of parliament, forcibly managing the market, and inflating prices, were all closely related to the daily lives of ordinary people. Therefore, upon hearing that the Lehman Empire was finally going to settle scores with the Osborne family, everyone flocked to the vicinity of the Court of Judgment, eager to witness firsthand the punishment inflicted upon those who had bullied them. Osborne's good days are over now. He's really messed with them. Of all people to mess with, they had to provoke the Pista family, old heroes since the founding of the nation. I suggest hanging all of Osborne's men, or exiling them to the frontier. I heard the king and pope of the Silas Empire didn't dare go back last night, and slept in a roadside inn. Really? Well, that makes sense. Our pope hasn't given the order, so they definitely wouldn't dare go back. Those two are our hostages now. We can't let them go until all the treaties are signed. Lehman has been bullied by Silas for so many years. It's time to get some interest. Right now, what king or pope means to me? My heart only belongs to little Elle. She is the supreme god of Lehman. Oh no, the supreme god of this world. Will little Elle come today? My daughter, and I really want to take a picture with her. As for Eline, this dragon princess, as usual, slept until after 2 p.m. before finally waking up. Today, she planned to go for a stroll in the city with her sisters, including Bilotes and Carrick, to buy some clothes. After all, since the Harvest Festival gathering and the Flame Wolf incident, she had become a complete celebrity in the Lehman Empire, which had a thriving photography industry. If she wore the cute little nightgown, white stockings, and trendy shoes on the street, she'd be recognized almost everywhere she went. So, she planned to buy a few casual outfits like everyone else, and also see if there were any uniform vendors for Manor Academy in the city. If so, she could buy the uniform in advance and prepare for enrollment. Little Elle's height: 139 centimeters. Buying clothes naturally involved measuring her body. At Elle's request, after afternoon tea, Bilotes found the measuring tape and weight scale that Carrick and Alice used when they were little, obtaining a more accurate measurement of her human form body. Chest measurements are 62 and 51, waist 46, hips 78. And shoe size: 19.8 centimeters. Weight is 31 kilograms. Okay, I think I understand. In the warm back garden, after taking Eline's measurements, Bilotes wrote them down in her small notebook. When we get to the city later, can we try buying some children's clothes? Chapter 76. While living in Dragon Forest, Erin rarely paid attention to her physical measurements. Back then, everything she did revolved around finishing her studies, so she could go to sleep. Therefore, she learned both magical theory and practical skills quickly, while physical measurements weren't essential. She slept through elective classes, and slept through required classes. After all, for dragons, learning shape-shifting to become human wasn't a popular activity. Dragons didn't need clothes, they only needed a general idea of their body length, wingspan, and weight. Even the question of how to become human was something Erin had to ask her mother, Fafnir. To learn about shape-shifting in this other world, she taught herself. As for Nasod and Fafnir also starting to maintain human form in the following decades, it was entirely because they saw their daughter's fondness for human form and followed suit, spoiling her. Erin only remembered that her parents had briefly measured her height when they made her new clothes. The measurement, including her ahogue, cowlick, was 143 centimeters. She always thought her true height was a little over 140 centimeters. She usually used the dragon dance steps to walk, which added about 10 centimeters to her height with wind element, and her baby dragon sleeping cap had small dragon horns that were 7 or 8 centimeters long. So, she figured she was close to 160 centimeters tall, not particularly short. But she never expected, without measuring her ahogue, her height was only 139 centimeters. What does 139 centimeters mean? That's a true lowly height, the kind that lasts for thousands of years. Alright, ladies. After taking Erin's measurements at home, Bilotes changed into a simple white dress, put on a sun hat, picked up her small bag, and scooped the dragon princess into her arms. Standing in the lobby of the villa, she called upstairs time to go. After the Silas incident, the Pista firehouse villa returned to its usual quiet. The ice house had just returned from the battlefield and needed to tidy up. Linton, as a witness, had to go to the palace to discuss matters with the king and pope. Juliana and Carrick had left early in the morning. Only Alice and Victoria, who had just returned from Manor Academy the day before, had nothing to do and could accompany Erin, Pista's youngest daughter, shopping. Coming! Victoria, dressed in an engineer's uniform, peeked out from the small room on the second floor first. She glanced at Eline, who was being held like a kitten by Bilotes, and smiled like a girl seeing something adorable. "Little Eline is so cute," she exclaimed. "Huh?" Eline raised her head, still pondering why am I only 139 centimeters? Having just woken up, she was still a little groggy. Me? Nothing, my bag is missing, just a moment. She's always so forgetful. As Victoria finished speaking, Alice, who had already changed her clothes, came out from the second floor. "Good afternoon, little Eline." "Good afternoon, Alice Nay." Eline looked at her second sister's attire and exclaimed, "So pretty." Alice's outfit perfectly matched all of Eline's impressions of the name Alice from her time on Earth. She has beautiful blue eyes, and her long blonde hair is always topped with a huge bow. Even at home these past few days, she's been wearing glamorous Lolita-style dresses paired with various Lolita-style stockings and little leather shoes. However, slightly different from the traditional cute-style Alice, her Alice Pista uses a sniper rifle. Or rather, a large-scale firearm. This world doesn't yet have the concept of a precision rifle, so while Alice's firearm looks like a sniper rifle, it's essentially a high-tech explosives thrower. Little Heir's words are making me a little embarrassed. Under Eline's big eyes, Alice lifted the hem of her dress and clattered down from the second floor in her round-toed heels, taking Bilotes' small bag. I was discussing the specifications of musket bullets with Victoria, which took a little longer. Was it about the explosive power of fire and lightning elemental bullets upon impact? Eline, nestled in Bilotes' arms, chimed in. I overheard some of it while having breakfast in my room. Little Heir also studies fire and lightning elements? Alice asked instinctively, then exclaimed as if suddenly realizing something, that's right. Little Heir even solved the Papulatus conjecture. We should ask Little Heir about these professional questions. Eline hesitated. I only have a superficial understanding of some of the more advanced magical knowledge. The profound magical knowledge Little L mentioned is that kind of world-destroying forbidden spell, right? Alice covered her mouth and chuckled. We completely figured out your personality. So Little L, do you have any good suggestions? While Eline's little head was still a bit dazed, Alice leaned closer, gazing expectantly at the kitten-like dragon princess in Bilotes' arms, and asked, currently musketeers are still a trial major at Manor Academy. The firepower of muskets is very limited, even less than that of advanced mages. This is a problem that's causing a lot of headaches for many people. Sister Alice, do you want to increase the firepower of the musket or firepower? Alice answered without hesitation, my fire magic talent isn't very good, so I want to use machinery to improve my combat power. I hope to use this power to protect everyone, just like Little L. If you simply want to increase firepower, I have a suggestion. Eline gestured with her small hand, abandon the round-nosed explosive bullets, change them to cone shapes, and then fill the bullets with something like. The Buddha's Wrath Red Lotus possesses fire elemental properties, increasing the explosive force upon firing. The gun's barrel is modified to improve range and accuracy. Huh? Alice took a full half-minute to understand Eline's words. Little Eline means abandoning traditional fire elemental explosion damage and shifting the focus of the modification towards physics to increase bullet penetration? Yes, a conical bullet head greatly enhances penetration. If the bullet can penetrate the enemy's body and then detonate the fire element from within, the damage will be hundreds of times greater than an external explosion. My God! Hearing this, Alice's large blue eyes widened in astonishment. Why didn't I think of that before? Because many people in this world are so engrossed in various magical wonders. Compared to Earth, the magical world has far too many and too varied expansion packs, leaving everyone unsure which technology tree to develop. Eline thought to herself quietly. The communication crystal itself is a prototype of a telephone. As long as the corresponding base station is built, or a satellite is launched into the sky, communication between Riemann and Silas is entirely possible. This world even has projection crystals. Some crystals can have corresponding magical circuits programmed into them. The presence of magical elements in a certain area of the crystal represents a 1, while the absence of magical elements represents a 0. This is the prototype of a microcontroller. If microcontrollers can be built, with a little effort, computers aren't impossible to create. With computers, televisions, and mobile phones, creating the internet will be a piece of cake. Unfortunately, because this is a world where strength reigns supreme, humanity is far too weak and constantly bullied by magical beasts. Therefore, almost everyone believes that learning magic to become stronger is the only way out. Or perhaps, once I'm no longer plagued by narcolepsy, I can use my free time to handcraft a prototype of the internet here in Lehman. Sorry to keep you waiting. At the same time, Victoria, dressed in a light yellow engineer's uniform, wearing a beret, and carrying a large backpack, jogged down from the second floor. Are we going to buy clothes for little Eire today? Does little Elle have any good suggestions for Victoria's problem? Seeing Victoria, Alice turned around. It's about that improved shell formula. She says she feels the shell's power isn't strong enough. If you want the shell to be more powerful, you could try using dark element to bombard fire element. Huh? Victoria ran up to Eline. What? Bombarding fire element with dark element? Among fire elementals, there's a very unstable fire element isotope that most fire mages can use. People call this fire element virtual fire. Do you know about illusory fire? Victoria nodded. There are many kinds of illusory fire. It's mentioned in the textbooks at Manor Academy. This kind of fire is very difficult to control. It dissipates easily, so it's not recommended for use as offensive magic. Among the illusory fires recorded by humans, the one numbered 235 has a unique characteristic. If bombarded by dark elements, it releases a shockwave that can trigger a chain reaction of fire elements. A chain reaction? Victoria perked up instantly at the mention of academic matters. Is the energy released by this chain reaction very large? Very large, almost equivalent to 100,000 times the energy of the cannonballs in the backpack you're carrying, and the power is adjustable. The size depends on how much illusory fire 235 you add to the cannonballs. The little girl in Bilotes' arms spoke the most devilish words in the cutest voice. If you wish, Victoria, I can store some dark elements in your body, so you can independently create something called a miniature atomic bomb. The shells have arrived. A small atomic bomb could destroy a city. That's powerful enough, isn't it? Chapter 77. Leaving the small villa by carriage, passing the familiar city market, Eline noticed a significant change compared to a few days ago. The chaotic streets of her memory seemed effectively managed. Many stalls haphazardly set up along the roadside now had designated parking areas, and there was far less trash and debris, making the area look very clean and tidy. If the Jiuchong Street Market had given Eline a flea market impression back then, this place now resembled a clean community shopping center. Should Mom go down and buy some ice cream? Perhaps noticing that Eline's little head was constantly looking at the dessert shop outside the carriage, Bilotes gestured for the driver to stop. Little Eline, would you like a large or a small? I want a large one. No sooner had Bilotes finished speaking than Victoria, who was discussing chain reactions with Alice in the back of the carriage, raised her hand. 2. Hearing her two older sisters say this, Eline Zahog, a cowlick on her head, stood up, and she also raised her hand. Then I want, and a small one too. After spending these past few days together, Eline had a general understanding of her two older sisters' personalities. Besides Eline, the youngest sister in the Piarista firehouse was Victoria, who was only 14 years old, a little taller than Eline, about 150 centimeters, and had relatively short hair. Victoria has been studying at Manor Academy for 2 years, and is very interested in all magical artifacts, especially cannons. She has a very innocent and straightforward personality, and can talk to you all day about anything related to mechanical knowledge. Victoria's older sister, Alice, is relatively more ladylike. At 17, she's only about 150 centimeters tall, but because Alice often wears heeled Lolita-style round-toed shoes with a 3-centimeter sole, and a nearly 7-centimeter heel, she appears slightly taller than Victoria. Although both are Bilotes' daughters, distinguishing the sisters is very simple. Alice has long hair, while Victoria has short hair. Alice loves to dress up, always wearing a large bow and a Lolita dress, while Victoria rarely cares about her appearance, always wearing an engineer's uniform and a beret. Alice speaks softly like a lady, while Victoria chatters like a little sparrow. As for Eline, her registered information in the Lehman Empire currently lists her as 12 years old, a Pista. Little Eline, would you like to get down and take a look? After getting off the carriage, Bilotes waved to the little girl perched on the windowsill like a hamster inside. Okay. Eline hesitated for a moment, then stepped out of the car with a dragon dance gait. This was also the first time she had traveled so far without a pillow or her baby dragon nightcap. All she wore was a small spaghetti-strap nightgown, her long hair flowing naturally down her back. Let the brilliance of Eline Pista shine throughout the entire Riemann River. Several red banners bearing Riemannian script hung in the sky above the market outside. Our eternal hero, Eline Pista. As pear blossoms bloom across the land, Eline's veil floats on the Riemann River. Heroic in her bravery, defending her homeland, the shining metals forever belong to her. Besides the countless Eline banners written in words, the sky was also filled with large headshots of Eline in various styles. Even just looking at these exquisite anime illustrations, Erin could feel the deep affection the artist had for her. Look, Bilotes gestured to the festive scene around her under the blue sky, after eliminating the Osborne family and helping to resolve the Flame Wolf crisis in the north. Little Erin is practically a national idol in Lehman. Is that little Erin? At that moment, the owner of a dessert shop nearby seemed to recognize Pista's carriage and immediately ran out of the shop carrying a large pile of desserts. Little Erin is here. What? Little Erin? Instantly Erin, who had just stepped out of the carriage, became the focus of the entire street. My goodness! She's so cute. So adorable. I can't take it anymore. Just one look at her and my heart is racing. Is this child an elf? She's so much prettier in person than on the projector. That snow-white skin and those big eyes. How does she maintain her youthful appearance? Little heir, would you like a little cake? Oh right. I remember the news mentioned that our national hero, Little Heir, loves sweets. Quick, bring out all the candy in the shop. The next second, countless vendors eagerly grabbed their stalls' goods, food, drinks, snacks, beverages, and ran towards Eline. This scene surprised even Bilotes, who quickly waved her hand, saying, Everyone, there's no need to be so. Mrs. Bilotes, please don't be so polite. Little Heir can eat whatever she wants on this street, no money required. Yes, yes, please accept it. Look how thin the child is. 12 is an age for growth. Madam, this is a specialty from our hometown. Please accept it. 10 minutes later, a carriage loaded with food creaked and groaned as it headed towards the city center. Little Heir, are you all right? Sitting in the front, Bilotes looked somewhat embarrassed at Eline, who was completely buried in food with only her head peeking out. Mommy didn't expect everyone to be so enthusiastic. Eline, amidst the pile of food, was both amused and exasperated. So much. We can't possibly finish it all. Little Heir is truly a national idol now. After the Osborne family is tried at the palace in a few days, everyone's admiration for Little Heir will only increase. Alice suggested Manor Academy will be recruiting in Lehman in less than a week. I suggest Little Heir apply for Manor's spring admissions and hide there for a while. That's exactly what the family plans. Well, perhaps the knowledge from Manor Academy isn't suitable for little Elle anymore. Bilotes nodded. But meeting more people her own age should help her condition. Anyway, let's go buy some clothes for little Elle first. Victoria looked up. Mommy, are we going to Vera's place? Yes, Vera has been making women's shoes for over 10 years. We always trusted her. After buying shoes, we look at clothes. Bilotes glanced out the window. We're here. With that, Bilotes stepped down from the carriage first, extending her little hand to Eline. Be careful. With Bilotes' help, Eline jumped down from the carriage full of food. Almost the instant the little dragon princess stepped out of the carriage, a gaze came from the entrance of a clothing store not far away. Eline looked up and met the gaze of its owner. Huh? A girl from Arcana with long white hair, wearing a red coat. Eline recognized the white-haired girl outside the clothing store. This girl was also present when those Arcanian envoys visited the Pista family. She was probably the daughter of some nobleman from Arcana, or a princess. Hello. Under Erlin's curious gaze, the girl, who had been browsing clothes outside the store, immediately put down what she was holding and quickly walked over. Then, in front of everyone around, the girl handed Eline a pink envelope and said in heavily accented Lehman, "I love you. Please marry me." Chapter 78. I love you, please marry me. In the suddenly quiet street, perhaps sensing that Eline hadn't understood, the white-haired girl in front of her, still holding the pink envelope, repeated it again in her very broken Riemann. Huh? The sudden confession jolted Eline, who had been drowsy from the bumpy car ride, back to reality. She subconsciously looked at the white-haired girl before her. The girl had long, pure white hair that reached past her shoulders, and beautiful red eyes. Her skin was very fair, and she had a cute, Lolita-like face. She was about 1.6 meters tall, wearing a white undershirt under a red and white coat, and matching snow boots. This kind of attire is common in countries with year-round snowfall. But, does the country of Arcana have a tradition of confessing love upon first meeting? Or does she simply not understand the meaning of the word marriage? With these questions in mind, Eline tried to use her dragon abilities to roughly sense the girl before her. A pure northern girl, living in a cold environment year-round, she was very healthy, but because she was dressed so thickly, her body temperature was somewhat high. A girl, confessing to me? At this moment, for the first time, Eline felt her identity as a girl had such a strong presence. Lilia, what's wrong? At this moment, a mature woman dressed in very distinctive local style walked out of the clothing store. The mature woman had light yellow hair mixed with some white highlights, was very tall, probably around 1.75 meters, with a good figure, wearing a long, lace-trimmed dress, and a hat adorned with jewels. Seeing Eline and her entourage, the woman said with slight surprise, "You are the Lemanian heroes the envoy mentioned before? Mother." Hearing this, the girl in front of Eline turned around and said in the language of Arcana, "I want to marry her. She is Lilia, the daughter of the Queen of Arcana." Bilotes walked behind Eline, bent down, and whispered, "Her full name is Lilia Katerina Mikhailovna. We met at the front door before. As for the person next to her, she is probably the family's steward or maid. In Arcana, it's customary to call such female servants, who care for their children, mother." "Yes." Eline nodded. "I remember her. Arcana is known as the land of winter, and the situation there is slightly different from that of Lehman." Having learned various human languages as a child, Eline knew that Arcana names consist of a given name, father/mother's given name, and surname. Like the woman before them, Lilia Katerina Mikhailovna, her name can be broken down as follows. Her name is Lilia, her mother holds the highest position in the family, her mother's name is Katerina, and their family surname is Mikhailovna. In Arcanese, Katerina translates to pure, innocent, while Lilia means lily. Hello. Thinking this, Eline walked towards the two of them and said in Arcanese, "If you have difficulty with Riemann, you can use Arcanese." "Wow." The white-haired girl looked surprised. "Why do you speak Arcanese so well, and your trills are so good? Are you Arcanese?" I'm not." Eline felt she was about to be defeated by this Lilia's naivete. "I just learned the language of Arcana." "Then can we get married?" The white-haired girl handed Eline another pink envelope. "I like you very much. Can I marry you? I have a very, very big house and a very big bed, enough for 2 people. What's going on in your head?" "This." Eline quickly changed the subject, pointing to the pink envelope. "What's this?" "A love letter." The white-haired girl answered without hesitation. "I liked you very much the day we first met, and then I spent a whole night thinking about it, confirming my feelings, and writing this love letter. Today I was originally planning to buy some clothes and then—" "I'm so sorry." Before the white-haired girl could finish speaking, she was pulled away by the woman behind her. "I'm so sorry, my child is so naive." She didn't mean romantic love, it was more like liking cute little animals. The woman gave Eline an apologetic look. The Arcana has been experiencing blizzards for the past few years, so this child rarely goes out. The snow foxes that used to play with her are all hiding. She's also quite straightforward and mistook you for a small animal. Please don't take offense. With that, the woman dragged the white-haired girl away, apologizing in Riemann as they went. "I'm so sorry to have bothered you all." "But Mom, she's so cute," the white-haired girl said, her face full of grievance as she was being dragged away. "Mom taught me that you should boldly tell the person you like." Okay, let's go look at dresses over there." "Huh?" Even after the white-haired girl Lilia and her mother disappeared at the end of the street, Eline was still somewhat bewildered. This was the first time she encountered such a straightforward girl. Rumor has it that Queen Katerina of Arcana's youngest daughter, Lilia, is innocent and naive. "I originally thought it was just a joke," Bilotes remarked. "Now it seems that child really is naive." I remember Princess Lilia is only 12 years old this year, right? The girls in our Arcana class are generally quite tall, Victoria chimed in. If Princess Lilia really is 12, then she might be able to apply for the Manor Academy's spring admissions this year. Eline's Ahogue, a single strand of hair sticking up, instantly stood on end. She's 12 years old. Almost 1.6 meters tall at 12? Then No, what I should be concerned about isn't Lilia's height, but... She's also applying for the spring semester at Manor Academy? Does that mean we might run into each other? It's alright. It's alright. Lilia probably just really likes little Elle. Seeing Eline's worried expression, Bilotes smiled, and picked up the little girl. Let's go to Vera's place first, it's just ahead. A few minutes later, Eline and her group arrived at a shop on the commercial street with a bunny sign that read Vivi's Cottage. From the decor and the shoes and clothes sold, it was clear that the shop focused on cuteness, and the owner was probably the optimistic, cheerful type with a youthful heart. Various Lolita-style dresses, skirts, sundresses, and even the little sundresses like the one Eline is wearing are scattered throughout the shop. However, the shop's largest selection consists of shoes and socks. Round-toe heels, cute flat shoes, Mary Janes with buckles, school uniform shoes with bows. These adorable shoes paired with over-the-knee socks, stockings, and lace stockings create a warm and inviting atmosphere in this small shop located in the heart of the commercial district. While Rieman's heavy industry isn't very developed, its light industry, especially handicrafts like clothing, seems to be thriving. In terms of clothing variety and style, Eline feels that Riemann is very similar to 21st century Earth. In fact, people here seem more accepting of anime-style fashion. Because of the aristocracy, no one dares to criticize a noblewoman for wearing extravagant clothing. On the contrary, sometimes the stockings, dresses, and other garments worn by nobles can even spark a trend. Vera! Holding Eline in her arms, Bilotes walked into the adorably decorated little shop and waved to a woman busy arranging goods under the shoe rack. Long time no see. How's business? Bilotes. Turning around, the woman in the pink and white bunny pajamas with short blonde hair in front of the shoe rack looked surprised. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I wasn't prepared at all. No, I just took advantage of my vacation to come and buy some clothes and shoes for the children. Bilotes gestured to Eline in her arms. Little Eline, this is Sister Vera. We've known each other for 20 years. When we were little, Alice and Victoria mostly bought their clothes and shoes from Sister Vera. Eline flashed her little fangs. Hello, Sister Vera. Oh my god! At this moment, the female shopkeeper, Vera, also noticed the adorable little girl in Bilotes' arms. She was stunned for a moment, then asked incredulously, is this little one the legendary little hero who saved our Lehman, Eline Piarista? Bilotes nodded. Just call her little Eline. Oh my god, this? Held in Bilotes' arms, Eline looked like an obedient baby, melting Vera's heart. This child is so sweet. Her back and waist ached from a busy morning, but at this moment, all her ailments vanished. Because she liked her so much, Vera subconsciously mustered her courage and asked, Can I hold her? Bilotes gave Eline an inquiring look. Eline simply stretched out her little hand towards Vera. This gesture made Vera tremble with joy. She carefully hugged Eline and exclaimed, so light. Little Eline only weighs 31 kilograms. Bilotes smiled, glancing around the shoe racks in the store. I mainly came today to buy some clothes for little Eline, as well as some shoes and socks. For little Eline? None of the ones in the store are suitable. Vera quickly said, these must be custom made. I want to use the best materials, personally oversee the process, and make the most beautiful and adorable clothes for little Eline. That's what I was thinking too. Bilotes turned to Eline. Or little Eline could see if there's anything she likes in the store. Would you like to buy a few clothes or shoes to take home? Is there anything you like? Vera looked at the little girl in her arms. Don't be shy. Little Earl is our little hero. Everything in the shop is free. Under everyone's gaze, Eline pointed to a small yellow bell hanging on the top of one of the shoe racks. Is that also for sale? That? Following Erline's gaze, Vera hesitated for a moment after noticing the bell on the top of the shoe rack, which was attached to a red string. Sort of. Walking towards the shoe rack, Vera tiptoed and took the bell down. I found this a long time ago, when I passed through the ruins of Maple Leaf Village in a patch of grass. It's probably some kind of anklet or ornament. I brought it back to the shop and kept it for over 10 years, almost forgetting about it. As she spoke, Vera looked at Erline's little feet encased in silk stockings. Little heir, would you like to buy an anklet? But anklets usually go better with bare feet, right? Chapter 79. Eline recognized this small bell. Or rather, the aura emanating from it was familiar to their dragon princess. This bell, and the fox mask that was broken in Chipmunk Hugh's possession should come from the same litter of nine-tailed fox descendants. Even their auras were identical. The shopkeeper Vera's statement that she found it near the ruins of Maple Leaf Village also aligns with the bell's background. Because Chipmunk Hugh came from Maple Leaf Village. If that village truly has some connection to the nine-tailed foxes, then this item might one day be able to help Chipmunk. Of course, theoretically, Eline doesn't need to concern herself with Hugh's affairs. After all, their relationship, in essence, is merely a matter of Hugh's father, the Dragonwing Gargoyle, attacking Carrick and her followers in the Manor forest, then feeling remorse and subsequently making a series of spontaneous acts of compensation, barely balancing things out. During the Harvest Festival feast, Hugh, in order to lure away the Osborne family assassins, chose to run away to the suburbs instead of the city center, ultimately leaving himself badly injured. This incident resonated deeply with Eline. She had experienced a life without the love of her parents. In her previous life on Earth, Eline had always gone to school, worked, and lived alone. Since bringing a bell home was just a casual thing, and the shopkeeper Vera didn't seem to care much about it, Eline decided to try on the anklet. If little Eline wants it, you can try it on first to see if it fits. Carrying Eline to the dressing room, Vera put the little girl down and handed her the bell. Actually, I had it for so many years, and still don't know what it's for. If Eline wants it, it's yours. Thank you. Taking the bell and placing it aside, Eline sat on a small chair near the dressing room entrance. Then, she lifted her small foot, encased in a silk stocking, and grasped the end of the stocking with one hand, slowly rolling it down. In no time, the stocking was easily removed. Having lived in the snow-covered Crystal Palace for nearly 100 years, Eline had rarely left the house. Her legs, having absorbed a large amount of pure ice element, appeared whiter and smoother than those of ordinary girls, giving them a delectable, ice cream-like appearance. Eline's feet were the same color as her white stockings, a healthy pinkish white with a clean, crystal-like sheen. Combined with the soft, delicate skin typical of girls, her feet seemed like the most exquisite work of art sculpted by the creator. Not only did they appear exceptionally small, but they were also so adorable that one felt an urge to grab them and squish them. After all, Eline's feet had rarely been exposed to the outside world over the years. Even if she accidentally kicked off her socks while sleeping, the unique cleansing function of dragons kept them perfectly clean and fresh. She took off the other sock, carefully folded it, and put it away. Eline lifted her right foot, gesturing to her ankle. It's worn here, right? Probably. Looking at Eline's two small, fair feet, Vera exclaimed, Little Eline, what's your shoe size? They look so small. We measured them before we left, 19.8 centimeters, explained by Lodi's, who was picking out clothes. Size 30 or 31 is fine, but it's okay for Eline to go out without shoes. We bought shoes mainly because we're considering the upcoming recruitment for Manor Academy. We plan to enroll Eline, and the shoes can match her school uniform and everyday clothes. You know, Eline is quite famous in Lehman now. I know, especially about what happened with Osborne. I heard His Majesty the King will personally interrogate the Osborne family these next few days. I guess everyone who knows about Eline will. More. Vera stood up. Then I measure her foot shape again in a bit. Give me 2 days. I plan to use the best magical plants and silk to deliver the new clothes and shoes directly to your house. There's no need to rush. Bilotes quickly waved her hand. Manor Academy shouldn't start recruiting for another week, and they recruit for 3 or 4 days. Let's wait for the official announcement. With Little Heir's magical level, the magic professors at Manor must all be asking her questions, right? Generally, Little Heir doesn't like crowds. Bilotes and Vera were still chatting when Eline, who was in front of the changing room, had already tied the bell from the nine-tailed fox clan to her right foot. The bell itself was simple in structure, a stretchable red rope inscribed with fire and wind elemental magic circuits, and a golden bell inlaid inside, containing a crystal of fire, lightning, and earth elements. After a brief observation and aura detection, Eline, who already possessed a deep understanding of elemental combinations, roughly grasped the bell's purpose. Firstly, the red string on the bell did indeed have a certain effect on a mage's combat abilities, analogous to increasing fire magic casting speed by 10%, increasing fire elemental damage by 5%, and increasing movement speed by 5% in a game. Since Eline's own attributes were already maxed out, the red string's attributes weren't particularly important. As for the 3 elemental crystal inside the golden bell, Eline guessed it was a key. Somewhere in this world, there should be a lock corresponding to the bell. Finding the lock required extracting the 3-elemental crystal from the bell to unlock it. This was quite interesting. Why would the Nine-Tailed Fox clan entrust this seemingly important key to the villagers of the inconspicuous Maple Leaf Village surrounding the Lehman Empire? Most strangely, Maple Leaf Village was destroyed in a mysterious explosion over a decade ago, with only Spinach Hugh surviving. It's hard not to suspect that the fox mask and the bell in Hugh's hands might conceal some earth-shattering secret. Is that so? After putting the bell on her right foot, Eline stood up and hopped around a couple of times in a dragon dance style. So cute. Vera looked at Eline's little foot with the bell on it and asked curiously, "Don't you feel uncomfortable?" "Not at all." Eline tried lifting her right foot to move it around. "It's almost weightless." "Attention, citizens of Lehman. Attention, citizens of Lehman." Just then, the projection crystal in the shop, which functioned like a television, suddenly lit up, and several boys and girls dressed as students appeared on the screen. A 16 or 17-year-old girl spoke to the camera in fluent Lehman. "Manor Academy is scheduled to hold its spring enrollment conference in Lehman starting tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. The enrollment conference will last for 7 days. Families interested in enrolling in Manor's spring enrollment this year should prepare the necessary documents and register at the designated location to take a simple magic test. The announcement is being broadcast again. Manor Academy is scheduled to hold its spring enrollment conference tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. in Goddess Square in the Lehman capital." Chapter 80. It seems Manor Academy's spring enrollment has been brought forward this year. Vera asked, somewhat puzzled, after hearing the impromptu announcement from the projector. Is this the first time they moved up the spring enrollment period? Yes, Alice and Victoria's holidays aren't over yet, so they shouldn't be recruiting at this time. Bilotes also came over, looking at the image on the projector, and asked curiously, has something happened at the academy? Emotion is guarding Manor Academy, so nothing should happen, right? Oh, right. As if remembering something, Vera clapped her hands. Our shop collaborated with Manor Academy once before. We designed their new campus. They gave me a really nice dress in return. Because it's a little small and has sentimental value, I kept it in the warehouse. I think it would suit little heir perfectly. Bilotes was a little embarrassed. It's not really appropriate for Manor Academy to give it to you, is it? It's nothing. We've known each other for so many years, and I feel only little heir can pull off that dress. Vera got up and walked towards the warehouse. Wait a moment. Little heir, don't be so reserved. Just make yourself at home. Make herself at home? Watching Vera disappear into the warehouse entrance, Eline, floating barefoot in midair, tilted her head. If I make myself at home, I'd be sleeping here. However, walking barefoot like this is still a novel experience. Eline tried walking a few more steps in the shop, feeling the tingling sensation of the bell on her right ankle rubbing against her delicate skin. Without the confinement of stockings, the skin on her legs was in direct contact with the air, offering a more open feeling compared to wearing stockings. Furthermore, because the dragon dance step itself creates a cloud of solid air beneath her feet, the sensation is like walking on slime. Walking barefoot feels completely different from walking with stockings. As for the bell, it doesn't make a sound unless there's a particularly loud noise. Also, for some reason, looking at the red string bell on her little feet, Eline felt a strange eroticism. Sorry to keep you waiting. While she was wondering, Vera returned carrying a beautifully crafted large box. She trotted to Eline, crouched down, quickly opened the box, and lifted up a pale green dress inside. This is an elf's dress? The dress made Eline instantly think of the word elf. The dress itself appeared to be made of a very light and thin material, predominantly light white and grass green. It was a one-piece, belted style, adorned with several small white flowers pinned to the chest and waist, and a beautiful large bow at the back. Below the bow were two thin, gossamer ribbons that draped naturally like a pair of fairy wings. The color scheme and style of this dress evoked images of nature and life in anyone who saw it. Moreover, Eline truly sensed a strong life force, or the aura of grass element, emanating from this dress. Like the bells on her feet, the elven aura emanating from this elven dress was also subtly enhanced. No wonder Vera said this dress was too big for ordinary people, and would only remain in storage as a souvenir. In a land of fire like Lehman, where fire mages abound, this kind of clothing is indeed hard to sell, especially since the dress itself is very small, probably only suitable for girls aged 10 to 13, and very difficult to style. Little heir, want to try it on? After lifting the elf-themed dress, Vera proactively put it on Eline, then went behind the little girl, tightening the waistband, adjusting the bow, and letting the two long ribbons hang down separately. I knew only little heir could pull it off perfectly. After adjusting the small white flowers on the front of the dress, Vera took a step back, revealing an expression of awe as if she were looking at a work of art. Little heir's nightgown paired with this dress is absolutely perfect. Most importantly, little heir can go out without shoes. She's practically an elf from the forest. Elf. Eline silently repeated the word in her mind. She knew about the elves. Long-lived creatures of the forest, natural-born grass elemental mages, a race that grows from elf trees like fruit, spending their days eating, drinking, playing, composing poetry, and reveling in the forest. Both boys and girls possessed immense charm, and they rarely interacted with the outside world. Compared to dragons, the elves were somewhat well known among humans. At least in the Lehman Kingdom, Eline had heard the word elf mentioned more than once. If this dress was indeed a gift from Manor Academy to Vera, then it meant that the elf race did indeed exist within the Manor Academy. This outfit even came with a hair clip. I think it'd be easy to style. Looking at the adorable Eline, Vera took out a 4-leaf clover hair clip from the small box and went behind the little girl. How about a longer pigtail? Little Eline, don't you usually get your hair done? No. Eline was a little embarrassed, because I rarely go out. You can learn a little something. A different hairstyle is a different mood. My goodness. Your hair is so beautiful. It's like silk. Then, little Eline, shall we try pigtails? For the rest of the time, Eline practically became the shop's dress-up doll, trying on various Lolita dresses, sailor uniforms, and loungewear dresses, then snapping photos in front of the photographer's lens. Absolutely perfect. The 4-leaf clover hair clip paired with the twin ponytails, and this natural-style dress. Especially the way little heir floats barefoot in midair, so ethereal. I can't take it anymore, my heart is melting. Finally, at the enthusiastic invitation of this old friend, the fashion designer, Bilotes brought out a huge pile of clothes, shoes, and socks for Eline, cramming the already sweet-filled carriage to the point where there was barely room to step. Sigh. Under the setting sun, the horses pulling the carriage let out a helpless sigh. That's all for today. On the way back, Vera took the opportunity to pinch Eline's cheek, who was dressed up like an elf doll. I memorized little heir's body measurements. I work overtime these next few days to finish the most suitable clothes for little heir. When are you guys going to Manor Academy? If the registration is approved tomorrow, I take the child to the academy the day after tomorrow to familiarize her with the environment. After tidying up the things in the carriage, Bilotes gestured with her eyes to Eline, who was dressed in natural colors. In the morning, my main concern is that she might not be able to get up. Eline retorted, setting an alarm clock won't be a problem. The cuckoo clock in the room doesn't seem to have an alarm function, does it? Bilotes smiled. Should we buy another one? Let's not buy so many cuckoo clocks. We already have several at home. It feels like they might split up. I just take care of my little sister then. Victoria chimed in. I heard that the entrance exam for new students at Manor Academy has added a lot of content this year. I know a few professors in the academy. I can ask them for help. Then our big shopping spree for today will end here. Bilotes waved to Vera. You spent so much again. Not at all. Little heir saved our entire Lehman Empire. It's my honor to serve little heir. Vera smiled at the shop entrance. Come again often. Be careful on the road. Yes, you too. Get some rest and eat well. After saying goodbye to Vera, on the way back, sitting in the carriage, Eline munched on milk biscuits while looking at the little bell on her foot. Ding-ling. As her snow-white little foot swayed slightly, the bell rang melodiously. Mommy. As the carriage passed 23rd Street, the little girl finished a bag of biscuits and gestured for Bilotes to stop. What's wrong? After parking the carriage by the roadside, Bilotes asked curiously, Is there anything else you want to buy? Eline leaned out of the carriage window. Is there a bar called Angel Bar around here? Where? Yes. Bilotes pointed to a street not far away. Walk about 200 meters from there, and the Angel Bar is on your right. Then, as if remembering something, Bilotes asked, Little Elle wants some milk wine? No, I just suddenly remembered I have some things to take care of. Eline stood up from her seat. Doesn't our country also have a Mages Association? Yes. Where is the address of the Mages Association? Where they usually work. North of the palace, 2 kilometers due north of where we held the Harvest Festival banquet, there's a street called Skyfire Street. Near the entrance of Skyfire Street, there's a very large and conspicuous building. That's the Mages Association building. Bilotes opened the carriage door for Eline. Are you coming back for dinner tonight? Yes, yes. Eline, wearing a green dress and barefoot, jumped down from the carriage and blinked her big eyes at Bilotes. I'm going to chat with a few old men about the future of this country, and I head home before sunset.